A year ago, he was a distinguished high school student, yet a venomous spider's bite left him in a state of despondency, with the toxin ravaging his once handsome visage, and all. His accolades vanished into thin air. 1 year later, as the spider's abilities awakened, the toxins dissipated from his face, and an array of extraordinary powers began to manifest. Spider sense, wall crawling, and web-slinging, among others. By day, he engaged in jovial banter in the classroom. By night, he transformed into Spider-Man, rescuing damsels in distress. Chapter 1: Transformations of the Body. Chun Song. Awaken! The exam is approaching. How can you still be asleep? In the currently silent classroom, a tall female teacher, clad in a professional OL suit and poised upon black high heels, gently tapped Chun Song's shoulder, softly urging him to rouse. Chun Song stirred from his slumber, momentarily confronted by a pair of long legs clad in black stockings. As he lifted his head, he beheld his beautiful homeroom teacher, Su Jingru. After a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned upon him, and he could not help but chuckle bitterly. Within, he had inadvertently dozed off, and of all times it was during an examination. Though he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. A year prior, during his first year of high school, he had been among the top scholars in his class, unrivaled by his peers. Yet, in the span of a mere year, he had plummeted to the lowest ranks, subject to relentless ridicule. Even now, the striking beauty of his homeroom teacher regarded him with a furrowed brow, her eyes filled with disappointment over his lack of resolve. This predicament traces back to the end of his first semester. After completing the final exams, the class organized an outing, which Chun Song naturally attended. That night, while he wandered into the woods for a moment of privacy, a palm-sized, furry spider unexpectedly descended from the trees, dangling before him, its red eyes fixated upon him. Startled, he stumbled backwards, and in the instant he donned his pants, the large spider lunged at his face, its sharp fangs sinking into his cheek. The dual sensations of pain and numbness coursed through his face as he swatted the spider away. Almost immediately, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and he collapsed into darkness. When he awoke the next day, he found himself in a hospital. According to his classmates, he had suffered a high fever. Instinctively, he reached to touch the bite mark on his face, only to discover a small pimple had formed there. Though it caused some discomfort, it seemed inconsequential. After recounting the incident to the doctor, he was prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication. However, in the days that followed, he found himself perpetually drowsy. His biological clock thrown into disarray, he dozed through the day and frequently awoke abruptly at night. His formerly pristine and handsome face erupted with an array of blemishes, and despite numerous attempts to remedy the situation, nothing worked. By the time summer break concluded and he returned to school, his appearance had drastically changed, startling his classmates. Some even jested that he could no longer rely on his looks and would have to depend solely on his intellect. To his dismay, upon returning to school, he found himself devoid of energy during lessons, often succumbing to sleep without notice. By the end of the semester, he had learned nothing, even forgetting much of what he once knew, and his academic performance plummeted. Many teachers and classmates believed his distraction stemmed from his skin issues, leading to his insecurity. His parents, concerned, had attempted to console him and had taken him to a dermatologist, yet no improvement was evident. This has led to the current predicament. Devoid of charm and talent, Chun Song has transformed from a once-admired youth into a figure shunned by all. A grotesque caricature. At last, the piercing and resonant sound of the bell, signaling the end of class, rang out. Chun Song, stifling a yawn, approached the podium to submit his exam paper. He had hastily filled out a few multiple-choice questions, leaving the rest blank. He simply could not concentrate enough to tackle the questions. As Chun Song prepared to hand the exam to Su Jingru, he suddenly realized that the paper was inexplicably stuck to his hand, clinging tightly as if it had been coated in glue. No matter how he pulled, it would not budge. His first thought was that someone had played a prank on him, sneaking up while he dozed off to apply glue to the paper. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. The exam paper was pristine, showing no signs of adhesive residue. Chun Song? At that moment, Su Jingru furrowed her brow and looked at him. She reached out to take the exam, but found Chun Song gripping it firmly, his hold surprisingly strong, making it impossible to pull it away. Huh? Chun Song, startled by Su Jingru's call, instinctively lifted his head. Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Jingru paused, mistakenly interpreting his reluctance to submit the nearly blank paper as hesitation. She offered words of comfort. Chun Song, when the exam time is up, you must submit your paper. The teacher knows there are many questions you couldn't answer, but take your time. If you calm down and study, things will improve. Just hand in your paper. Chun Song looked at Su Jingru with a sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he didn't want to submit the paper, but rather that his fingers were irretrievably stuck to it. Su Laosher, it's not like Chun Song began to explain, but before he could finish, he was suddenly shoved from behind. Bang! His arm collided sharply with the corner of the podium. Under normal circumstances, the pain would have rendered him speechless, yet at that moment, he felt no trace of discomfort. In fact, he sensed the push just as it occurred, but a momentary lapse in awareness had caused him to react too slowly. Taking so long to submit a paper? If you're so capable, why don't you just finish it? Just because you had decent grades in your first year doesn't mean you can't study now that you're in your second year. It seems your intelligence is limited after all, came a mocking voice from behind, followed by the approach of a strikingly handsome boy. Chun Song glanced up to see that it was Yang Fei, the class's athletic representative, tall and well-built, his muscular physique commanding attention. Last year, during the basketball tournament, he had drawn the admiration of many girls, boasting a popularity that was unparalleled. Just then, another voice chimed in, dripping with sarcasm and derision. Yang Fei, that's where you're mistaken. Chun Song is practically handicapped now. How can you say such things? Yang Fei simply smiled in response, squinting slightly. What do you mean by handicapped? Of course, he's both visually and mentally impaired. He ranked last in the monthly exams and dragged down our class average. I don't understand why he clings to class 1. He should transfer out as soon as possible. The girl's voice retorted once more. Chun Song furrowed his brow slightly and turned to look. The girl was suddenly startled, hastily raising her examination paper to shield her eyes, exclaiming, "No, no, please don't. Look at me. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat tonight and might have nightmares. The last time I saw you, I ended up vomiting several times and couldn't eat for days." As her words echoed, laughter erupted from the other students in the class, many of whom were watching the spectacle with amusement. At that moment, Chun Song appeared to them as nothing more than a jester, eliciting their mirth. Chun Song remained composed, gazing at the girl with an inexplicable bitterness welling up within him. If memory served him right, this girl, who possessed considerable beauty, had once pursued him a year prior, yet her demeanor had now shifted entirely. But who could he blame? His face, marred by acne, was indeed unappealing. Even he hesitated to look in the mirror too often. Amidst his distraction, the examination paper in his hand suddenly slipped away with a swift motion. Turning around, he saw that it had been deftly collected by Su Jingru. With a stern expression, Su Jingru addressed Yang Fei and the girl, stating, "Yang Fei, Lu Yu, your remarks are rather excessive. Chun Song is merely experiencing a temporary lapse in focus. The teacher still believes he can catch up academically." "Ha, Su teacher, everyone knows that's impossible. That I in just 2 months will be advancing to the 3rd year of high school, unless he plans to repeat a grade." Yang Fei and Lu Yu scoffed, shrugging dismissively. Chun Song chose to disregard their taunts, feeling somewhat disoriented as he stared at his palm. Just moments ago, the paper had clung tightly to his fingers, so how had it suddenly slipped away? Wait, what is this? Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about his palm, where intricate patterns of tiny barbs seemed to emerge as he observed. Those little barbs gradually sank back into his palm, ultimately vanishing completely. This scene felt oddly familiar. A flash of realization struck Chun Song, causing his heart to race as he contemplated something astonishing. "Chun Song?" Su Jingru called out to him. Snapped back to reality, he stared blankly at Su Jingru, his mind wandering elsewhere. "Please don't leave just yet. Wait in the office for the teacher. There are some matters the teacher wishes to discuss with you," Su Jingru said, furrowing her brow. Seeing Chun Song in this dazed state, she felt a mix of concern and sympathy, thinking that she could not allow this once top student to continue his downward spiral. "Okay. Sure," Chun Song nodded, but he disregarded Su Jingru's words, shaken by his earlier speculation. He walked back to his seat in a daze, and under the curious and mocking gazes of his classmates, he grabbed his backpack and headed for the classroom exit. Observing his retreating figure, Su Jingru shook her head once more, continuing to collect papers from the other students, completely oblivious to the fact that Chun Song was not heading towards the office but rather towards the school gate. Meanwhile, a girl seated by the window rested her chin on her hand, calmly watching Chun Song's departing silhouette. Her beauty was striking, with delicate features and fair skin, exuding a classical aura unique to Eastern women. She was none other than Gu Kai, the class president of the second-year class 1. "Why is that?" she murmured softly, a hint of confusion and bewilderment in her eyes. A year ago, Chun Song's academic achievements were a benchmark she could scarcely hope to reach. She had even sought his guidance on difficult problems. Yet now, he had unexpectedly fallen from grace. Not only did he languish at the bottom of the rankings, but his once vibrant personality had succumbed to a sense of inferiority. Evoking a sense of regret that I end my recollections, he was never one to concede so easily. With this thought, Gu sighed, then lowered her head to tidy her backpack. Meanwhile, Chun Song had sprinted out of the school gates, urgency propelling him as he had not run in such haste for a long time. He had entirely forgotten Su Jingru's instruction to wait for her in the office. He ran fervently until he reached a deserted alley, where he gradually came to a halt. He discovered a multitude of questions that left him profoundly shaken. First and foremost, the small barbs that had sprouted from his hands were conspicuously adhesive and seemed capable of retracting at his will. Secondly, these tiny hooks were minuscule, each barely measuring a millimeter to the average person. They would appear as mere dust particles, yet he could see them with startling clarity. In fact, when he lifted his gaze towards a corner of the alley several dozen meters away, he was astonished to observe an ant scuttling about. As for the third revelation, he had hastily traversed over 1,000 meters from the school to this spot, yet he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He had not even broken a sweat, and his body remained remarkably calm. These three observations led him to the undeniable conclusion that a profound transformation had indeed occurred within him. Subsequently, an astonishing hypothesis emerged in his mind. Spider-Man. Chapter 2. Everything is getting better. Spider-Man? Chun Song stared blankly at his hands, astonished and unable to believe his own eyes as he murmured softly. There was once a superhero film in the West titled Spider-Man, which had captivated him immensely. The protagonist, bitten by a small spider, soon discovered various extraordinary abilities that bore an uncanny resemblance to his current situation. But could this truly be possible? That was merely a science fiction film, a figment of human imagination. How could such superhero powers manifest in reality? The crux of the matter was that the film's hero exhibited superpowers merely days after being bitten by the spider, while he had meandered through the entire year in a stupor, not only witnessing a decline in his academic performance but also suffering from facial blemishes, as if the spot where he was bitten was toxic, spreading an uncontrollable contagion. What has happened to me? A sense of trepidation enveloped Chun Song. Anyone would be concerned upon noticing peculiarities in their own body. Yet when these anomalies might signify a superpower, an uncontainable excitement inevitably surged within him. He recalled an abandoned building nearby, desolate and seldom traversed by anyone. Thus, he took off running once more, exerting every ounce of his strength, yet feeling not a trace of fatigue. Instead, he experienced an exhilarating sensation as if he were about to take flight. This feeling was absolutely sublime. He realized that the burdens weighing on his heart over the past year seemed to have found an outlet, gradually dissipating. Minutes later, Chun Song arrived at the base of the dilapidated building, gazing at the forsaken floors with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He extended his palm, slowly attuning himself, as if he were controlling other parts of his body. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, small hooks emerged from his palm, and when he wished to retract them, they slowly retracted back. What is this? At that moment, Chun Song suddenly noticed something new on his wrist, resembling a tattoo depicting a black spider totem. Yet peculiarly, it bore only half a leg. This was certainly odd. Don't spiders have 8 legs? Why did this tattoo possess only half? Moreover, he had never gotten a tattoo. Yet this totem seemed deeply imprinted on his wrist, akin to a birthmark. Could it be a change brought about by that spider bite a year ago? Chun Song felt a jolt of astonishment. It seemed that from that moment, his face had become dotted with acne. His spirit had begun to wane, until today, when the situation appeared to have transformed. He slowly raised his palm, and the small hooks re-emerged. As both of his hands pressed against the wall, they adhered tightly once again. He took a deep breath and lifted one hand towards the higher part of the wall. Thus, he began to ascend, even his feet pressed against the wall. Moving carefully like an actual spider, he climbed up to the second floor, glancing down at the ground several meters below, filled with joy and astonishment. Spider-Man. Have I truly acquired the abilities of Spider-Man? Chun Song could hardly believe it, yet he was overwhelmed with countless surprises and exhilaration. Moreover, since leaving school, it seemed he had not yawned again. The frequency of his drowsiness appeared to be diminishing. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Ah, the web! Chan Song recalled what fascinated him most about Spider-Man. The ability to traverse between towering skyscrapers with the aid of his web, which could even be utilized as a projectile, exhibiting remarkable adhesive strength. With eager anticipation, he raised his hand, mimicking the gestures of Spider-Man from the movie, directing his palm towards the wall. Yet there was no response. His wrist remained unremarkable, and he felt no web material emerging. Was it not supposed to be this way? Filled with uncertainty, Chan Song resorted to climbing up to the second floor, where he perched at the edge, determined to study the mechanics of web shooting. Go! Web! Ha! He attempted countless gestures, flicking his wrist dozens of times, yet still no web materialized. This led him to a disheartening conclusion. The original Spider-Man from the older films shot webs from his body, whereas the newer iteration utilized a self-crafted device, a feat of advanced technology far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary high school student. Nevertheless, he mused, being able to scale walls was not without its merits, and his physical condition was vastly improved. His vision and hearing exceeded those of an average person, so he ought to be content. With that thought, Chan Song slung his backpack over his shoulder, leapt from the second floor, and made his way home. An optimistic soul, he understood the value of contentment, though a hint of disappointment lingered within him. By the time he returned home, the night had enveloped the world in darkness. His parents inquired about his day, and he stammered a vague response about serving as a monitor. After hastily finishing dinner, Chun Song took his clothes and headed for a shower. As the cool water cascaded down, a sense of tranquility washed over him, lifting a heavy burden from his shoulders, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter. Suddenly, the stream of water caused his cheek to itch, and as he instinctively reached to scratch it, he unexpectedly pulled away something peculiar. Staring blankly at what lay in his palm, he realized it was a thin layer of skin, his own facial skin. Alarmed, he rushed to the mirror and discovered that the area from which he had removed the skin exhibited a noticeable change. Indeed, the pimples had shrunk significantly, their density diminished, and the pain had subsided. Overjoyed, he rubbed other areas of his face, and to his astonishment, more skin peeled away to reveal new, smoother skin beneath. By the time he had finished, his complexion appeared fairer, and apart from a few minor blemishes, his face had transformed into a delicate, polished surface. Everything was improving. Chan Song smiled, a genuine smile, the first heartfelt one he had experienced in a year, feeling lighter than ever before. It was not until he turned off the tap and began drying himself with a towel that he noticed an oddity. The spider emblem on his wrist seemed to have undergone a transformation, with one of its legs now complete. Puzzled, Chan Song reached out to touch the spider emblem, only to find it impervious to his efforts. It remained as permanent as a birthmark, impossible to erase. With a mind full of perplexities, Chan Song returned to his room, lying upon his bed as he began to scrutinize the patterns adorning his wrist. Gradually, his vision blurred, and that accursed somnolence returned, lulling him into a deep slumber. The following day, he finally awoke to the sound of his mother knocking at the door. However, upon opening his eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Why was he greeted by a stark white wall? Notably, there was a wall lamp nearby, and it appeared to be the ceiling of his own room. As Chan Song squinted through his hazy gaze and turned his head downward, he was startled to discover that his hands and feet were inexplicably adhered to the ceiling, his body suspended high above the floor. This revelation sent a shock through him. In a moment of panic, his palms and feet suddenly released their grip on the ceiling, causing him to plummet directly onto the bed. In his haste, he instinctively extended a hand, and to his astonishment, a delicate crystalline thread shot forth from his wrist. With a sharp sound, one end of the thread adhered firmly to the ceiling, allowing Chan Song to grasp the silken strand, bringing his descent to an abrupt halt as he dangled in midair. Chapter 3. Spider abilities. As Chan Song stepped out of his room and stood before the bathroom sink, he had managed to calm the tumult within him. Initially believing he could never possess the power of web-slinging, he was taken aback by the sudden manifestation of this ability overnight. In that very moment, he had truly acquired the powers akin to Spider-Man. Although his spider sense and physical strength might not yet match the legendary hero, he had indeed obtained the essential abilities. Moreover, he noticed that the spider totem on his wrist had undergone a transformation, having grown a leg last night, and now sprouted another half leg. During the first emergence of this half leg, his palm developed barbs, and he experienced a surge in vitality, dispelling the lethargy that had plagued him. With the second half leg, the skin on his face began to shed. And now, with the third half leg, he had acquired the ability to produce webs. Chun Song surmised that the growth of this totem likely symbolized his burgeoning strength. Each alteration in his body corresponded with the gradual emergence of spider legs, indicating his incremental enhancement. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chun Song gazed into the mirror. The acne on his face had significantly diminished, no longer as clustered, and he felt no pain. Perhaps with a few more cycles of shedding skin, he could restore his visage from a year ago, and his complexion might even improve further. The saying "a blessing in disguise" seemed to resonate with his situation. He touched his face and spoke softly to himself, offering a faint smile to his reflection. He exited the bathroom and made his way to the dining table, where his parents awaited his arrival for breakfast. Chun Song's father, an ordinary construction worker, maintained the habit of reading the newspaper each morning. Upon noticing Chun Song approaching with renewed vigor, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. Over the past year, the relationship between father and son had been strained. When Chun Song's father observed his son's apparent lack of ambition and constant despondency, he took him to the hospital for an examination, which yielded no concerning results. Coupled with the gossip from relatives and friends, he began to believe that Chun Song had lost interest in his studies, and he had voiced his frustrations more than once. Meanwhile, Chun Song, in the throes of adolescence, found himself overwhelmed by his circumstances. The upheaval in his life was distressing enough without the added pressure of feeling misunderstood and distrusted by his parents, leading to frequent arguments with his father. However, all of that was about to change starting today. "Good morning, Mom and Dad," Chun Song greeted as he sat at the table, a smile gracing his face, seemingly in high spirits. His parents paused momentarily, exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the transformation. After all, they had witnessed his demeanor over the past year. Every morning he had risen with a lackluster spirit, yawning perpetually. Had it not been for the repeated assurances from the hospital, they might have suspected their son had fallen into the clutches of substance abuse. But today, not only did he appear revitalized, but he also initiated a friendly exchange, reminiscent of the obedient and considerate boy he had been a year prior. Chun Song's mother felt a wave of relief and joy, smiling as she placed a portion of scrambled eggs into his bowl. "Well, you've lost weight," she said. "Indeed, Mom and Dad, you should eat more as well," Chun Song replied, serving his parents with pieces of egg from his own plate. A sudden warmth enveloped the family. Chen's mother felt her eyes moisten slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears, yet managed to hold them back. She was filled with joy at the newfound maturity of her son. Chen's father, gripping his chopsticks, experienced a brief tremor in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, though he maintained a stern expression, nodding slightly before resuming his meal of congee. Chun Song observed this scene, a pang of guilt stirring within him. Over the past year, he had indeed erred in his ways. Although much was beyond his control, his parents had always shown concern for him. His previous demeanor had been excessive, but from this day forth, he resolved to change. "Ah, Kongya. It seems the blemishes on your face have diminished somewhat. It appears that the herbal medicine I prepared for you has had some effect. I shall procure more soon," Chen's mother remarked in surprise upon noticing the change in Chun Song's complexion. He chose not to disclose the truth, smiling and nodding in response. "Thank you, Mom." Chen's father cast a glance at Chun Song but said nothing further, returning his focus to the newspaper and his congee. "Mom, Dad, I'm off to school," Chun Song announced after breakfast, slinging his backpack over his shoulders and opening the door. "Be sure to return home early after class," Chen's mother replied, still tidying up the dishes. Once the door closed, a faint smile crept onto Chen's father's face, secretly reveling in the moment. Chen's mother shot him a disapproving look, chiding, "Must you always maintain such a stern demeanor in front of the child? Is your pride really that hard to set aside?" A stern father is essential for raising a dutiful son, Chen's father replied, feigning seriousness. As he prepared to leave for work, he discreetly placed several bills on the table, saying, "Darling, when you purchase the herbal medicine, perhaps you could also buy some supplements for him." With that, he exited the house, prompting Chen's mother to roll her eyes at him, muttering, "You and our son are alike, both so concerned with appearances." At that moment, however, Chun Song did not head directly to school. Instead, he hurried towards the abandoned building he had visited yesterday. Unable to contain his excitement, he yearned to test his newfound ability to shoot webs. The acrobatic prowess of Spider-Man, leaping and scaling skyscrapers with ease, had long been a source of envy for him, and now he found himself on the brink of experiencing it firsthand. Yet, upon reaching the base of the dilapidated structure and attempting to shoot a strand of web from his wrist, he quickly realized it was far more complex than he had anticipated. His aim was lacking. Several times he failed to shoot the web to the desired location, either missing altogether or hitting the low wall instead. After much effort, he finally managed to shoot a web at a reasonably suitable spot. With a gentle tug of his wrist, the web began to pull him upward. He was pleasantly surprised at how manageable this ascent was, as he was able to control the speed with relative ease. However, a significant challenge soon presented itself. As he stood on the second floor, he aimed a web towards the opposite building and launched himself forward, only to crash face first into the wall, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Yet, the discomfort was fleeting. He quickly discovered that he bore no injuries, not even the slightest scrape. It seemed his body had become remarkably more resilient than before. "I still need to practice more," Chun Song muttered to himself as he landed on the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Noticing that time was of the essence, he shouldered his backpack and sprinted towards school. Upon returning to school, Chun Song's spirits remained buoyant. At least since rising, he had not felt a hint of fatigue. Throughout the morning, he was diligently engaged in his classes. However, he was acutely aware of the considerable amount of knowledge he had fallen behind on over the past year. Thus, he resolved to first commit the material from class to memory, intending to revisit the earlier concepts during self-study later. Yet, after just one class, he stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. His memory seemed to have significantly improved, almost to the point of photographic recall. He could vividly remember the details, including the punctuation on the blackboard. To validate his hypothesis, Chun Song opened his Chinese textbook and silently read an entire article of over 1,000 words. By the time he closed the book, he had indeed memorized the entire piece. His heart raced with excitement. With such an ability, he could wholly recover the knowledge he had missed within a month, alleviating his worries about his academic performance. This thought brought a smile to his face. The smile, however, did not escape the notice of Guku, who was by the window. She had intended to take a stroll during the break, but upon turning around and seeing Chun Song's expression, she was momentarily taken aback. The smile was all too familiar. A year ago, when he had achieved the top rank in his grade, he bore the same confident smile. How could this be? Guku quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. With less than 2 months until the final exams, it was implausible for Chun Song to catch up on an entire year's worth of coursework, no matter how hard he tried. She stepped out of the classroom to breathe in the fresh air, focusing her attention on the lesson just taught, slowly reviewing the material in her mind. Before long, the morning's classes came to an end. Chun Song was unable to fulfill his desire to practice his newfound abilities, as he was intercepted by Su Jingru, who called him into the office for a conversation. At that moment, the other teachers were largely out for lunch, leaving only Su Jingru and Chun Song in the office. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke. Su Jingru, dressed in a sharp suit that accentuated her professional demeanor, had her legs crossed in a manner that exuded allure. Chun Song found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the atmosphere and averted his gaze. Clearing his throat, he was the first to break the silence. "Miss Su, did you call me for a specific reason?" Su Jingru regarded him with a somewhat stern expression and stated calmly, "Why didn't you wait for me in the office after school yesterday?" "Ah, well, I forgot," Chun Song replied, vaguely recalling her words from the previous day, but he had been far too captivated by his bodily changes to consider waiting for her. Su Jingru observed him silently for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Chun Song, Please don't think of me as nagging or meddlesome. Your academic performance has been commendable in the past, and I believe you are still capable of catching up. Put in the effort and aim to pass the next exam, understood?
Understood. MXU. Chen Kong Riplit non challenge. Nodding.
However, internally he thought aim to pass?
Impossible.
What I seek is to reclaim my place at the pinnacle, to be first in the entire grade once more. However, the expression on his face conveyed a different meaning to Su Jingru, almost as if she perceived a hint of indifference. Gradually, her countenance darkened, and she silently shook her head, pondering whether this child was truly beyond redemption. Over the past year, she had sought Chun Song for discussions no fewer than 20 times. Each time, he assured her that he understood, yet the outcome remained unchanged, with his grades plummeting even further, which inevitably left her feeling a sense of powerlessness. Sighing, she ultimately relented, saying, "Well, go have your meal." With a hint of headache or perhaps disappointment, she pressed her forehead as she spoke. Chun Song said little in response, merely nodded, and turned to leave, heading towards the cafeteria. After hastily consuming his lunch, he exited the school gate and swiftly made his way to the abandoned building, utilizing his break to resume his practice of shooting spider silk. Chapter 4. Re-examination. In the ensuing days, Chun Song experienced a tranquil existence. Apart from attending classes, he devoted his spare moments to honing his accuracy in web shooting and enhancing his physical adaptability. Each night, upon returning home, he engaged in self-study to catch up on the coursework he had neglected over the past year. Although his progress in web practice remained somewhat ambiguous, his academic pursuits yielded significant gains. Under the influence of his spider sense, his memory became exceptionally sharp, reducing his need for sleep. Not only did he return to a normal state, but he also found himself sleeping less, with his focus remaining consistently acute. In a matter of days, he succeeded in catching up in both Chinese and English, subjects where his enhanced memory had a pronounced effect, allowing him to effortlessly assimilate the material. This enabled him to concentrate on mathematics thereafter. Mathematics, a subject that inspires both love and loathing, captivates the academically gifted while provoking disdain in those who struggle. Despite lagging a full year behind, Chun Song relied on his memory and foundational knowledge to gradually regain lost ground. At school, his teachers were taken aback by his sudden fervor for learning, as if the wayward youth had finally turned over a new leaf. However, when the monthly exam results were released on Friday, the teachers could not help but shake their heads. Chun Song's scores were dismal. He had only managed to answer a few multiple-choice questions, and those were mere guesses. The most disheartening of all was his performance in mathematics. He had failed to answer a single question correctly, resulting in a score of 0, once again placing him at the bottom of his grade. Nevertheless, Chun Song remained undeterred. If all went according to plan, given his current pace of study, he believed he could re-enter the top 10 of his class by the next month's examination. Su Jingru did not seek out Chun Song for conversation any longer. She had taken a leave of absence, seemingly due to family matters, leaving a substitute teacher from the adjacent class to fill in. Of course, she had already noticed that Chun Song's instances of dozing off during class had diminished, yet he rushed home faster than anyone else after school, skipping even self-study sessions, which inevitably led others to think his enthusiasm was merely a fleeting phase. Little did they know, Chun Song was exceedingly busy, devoting himself diligently to practicing his web techniques day after day. As the weekend approached, he would seclude himself in his room for self-study. Chun Song's parents observed this closely, their brows furrowed with concern that refused to ease. After all, there remained just over a month until the final examinations, which would determine the class placements for the third year of high school. To an outsider, it seemed implausible that he could catch up significantly in such a short time. Once he entered his final year, with new courses on the horizon, the workload would only increase, leading to further delays, ultimately jeopardizing his performance in the college entrance examination. Consequently, Chun Song's parents contemplated whether it might be prudent for him to repeat his second year. During dinner, Chun Song's father wore a somber expression. After much hesitation, he broached the subject with Chun Kong. Upon hearing this, Chun Song felt a sense of foreboding. His father's suggestion at this juncture indicated a loss of faith in him. However, Chun Song firmly believed that repeating a year was entirely unnecessary, Not only had he made substantial progress in his studies, but he also wished to spare his parents the indignity of pleading for leniency. Retaining a year was not a simple matter. It inevitably involved a degree of bribery and negotiation. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Song looked at his parents earnestly and stated, "Mom and Dad, that one tea be necessary. My learning capability is not unknown to you. I am certain I will catch up. Moreover, we still have the summer vacation ahead, so there is ample time." However, Chen's mother shook her head and said, "No, Songer, I have already consulted your homeroom teacher, Ms. Su. Although your recent performance has been commendable, the time is indeed insufficient. This summer you have merely a few days of break, and classes for the third year of high school commence early. How could you possibly catch up?" Chen's father solemnly added, "Your mother is correct. Let us settle this matter. As long as you are willing to exert effort and study diligently, repeating a year is not a bad option. I possess the means to support you for an additional year." Chun Song felt a sudden jolt within. He understood that his father's work was not easy, and the decision made by his parents stemmed from their observation of his newfound dedication to studying. They wished to prevent his efforts from being in vain, and having him repeat a year seemed to be the wisest choice. Yet, circumstances had changed. He now possessed a unique ability that would enable him to catch up in these subjects with time. He could not allow his parents to squander their resources. After contemplating for a while, Chun Song was about to speak when his father raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, "I understand you are concerned about our financial situation, but that is of no consequence. You should be aware of your father's capabilities." Chun Song silently nodded, refraining from further explanation. He inwardly smiled wryly. He certainly trusted his parents, but now it was they who doubted him. Nevertheless, this was of little matter. After all, he would have to wait until the end of the term to consider repeating a year. Thus, there was no need for him to say much. He simply needed to achieve results that would convince his parents, and that would suffice. Dinner concluded in silence, and Chun Song returned to his room, immersing himself in his studies with renewed vigor. He began to reduce the time spent practicing his web-slinging abilities, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his academic pursuits. He paid close attention in class, even though Su Jingru was on leave and did not teach their mathematics class. The teacher from the neighboring class seemed even more proficient, focusing on key topics that significantly benefited Chun Kong. Upon returning home, he would scour the internet for review materials, absorbing information effortlessly, and accumulating knowledge with remarkable efficiency. Weeks passed as he continued his routine of attending school, leading a tranquil life. As time went by, the blemishes on his face diminished, leaving only faint traces, and his complexion became fairer. The adage "a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws" held true, and coupled with his already decent appearance, he began to attract the attention of many classmates. Even though he remained low-key at school, it was inevitable that some girls would notice him. At some point, he had developed a unique aura. Gradually, some girls began to approach him, with a few even offering to tutor him after school. However, Chun Song politely declined their advances with a smile. His current pace of study likely surpassed that of many others in his grade, and the time after school was far too precious to squander. Others did not trouble him, as most were preoccupied with their studies, given that the monthly exam, held once a month, was looming. This would be the last monthly exam of the semester, significantly impacting their final grades, which would determine whether they would be placed in the key class for their third year of high school. On this day, Chun Song, as was his custom, rose early. He had reduced his sleep to a mere 4 hours each day, yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was increasingly invigorated. He sensed that his condition might finally be stabilizing. Over the course of nearly a month, aside from ardently acquiring knowledge, he had persistently trained his spider abilities. The spider totem on his wrist had developed into 2 legs, yet it appeared to have ceased its growth, as if in a state of suspension. Chun Song paid little heed to this, and after sharing breakfast with his parents, he prepared to leave for school. However, his father, with a tone of earnest concern, advised him, "Do not place too much pressure on yourself. You have been sequestered in your room studying for weeks, and your mother is quite worried about you. Furthermore, the matter of repeating the semester next term should pose no significant issue." Chapter 5 The monthly examination approaches. Dad, this. Chun Song furrowed his brow, taken aback by his father's lingering doubt in his abilities. However, he could not entirely blame his father. After all, his performance over the past year had been disappointingly subpar. Were it not for his photographic memory, he would have struggled to keep up with the curriculum in just 6 months. Yet, there was no need for further discussion. Everything would ultimately be determined by his results. In just a few days, once the monthly examination had passed and the scores were released, he would have the opportunity to prove himself. With a silent resolve, Chun Song donned his backpack and departed from home, meandering towards the school. Along the way, several female classmates glanced at him, and a few even approached him with playful greetings. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the person he had been a year ago, the one who was cherished by many. Yet, he had matured in his mindset, no longer allowing himself to become complacent or lose his way. The drastic change in their attitudes stemmed from the complete disappearance of his acne. He had once again become an attractive individual. Chun Song, after the final exam, our class is planning a trip to a deserted island. Will you join us? A girl inquired, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. With a gentle smile, Chun Song shook his head, responding, I'll be working after the exams. I might not have the time. His mention of work was merely an excuse. In reality, he was eager to continue honing his spider abilities and explore potential avenues for earning money to improve his family's circumstances. Upon hearing his response, the girl's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Her face flushed as she hurriedly retreated, resembling a girl whose confession had gone awry. Chun Song couldn't help but smile wryly, not dwelling on the matter. Once he returned to school, he opened his textbooks to resume his studies, but found himself unable to concentrate. He had committed all the content from his freshman and sophomore textbooks to memory. Even the applications of mathematics and science were firmly grasped. This pace of learning exceeded his expectations. It seemed that reclaiming the top position was not an insurmountable challenge. He closed his book with a chuckle. Simultaneously, his heightened perception alerted him to a girl seated by the window, who was currently observing him. Ignoring her gaze, he felt a strange amusement within. The girl was none other than their class president, Gu Kui. This enchanting class beauty had taken an interest in him since the last monthly examination results were released, her initial curiosity evolving into a blatant stare. At first, he found it unsettling, but now it felt like a tacit understanding between them, one who believed they were unnoticed and the other too indifferent to address it. Ding! Moments later, the class bell rang. The first lesson was mathematics, and with Su Jingru on leave, an elderly substitute was teaching, causing the class's enthusiasm to plummet. Aside from Chun Song and a few others, most students appeared listless. After all, an old man could hardly match the allure of a beautiful female teacher. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Su Jingru returned today. Dressed in a sleek office outfit, her long legs clad in black stockings, she strode into the classroom in high heels, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the male students. Su Jingru ascended the podium and smiled at everyone, saying, Why is everyone so delighted to see the teacher today? Weren't you all running away from me before? Laughter erupted in the classroom, and a boy remarked, Teacher, as the saying goes, one should compare goods from 3 sellers. After attending Mr. Zhang's class next door, we realized that we had not cherished you enough in the past, and now we feel immense regret. Once, we had a beautiful and gracious teacher whom we failed to appreciate. It is only when we lose something that we learn to value it. The most painful experience in life is this realization. If heaven were to grant me another opportunity, I would tell the teacher. Stop, stop, stop. Don't disgust us. You have no right to say that to Teacher Su. I should be the one to say it. Why should you? At the very least, it should be me. The classroom erupted in excitement once more. Su Jingru couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Having not seen her students for nearly a month, she was in no hurry to quiet them down and allowed their playful banter to continue for a while. However, when her gaze swept across a corner, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. When did such a handsome boy join the class? She was taken aback, but almost immediately, she recognized him. Chen Song? Su Jingru felt a jolt of surprise again, followed by a smile, astonished at how much a student could change in just a month. Despite her role as a teacher, she found herself stealing glances at Chun Song, who sat quietly in the corner, holding a mathematics textbook and looking utterly bored, having not participated in the surrounding commotion, thus becoming a striking figure amidst the chaos. Seeing him so disinterested, she mused that he likely did not understand the content of the textbook. After all, he had fallen behind for nearly a year, and this year's mathematics was not easy. How could he possibly keep up? Su Jingru felt a pang of regret for Chun Song, realizing that it was indeed too late for him to want to learn. Nevertheless, she had no intention of giving up on this student. Noticing his desire to learn, she resolved to stay after school to provide him with extra tutoring. All right, everyone, please settle down. Let us begin the lesson. The monthly exam is just 2 days away, so for those who do not wish to be at the bottom, pay close attention. A few minutes later, having observed that the noise had subsided, Su Jingru interrupted the students' frolic and commenced the class. However, her words, though unintentional, prompted a boy to suddenly laugh and say, "Teacher, we never worry about being at the bottom. After all, someone often scores 0. This remark instantly elicited laughter from the others, and naturally, their gazes turned toward Chen Kong. Some girls began to defend Chun Song, asserting, "Li Chong, stop talking about Chun Song. He has been diligently attending classes this month, and his grades will surely improve. Oh please, when we made fun of him before, you all laughed along. What, now that he has become handsome, you are smitten?" The boys retorted mockingly. "Exactly, he only has a pretty face. His grades are still dismal. Do you think he can catch up on a year's worth of material in just 1 month? You must be joking. No, even Einstein might struggle with that. Do not speak so lightly. At least this exterior possesses its utility. Who knows, perhaps in the future some affluent lady may take a fancy to him, and he could effortlessly glide past us in a luxury car." They chuckled. Amidst the laughter, only a handful of audacious girls dared to voice their dissent. Yet their words were too feeble, drowned out by the cacophony of male classmates' mirth. Chun Song remained composed, engrossed in his book, seemingly impervious to the derision surrounding him, exuding an aura of profound confidence. Ultimately, the farce came to a close under Su Jingru's authoritative presence, and the mathematics lesson resumed its normalcy. The subsequent classes unfolded in succession, until noon approached. At that moment, Su Jingru appeared at the classroom door, gesturing for Chun Song to accompany her to the office. Chapter 6. Provocation. Chun Song had completed all his sophomore courses, and was originally eager to continue honing his web-slinging abilities. However, upon encountering Su Jingru, who suggested that he attend remedial classes, he felt a sudden unease. There was no longer a need for him to study further. In fact, he had begun to prepare for self-study of the junior year curriculum. Having already mastered all subjects from the first and second year, he was not engaged in any academic research. As long as he could achieve high scores, that sufficed. Thus, he shook his head and addressed Su Jingru. "Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Su. However, I have been studying on my own recently and have caught up, so I believe remedial classes are unnecessary." Su Jingru paused in surprise. She had assumed that Chun Song, being eager to learn, would gladly accept her offer. His unexpected refusal led her to question whether she had misunderstood him or if he was merely feigning interest in his studies. "Chun Song, have you truly thought this through? With only a month left before the final exams following this month's test, which will largely determine your final grades, I still have faith in your academic abilities. If you could stay for extra classes and commit yourself, I assure you that you will not end up at the bottom." Su Jingru earnestly urged him. A bitter smile formed on Chun Song's lips. He could hardly tell Su Jingru that he was aiming for the top score in the upcoming assessment, fearing it would be perceived as boastful. Nevertheless, he felt that attending remedial classes was a waste of time. "Teacher, I believe in myself so I can restore my grades," he replied. However, Su Jingru seemed not to absorb his words, instead growing more convinced that Chun Song was being lazy, failing to appreciate such an excellent opportunity for extra help. Frowning, she crossed her long, black-clad legs as she fixed her gaze upon him, stating, "Chun Song, learning is not a fleeting endeavor. Do you understand that this upcoming final exam will determine your class placement for your senior year? If you wish to avoid the lowest tier, you must work diligently to improve your standing. I do not want to see you lost in this manner." Lowering his head, Chun Song found himself momentarily distracted by her long legs, his thoughts wavering. Su Jingru, noticing his lack of response, furrowed her brow further and, with a cold tone, demanded, Chun Song, are you listening to what I am saying? Startled, Chun Song quickly nodded. Yes, I am listening. And what do you say? Will you stay after school for remedial classes? Su Jingru inquired, her gaze fixed on him. With a wry smile, he replied, Teacher, a forced fruit is not sweet. Her expression darkened suddenly, a hint of anger flashing across her face. Chun Song hastily added, Regardless, the monthly test is next week. You can assess my performance then and decide if I require extra help. If I am still at the bottom, I will return to you and humbly ask for your assistance. Are you implying that I am begging you for remedial help? Su Jingru's demeanor turned sharp. Chun Song was momentarily taken aback, then found the situation amusingly absurd, reflecting on how misaligned her interpretation was. That was never his intention. He waved his hand dismissively, explaining, Teacher Su, please do not misunderstand. I merely possess confidence in my own abilities. If you doubt me, feel free to pose a question for me to answer. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Jingru had already lost her patience, coldly retorting, Never mind, since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. With that, she swiveled her chair away from Chun Song, turning her back to him as she began to organize the textbooks on her desk. Chun Song found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. Su Jingru's demeanor left him feeling somewhat displeased. Chun Song, you may go and have lunch, she suddenly said, her tone softening slightly, clearly having been upset by him earlier. Oh, then goodbye, teacher, Chun Song replied, not wishing to linger further, and he exited the office, feeling a sense of relief. He was aware of Su Jingru's good intentions, yet he found himself unable to explain. Much like with his parents, mere words were insufficient. Actions would speak louder than words. Upon returning to the classroom, he tidied up briefly before heading out for lunch. However, being summoned by Su Jingru for a talk had cost him over half an hour, and after lunch there was hardly enough time for him to venture to the back mountain. His midday training would have to be abandoned. Yet, when he returned to the classroom, some classmates who had remained for a midday rest cast him peculiar glances. Chun Song furrowed his brow, glancing at his desk, only to discover it was covered in ink. Upon closer inspection, he realized someone had used a fountain pen to scribble words on it. Duck King for sale, 50 for a session, 100 for overnight. His mood plummeted instantly. It was evident that this was the work of some boys in the class. It must be said that since his face had healed, it had seemingly drawn more ire. Although he had generally ignored petty provocations from certain individuals, this blatant act of vandalism on his desk was an affront he could not tolerate. Who did this? Chun Song scanned the classroom, observing the strange expressions on his classmates' faces, and asked in a low voice. Yet, no one responded. Instead, those who had mocked him in class earlier, like Li Chong, wore smug smiles, seated in their places, eagerly anticipating his embarrassment. With a cold smile, Chun Song remarked, To dare act yet not own up to it. It seems you are merely a bunch of sneaky little people. Truly, the ugly often cause trouble. The phrase the ugly often cause trouble was not a reflection of his own vanity, but rather an attempt to mock them and provoke them into revealing themselves, thus giving him a reason to confront them. Indeed, as soon as he uttered those words, the smirks on Li Chong and his companions' faces froze, their expressions darkening considerably. The girls around them, who had been too afraid to speak, were initially taken aback, but soon stifled giggles behind their hands. Bang! Li Chong kicked the desk violently, rising abruptly, and pointed at Chun Song. Seething, you idiot! I drew on this desk, and I admit it now. What will you do about it? As soon as he finished speaking, several boys seated beside Li Chong stood up in unison, sneering at Chun Song and declaring, We drew on it too. What will you do, you fool? Do you really think you're handsome? Chun Song smiled faintly, shaking his head as he spoke. I have never relied on my appearance to make a statement. Rather, it is you who incessantly emphasize my good looks. It seems to me that your insecurities are at play here. Why should it matter? Being unattractive is not your fault. Those who viewed his face with disdain only fueled his determination to speak in this manner, knowing full well that the more he said, the angrier Li Chong and his companions would become. Damn it, how shameless can you be? If you have the guts, step outside with me. Li Chang's fury boiled over as he cursed loudly, approaching Chun Song with fingers nearly pointing at his nose. The other boys' expressions darkened as they surrounded Chun Song, their demeanor predatory. Some girls, unable to contain themselves, turned pale at the scene and rose to seek help from the teacher. However, Li Chong bellowed, "Who dares to find the teacher? I'll deal with them first after school, regardless of gender." At this, the girls immediately returned to their seats in fear. Even those who intended to use the restroom hesitated under Li Chong's thunderous shout. "What do you intend to do, Li Chong?" Suddenly, a female voice broke through the tension. Everyone froze, astonished to hear the class leader, Gu Ku, speak. Her expression was icy, devoid of fear as she confronted Li Chong and his group. Li Chong and his companions were taken aback, never expecting the usually quiet and indifferent class beauty would come to Chun Song's defense. This revelation not only shocked them but also darkened their mood further. Why should the girls be snatched away by handsome boys? Just a month prior, this fool was regarded as an ugly duckling, someone everyone avoided. What gave him the right to make a comeback? Even the class beauty was advocating for him. Initially, Li Chang's group had hoped to watch Chun Song falter, to assert their dominance in front of the girls, but now they found themselves the subject of ridicule. They remained silent in response to Gu Ku, their minds twisted with resentment, especially as they observed Chun Song maintaining an air of nonchalance, a faint smile gracing his face, which to them felt like mockery. Damn it! Li Chong seethed, his irritation towards Chun Song's visage intensifying. Cursing under his breath, he reached out to grab Chun Song by the collar. Chun Song's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. He took a slight step back, effortlessly evading Li Chang's grasp, and then seized Li Chang's collar in return, lifting him off the ground with surprising ease. The classroom fell silent at this spectacle, many students gaping in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they processed the unfolding drama. Chapter 7. Lessons. Chun Song and Li Chong were of similar height and appeared quite frail. When a conflict arose between Chun Song and Li Chang's group, everyone in the class believed that Chun Song would soon find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. However, no one anticipated that Li Chong would be seized by the collar and lifted off the ground, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. This spectacle startled many, including Li Chong, who stared at Chun Song in disbelief, his face turning a deep crimson upon regaining his composure. "Let me go!" Li Chong shouted in fury, kicking out wildly. Yet, Chun Song merely tightened his grip, hoisting Li Chong even higher. One at a time, he said coolly, "Since you all participated, you shall share the burden of cleaning the writing off my desk." As he held Li Chong, using him as a makeshift rag to wipe the surface, he turned his gaze towards the other boys, speaking in a calm tone. The boys' faces turned pale. They were not foolish enough to approach Chun Song after witnessing his display of strength. They quickly waved their hands in denial, exclaiming, "It's not our fault. We were just joking. It was all Li Chang's doing. Yes, if you don't believe us, just look at the handwriting." After a hurried explanation, they turned and fled the classroom in a panic. Only then did Chun Song shift his attention back to Li Chong, slowly releasing his collar, and coldly stated, "You have 5 minutes to clean the desk." In truth, he had no desire to engage with those boys, but after such blatant bullying, he felt compelled to act. If he did not retaliate, they would only escalate their behavior. Li Chong, at best, was a coward who feared the strong. He would typically avoid larger individuals like Yang Fei, yet he displayed arrogance towards Chun Song, mistakenly believing him to be an easy target. However, after this encounter, Li Chong was genuinely frightened. Judging by Chun Song's icy demeanor and powerful arms, he might even be stronger than Yang Fei. With the timidity of a chick, he nodded repeatedly, saying, "All right, I'll get something to clean it right away." Without daring to flee, he dashed to the restroom, emerging with a bucket of clean water, and upon finding a cloth, he began to scrub the desk. He diligently wiped down not only the tabletop but also the corners and chairs, his industriousness leaving several girls in the class wide-eyed. Chun Song sat at another desk, ignoring the commotion entirely as he quietly read. It was not until Li Chong approached and called out, "Brother Song," that he finally raised his head. Li Chong forced a stiff smile, saying, "Brother Song, I cleaned it. Please take a look." Chun Song merely nodded, not offering further response as he returned to his book. Li Chang's expression froze. He found himself in an awkward limbo, unsure whether to leave or stay. Finally, he managed a wry smile. Brother Tsong, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Go ahead, Chun Song replied with a slight nod. Li Chang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned and quickly exited the classroom, not wishing to linger for even a moment longer. Chun Song returned to his seat, noticing that the watermarks had dried, and resumed his reading, behaving as if nothing had transpired. However, in the eyes of other girls, this was an utterly aloof demeanor, a powerful aura that left them dizzy and starry-eyed, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Gu Kui sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. She found it increasingly difficult to comprehend this boy. It wasn't until the afternoon that the other students who hadn't stayed for a nap gradually returned. Upon hearing about the events that transpired at noon, they all displayed expressions of astonishment, though many remained skeptical, believing it to be a deliberate rumor concocted by those who had napped, intending to create a prank. However, when Li Chang and his group stumbled into the classroom looking disheveled, doubts began to arise, especially when the class observed that Li Chang and his companions dared not even glance at Chun Song, causing a collective gasp among the students. That afternoon, Chun Song attained the tranquility he desired, free from interruptions, allowing him to focus intently on his studies and reading. After school, he ventured to the abandoned building once more to continue his training. After a month of practice, Chun Song had become increasingly adept at utilizing his spider-like abilities. He even researched extensively. Yet, achieving the effortless gliding scene in films featuring Spider-Man was no simple feat. If he recklessly attempted to soar through skyscrapers using webbing, he would undoubtedly lose control of his speed and suffer grave injuries. Thus, he remained exceptionally cautious, first honing the fundamental skill of web shooting before acclimating his body to the sensation of floating. Simultaneously, he began to ponder whether it was necessary to create a form-fitting suit akin to Spider-Man's for future missions. He certainly did not wish to worry about his identity being exposed while saving others in a crisis. However, it was evident that such a suit was not easily attainable. Chun Song felt hesitant to entrust the task to anyone else. Despite the abundance of cosplay options available domestically, they ultimately lacked practicality. If he desired greater freedom of movement, increased gliding speed, and resistance to tearing, he would need garments crafted from specialized elastic fibers. Yet this brought forth another dilemma. Money. Indeed, producing a suit akin to Spider-Man's in reality required a substantial sum, often amounting to tens of thousands, which left Chun Song troubled. His plans for the suit would likely be postponed. Shaking his head, he resumed his training in the abandoned building. Over an hour later, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to hasten home for dinner. However, as he passed the school gate, he suddenly spotted Li Chang and his group sneaking past, seemingly clutching something in their arms as they darted into a nearby alley. Chun Song, standing at a distance, strained his vision to its limits and clearly observed that someone was already waiting for Li Chang and the others in the alley. Seemingly to assist them, it was none other than Yang Fei, the sports representative of their class. Chun Song's expression shifted. He gradually approached, eavesdropping on their conversation from afar. Brother Yang, damn it, how could you let me lose so much face in class? Ha, it's just a little fool. At most, he has some brute strength. Chapter 8. The first windfall 5,000? You are quite generous, aren't you, just to teach that brat Chun Song a lesson? Yang Fei remarked with a slight raise of his eyebrows and a cold smirk as he accepted the black bag from Li Chang. Li Chang rubbed his hands together and pulled out several large bills from his pocket, stuffing them into Yang Fei's hands. Brother Fei, this is a token of our gratitude. It would be wonderful if you could mar his face. The more disfigured, the better. I want him to relive the depths of despair. Moreover, we will rely on your guidance at school from now on. Yang Fei took the cash from Li Chang once more, his cold smirk transforming into a satisfied grin. Rest assured, these are trivial matters. You all can stick with me at school from now on. I will introduce you to a few esteemed brothers when the time is right. Thank you, Brother Fei. Li Chang and his companions beamed with joy. This scene, of course, did not escape Chun Song's notice. He overheard their entire conversation with clarity. Shortly thereafter, Yang Fei emerged from the alley, his mood evidently buoyant. while Li Chong and his friends departed in the opposite direction. Chun Song quietly watched Yang Fei's retreating figure, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. In desperate need of funds, he was pleasantly surprised that money had seemingly come knocking at his door. He set his pace, following Yang Fei from a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Ku, who had just stepped out of the school gates, witnessed Chun Song trailing Yang Fei, her eyes widening in surprise. After a moment's hesitation at the entrance, she pursed her lips and followed closely behind him. Minutes later, Chun Song trailed Yang Fei to an alley, where Yang Fei made a phone call, seemingly sharing the news with his so-called big brother that a fool was delivering money. However, just as he cheerfully ended the call and continued walking, a swift sound sliced through the air. A fine white line shot toward him, striking his face and completely obscuring his vision. Instinctively, he reached to remove the obstruction from his eyes, but a sudden force slammed into his stomach, propelling him 2 meters away and sending him crashing into a pile of garbage, the black bag flying from his grasp. "Who are you?" Yang Fei shouted in a mix of surprise and fury, frantically tugging at the material over his eyes, unable to dislodge it. Chun Song calmly retrieved the black bag and approached Yang Fei, his hand reaching for the pocket where Yang Fei kept his wallet. He recalled that Li Chong had given Yang Fei over 1,000 yuan. "Do you know I am under the protection of Bald Brother? How dare you ambush me? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one," Yang Fei yelled, flailing his fists in anger. Yet, to Chun Song, the speed of Yang Fei's punches was painfully slow, allowing him to effortlessly evade each one. He successfully extracted Yang Fei's wallet, pulled out a thick stack of cash, and placed it into his own backpack along with the black bag. Throughout the encounter, he uttered not a single word, merely turning to leave, his actions shrouded in anonymity and discretion. As he stepped out of the narrow alley, a frail figure unexpectedly collided with him, rushing straight into his embrace. Chun Song had anticipated this encounter and did not shy away. Instead, he steadied the figure by grasping her arm and smiled gently. "Gu classmate, class leader Gu, what brings you here?" In truth, he was already aware that Gu Kui had been trailing him, yet he chose not to confront her. Calculating the distance and time along the way, he had ensured that after dealing with Yang Fei, Gu Kui would not cross his path, and now, as he emerged, he inadvertently obstructed her line of sight. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Kui looked up in surprise, only to realize that the proximity between them was rather intimate. Perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly stepped back, stammering, I was just passing by. Then let us head home together. I recall that our routes align," Chun Song replied with a mild smile. Gu Kui furrowed her brow slightly but eventually nodded, seemingly forgetting her reasons for shadowing him, and thus they walked away from the alley together. As they neared her home, she gradually regained her composure and suddenly recalled something, turning her gaze towards Chun Kong. "Class leader, are you looking at me again?" Chun Song, gazing ahead, spoke up unexpectedly. Gu Kui was startled but quickly resumed her normal demeanor, her brow furrowing lightly as she inquired, "Chun Song, are you planning something recently?" Her eyes held a hint of suspicion, noting the significant changes in Chun Song, which reminded her of certain news stories about underprivileged students who, after enduring relentless bullying, resorted to extreme measures and retaliated against their tormentors. Upon hearing her words, Chun Song paused momentarily, turning his surprised gaze towards Gu Kui. She bit her lip, attempting to express her thoughts delicately. "I know that Yang Fei and Li Chong have often bullied you, but your sudden confrontation with Li Chong today has surprised many of us. Have you considered that this approach may not resolve the issue? Could jeopardize your future? Oh, then what do you suggest I do? Should I continue to let them bully me?" Chun Song asked, intrigued. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading rays illuminated Gu Kui's face, casting her hair in a hue reminiscent of fine red wine, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Coupled with her serious demeanor, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Chun Song's heart. Seemingly oblivious to his gaze, Gu Kui earnestly continued, "At least from my perspective, Li Chong and his group will not relent. Today you managed to best him, but he may return tomorrow with a dozen or more to trouble you. Remember, you came to school to learn. Your parents have invested considerable effort into your education. You need not entangle yourself with them, nor should you concern yourself with their antics. Chun Song chuckled softly, acknowledging that Gu Keyi's observations were quite astute. Indeed, Li Chong and his cohort were far from honorable, employing ruthless tactics, including enlisting thugs to mar his face. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary individual and felt little fear. He accepted Gu Keyi's kind warning with a nod. "Thank you for your concern, class leader," Chun Song replied with a smile. Yet, this smile, when it fell upon Gu Ke's eyes, seemed to convey that he had not truly absorbed her words. The young girl's brow furrowed once more. Her lips pressed together slightly, as she bit her lower lip. After a brief pause, she shook her head and stated, "I have said all that I needed to say. You must be cautious and, above all, avoid straying onto the wrong path. Furthermore, you have previously assisted me with some questions, so if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to ask. If there are other matters troubling you, you may share those with me as well." "Very well." Chun Song maintained his calm smile, although the warmth of it had slightly diminished. He suddenly detected a glimmer of sympathy in Gu Ke's gaze, as if she were genuinely concerned that he might succumb to despair. "All right, I shall take my leave now. The monthly exam is next week." Gu Ke hesitated, her words trailing off. She had intended to encourage Chun Song to do well on the upcoming exam. But upon recalling his previous exam results and his frequent cluelessness when called upon by teachers, she feared that mentioning the exam might provoke him. Ultimately, she abandoned the thought. "My home is over there. I shall be going now. Goodbye." In the end, she waved farewell to Chun Song and turned to walk towards the right-hand path. "Be careful on your way," Chun Song replied softly, watching her depart. Soon after, he rubbed his nose and muttered to himself with a wry smile, "Does this girl truly perceive me as someone with psychological issues? It's merely a case of following Yang Fei. Is there really a need for her to imply so many warnings?" After a brief moment of bitter reflection, Chun Song slung his backpack over his shoulder and hurried home. After dinner, he returned to his room, locked the door securely, and took out all the money he had collected from the black bag and Yang Fei's wallet. Upon counting it meticulously, he discovered that there was a total of 8,000 yuan.
Chen Kong Chuk Cờ Sốp Ti.
This sum not only included the money from Li Chong and his companions, but also the cash that Yang Fei had originally possessed. However, he had not anticipated that his first pot of gold would come in such a manner, and a full 8,000 yuan at that, sufficient to enable him to pursue some ventures. He neatly organized all the money and placed it into his backpack, resolving to open a bank account the following day to deposit his funds. He then turned on his computer and began to search for athletic apparel made from elastic fibers. After gaining a general understanding of the prices, he searched for Spider-Man and was intrigued by a forum dedicated to Spider-Man enthusiasts, where he discovered a highly active thread containing designs for a Spider-Man costume. Chapter 9. Spider-Man's suit. Chun Song was taken aback and promptly saved all the design blueprints from the post. After a thorough examination, he discovered that some materials were not entirely practical. While they appeared convincingly realistic for display purposes, their actual application left much to be desired. Unfortunately, his understanding of high-tech materials was limited, so after a brief moment of hesitation, he registered an account and sent a private message to the individual who had posted the designs, inquiring about suitable materials to achieve a look akin to the genuine Spider-Man. After pressing the send button, Chun Song waited for a few minutes. When he noticed there was no response, he released the mouse and turned to pick up a few books, as the upcoming monthly examination was only 2 days away, and he needed to ensure he hadn't overlooked any key concepts. However, after reading for merely 10 minutes, a sudden notification sound from the computer drew his attention back. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from an ID named Black Widow, the very person who had shared the designs. The reply was succinct and clear. Of course, Spider Silk. Spider Silk? Chun Song was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that the original Spider-Man suit was indeed made from the webs he produced, which also had bulletproof properties. Yet, in reality, he was far from capable of crafting such a suit, at least not at this moment. His mastery over Spider Silk was insufficient to weave a bodysuit, as the challenge was exceedingly daunting. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "If Spider Silk is not an option, what materials would be most suitable for creating a suit for Spider-Man? Please provide some detailed suggestions." After confirming the message, Chun Song sat before the computer and waited. As expected, Black Widow responded swiftly, "Brother, you are a true Spider-Man aficionado. In fact, the new Spider-Man suit doesn't utilize spider silk. Rather, it employs elastic synthetic fibers, which are currently favored by many athletes. You can observe a distinct honeycomb pattern, lending it an air of sophistication. The eyewear component is even more complex, made from reflective mirror lenses combined with polymer materials, allowing visibility only from the inside out, and requires personal crafting." Upon reading this, Chun Song furrowed his brows, realizing that he had underestimated the complexity of the suit, particularly the eyepieces. Just as he was deliberating, the other party sent another message. "If you wish to create one, you can reach out to me. I'm considering offering you a discount." Chun Song shook his head. This suit must be crafted by his own hands, as relying on someone else could easily reveal his location, which was far too perilous. Unexpectedly, the other party followed up with another message. "I offer cash on delivery. You can inspect the goods before payment. Just check the feedback from others on the forum. I've been selling for 4 years now, producing only 10 pieces each year. But I appreciate your username, so I'm inclined to sell to you. Think it over. If you're interested, send me your measurements, and I can begin crafting it. I've been rather idle lately." Chun Song raised an eyebrow, sensing an unexpected warmth from the Black Widow. Had it not been for her offer to inspect the goods before payment, he might have thought her a fraud. As for his own username, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had hastily named himself "I am Spider-Man." After a moment's contemplation, Chun Song found himself intrigued. If she had sold 10 items a year, that amounted to 40 over 4 years. As long as he exercised caution, it was unlikely he would be discovered, let alone recognized by this Black Widow. Moreover, he could procure a finished product first, study the blueprints, and eventually craft several more on his own. After a brief hesitation, Chun Song replied, "All right, how much for the complete set?" "The discounted price is 60,000. The Black Widow responded swiftly. Upon seeing that figure on his screen, a wave of despair swept over him. 60,000. How long would it take to earn that? It was unfathomable. The most expensive item in his wardrobe was a genuine Adidas tracksuit his mother had bought for over 2,000, which he had only dared to wear once. The thought of donning a 60,000 outfit and risking damage was unbearable. He chose not to respond immediately. First, he lacked the 60,000, and second, he wished to peruse the Black Widow's previous posts on the forum. However, after browsing through her meticulously crafted posts, his expression changed dramatically. Each exquisite image showcased a perfect replica of Spider-Man's suit, with every detail rendered so realistically that his heart began to race. Without further hesitation, Chun Song replied to the Black Widow, "Can you offer a lower price?" "No," came her blunt response. "It's only 60,000. I refuse to believe you can't make that." After much inner turmoil, he finally gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Subsequently, he instructed her to commence production. The Black Widow then inquired about his various measurements, even scrutinizing the shape of his face, demonstrating her stringent standards for precision. This only bolstered Chun Song's trust, amplifying his anticipation for what his battle attire would look like. "Oh, seems like my brother has quite a good physique," she teased, sending shivers down his spine. Despite her moniker of Black Widow, her forum profile indicated a male identity, leaving Chun Song feeling a chill. He chose not to linger on this topic, merely acknowledging her claim that the work would be completed in about a week, and he couldn't help but admire her efficiency. Yet, he also began to worry about how to gather the remaining 50,000 in just a week. Surely, he couldn't resort to robbing Li Chong and Yang Fei daily. Ultimately, Chun Song shut down his computer, changed into comfortable casual wear, donned a beanie, and masked his face before stealthily climbing out the window. Tonight, he would attempt to truly glide through the city. After a month of training, it was finally time to take flight. He incessantly shot webs at the surrounding buildings, his body soaring through the air with remarkable agility. Each swing was executed with precision, allowing him to deftly navigate through the urban landscape. At first, he narrowly avoided crashing into a high-rise S-glass window, but fortunately, he managed to exert force and adhered to the wall with his limbs, thus escaping calamity. As night deepened, Chun Song gradually felt at ease, gliding gracefully between towering edifices, the exhilarating sensation prompting him to let out a triumphant scream. Consequently, his voice echoed through the bustling streets, drawing the attention of passers-by who, upon hearing the commotion, looked up only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, which they naturally assumed to be a mere bird. On this particular day, Chun Song remained at home, preparing for the upcoming monthly examination, not through revision, but by gathering essential items like pens. After informing his parents, he hurriedly set out. He sought quick monetary gain, a job that would utilize his unique abilities. However, after meandering through the streets for hours, he found himself devoid of any prospects. It was not until he arrived at a clothing store that he noticed a pet search notice posted outside, adorned with a photograph of a kitten, offering a staggering reward of 20,000 yuan. Chun Song was taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that for the affluent, keeping a pet had become akin to raising a child, and judging by the breed of the kitten, it appeared to be quite rare. Given his current spider sense, the challenge of locating a cat in such a vast city was formidable. Furrowing his brow, he snapped a photograph with his phone and turned to leave. Later that evening, during dinner at home, a news report aired about recent car thefts, encouraging citizens to report any sightings for a reward. While the report discouraged direct confrontation with thieves, Chun Song took note of this information, contemplating that his nightly excursions might indeed lead him to encounter a few offenders, each potentially yielding a reward of 5,000 yuan, enough to satisfy his financial ambitions. With a sense of glee, he mused about the possibility of encountering more thieves. The following morning, he awoke early, ready to prepare himself for the monthly examination. The last of the semester had finally arrived. Gazing into the mirror, a slight smile crept across his lips. He was determined to reclaim the title of the top student in his grade. He intended to prove to everyone that the Chun Song of a year ago had returned, stronger than ever, for he was no longer an ordinary individual. Chapter 10. I am determined to be first in the entire grade beneath the blazing sun. Numerous students had already gathered at the school gate in anticipation. Although it was merely a monthly examination, both the school and many second-year students regarded it with considerable seriousness, as it was the final monthly test of the semester and significantly reflected their impending final examination results. The outcome of these final exams would affect class placements in the third year, thus no one dared to take it lightly. Only a few students, whose grades languished at the bottom and had given up on achieving high scores, leisurely sat at a breakfast stall by the gate, munching on fried dough sticks and sipping soy milk. Among them, a plump boy spotted Chun Song and his eyes brightened instantly. With enthusiasm, he vacated a spot and called out loudly, "Chun Song, come over here. I've saved a seat for you." Upon hearing the commotion, Chun Song turned around, his expression turning peculiar. Just a month ago, his face was plagued with acne and his grades dismal, and this group had shown him no welcome, ostracizing him entirely. It was only after he had reprimanded Li Chong in class the day before that this boy had begun to show him warmth. That afternoon during class, he had even secretly passed Chun Song a note, suggesting they burn yellow paper to become brothers. Naturally, Chun Song had rolled his eyes and ignored him, but now he unexpectedly encountered him again. The boy, named Zhao Ji, nicknamed Zhaozi, came from a relatively well-off family. Aside from his school uniform, he wore nothing but brand-name clothing. Among the group of underachievers, he held considerable sway due to his wealth, having provided snacks and drinks for his companions. Seeing that the school gate would not open anytime soon and feeling the oppressive heat, Chun Song decided to approach them, especially given Zhaozi's enthusiasm. The group regarded Chun Song with newfound respect, particularly after witnessing the incident with Li Chong, which had been embellished in retellings among them, causing their eyes to sparkle with admiration as they regarded him. Zhaozi threw an arm around Chun Song's shoulder and, with a hearty gesture, boomed, "Chun Song, order whatever you like. It's on me." Chun Song managed a slight smile and replied, "No need. I've just eaten. I'm here to sit for a while. Don't be modest. With me, there's no need for formalities," Zhaozi insisted, thumping his chest. The others nodded enthusiastically, urging him to eat. Eventually, Chun Song, feeling cornered, accepted a bottle of drink, which seemed to appease them. Then, Zhaozi's hefty hand rested on Chun Song's shoulder again as he grinned widely, saying, "Chun Song, Teach us a bit of martial arts after the exam, will you? How did you manage to lift Li Chong that day? Chun Song was taken aback, about to clarify that he had never practiced martial arts when suddenly a loud crash interrupted him. Someone had smashed a glass bottle of drink onto the ground. They turned to see Li Chang's group approaching. Not only were they there, but Yang Fei was also present, sporting a bruised face and a cast on his left arm, as if he had endured a severe beating. Even Lu Yu, the girl who had mocked Chun Song during the last monthly exam, was with class monitor Gu Ku, seemingly arriving at school with Yang Fei and his companions. Upon spotting Chun Song, Gu Ku frowned slightly, studying him intently. Chun Song was momentarily taken aback. He had not inflicted such harm on Yang Fei that day. It was evident that Gu Kui had mistakenly believed he had resorted to violence. However, he felt no compulsion to clarify the misunderstanding and simply resumed sipping his drink. Despite his injuries, the tiger's authority remained intact. Li Chong and his companions, emboldened by Yang Fei's presence, felt a newfound confidence, especially with Gu Kui and Lu Yu still in attendance. They were eager to reclaim their dignity. After the bottle was hurled, Li Chong pointed at the chubby boy and angrily rebuked him. "You fat pig, are you tired of living? How dare you speak ill of me behind my back?" The chubby boy and his friends were taken aback, rendered speechless. Had it been just Li Chong and his group, they would not have been so intimidated. Yet, with Yang Fei present, they were clearly apprehensive. Everyone knew that Yang Fei often associated with delinquents outside school, and offending him would lead to dire consequences. Chun Song remained composed, quietly sipping his drink, recognizing that there was no need to engage in conflict at that moment. Should a fight break out and the school find out, it could jeopardize their ability to take exams, an unwise outcome indeed. He knew there would be ample opportunities to teach these individuals a lesson later. He patted the chubby boy's shoulder, offering a gesture of goodwill and support. The chubby boy paused for a moment, then broke into a broad smile, clearly pleased. Ignoring Li Chong and the others, he returned to eating fried dough sticks. Li Chong's scolding felt as ineffective as striking cotton, leaving him unsatisfied and unable to vent his frustration, which resulted in a rather grim expression. Observing this, Yang Fei chuckled softly and stepped forward, gazing at the chubby boy and Chun Song with mockery. "How amusing! The bottom 10 of our class are all gathered here. Truly, you are the class's proverbial rat droppings, stinking together." Upon hearing this, Li Chong was the first to react, bursting into laughter. "Haha, indeed. Aren't you 10 just here for a feast before the monthly exam?" However, Chun Song remained silent, and the chubby boy and his companions followed suit, sitting in silence as they continued to eat fried dough sticks and drink soy milk. Eventually, the chubby boy raised his bowl of soy milk and clinked it with the others, exclaiming, "Cheers!" Chun Song couldn't help but smile. The chubby boy had a knack for playfulness. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly approached, standing before Chun Song with her arms crossed, inadvertently accentuating her figure. She gazed at him with a furrowed brow and asked, "Chun Song, why are you still here for the exam?" Chun Song was taken aback and replied, "Why shouldn't I be here? Your scores are nearly equivalent to 0. Why bother coming? You consistently drag down our class's average. Do you know that Teacher Su has been reprimanded by the principal several times? The principal wants to transfer you to class 10, but Teacher Su has been defending you. And yet, you persist in causing trouble," Lu Yu said, her frustration evident as her chest heaved with her words. "Oh," Chun Song replied nonchalantly, not lifting his gaze and continuing to drink his beverage. Lu Yu's expression darkened instantly. Gu Kui approached and gently tugged at her, but she remained unyielding, looking at Chun Song with a cold demeanor. "Since you are aware, you should hurry home. I'll ask the class monitor to excuse you. It's the last monthly exam of the semester. At least let our class secure a first place." Ding! Meanwhile, a piercing bell suddenly rang through the school, and the gates swung open, allowing a throng of students who had been waiting eagerly to rush inside. Chun Song turned to glance back momentarily, then quietly pulled out a chair and rose to his feet. His expression remained indifferent as he cast a brief look at Lu Yu and remarked, "The class ranking holds no significance for me." Lu Yu was instantly incensed, pointing at Chun Song, ready to unleash her fury, and even Gu Kui could not help but furrow her delicate brows. However, Chun Song spoke again, asserting this time, "The top position for the entire grade is assuredly mine." With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode toward the school gates, leaving Lu Yu and Gu Kui, among others, in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 11. Cheating? What did he just say? First in the entire grade? Lu Yu gradually regained her composure, casting a disbelieving glance at Gu Kai, seemingly seeking confirmation that she had not misheard. Gu Kai's expression also shifted, as she pondered the possibility that Chun Song might truly achieve this. But could it really be so? In merely a month, could one elevate their nearly non-existent foundational knowledge to the pinnacle of the entire grade? It seemed implausible. Gu Kai resolutely shook her head inwardly, convinced that no matter how exceptional an individual may be, their capacity for learning could not be so extraordinary. Yang Fei sauntered over, his left arm dangling, a mocking grin plastered across his face. He must be referring to the last in the grade. Surely, you don't believe he's actually first, right? Ah. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly came to her senses, her expression returning to normal. I thought so too. I was almost startled. If he were last in the grade, that would make sense. It was nothing short of ordinary. Unfortunately, our class's average score in this month's exam is bound to suffer again. Ki, we can only count on you to score as high as possible. Every point counts. Gu Kai offered a slight smile, declaring, "I will do my best." Her smile caused several boys present to nearly lose their composure, and a flicker of fervor ignited in Yang Fei's eyes, silently vowing to win Gu Kai's affection. The others, noticing Chun Song's departure, hurriedly gathered their belongings and scampered after him. The monthly exam itself was a standard assessment, yet placed at the end of the term, it bore significant weight. Chun Song's class was divided into two for the exam, necessitating that students sit among peers from other classes, thereby diminishing the likelihood of cheating. Once seated, he discovered that a boy and a girl occupied the adjacent desks. The boy appeared quite ordinary, whereas the girl caught Chun Song's attention with her bright, short hair and delicate, fair complexion, rivaling even the class beauty. Gu Kai, what are you staring at? Be careful I don't blind you. The short-haired girl sensed Chun Song's gaze and shot him an admonishing glare. Taken aback, Chun Song quickly returned her a faint smile, intrigued by her boldness. After ensuring he had all the necessary materials for the exam, he placed his backpack on the podium just as the invigilators entered the room, each clutching a stack of exam papers. Two invigilators entered the classroom, their piercing gazes sweeping across the room like a blade, causing any students harboring mischievous thoughts to immediately lower their heads, feeling a twinge of guilt. The first subject was Chinese language. The moment Chun Song received the exam paper, he flipped straight to the last page to read the essay prompt, a habit he had cultivated over time. He preferred to know the topic first, then return to the front to tackle the questions, all the while contemplating his essay in his mind, his unique method of multitasking. Inherently intelligent, coupled with the remarkable photographic memory akin to that of a spider, Chun Song effortlessly excelled in the language arts examination. Even the essay portion was completed with ease, and with 30 minutes remaining before the conclusion of the test, he unhesitatingly raised his hand to submit his paper. The proctor raised an eyebrow, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. They had heard of the student, who had once been a top scholar in his freshman year but had seemingly fallen from grace in his sophomore year. The fact that he submitted his paper early during the final monthly exam suggested he had entirely relinquished his academic pursuits. The two teachers exchanged discreet shakes of their heads, for the difficulty of this month's examination was considerable, with even some of the higher-achieving students still engrossed in their essays. Chun Song's early submission raised suspicions that he may have handed in a blank sheet. However, when one of the proctors descended from the platform to collect Chun Song's exam paper, they were instantly rendered speechless. Staring incredulously at Chun Song, the proctor's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Chun Song leisurely gathered his belongings, ascended the podium to retrieve his backpack, and made his way outside, eager to train on the back mountain, for time was of the essence to him. A short-haired girl glanced up at Chun Song, disdainfully clicked her tongue, and resumed her focus on the test. Soon, afternoon arrived, heralding the mathematics assessment. In mathematics, Chun Song was relentless, initially contemplating whether to deliberately answer a few questions incorrectly to avoid suspicion. However, he soon realized that if he were to secure first place in the entire grade, no one could question his integrity. Thus, in less than an hour and a half, he filled the entire math paper and once again submitted it ahead of schedule. The proctors were left in a state of astonishment, and upon inspecting the paper filled with answers, a hint of doubt flickered in their eyes. Something about Chun Song seemed amiss. They resolved to request the footage from the surveillance cameras following the exam, and to closely monitor him during the subsequent comprehensive and English assessments. That afternoon, Chun Song made another trip to the abandoned building for training, returning home only when the time was right. His mother had already prepared dinner, while his father lounged in the living room, watching television. As Chun Song entered, they both seemed inclined to inquire about his performance in the exam but hesitated, fearing it might unsettle him. Ultimately, they chose to remain silent on the matter. Chun Song offered a faint smile, not proactively mentioning the exam, knowing that once the results were revealed, everything would become clear. The following day marked the final day of the monthly exams, featuring only the comprehensive subjects and English assessments. The morning's test was a liberal arts comprehensive exam, which posed no challenge for Chen Kong. This subject primarily relied on memory, complemented by some comprehension and analysis, allowing him to navigate it with ease. However, upon arriving at the school gate that morning, he once again encountered a group of his chubby peers, who warmly invited him over for drinks and engaged in casual banter. Just as the school gate was about to open, the sound of high heels clicking on the pavement approached them. The chubby student perked up, spotting the newcomer, and almost drooled as he exclaimed, "Teacher Su." Chun Song turned to look, and indeed, it was Su Jingru. Today, she was dressed as elegantly as ever, adorned in a professional OL attire. The pristine white shirt clung tightly to her chest, leaving one with the apprehension that a careless move might cause a button to pop off. Fortunately, Chun Song maintained his composure and did not lose his poise, politely addressing her as Teacher Su. However, Su Jingru's expression was far from pleasant. She approached with a serious demeanor, directly fixing her gaze upon Chen Kong, furrowing her brows. She inquired, "Chun Song, did you cheat on yesterday's exam?" For a moment, Chun Song was taken aback, but soon his countenance darkened with concern as his worst fears came to fruition. Chapter 12. The strong woman, a student who had languished at the bottom of their grade for nearly a year, suddenly produced a flawless examination paper, an occurrence that naturally aroused suspicion. Chun Song had anticipated this development, but he was taken aback by its swiftness. Gradually, he reconciled himself to the situation, recognizing that this only intensified his need to secure the top position. He could not afford to remain low-key. Otherwise, if his score were to improve significantly yet remain unremarkable, he would inevitably face accusations of plagiarism. Meanwhile, a few hefty classmates sensed the unusual atmosphere, their expressions shifting into something more dubious. They were seasoned in the art of cheating, and Su Jingru's inquiry nearly startled them into a panic. They hastily laughed it off, saying, "Teacher Su, Chun Song, you two carry on. We must take our leave." With that, they snatched up their bags and fled. Chun Song shook his head with a wry smile, thinking how this cowardly boy dared to speak of brotherhood while showing none. However, he brushed off the incident and turned to Su Jingru, calmly stating, "Teacher Su, if there was any cheating, the surveillance footage will reveal it. I have nothing to hide." Upon hearing this, Su Jingru furrowed her brow even tighter. "The proctor from yesterday approached the principal to review our class's surveillance footage. Upon inquiry, I discovered they suspect you. They will be checking the footage today. If you have cheated, it is imperative that you confess to me immediately. I will assist you in acknowledging your error. Otherwise, if the truth comes to light, you risk suspension." Rather than becoming irate at the suspicion, Chun Song's smile widened. He could discern that Su Jingru genuinely cared for her students, including him. Previously, Lu Yu had mentioned that Su Jingru had even pleaded with the principal several times to allow him to remain in Class 1. Hearing of his alleged cheating, she had rushed in early to show her concern. She was indeed a commendable teacher. Rising from his seat, he picked up his bag and approached Su Jingru with a serene demeanor. "Teacher Su, let them review the footage. Should they remain unconvinced afterward, I would welcome them to challenge me with questions in person." At this juncture, He paused momentarily, as the proximity to Su Jingru's enchanting features stirred something within him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he raised his hand and gently brushed his fingers against her delicate nose, saying, "This time, I shall repay your relentless efforts to keep me in class 1 with the highest score in the grade." With that, he turned and strode toward the school gate. Su Jingru stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at Chun Song's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never anticipated such an action from him. Faced with this already handsome student, she found herself completely unguarded. It was only after realizing what had happened that a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart racing. Quickly scanning her surroundings, she was relieved to find no one else had witnessed the exchange, but a peculiar sensation began to stir within her. Today's students truly were becoming increasingly bold. Suppressing a hint of bewilderment, she shook her head with a smile, thinking that perhaps Chun Song had watched too many youthful dramas, and she decided not to dwell on it too much. The mere utterance of Chun Song's declaration of being the top student of the entire grade had swiftly faded from her memory, leaving her preoccupied with genuine concern for Chun Song, apprehensive that he might have resorted to cheating. Throughout the day, during the examinations of 2 consecutive subjects, Chun Song felt the oppressive sensation of being scrutinized, an acute awareness heightened by his instinctual sensitivity, nearly compromising his focus on the questions at hand. Fortunately, endowed with an extraordinary memory, he managed to complete all the questions, albeit at the cost of additional time, ultimately refraining from submitting his paper early. Only at the conclusion of the English exam, when his paper was collected by the invigilator, did he shake his head in mild regret for lacking the time to practice at the abandoned building. However, this fleeting expression of regret was misinterpreted by the supervising teacher, who smirked with satisfaction, convinced that under her vigilant watch, cheating had indeed been thwarted. She paid little heed to Chun Song's paper and continued to collect those of other students. Stretching leisurely, Chun Song raised his arms above his head, twisting his spine, the gentle crackle of his joints providing him with a sense of comfort. Just then, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned abruptly, discovering it was the short-haired girl once more. Her eyes were fixed oddly upon his midsection. Lowering his gaze, he realized that his school uniform was slightly short, having inadvertently lifted while he stretched, revealing a hint of his abdomen. Since his body had undergone transformation due to spider genes, it had become fairer and stronger than before, yet it still lacked any definition of muscle, presenting instead an unflattering layer of softness. Chun Song felt uncomfortable under the girl's scrutiny and hastily adjusted his uniform to cover himself. The short-haired girl remained unfazed, glancing at him briefly without uttering a word. Yet the disdain in her gaze was unmistakable, and Chun Song felt a surge of irritation, muttering under his breath, "Is it a crime to be fairer than you?" Though his voice was barely audible, the girl caught his words, raising an eyebrow in disdain and turning to glare at him. Unperturbed, Chun Song met her gaze directly. In that moment, with the 2 invigilators collecting papers ahead and other students absorbed in gathering their belongings, the short-haired girl made a move that nearly caused Chun Song to lose his composure. With an expression of utter disdain, she lifted her shirt, revealing a glimpse of her navel. No, it was defined abdominal muscles. This girl had indeed trained her abs, showcasing a perfectly sculpted line. Chun Song was taken aback, realizing that her derisive gaze had been mocking the softness around his waist. However, this revelation did not dishearten him. He knew that with his current strength, he could easily overcome her. He decided to rest his chin on his hand, feigning interest as he observed her, teasingly challenging, "Dare to raise it a bit higher?" The short-haired girl, rather than becoming enraged, merely regarded him with continued disdain, subsequently lowering her shirt with composed indifference before picking up her water bottle to take a sip. From beginning to end, there was not a trace of the modesty and shyness typically expected of a young woman. She was the very embodiment of a spirited, independent woman. Chun Song offered a dull smile, choosing not to engage further, and after tidying his writing instruments, he rose to leave. As he stepped out of the classroom, he spotted Gu Kui emerging from the examination room of the adjacent class. He bestowed upon her a gentle smile, but she frowned, casting him a disappointed glance before turning away without a word. Chun Song let out a wry smile, scratching his nose in contemplation, pondering the peculiar mood of every girl he encountered that day. However, that was not his primary concern. What troubled him now was the considerable sum required for the spider suit in 5 days. Over the past 2 nights, he had wandered aimlessly without encountering any car thieves, let alone the lost little pet, leaving him at a loss for where to procure the tens of thousands of dollars he needed. Just as he was mired in worry, he noticed a few figures in his line of sight. Li Chong and Yang Fei, along with their entourage, were stealthily exiting the school, heading towards the back mountain. Chun Song hesitated for a moment, then a slight smile crept onto his lips as he decided to follow them. Chapter 13. The impatience of youth throughout the journey. Chun Song moved with remarkable grace, treading silently behind Yang Fei and Li Chong, who were unaware of his presence. Familiarity with this mountainous terrain surpassed that of many others, allowing him to maintain a distance close enough to overhear their conversation. Damn it, if I uncover who's scheming against me, I will make them pay dearly, Yang Fei grumbled vehemently. Li Chong, standing close by, replied with a sycophantic smile, Don't worry, Fei Gu. We've got this covered. You can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Yang Fei's demeanor softened slightly as he nodded. Fortunately, I have you all. Rest easy. With me around at school, no one will dare to provoke you again. Thank you, Fei Yi. Li Chong and the others beamed with delight, their families already enjoying good fortunes. Chun Song understood this well, and though he could easily claim their wealth, he refrained from acting hastily. His presence in the back mountains was not merely for monetary gain. He sensed ulterior motives at play. Thus, he patiently concealed himself behind a tree, watching as Yang Fei and the others entered an abandoned factory. Not long after, Yang Fei approached the factory's large iron gate and remarked nonchalantly, This place used to belong to my uncle, but it went bankrupt. You all can buy some furniture to spruce it up. After classes, you can hang out here, and it would be great to bring a few girls along. Wow, Fei Gu. This place is indeed splendid. We should hire some workers to decorate, lay down carpets, get a few large beds, and bring in some sound systems. It will instantly become luxurious, Li Chong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, especially at the mention of inviting girls. Rest assured, we'll handle this. This will be our secret base. The others chimed in eagerly, their excitement infectious. Yang Fei nodded in satisfaction, and the group ventured further inside. Chun Song listened intently to their conversation, a wry smile crossing his face as he acknowledged their penchant for revelry. However, he remained patient, biding his time for the right opportunity to act. With several adversaries present, employing his web techniques was essential, but donning his uniform and mask posed challenges. The anticipation for his spider suit grew stronger. As Yang Fei and Li Chong explored the factory, Li Chong even took out a pen and paper to jot down a list of items to purchase: refrigerators, televisions, air conditioners, and various appliances. Chun Song felt a flicker of desire. How convenient it would be to possess such a private sanctuary. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing he had yet to gather enough funds for his battle suit, pondering why he entertained such thoughts. As Yang Fei and his companions were not likely to depart anytime soon, Chun Song decided to conceal himself atop a tree. Suddenly, he recalled a short-haired girl he had encountered during the examination that day, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Such a beauty of that caliber must surely be well known within the school. Yet, he had scarcely paid attention to such matters over the years, even unaware of which class she belonged to. While Chun Song was lost in thought, a figure briskly emerged from the abandoned factory, making its way towards the corner of the wall. This slight commotion immediately caught Chun Song's attention. He swiftly turned his head, raising an eyebrow, his lips curving into a smirk as he recognized Yang Fei, who had reached the corner and was unbuckling his belt, seemingly intending to relieve himself. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chun Song could not let it slip away. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent forth a strand of silk, which promptly adhered to the top of the factory wall. He then propelled himself off the tree trunk, swinging towards the abandoned structure with remarkable speed. Within mere seconds, he had positioned himself behind Yang Fei, using the force of his momentum to deliver a powerful kick to his back. Bang! Yang Fei, caught unawares mid-relief, was hurled against the wall. Though he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, his face still collided with the surface, plunging him into darkness as dizziness enveloped him. Chun Song skillfully calibrated his strength. He had no intention of taking Yang Fei's life for a trifling sum. Instead, he rendered him unconscious and proceeded to extract a bank card from him, not neglecting a few hundred yuan notes as well, before departing. As for Li Chong and the others, he opted against confronting them, for he was still clad in his school uniform and lacked the confidence to obscure their vision with silk simultaneously. Thus, he chose to make his way back to the school. After acquiring the bank card, his immediate intention was to disguise himself and cover his head before locating an ATM to withdraw funds, all before Li Chong and the others could react and freeze the card. Having completed this endeavor, the night gradually deepened.
Chen Kong,
With over 6,000 yuan tucked into his backpack, changed back into his school uniform and, with a smile, headed home. His mother had prepared a sumptuous dinner in anticipation of his return, seemingly to celebrate the conclusion of his monthly examinations, yet she refrained from mentioning the exams themselves. As Chun Song dined, he contemplated how to generate income in the future. Meanwhile, his father, unable to contain his restlessness, hesitated before speaking. Song, do not place too much weight on your monthly exam results. You merely lack time for revision. Chun Song responded with a faint smile. Dad, let us discuss it once the results are released. His father paused, refraining from further inquiries, and nodded gently before resuming his meal. The following day, school resumed as usual. Upon entering the classroom, Chun Song was surprised to find that Yang Fei had not arrived, nor had Li Chong and the others taken their seats. However, considering that they likely needed to deliver money to local thugs, he quickly rationalized their absence. It seemed they had not managed to gather the funds and were too intimidated to return to school. That day unfolded normally for Chun Song. He refrained from practicing in the back hills and instead remained in the classroom, engrossed in his studies. He had borrowed several textbooks from the library, focusing on the materials intended for the senior class. It was merely noon when Su Jingru summoned Chun Song, her brows furrowed in concern. With her arms crossed over her chest, she inquired, Chun Song, do you truly intend to refrain from approaching the principal to acknowledge your mistakes? There is no need for that, Teacher Su. I could never cheat, Chun Song replied with a resigned shrug. Su Jingru's expression darkened at once. Although she was unaware of Chun Song's results, the demeanor of several grading teachers suggested that the situation had escalated significantly. Despite her inquiries, those teachers merely shook their heads, indicating that the principal was still investigating, and the matter had even begun to attract the attention of the headmaster. Chun Song, do you realize how serious this situation is? If it is discovered, you could very well face expulsion. Su Jingru altered her tone, attempting to persuade Chun Song gently. Teacher Su, when will the results be announced? Chun Song asked. Upon hearing this, Su Jingru's face lit up, believing that she had finally swayed him. She promptly replied, the results will be available tomorrow. If you accompany me to the teacher, it is not too late. The teacher will surely speak favorably on your behalf. Oh, then be patient. After tomorrow, everything will yield a conclusion, Chun Song remarked dismissively, nodding slightly. He then feigned maturity, patting Su Jingru on the shoulder and sighed. Young people must not be too impetuous. With that, he turned and walked back to the classroom. Chapter 14. The Ceremony of Apprenticeship. Chun Song, you? Su Jingru's eyes widened as she watched Chun Song return to the classroom, seemingly unconcerned. Ultimately, she could only stamp her foot in frustration, a rare display of her youthful side. However, as she recalled Chun Song's composed demeanor when he had patted her shoulder, her irritation surged anew. She had contemplated administering a fitting punishment to this audacious student. Yet the thought that Chun Song might soon be caught cheating made her shake her head in resignation, turning instead towards the office. She needed to inquire further about the progress of the investigation, hoping to speak favorably on Chun Song's behalf. After all, she understood all too well the significance of academic credentials. Although his family's connections could easily safeguard his position, she wished to avoid such a path. Her admission to this school was based solely on her own merits, independent of her family's influence, and she preferred to keep her affairs discreet. However, that afternoon, news spread among the students that Chun Song had cheated on the monthly exam. Suddenly, the entire grade was abuzz with chatter. The top student from their freshman year had, quite unexpectedly, fallen to the bottom of the rankings and resorted to cheating, which struck many as comical. Throughout the afternoon classes, the other students regarded Chun Song with peculiar glances, and even the teachers seemed affected. Yet, Chun Song remained oblivious, engrossed in his senior year textbooks. In the midst of this, a chubby classmate passed him a note. Upon unfolding it, Chun Song read, "Brother Song, you're really something. Your cheating scandal has caused quite a stir. But don't worry too much. If the school dares to expel you, I'll have my dad pull some strings to get you back, no big deal. By the way, when can you teach us martial arts?" Chun Song was taken aback. He turned to see the chubby student grinning at him, prompting a wry smile from Chun Song as he jotted down a simple reply indicating all was well. He tossed the note back without waiting for a reaction and resumed his studies. By the time school ended, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom, only to encounter Gu Kui and Lu Yu, who were heading to the cafeteria. They had grown accustomed to staying after school for extra study sessions. Upon seeing Chun Song, Gu Kui frowned slightly, opened her mouth as if to speak, then hesitated before finally saying, "Take care of yourself." With that, she turned and walked away. Lu Yu shot him a scornful look and remarked, "You're quite ambitious, aren't you? Just because I said not to drag our class down, you went ahead and cheated. Do you realize how much more you've embarrassed us?" Without waiting for Chun Song's response, she followed Gu Kui. Taking a deep breath, Chun Song chose not to engage in explanations. Tomorrow the truth would come to light, and there was no need to be upset. Just then, a chubby hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Recognizing it as his friend, he didn't bother to evade. "Brother Song, don't let these kids get to you. They may look good, but they're lacking in other areas. If you ask me, you should aim for a girlfriend of Su Teacher's caliber. Just look at her figure." The chubby student squinted dreamily. Chun Song couldn't help but roll his eyes and interrupted. All right. Didn't you say you wanted to learn martial arts? Bring some tuition tomorrow, and I'll teach you." The plump fellow was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. "Brother Song, are you serious? You mustn't go back on your word. We understand the apprenticeship fee without you needing to mention it. Rest assured, though I won't be bringing much money today, I will certainly come prepared tomorrow. Let me go inform the others." Observing the chubby figure scurry back to the classroom, Chun Song was momentarily stunned, pondering the wealth of the boy's family. If he truly returned with the money tomorrow, would he not be able to cover the several thousand he was missing? But how could that be? No matter how affluent one might be, such extravagant spending was improbable. Chun Song couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts, and then he made his way toward the school gate. This time, he did not engage in training but instead returned home. After dinner, he closed his bedroom door, sat at his computer and opened the forum from last time. Upon checking the message box, he was surprised to find several unread messages, all from Black Widow. "Brother, are you there? Please provide a delivery address and phone number. Once the clothes are ready, I'll send them over. Remember to have the money ready." There were just 2 sentences, followed by 2 photographs showcasing a headpiece that was already mostly completed, its exquisite details reflecting the exceptional craftsmanship of the creator. Chun Song felt a surge of excitement and was about to reply with his address and phone number when he suddenly hesitated. He shook his head, opting not to respond immediately. Instead, he closed the page, grabbed his wallet, and ventured out of his home. After a considerable distance, he purchased an anonymous new SIM card at a small shop and then found a secluded location far from his home. Memorizing the street number, he quickly returned home. Once back, he reopened the page and left a message for Black Widow, sending his new phone number and address. After all, if the delivery service could not pinpoint the exact location, they would leave the items at a collection point, allowing him to retrieve them later. This way, he could avoid being traced in the future. Even if someone discovered he was in the city, they would never find his home. Who would suspect that a high school student possessed Spider-Man abilities? Having completed these tasks, Chun Song smiled faintly and lay down to sleep. He awoke in the dead of night, covered his face, opened the window and climbed out again. Using his webbing to propel himself off the opposite building, he swung into the night, his movements evidently more adept than before. He began gliding between the towering edifices, transitioning from awkwardness to gradual ease, a testament to his prior foundational training. Thus, he spent nearly the entire night soaring through the air, yet failed to encounter any car thieves, returning home somewhat sheepishly. As dawn broke, Chun Song had breakfast and returned to school. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Yang Fei and Li Chong had yet to arrive, but no one seemed to notice. All eyes were fixed on Chen Kong. The results of the monthly examination had been released and posted on the notice boards of each classroom, a school tradition wherein each test yielded a comprehensive ranking list. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Song's name prominently appeared at the top of the grade, but what shocked them even more was the number that followed: 712. The total score for all subjects is 750, and Chun Song achieved an impressive 712. What sort of extraordinary talent is this? Is it possible to cheat to such an extent? Surely, Chun Song must have somehow acquired the exam paper in advance. Who could possibly achieve such high marks through dishonest means? Indeed, even without a teacher supervising, I could not possibly attain such scores within that limited time, even if I were to consult textbooks or check my phone. I heard that he submitted his answers for several subjects ahead of time. Every class is abuzz with discussions about this matter, and Chun Song's class is no exception. As soon as he sat down, a chubby classmate hurried over, his face filled with admiration. "Brother Song, you are truly a gifted master of cheating. Here, accept this red envelope. It contains our tuition fees, and I even added a little extra. Please teach us your methods of deception later." "I did not cheat," Chun Song replied coolly, initially disinterested in the chubby classmate. However, when he glanced at the red envelope being offered, his gaze became fixated. The envelope was rather thin, and its contents likely did not amount to even 500 yuan. He silently chastised himself for having overestimated them. The chubby classmate seemed to catch on to Chun Song's expression and quickly added, "Brother Song, please don't misunderstand. We brought too much money, which is inconvenient for us, so we transferred it to you. The password is your birthday." "Wait, you even know my birthday?"
Chen Kong Lim.
Wide-eyed. Not one to be polite, he accepted the envelope, but then paused, recalling the classmate's earlier words. "Hold on, you just said there was too much money? How much did you actually transfer?" Chapter 15. Of course, testing is possible, the chubby boy chuckled innocently, scratching the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor as he confessed. "I sold the birthday gift my father gave me. It fetched over 70,000. I just transferred a few thousand more, bringing the total to 80,000. "What?" Chun Song exclaimed in surprise. "What did your father give you?" "Just an old car, worth about 100,000. Selling it for over 70,000 is hardly a loss," the chubby boy replied matter-of-factly. Chun Song was left speechless. He was aware of the boy's affluent background but hadn't anticipated such extravagance. A car worth over 100,000 as a birthday gift, and the boy sold it for over 70,000. This is excessive. In truth, I haven't learned much martial arts. You should take the car back, Chun Song insisted, ultimately feeling he could not accept such a sum, as he truly had little to impart to the boy and his friends. The chubby boy widened his eyes and said, "Brother Song, is it insufficient? No worries, we can gather more. Just give me some time. I genuinely wish to learn martial arts. It's not about insufficiency. It's truly too much, and I have nothing of value to teach you." Chun Song thought to himself, astonished by the boy's lavishness, realizing he was indeed a genuine tycoon. "It's fine. The main thing is to let others know we are your disciples, so they won't dare to trample on us. Brother Kong, please accept this. If you don't, I might just sit here all day," the chubby boy lamented, squeezing himself onto Chun Song's chair. Chun Song continued to shake his head in refusal, but eventually, the boy clung to his arm and began to act endearingly, sending a shiver down Chun Song's spine. After several rounds of persistent coaxing, Chun Song reluctantly acquiesced, clarifying that he would treat it as a loan and would repay the boy later. Seeing Chun Song agree to accept, the boy disregarded any concerns about the loan and nodded enthusiastically, before finally getting up from half of Chun Song's chair. Chun Song felt the hard card in the red envelope and shook his head with a wry smile. This sum was indeed excessive for him. Even after purchasing that spider suit, he would still have around 20,000 remaining, and combined with the 2 payments he received from Yang Fei, he would have at least 40,000 left. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the corridor. growing increasingly closer until a figure entered the classroom and approached Chun Kong. Turning to look, he found it was Su Jingru. Chun Song. No matter what the director says later, do not agree, Su Jingru hurriedly whispered before striding away. Furrowing his brows, Chun Song intended to rise and follow her to inquire about the situation, when suddenly a commotion erupted at the front door, followed by a cacophony of students cheering. They were from other classes. The director is here. The director is here. That paper he's holding must be Chun Song's. It seems he's come to confront him and catch him in the act. Indeed, if the answers are from cheating, he wouldn't be able to analyze them anyway. Haha, come on, let us go watch the excitement. Even the former top student might resort to cheating, and to think he managed to cheat his way to first place. Truly reckless. Amidst a cacophony of noise, a group of students from other classes surrounded a middle-aged man as he entered the classroom of Class 1. The remaining students turned their heads, casting sympathetic glances towards Chun Kong. A stout boy patted his chest, as if to convey that everything would be taken care of by him. Chun Song offered a faint smile, exhibiting remarkable composure, and resumed his perusal of the senior year textbooks. Soon, the middle-aged man ascended the podium, followed by other subject teachers, and Su Jingru trailed behind, casting meaningful looks at Chun Song, seemingly reminding him of his earlier remarks. Chun Song set his book aside. The man at the podium, adorned with a pair of glasses and exuding an aura of refinement, was none other than the school director, Wang Hailin. As Chun Song raised his gaze, he found the director's stern eyes fixed upon him. The director then spoke, his voice robust and resonant. You all have seen the results of the monthly examination, I presume? Every student nodded in unison, affirming his statement. Wang Hailin slightly nodded back, his gaze lingering on Chun Song, and continued, in this month's examination, one student has surprisingly astonished us all with remarkable progress. You all must know who I am referring to. Chun Song. Many exclaimed loudly, some with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Hailin nodded again and remarked, to be frank, we reviewed all the surveillance footage multiple times and found no evidence of Chun Song engaging in any form of cheating during the examination. Thus, we have included his score in the official list, acknowledging his achievement. However, we do not rule out the possibility of a leak of the examination questions. Therefore, Chun Song, if you do not mind, could you kindly respond to a few questions in front of all the present teachers and students? Of course, you may refuse. I shall not compel you, as it is your prerogative. With that, the director's gaze locked onto Chun Song's eyes. Chun Song smiled. He couldn't help but think how hypocritical Director Wang was. While he presented an illusion of offering a choice, the grand display had drawn the attention of so many students, leaving Chun Song with no real option. Should he decline the director's proposal, he would undoubtedly be perceived as guilty, solidifying the reputation of his alleged misconduct. The vast majority of students present were astonished by the director's suggestion. Could such a fortunate opportunity exist? Surely one would opt not to answer and thus evade disaster. Their preconceived notions led them to believe Chun Song had cheated, and even Su Jingru was anxiously signaling him. Yet, some students from other classes, eager to stir the pot, shouted, "Director, this is hardly fair. He must have stolen the exam paper. Otherwise, he could never achieve such a score." Another chimed in, "Indeed, if I had cheated, I would certainly not admit it, let alone face a quiz on the spot. If he refuses, what can you do about it, Director? This is profoundly unjust to us. Our ranks have all dropped by one position. If everyone starts thinking about cheating, where will our motivation to study lie?" Lu Yu, feeling indignant, rose to her feet and declared, "Indeed, had it not been for him, the first place would undoubtedly belong to our class leader, Gu Kui. Chen Gong. If you are a man, you should have the courage to stand up and admit it." The crowd echoed her sentiments, jeering in agreement. Amidst the clamor, Gu Kui furrowed her brows slightly and cast a glance at Chun Song, gently shaking her head as if to silently advise him against standing up. Chun Song caught her gaze and hesitated for a moment, but then his attention was drawn to the short-haired girl who had sat beside him during the recent examination. She was now standing near the window, her expression still one of disdain. Upon meeting his eyes, she made a dismissive thumbs-down gesture towards him. Silence. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward to restore order and quell the students' uproar. He then turned to Chun Song and inquired, "Do you have a decision, Chun Song?" The The room fell into an immediate hush as everyone instinctively held their breath, awaiting his response. Chun Song smiled slightly, his handsome features radiating composure. He gently pushed his chair back, stood up, and surveyed the assembly before him, responding with a calm demeanor, "Of course, I am willing to take the test." Chapter 16. I have solved it, of course I can take the test. 6 simple words fell upon the ears of all present, reverberating like thunder, leaving the entire assembly in shock. Su Jingru's expression changed immediately. Disbelief clouded her gaze as she looked at Chun Song, her face a mask of confusion. She could not fathom why, despite having subtly hinted at the implications beforehand, he still chose to agree. If he failed to answer, the school would certainly have grounds to accuse him of cheating. While expulsion might not be the outcome, suspension and nullification of grades were inevitable. Was he truly so impulsive, disregarding the consequences for the sake of a moment's bravado? Su Jingru instinctively felt that Chun Song had been provoked into this decision by the taunts of his peers, compelling him to acquiesce. Gu Ku also stood in disbelief, turning to regard Chun Song with a peculiar expression in her eyes. Meanwhile, a portly student seated nearby was on the verge of tears, thinking to himself that Brother Song trusted him to secure his return to school, and he would not let him down. Director Wang was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Chun Song would actually agree. The faculty and students were taken aback, and as realization dawned, many erupted into mocking laughter. "Ha! Our provocation truly worked. He actually accepted," they jeered. "Should we commend him for being a real man who dares to face the music, or simply label him a fool, too naive to withstand ridicule?" Regardless, he was doomed. If he managed to answer even a single question correctly, I would eat my desk on the spot. Laughter echoed throughout the room, with many casting derisive glances at Chun Kong outside the window. A girl with short hair wore an even more contemptuous expression, shaking her head repeatedly and muttering to herself, "He truly is a hopeless case." Lu Yu also regarded Chun Song, snorting coldly, "At least you have the sense to stand up and admit it." "What have I admitted to?" Chun Song turned and asked lightly. "By agreeing to the test, you are essentially acknowledging that you cheated?" Lu Yu retorted. Chun Song interrupted her, shaking his head with a serene smile. "I did not cheat. That is precisely why I consented to the test. True gold fears no fire." This declaration sent the room into a fit of laughter. "Oh please, true gold fears no fire? You are merely a pile of dung at best. A more fitting metaphor might be that of a well-formed piece of dung." They chuckled. Lu Yu was incensed by Chun Song's words, pointing at him and saying, "You just keep being stubborn. I will see what you can answer. Which teacher will pose the questions?" Chun Song asked with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over Director Wang and the other teachers present. He was confident, unwavering, maintaining a smile throughout, and this air of composure began to catch the attention of a few, including Su Jingru and Gu Ku, who felt a flicker of incredulous speculation rising within them. Director Wang regained his composure and glanced at several teachers before his gaze settled on an elderly gentleman, stating, "Teacher Li, you have taught mathematics for many years. Why not set the questions? Please keep the difficulty level similar to that of the monthly exam." The elderly man nodded, saying nothing further, and strode directly to the podium. During the month that Su Jingru was absent from school, Chun Song diligently attended the mathematics classes taught by the substitute teacher. The instructor held a favorable impression of Chun Song, yet he found it difficult to comprehend how a student, who had previously occupied the bottom tier of his grade, could ascend to the pinnacle of the entire year in just a month. Furthermore, Chun Song achieved a perfect score in mathematics, with each step of his solutions executed to perfection, leaving no room for critique. This extraordinary feat left the teacher incredulous, as in his decades of teaching, he had never encountered such a remarkable student. Thus, as he stood before the blackboard, chalk in hand, a thought crossed his mind. He would raise the difficulty level by presenting a problem that was more challenging than the previous month's examination, to accurately gauge the true capabilities of this student. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes trained on the teacher as he prepared to pose a question, including Chun Song, who stood quietly in anticipation. After a brief moment, the teacher finally made his move, retrieving a triangular ruler and, with a definitive snap, began to sketch a geometric figure on the blackboard. Initially, some students wore expressions of confidence, speculating that the forthcoming question would pertain to geometry. However, as the drawing progressed, a few began to show signs of concern. After completing the geometric figure, the teacher proceeded to illustrate a coordinate system, accompanied by a curve. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. The combination of geometry with functions presented a challenge that only those within the top echelon of the class could hope to tackle. Once the figure was complete, the teacher began to inscribe the problem, word by word. By the time he reached the midpoint, the expressions of at least 3/4 of the students had turned ashen, realizing that the difficulty level was far beyond their reach. This question, if presented in an examination, would undoubtedly be the final and most arduous one, particularly as it involved the derivation of functions, a concept that introduced yet another layer of complexity. Only Guku and a handful of other students remained composed, their abilities allowing them to approach the problem, albeit with considerable time required. Su Jingru shook her head, contemplating that perhaps Chun Song would genuinely be unable to escape this predicament. Previously inspired by Chun Song's confidence, she had believed in his remarkable learning capability, even considering the possibility that he had fortuitously reviewed the exact questions from the monthly examination, thus answering them all correctly. However, the current problem encompassed 3 knowledge points, and it seemed that only those students who regularly practiced could solve it. Chun Song, despite his grasp of the concepts, lacked a solid foundation and was unlikely to succeed. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Chun Song, she was taken aback. This handsome student wore a smile, exhibiting not a trace of anxiety or fear. Just then, a wave of astonishment swept through the room as everyone turned their attention to the blackboard. Su Jingru snapped back to reality and quickly glanced over. It turned out that the teacher had completed writing the problem, and the final query pertained to the trajectory of conic sections. This was not merely 3 knowledge points, but for Guku and the other outstanding students exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that the difficulty had seemingly surpassed their limits. Immediately, some eager students rushed into Chun Song's classroom to borrow paper and pens, fervently diving into calculations and derivations. Gu Kai pressed her lips together, silently picking up her pen and bowing her head to engage in calculations. The emergence of a challenging problem presented an enticing challenge for them. Meanwhile, the others cast sympathetic glances toward Chun Song, some wearing mocking expressions, secretly pondering how such a problem could stump even the top students like Gu Kai, and questioning if someone who resorted to cheating could possibly solve it. At that moment, the old man turned around, casting a serious gaze at Chun Song, and remarked, "This problem I present is original. It has not appeared in any practice exercises or exams. However, I crafted it based on your performance in this examination, with no intent to make things difficult for you." Unfazed, Chun Song responded with a smile, "It's all right. I understand your intention, teacher. Very well. Take your time to think it through. I will grant you 20 minutes. If you can solve it, no one shall dare to accuse you of cheating again." The old man nodded, his impression of Chun Song improved, while his words subtly conveyed to those present that should Chun Song succeed in solving the problem, he would be the first to defend him against any further allegations of dishonesty. However, granting 20 minutes also reflected a slight bias from the old man, who believed that a truly capable individual would need only 15 minutes to think it through. Yet, the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Chun Song abruptly left his seat and strode toward the podium. The old man momentarily froze, assuming Chun Song could not see the problem clearly from below, and inquired, "Are you nearsighted?" "No." Chun Song gently shook his head and smiled. "I have solved this problem." Without regard for the old man's astonished expression, he seized a piece of chalk, turned to face the blackboard, and with a sharp crack, the chalk made contact, his wrist moving with agility as he swiftly began to solve the problem. From start to finish, he did not pause to contemplate. His writing flowed like a tempest, and in no time he completed the solution. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Chapter 17. The astonishment of all. How is this even possible? He actually solved it. My goodness, so this is how the problem is approached. How did I not think of this earlier? First, differentiate, extract the values, then substitute into the function. The brilliance lies in not needing to reach the final answer, but rather utilizing half of it to validate the geometric diagram, thus saving a considerable amount of unnecessary steps. Could it be that this individual truly did not resort to cheating? Numerous students gazed at the blackboard in disbelief, astonished by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Guku and several other exceptional students paused their pens, turning their attention to the blackboard. When Chun Song had written only half of his answer, they realized they had erred. Their approach was flawed and could not even begin to compare with Chun Song's. The problem contained inherent misdirection, deliberately leading the solver into a trap. It was only when they were nearly finished that they recognized their mistake, akin to navigating a labyrinth where two paths lie ahead. Yet one is merely a hidden passage, difficult to discern. Thus, they unwittingly chose the first visible route, only to discover it led to a dead end. It was not until they retraced their steps to the starting point that they realized how much time had been squandered. This was precisely why the old man insisted on granting Chun Song time to contemplate. He had intentionally embedded this challenge. However, no one anticipated that Chun Song would require no time at all, directly proceeding to solve the problem. Director Wang, I assure you, with my years of teaching experience, this student has undoubtedly not cheated. Rather, he is a rare genius, the old man asserted gravely, turning to Director Wang with conviction. At this moment, Chun Song had only completed half of the problem, yet the old man was already convinced of his integrity, for the reasoning was correct, and the subsequent steps merely involved applying formulas, leaving little room for error. Director Wang, too, was taken aback, staring blankly at the student wielding the chalk as if it were a sword. His heart filled with astonishment. Genius. This term had not been acknowledged for quite some time, yet today they were witnessing it firsthand. In merely a month, he had surged from the bottom of the grade to the very top. What a terrifying capacity for learning. Ultimately, as Chun Song derived the final answer and tossed the chalk into the box, a profound silence enveloped the entire classroom and the hallway beyond. No one dared to mock or voice any doubts. Lu Yu and her companions were momentarily dazed, their faces flushing crimson, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide their heads in. They had realized halfway through the problem that it was beyond their capabilities to solve. Reflecting on their earlier taunts, accusing Chun Song of cheating, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Students from other classes also fell silent, lowering their heads and slipping away. Su Jingru stood rooted in place, unable to regain her composure. The image of Chun Song standing before her before the monthly exam, confidently declaring his intention to achieve first place in the entire grade as a gesture of gratitude, resurfaced vividly in her mind, even the moment he playfully brushed her nose with his finger. He truly did it, Su Jingru murmured to herself. Gu Kai's expression was fraught with complexity. Ever since she heard Chun Song dismiss the significance of the class ranking before the monthly exam, her impression of him had soured. A person devoid of a sense of collective honor struck her as rather selfish. Even when Chun Song proclaimed his ambition to reclaim the title of top student in the entire grade, she found his words somewhat boastful and exaggerated. Later, as Chun Song entered the school, Yang Fei and Lu Yu incessantly spoke ill of him in her presence, leading her to avoid greeting him for several consecutive days. However, now this individual had proven his mettle, reclaiming the top position in just 1 month, thereby overshadowing her and her so-called peers. Although she ranked second in the grade, her total score of 653 paled in comparison to Chun Song's 712, a staggering difference of nearly 60 points. She quietly lowered her head, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. As Chun Song stepped down from the podium, he glanced toward the window to find the short-haired girl had mysteriously departed. He paid it little heed and approached Director Wang, offering a faint smile. Director, will there be assessments in other subjects? Cough. No need for that. We all trust Chun Song, Director Wang replied, awkwardly clearing his throat. What was there to assess? The surveillance showed no anomalies, and no teacher had reported any missing papers. The mathematics problem presented on the spot was sufficient evidence of his capabilities. Wang believed this old man could not possibly collude with Chun Song. Having been at the school for many years, he recognized that this particular elder was the most traditional, even earning a modicum of respect from the principal. Surely he would not conspire with a student. Realizing this, Director Wang felt little inclination to linger further, handing Chun Song's paper to Su Jingru. All right, everyone return to your classrooms. Let Chun Song serve as an example. With dedication, one can reap rewards. With that, he took his leave. The remaining students and teachers also felt compelled to exit in silence, leaving only a handful of students and Su Jingru in the classroom. It was only then that Su Jingru regained her composure, casting a glance at Chun Song, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She donned her heels and ascended the podium to deliver a speech, echoing Director Wang's sentiments, merely using Chun Song as an example to encourage diligent study among the students. Ultimately, the monthly exam papers were distributed, with only Chun Song's paper retained by Su Jingru. She glanced at the neat handwriting and meticulously reviewed each answer, feeling an inexplicable sensation arise within her. Could it be that true genius existed in this world? Chun Song was aware that Su Jingru held onto his paper but chose to ignore it, continuing to focus on his senior year textbooks. Thus, the first mathematics class passed in this manner. When the second class commenced, the Chinese teacher distributed the papers, and once again, Chun Song did not receive his. The Chinese teacher read aloud Chun Song's essay before the entire class. Although it did not achieve a perfect score, it was undoubtedly the most splendid piece of writing among the monthly exam submissions. Throughout the day, Chun Song basked in the admiring gazes of his teachers and the astonished reverence of his classmates. However, there remained a few discontented souls who, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "I refuse to believe that true geniuses exist. If he were truly exceptional, why has he squandered this entire year? Let us see what happens after the final exams." Nevertheless, this line of reasoning did not resonate with many. It was not until the afternoon dismissal that Su Jingru once again intercepted Chun Song. "I apologize on behalf of the teacher for the recent lack of trust in you," Su Jingru said with a smile. Chun Song waved his hand and replied with a light smile, "It's fine. Were I in your shoes, I might also be skeptical." Indeed, had it not been for the sudden transformation of his physical condition, no level of intelligence could have enabled him to achieve such feats. Su Jingru nodded gently, but then her smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as she stated, "However, one matter must be addressed. You have shown some disrespect towards the teacher. Should it occur again, I will have to keep you after class for punishment."
Chen Kong pauset.
Recalling the small antics he had played on Su Jingru before the monthly exam, and could not help but smile wryly. He was uncertain why he had acted that way. Perhaps it was due to his newfound capabilities and evolving mindset. Yet, he did not reveal too much, merely nodding to Su Jingru and saying, "Understood, teacher. I will remember that." There is one more thing, Su Jingru continued. With just a month until the final exams and the transition to senior year, the students wish to organize a camping trip to a deserted island. Everyone has signed up, yet you have not. Do you not wish to join? Upon hearing this, Chun Song recalled an encounter with a girl a few days prior who had inquired whether he would attend the camping trip, to which he had declined. Now, faced with Su Jingru's question, he could only shake his head and say with a wry smile, "Teacher Su, how could I possibly go? During the break, I need to work to earn money. You need not worry about the expenses. This time, it is the teacher who is treating you, as next semester. When you enter senior year, I may no longer be able to teach you," Su Jingru said with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Chun Song was about to decline again, but seeing Su Jingru's expression, he hesitated. It was merely a few days, and with the impending division of classes for senior year, it could very well be the last opportunity to enjoy time with his classmates. To miss out would undoubtedly be a regret. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Song finally nodded in agreement. "Teacher Su, count me in, but I will cover my own expenses." "Absolutely not. I have stated that the teacher is treating, and it shall remain so. You cannot be so selfish," Su Jingru said, feigning a stern gaze that, rather than imposing authority, appeared rather endearing. Chun Song couldn't help but smile, responding, "All right, so Teacher Su is a little wealthy. Then I won't insist." "What little wealthy? You are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Do you wish to stay after class?" "Not at all. I misspoke. Teacher Su is a graceful and affluent lady. I shall head home now, goodbye." With that, Chun Song hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed towards the school gate. "You!" Chun Song's swift escape left Su Jingru, who had intended to scold him, one step behind, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration, her eyes revealing a rare flicker of playful annoyance. As she gazed at Chun Song's figure sprinting away, a sudden chuckle escaped her lips, and she shook her head in amusement before turning to head back to her office. Upon returning home, Chun Song took the initiative to present his report card. startling both his father and mother, who were utterly astonished, even questioning whether he had resorted to cheating. It was only after Chun Song fervently explained himself, and his mother, who had always maintained contact with teacher Sue, personally called to inquire, that tears of joy streamed down her face as she declared that her son had grown wise. Chun Song's father, moved by the moment, promptly opened a bottle of white liquor, and that evening, the two shared drinks together, while Chun Song's mother, delighted, refrained from intervening. After a few sips, half inebriated, Chun Song's father urged him to keep striving for excellence, aiming to secure the top spot in the upcoming final exams. With a smile, Chun Song replied, "What I desire now is to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination." In the ensuing days, Chun Song's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. Aside from attending classes, he would wander through the towering edifices of the city in the dead of night. This urban expanse proved less perilous than he had imagined, enveloped in a serene quietude, until one day, just as he finished school, his phone buzzed with a message notifying him of a package arrival, prompting him to collect it. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. His spider suit had arrived. Chapter 18. Invitation. Chun Song did not rush to the express delivery point immediately. Instead, he hastily returned home, retrieved a mask he had prepared earlier, and changed into casual attire. After exchanging a few words with his mother, who was busy cooking, he stepped out. He sprinted all the way, only donning the mask upon arriving at the delivery point. With the bank card given to him by Fatty in hand, he successfully completed the payment and received the package. He held a deep trust in the Black Widow and did not feel the need to inspect the contents on the spot. Eagerly, he hurried back home, closed the door behind him, and sat on his bed to swiftly open the package. As he faced the final layer of cardboard, his heart began to race with anticipation. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand to unveil the box. Immediately, a beautifully crafted outfit caught his eye, its intricate spider silk patterns strikingly clear and full of dynamic lines. It was even more exquisite than the images he had seen on the forum. The materials and craftsmanship reflected the Black Widow's meticulous attention to this battle suit. The primary color of the suit was black, diverging from Spider-Man's traditional red and blue. This was a specific request from Chun Song. Aside from personal preference, he wished to avoid the conspicuous colors while soaring through the night. Black was the ideal color for concealment. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Song took out the battle suit, which felt light and soft in his hands, a truly comfortable material. He locked the door, removed his casual clothes, and began trying on the suit right in his room. Moments later, as he appeared before the full-length mirror in his wardrobe, the sight of himself clad in the perfectly fitting and comfortable suit brought a smile to his face. His gaze shifted to the hood in his hands. The goggles on the hood were remarkably precious, allowing visibility only from the inside out, crafted from a hard material that was not easily shattered, far superior to ordinary tempered glass. This was one of the more expensive features of the suit. Without further contemplation, he donned the hood. At that moment, looking at himself in the mirror, Chun Song felt as though he had transformed into the true Spider-Man, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting beneath the mask. He yearned to venture out immediately, to revel in the exhilaration of gliding through the air, feeling the wind brush against his cheeks. However, it was still early, and he had yet to eat dinner, so he suppressed his impulses and slowly removed the hood. The suit's breathability was commendable. Even in the summer heat, he felt no discomfort. For convenience, Chun Song decided to emulate the film's protagonist, wearing the suit underneath his clothing during idle moments, layering it with a long-sleeved shirt and trousers on top, allowing the suit to be completely concealed. When the time came to use it, he could easily remove the outer garments. When he went out to eat, Chen's father had returned home. Noticing his son in long sleeves, he inquired, "Why are you wearing long sleeves? Have you caught a cold?" "Just a bit, but it's nothing serious," Chun Song replied, touching his nose. Upon hearing this, his mother immediately felt a pang of concern and rushed over to check his forehead for a temperature. After confirming that he was normal, she sighed in relief and promised to give him some medicine after dinner. This stirred something within Chun Song. He could not reveal his identity or abilities to his parents, for it would endanger his entire family. He did not consider himself capable of embodying the true essence of a superhero like Spider-Man, selflessly championing justice. His aspirations were rather simple, to provide his parents with the most beautiful life possible. Thus he resolved to persevere. On this night, as silence enveloped the city, it became Chun Song's personal sanctuary. The streets, once bustling with pedestrians and vehicles, now lay tranquil, transforming the city into his own playground. Clad in his spider suit, with his mask donned, he soared freely through the urban landscape, reminiscent of a genuine Spider-Man. That evening, he encountered no misfortunes and glided effortlessly between towering edifices, until he found himself pressed against the glass facade of a skyscraper, gazing at his reflection in the darkness. Unlike the Black Spider-Man from the films, whose mind was corrupted and whose darker desires were amplified, he remained untainted. His suit was rather ordinary, his heart devoid of malevolence or selfless heroism. He was simply himself, Chun Song, not Spider-Man. Days later, Yang Fei and Li Chong returned to school as usual. Upon hearing that Chun Song had secured the top position in his grade, without resorting to cheating, their expressions resembled that of someone who had just consumed a fly. Yet, they said nothing further, and Chun Song was pleasantly surprised to find no one obstructing his path. Nevertheless, this did not disturb his life. At school, he felt as though he had returned to the time of a year prior. Love letters and gifts began to appear in his desk, though he no longer bothered to glance at them. His friends, the chubby ones, insisted on training in martial arts, but when Chun Song instructed them to practice stances, they quickly grew weary and declared that merely having the title of master and disciple sufficed for them. Consequently, Chun Song resorted to another method, opting to teach them instead. Thus, they found themselves begrudgingly tackling practice problems daily, suffering under Chun Song's relentless pressure. Yet, they made some progress, at least beginning to grasp the solutions to basic questions. By the end of the month, they had indeed shown some improvement. After completing their final exam, as they exited the examination hall and spotted Chun Song, they exuberantly exclaimed, "Brother Song, we finally don't have to cheat anymore. Solving the problems on our own feels incredibly rewarding." Of course, whether the answers they provided were correct or not remained a mystery to Chun Kong. His current concern was that the end of the final exams heralded the arrival of vacation, prompting him to ponder how to allocate his time wisely. Apart from a few days of camping on a deserted island, he needed to devise a plan to ensure that his abilities were not squandered. As he contemplated this while leaving the school gates with his friends, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. "Chun Song, Fatty, wait a moment." The group halted and turned to see Lu Yu and Gu Ku approaching, with Lu Yu being the one who had called out. "Lu Yu, I'm not Fatty. My name is Zhao Ji," Fatty protested, looking quite aggrieved. Lu Yu rolled her eyes and remarked, "All chubby guys are the same. Spare me the chatter. Tonight, Yang Fei and the others are organizing a gathering at Happy KTV. Many in our class will attend. We're just missing a few of you." After speaking, she discreetly cast a glance at Chun Song, seemingly still a bit embarrassed. Gu Kui stood beside her in silence, her gaze occasionally darting toward Chun Song as well. Chun Song feigned ignorance. Upon hearing KTV, his interest waned, as he was not one to sing. He resumed contemplating his plans for the holiday. Meanwhile, the chubby guys were brimming with excitement, inquiring, "Are you all going? Are there many beauties?" "Beauty? With me and our class flower Gu. Isn't that enough to dazzle everyone? So, are you going or not?" "Of course we are." The chubby guys nodded fervently. Ultimately, only Chun Song remained non-committal, his gaze distant, clearly lost in thought. Lu Yu signaled to the chubby guy to prompt Chun Song, who promptly understood, nudging Chun Song and asking, "Bro Song, what do you think? The exams are over. Let us all go out and have some fun tonight." Lu Yu and Gu Kui both turned their attention towards him as well. As the next chapter begins, the plot will shift, and everyone may start reading. Chapter 19. Refusal, huh? Chun Song came to his senses, noticing everyone was gazing at him. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, saying, "No, you all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to this evening. Come on, don't be such a buzzkill. It's a rare chance for us all to gather. Next semester we won't even be in the same class," the chubby one pouted, even resorting to a bit of coaxing. A chill ran down Chun Song's spine at that moment, yet he resolutely declined. He was not the petty type, unwilling to hold grudges against Lu Yu and the others for past events. However, The prospect of a karaoke outing held little allure for him. Besides, with the likes of Yang Fei and Li Chong in the mix, he doubted he would find any common ground for enjoyment. Ultimately, after several earnest pleas from the chubby one, Chan Song still shook his head in refusal. Lu Yu immediately furrowed her brows and said coldly, "Chan Song, now that you've secured the top spot in the entire grade, do you no longer regard your classmates? We kindly invited you, and yet you refuse so dismissively. Do you feel embarrassed to be among us?" Chan Song was taken aback, then smiled lightly, replying, "It seems the one who has never regarded me is you. Nevertheless, I truly cannot sing and have no interest in KTV. My refusal is not aimed at you. As for gatherings, we can always go to the deserted island in a few days." With that, he turned and left, leaving the others standing awkwardly in place. Humph, pretending to be aloof. If he doesn't want to go, then so be it. He won't be missed. Lu Yu huffed, taking Gu Kuyi's hand and turning to leave. Gu Kuyi frowned slightly, feeling that Chan Song's actions seemed rather petty. There had indeed been some misunderstandings between them, but now that they had personally come to extend an invitation, his persistent refusals felt somewhat small-minded, especially for a man. Chan Song returned home, finding that his parents had not yet arrived. He settled into the living room, watching television and relishing the comfort of solitude. He thought that rather than venturing out to KTV, spending a quiet evening at home was a rather pleasant way of life. Buzz. After adjusting the channel, Chan Song reclined on the sofa, only to feel his phone vibrate in his pocket, indicating a new message. Upon checking, he was momentarily surprised. "Gong, today is your grandfather's birthday. We, along with your uncle and second uncle's families, will be going. Remember to change your clothes once you get home. Mom and Dad will be back shortly." This message from his mother prompted Chan Song to suddenly recall that every year at this time, their families would gather at a hotel to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. He had been preoccupied with final exams these past few days, and his parents had forgotten to inform him in advance, only now sending the message. However, it wasn't too late. It was only 6 o'clock, and birthday banquets typically began after 7:30. Chan Song set down his phone and went to his room, changing out of his school uniform into a bright sports outfit. He then returned to the living room to watch television, waiting for his parents to come home so they could head to the banquet together. As 7 approached, his parents finally returned home, carrying several bags of supplements meant as gifts for his grandfather. Seeing Chan Song dressed and his complexion clear of blemishes, his parents felt a wave of relief and pride at how handsome and spirited he appeared. Soon, the family of 3 hailed a taxi and set off for a high-end restaurant in the city center. After a 30-minute drive, fortunately without any traffic, Chan Song's family arrived at the hotel. As they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by the sight of a black sedan approaching. Chan Song recognized the license plate. It belonged to his second uncle's family. His second uncle, a businessman, had opened a small fast food restaurant a few years ago, which had since evolved into a chain of several stores, gaining a modest reputation in Luhai City. Their family's circumstances had improved significantly, and they had even acquired a small car. They had 1 son and 1 daughter. The son, Chun Ming, was a year younger than Chan Song and was currently in his first year of high school, achieving average grades at the second high school of Luhai City. In contrast, their daughter, Chun Lingling, excelled academically. She had just graduated from the first high school last year and was accepted into a university outside the province, prompting a celebratory family gathering. Chan Song had once been the pride of his grandparents and parents, but the past year had brought numerous challenges, leading to a significant decline in his academic performance. He had faced ridicule from both his aunt and second aunt, which caused embarrassment not only for him but also for his parents, who could only respond with awkward smiles. However, today was different. Last month, Chan Song had achieved the top score in his grade during the monthly exam, and he had just completed the final exam, where he was likely to secure first place once again. Yet, his second uncle's family was unaware of these developments. Upon their initial encounter, his second aunt, with a beaming smile, looked at Chan Song and remarked, "Chan Song, your acne has cleared up. You look quite spirited. How are your grades? Any improvements?" My Mingming scored in the top 10 of his class in the last monthly exam, and his father and I rewarded him with a new computer,
Kosting over 10,000 yuan.
If he can place in the top 5 in this final exam, we plan to take him on a trip. Her pride was evident as she lovingly patted Chun Ming's head. Mom, let us not dwell on that, Chun Ming interjected. Cousin's grades in his first year were far superior to mine, but alas, pride comes before a fall. Now! Oh haha! Cousin, I apologize for forgetting you were here. Chan Ming had perfectly inherited his mother's sharp tongue, and both mother and son immediately began to ridicule Chun Song, however, was unfazed by their taunts. In the past, he might have felt ashamed and remained silent, but now he simply smiled gently and replied to his younger cousin, "It's all right." This response clearly exceeded the expectations of his second uncle's family. As his second uncle had distanced himself from them after his success, he had turned a blind eye to his wife's mockery of Chun Kong. Yet, seeing Chun Song's demeanor now left him astonished, as if he sensed a transformation in his nephew. Meanwhile, Chun Lingling, who had been engrossed in her phone since stepping out of the car, had not greeted Chun Song's parents. At that moment, she glanced up and noticed that Chun Song's complexion appeared notably clearer, even more handsome than before. However, her interest in his academic achievements was minimal. In her eyes, she was the most accomplished member of the family. While Chun Song might have had the potential to surpass her, she believed that was a thing of the past, and that it was impossible now. Chan Ming opened his mouth to speak to his second aunt, Zhang, but with a smile, he merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He sensed that Chun Song had come to terms with his unsatisfactory academic performance and was unfazed by others' mockery. In contrast, Chen's father and mother exchanged glances, devoid of their usual embarrassment and bitterness, and couldn't help but smile gently. They finally felt a sense of pride, able to hold their heads high and proclaim to others that Chun Song's grades had returned, even surpassing his previous achievements. They would no longer be subjected to ridicule from relatives. Despite their humble circumstances, their son had made them proud, and that was all they ever wished for. Wishing everyone a belated Mid-Autumn Festival greeting. As the upcoming National Day approaches, things will be quite busy, and updates may slow down a bit. Additionally, I have received notification from the signing station. However, the contract needs to be finalized before it can be sent. The editor is likely on holiday as well, so the contract status will be updated after the National Day. At that time, I anticipate providing daily updates, and perhaps even some bursts of content for your enjoyment. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 20. A step backward. Second brother, second sister-in-law, Songer has been performing quite well lately, Mother Chan said with a gentle smile, glancing at her brother and sister-in-law. She was not one to boast or flaunt achievements, and Father Chun was even more reserved. In a certain sense, Chun Song had inherited this modest demeanor from his parents. Thus, although they were eager to share their son's accomplishments with the world, their conservative nature led them to express it in a subtle manner. They refrained from declaring he was first or top of his grade, instead simply stating that his performance was commendable. Some things they believed were best kept to themselves. However, to the ears of his aunt and uncle, it sounded like a mere attempt to alleviate any embarrassment for Chun Kong. While they chose not to call it out directly, Chun Ming was less tactful, grinning as he remarked, "I truly envy my cousin. With such wonderful parents like uncle and aunt, merely saying not bad for those results is quite something. But uncle and aunt, you must have higher expectations for him. Settling for this could hinder his future progress." Although he appeared to be offering well-meaning advice, it was, in truth, another jab at Chun Kong. The smile on Father Chen's face diminished slightly, clearly displeased. Just as he was about to respond, a car drew near and came to a halt beside the two families. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. "Is this Chun Song? Are you dining out with your family?" the man inquired, smiling at Chun Kong, taken aback. Chun Song recognized him as Wang Hailin, the principal of their school, who had previously questioned his academic performance after the last monthly exam. However, it was later confirmed that Chun Song possessed genuine talent, leading to a significant shift in Wang's attitude towards him, especially after the recent final examinations, which had just concluded today. Wang had requested the teachers to expedite the grading of Chun Song's paper. The results astonished everyone, prompting the vice principal to declare that this student must be nurtured carefully, as it seemed likely that Chun Song would emerge as a top scorer in the upcoming college entrance examinations. "Hello, Principal Wang," Father Chun greeted warmly, even before Chun Song could respond. As Uncle Chun stepped forward to shake hands with Wang Hailin, it appeared that they were acquainted. Wang Hailin, taken aback, remarked, "So, Mr. Chun is related to Chun Song?" "Yes, he is my brother's child," Uncle Chun replied with a nod and a smile. Father and Mother Chun, witnessing the interaction, quickly approached to greet Principal Wang as well. However, Wang was even more courteous, stepping out of the car to shake hands with Father Chun. This scene struck Uncle Chun as somewhat peculiar. Logically, as a prominent businessman, his status should surpass that of a high school principal. Yet here was Wang displaying greater respect towards Father Chun, which seemed rather odd. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Ordinarily, he would not have needed to exhibit such fervor, but this time, he found himself in need of assistance. His obedient son, Chun Ming, had performed poorly in his middle school entrance examination and could only enroll in the second high school. At that time, he was busy establishing his career and lacked the energy to attend to Chun Ming's academic pursuits. Now that his business had flourished, he wished to transfer Chun Ming to the first high school. Thus, he sought the help of Director Wang, having entertained him several times in hopes of resolving the transfer issue. With the conclusion of Chun Ming's final exams, he saw the perfect opportunity to inquire about the possibility of transferring next semester. Yet, Director Wang seemed to deliberately avoid the topic of Chun Ming's transfer. Instead, he smiled and glanced at Chun Song, remarking, "Mr. Chun, your nephew is quite remarkable. A rare talent indeed, truly enviable." The second uncle, unable to discern whether Director Wang was genuinely complimenting Chun Song or merely jesting, shook his head repeatedly, lamenting, "Alas, he is not striving enough. I apologize for the embarrassment, Director Wang." A slight twitch crossed Wang Hailin's face, and he chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Mr. Chun, there is no need for such modesty." Modesty? This time, the entire family of the second uncle was left dumbfounded, their confusion palpable. Even Chun Lingling raised her head again to look at Wang Hailin, while Chen's father and mother beamed with delight and pride from the depths of their hearts. "We must extend our gratitude to the director for his guidance of Chun Song at school. Otherwise, he would not have made such great progress," Chen's father reiterated as he shook hands with Director Wang in appreciation. Wang Hailin, who was quite sensitive to appearances, noted Chen's father's politeness and quickly responded with a smile, "You flatter me. It is primarily due to Chun Song's diligent efforts. If he continues on this path, our first high school will soon boast a top scholar." The director's praise was indeed flattering. Chen's father suppressed his excitement. The fact that his son was so highly regarded by the school leadership was a cause for greater joy than any promotion or salary increase he could receive. As for the idea of a top scholar, Chen's father did not harbor such lofty expectations, believing it to be mere jest on Director Wang's part. Meanwhile, the family of the second uncle was left in a state of bewilderment, completely unaware of the implications of Director Wang's and Chen's father's exchanges. It appeared as though Chun Song had indeed achieved remarkable results. But how could that be possible? A student who had been at the bottom of his class, surely, even with some improvement, it did not warrant such courtesy and praise from a director. Ultimately, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Director Wang bid farewell to Chen's father and acknowledged the second uncle, understanding that they were all there to dine and could not linger at the restaurant's entrance. Before departing, he specifically addressed Chun Song, saying, "Chun Song, your performance in the recent final exams was commendable, showing improvement over the monthly test. Be sure to maintain this momentum. Both principals hold you in high regard." "Thank you, Director." "Safe travels?" Chun Song nodded, responding with a faint smile as he watched Director Wang leave. The family of the second uncle was left stunned by Wang Hailin's final remark. Both principals hold him in high esteem? What on earth was going on? Once Director Wang had completely departed, the second aunt could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired of Chen's father and mother, "Third brother, third sister, what is happening here?" Father Chun and Mother Chun exchanged a glance and chuckled. "Sister-in-law, Director Wang was merely being polite. Do not take his words to heart. While Tsonger has indeed shown improvement in his grades recently, achieving the title of top scholar is no easy feat. We would be content if he could secure admission to a good university next year." Is that even a question? It is common knowledge that such niceties are merely superficial. Our Lingling wouldn't dare to dream of being a top scholar, let alone Songer. Aunt Chun rolled her eyes inwardly, though her face wore a mask of forced smiles as she seized the opportunity to inquire. Improvement is indeed commendable. Songer, do enlighten your aunt. What was your score on the last monthly exam? Oh, it wasn't much. Merely a stroke of luck. I performed at my usual level, Songer replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Your usual level, which was the lowest in the entire grade, I presume? Chun Ming scoffed derisively. Songer stroked his chin thoughtfully and raised a finger. In fact, one could argue that I have regressed by a position this time. Regressed by a position? Aunt Chun and her family were taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion. Chun Ming, ever blunt, exclaimed, how can one regress when already at the bottom? Indeed, it is possible. Songer smiled knowingly before grasping his parents' hands. Mom and Dad, let us proceed inside. We wouldn't want to keep Uncle and the others waiting. The family then strode toward the entrance of the restaurant. Aunt Chun watched them depart, her expression increasingly perplexed as she turned to Uncle Chun. Old Chun, what on earth is Songer talking about? Regressing from the last position. At some point, Chun Lingling had put away her phone and, gazing at Songer's retreating figure, whispered to herself. Suddenly, her pupils dilated and contracted rapidly, as if an epiphany had struck her, her face contorting in disbelief as she exclaimed, the top of the entire grade. Wishing everyone a joyful National Day. Recently, there have been quite a few gatherings, which is why I paused updates for a day. I apologize for that. Chapter 21. Explanation. Top of the class? Upon hearing her daughter's exclamation, Auntie turned her head in confusion and asked, Lingling, what do you mean by top of the class? Chun Lingling, taken aback, found it hard to believe her own conjecture. However, the attitude of Director Wang towards Chun Song, along with his earlier remarks, subtly suggested that her assumption was indeed correct. Being at the very bottom of the class, if one were to regress further, would inevitably lead back to the original position, which is the top rank in the entire grade. Mom, please don't use my cousin as a topic of conversation later. Chun Lingling shook her head, offering no further explanation, and proceeded towards the entrance of the restaurant. Auntie, still perplexed, had not yet grasped the situation. However, Uncle, being astute, quickly understood the implication of Chun Lingling's words regarding being top of the class, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Mom, don't mind my sister. Chun Song is merely putting on a show, trying to attract attention. Running so fast is simply a tactic to prevent us from uncovering his true self. It's quite possible that this so-called improvement in grades is a result of cheating, Chun Ming said disdainfully. As soon as those words were uttered, before Auntie could respond, Uncle's face darkened. He firmly stated, you two should keep a low profile during dinner. As for Chun Song's grades, I will confirm with Director Wang later, but today is my father's birthday, and I would appreciate it if you refrain from discussing academic performance. Despite his words, Uncle remained skeptical about the possibility of Chun Song cheating. If that were indeed the case, the teachers and administrators at the school would have surely discovered it, and Director Wang would not have treated Chun Song's family with such courtesy moments ago. Chun Ming, lacking insight, was baffled by his father's words and retorted, Dad, how could you be so easily deceived? He was merely impressive in his first year. Having wasted an entire year, how could he possibly improve? Even if he did, how far could he really go? Uncle, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment in his son, feeling that he paled in comparison to his daughter. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Were they at home, he would have unhesitatingly slapped him and declared him a disappointment. However, being in a public place, he suppressed his anger and replied sternly, Can't you see how much he has progressed? He most likely has once again achieved the top rank in the entire grade. Do you still have the audacity to bring up grades in front of him? I'm telling you, this summer you're not going anywhere. You will attend tutoring classes diligently. With that, Uncle turned on his heel and left, leaving Auntie and Chun Ming standing there in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Chun Song and his parents had already entered a private room, guided by the waiter. The restaurant owner was acquainted with Uncle, and every year, the family gathered at this establishment for their reunion dinner. This year was no exception for the grandfather's birthday celebration. However, this ordinary birthday banquet did not include others, as it was intended solely for the family, allowing the elderly man to enjoy the occasion. Upon mentioning this uncle, Chun Song could not help but feel a surge of admiration. His uncle, having worked in the Education Bureau for many years, finally ascended to the position of deputy director. Known for his integrity and fairness, he does not tolerate any favoritism towards family. This is precisely why, when the second uncle wished to transfer Chun Ming to another school, he had to seek assistance from outsiders, having no expectation that the elder would lend a hand. As the elder often says, the choice of school is inconsequential. What truly matters is one's dedication to hard work. There is little difference between attending number 1 high school or number 2 high school. As Chun Song entered the private room with his parents, he noticed that his uncle and aunt were already seated. Their only son, who happened to be Chun Song's elder cousin, had graduated and was studying abroad, unable to return home this year. Grandfather had also arrived with the uncle and was seated in the middle. Upon entering the room, Chun Song promptly exclaimed, "Grandfather, happy birthday! Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains."
Ah, good grandson.
Come, let me see if you've grown taller again. Ah, your little blemishes on your face have cleared up. You look more spirited. Chun Song's heartfelt wishes clearly brought joy to the elderly gentleman, and the sight of his grandson's clear complexion filled him with even greater delight, for he was indeed his own blood. Chun Song understood well that since his grandmother's passing, the only source of joy for the elderly man was the time spent with his descendants. It was likely that these family gatherings were the moments he cherished most each year. Reflecting on this, Chun Song resolved to dedicate more time to accompany his grandfather in the future. After several exchanges of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Shortly thereafter, the second uncle's family arrived, but their gazes toward Chun Song had taken on a peculiar air, and they refrained from mentioning anything about academic achievements. With everyone present, the elder graciously accepted the congratulations, and the atmosphere remained congenial. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the uncle's gaze swept across the room, eventually resting upon Chun Song and Chen Ming. Currently, only Chun Song and Chun Ming from the Chin family were in high school, soon facing the daunting college entrance examination. As was customary, the uncle felt compelled to inquire about his two nephews' studies and offer some encouragement. He first turned to Chun Song, addressing him with a serious tone. "Songer, next semester you will be in your final year. You must exert yourself in your studies and strive to improve your grades. I do not pressure you to aim for a bachelor's degree. Even a diploma will suffice. There are still many pathways to success in society." In times past, upon hearing his uncle speak, Chun Song would have lowered his head, appearing humble and receptive. However, today, he smiled and nodded with a calm demeanor. Once his uncle finished speaking, Chun Song replied with a gentle smile, "Uncle, I will put forth my best effort. However, for next year's college entrance examination, I aspire to pursue a bachelor's degree and will not bring shame to our Chin family." Upon hearing this, the uncle was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his nephew was displaying a different disposition today, one of unspoken composure and confidence, a self-assuredness that seemed to suggest he had a clear plan. Having goals is commendable, but remember to remain grounded and take it step by step. The uncle nodded slightly, indicating to Chun Song not to be overly ambitious. Yet, this comment rendered the second uncle's family unusually quiet, which surprised the elder. In previous instances, that mother and son would have surely interjected with some mocking remarks. Why were they so notably subdued today? Uncle pondered whether this mother and son had indeed altered their dispositions. At that moment, Chen's father spoke up. "Elder brother, Song-er has been making remarkable progress lately. Securing a spot in an undergraduate program should pose no challenge. Everyone can rest assured, for I shall also supervise this lad's studies." Oh, Uncle's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He turned to Chun Song and inquired, "Is that so? Pray, tell me about your recent examination standings. I just completed my final exams today, so the results are yet to be disclosed. However, during the last monthly exam, I fortuitously achieved first place." Chun Song replied with a smile, feeling no particular pride in this achievement, as it did not fully reflect his capabilities. Uncle was momentarily taken aback, instantly suspecting that Chun Song might be exaggerating or perhaps even resorting to dishonest means. After all, in his years of service at the Education Bureau, he had never witnessed a student leap from the bottom to the pinnacle of performance. Chun Song anticipated Uncle's skepticism and preemptively clarified, "At that time, the school teachers doubted my integrity, and in the presence of the headmaster and classmates, one teacher posed questions for me to answer. Fortunately, I did not disgrace myself and answered correctly." Upon hearing Chun Song's explanation, the second Uncle's family finally accepted that he had indeed secured first place. Uncle, still in a state of disbelief, ultimately rejoiced, saying, "Excellent. Truly worthy of the Chun family. Here's to you. Let us raise a glass and continue striving for even greater accomplishments." As he spoke, he lifted his glass to toast Chun Kong. As a high school student, Chun Song typically would not partake in alcohol. However, on this joyous occasion, his parents offered no objections, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Chun Ming, however, felt slighted. Having performed admirably himself, he had anticipated the day would be his time to shine, only to find Chun Song stealing the limelight. He muttered under his breath, "What's the big deal about being first? My sister has achieved that numerous times." Though his voice was low, it was clearly heard by all present. Yet, no one addressed it directly, opting instead to smile and feign ignorance. The elder, however, was displeased. He did not wish to witness familial rivalry. Placing his cup down with a thud, he cast a stern gaze upon Chen Ming and admonished, "If you have something to say, speak up. Why are you mumbling? You ought to learn from your cousin. Poor grades do not define one's potential. With diligence, one can catch up, but a lack of character can ruin everything." "Grandfather, that was not my intention," Chun Ming hastily clarified, fearing to provoke the elder, for he knew that his father would discipline him without hesitation. The second uncle shot a disapproving look at Chun Ming, who immediately lowered his head, his resentment towards Chun Song intensifying. Observing this, the elder chose not to pursue the matter further, silently lamenting his aging condition, realizing he could no longer manage every situation. Ultimately, it was the responsibility of their fathers to guide them. Among all his grandchildren, it was Chun Song, the son of the third brother, who held a special place in his heart. Moments later, the waiter began to serve the dishes. The elder gentleman lifted his chopsticks, prompting everyone else to follow suit. Chun Lingling paid little heed to Chun Song's accomplishments. In her eyes, Chun Song's past achievement of securing the top position was merely a return to previous form. As for attaining the overall highest score, it seemed likely that the current cohort at the first high school was not particularly outstanding.
Chen Kong.
Do ensure you maintain that top position. There are many exceptional students in other schools as well, Chun Lingling advised him with good intentions. Years ago, she had achieved a remarkable score of 651, claiming the top rank, and had naively expected to be the best in the city, only to be outshone by a prodigy from the second high school who scored 663, a memory that lingered vividly in her mind. "Thank you, Sister Lingling," Chun Song replied with a smile. Uncle picked up a piece of fish and placed it in the elder gentleman's bowl, then turned to Chun Song and inquired, "By the way, Songer, what score did you achieve in your final monthly exam? Let me assess your level so we can aim for targeted study in your senior year and see if you can surpass your sister Lingling's previous score." 712. Chun Song replied nonchalantly after swallowing his food. Chapter 22. Not performing well. Clatter. A piece of rib that Chun Ming had clamped with his chopsticks fell directly onto the table, his mouth agape in astonishment. 712 points. What does that even signify? The total score is only 750. Surely, even cheating could not yield such a result. Uncle was equally taken aback, doubting his hearing due to his age, and he hesitantly inquired once more, What did you just say your score was?" 712, but I did not perform well. Chun Song chuckled inwardly, as if he had anticipated their reaction. As for not performing well, that was indeed a fact. He had not yet completed his review of all the subjects and exercises. Had he performed according to his current capabilities, achieving an additional 10 points would have posed no challenge. Not performing well? Uncle was momentarily struck dumb. With years of experience in the Education Bureau, he was acutely aware that even among second-year high school students, Those who could score above 700 were exceedingly rare, especially under less challenging exam conditions. Although he was unaware of the difficulty level of the test Chen Song had taken, scoring 700, let alone 712, clearly indicated that Chen Song's abilities surpassed many of his peers. However, the phrase not performing well echoed in his ears, amplifying his astonishment. If 712 points indicated a lack of performance, what could one imagine his score would be if he had truly excelled? No one dared to contemplate such a notion. Chen Lingling, too, was struck dumb, still in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Song, her heart awash with mixed emotions. She had intended to use her experience to counsel him, only to find that his score utterly eclipsed her own. What could be more humiliating? Both uncle and aunt remained silent, unable to utter a word, particularly aunt, whose face had turned crimson. Recalling the remarks she had made to Chen Song at the restaurant entrance, she found it increasingly difficult to continue with the meal, her appetite extinguished. In contrast, Chen Song's parents were already aware of the situation. They paid little heed to his remark about not performing well, reveling instead in the astonished gazes of those around them. For them, this was a source of pride. The elderly gentleman, unaware of the score's implications, mistook the 712 points for a total of 1,000 and expressed his appreciation for Chen Song's not performing well, casually remarking, Song-er still needs to continue striving. Chen Song smiled and nodded, replying, all right, Grandpa, I will work hard. Cough, indeed, Uncle coughed awkwardly, only able to echo the sentiment. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could anyone progress so swiftly? Cousin, honestly, was the exam paper perhaps leaked? Cough, was it too simple? Chan Ming had initially intended to suggest that Chen Song had prior knowledge of the test, but upon realizing the implications of such a statement, he quickly retracted it. Chen Song pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It was somewhat simple, I suppose. Both uncle and second uncle were astute individuals. They could easily conceive of the possibility of a leak, and surely the teachers at the school would have considered it. Moreover, Chen Song had mentioned that a teacher had personally administered a test to him, which validated his capabilities. Thus, it seemed that this exam indeed might have been somewhat simpler than expected. The recent final examination at your school was a city-wide assessment, with the questions crafted collaboratively by educators from the Municipal Education Bureau. Although I have not perused the examination paper, I am aware of its considerable difficulty. When you receive your report card, do remember to inform your uncle. The gravity of his expression revealed his anxiety as he addressed Chen Song, eager to ascertain the boy's academic standing. After all, to his knowledge, there had not been a high school student who had scored above 700 in over a year. If Chen Song's capabilities were indeed as formidable as he suspected, it was likely that the top scorer of next year's college entrance examination would emerge from our institution, possibly even contending for provincial honors. Chen Song's results may already be known to the school's principal, as he had encountered him outside moments ago. At this juncture, the second uncle interjected, recounting his earlier encounter with the principal of No. 1 high school. Upon hearing this, the elder uncle furrowed his brow, realizing that his younger brother must have sought out the principal for a specific purpose. A glance at Chun Ming confirmed his suspicions. However, he chose not to address the matter directly. His primary concern was indeed Chen Song's performance. Since the monthly examination had provided little insight, this final assessment would serve as the ultimate testament to the boy's abilities. Elder brother, should I make a phone call to inquire? The second uncle tentatively suggested. After a brief moment of contemplation, the elder uncle nodded softly and acquiesced, recognizing that it would be more prudent for his brother to make the inquiry rather than leveraging his own connections. Seeing that the elder uncle had no objections, the second uncle eagerly retrieved his mobile phone, driven by curiosity to ascertain whether his nephew possessed genuine talent. After a few rings, the call to Principal Wang was swiftly connected. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the second uncle ventured, Principal Wang, I have a small favor to ask. Today is our family patriarch's birthday, and I wonder if you could share Chan Song's final score with us, to bring him a moment of joy. His request stemmed from the principal's earlier remark about Chan Song's progress, and he sought to confirm the precise score. Chan Song's parents had maintained a considerable faith in his abilities, yet upon hearing the second uncle's inquiry, they could not help but feel a bead of sweat form in their palms, their anxiety palpable. Thus, this high school final examination had become a matter of greater weight than the college entrance examination itself, as the family held their collective breath, awaiting the revelation of that all-important number. Only Chun Song and the patriarch remained unfazed, continuing to savor their meal. After a brief pause, the second uncle's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chun Song. His mouth agape as he stammered, 728 points? Full marks in mathematics? The astonishment rippled through the family once more. The elder uncle, most acutely aware of the examination's difficulty, pondered how it was possible for his nephew to achieve such a remarkable score under such challenging conditions. Was this boy a genius or an extraordinary prodigy? He stared at Chun Song, momentarily at a loss for words. Chun Lingling's mind went blank, her previous sense of pride shattered into fragments, realizing that the true academic luminary of the Chen family was not her, but this cousin she had once looked down upon. This score undoubtedly held the potential to compete for next year's provincial top scorer in the humanities. All present grasped the significance of this achievement. As long as Chun Song continued to apply himself diligently, he was on the path to creating a remarkable legacy. Very well, Songer. This time, I raise a glass in your honor, splendidly done. The elder uncle, filled with excitement, lifted his wine cup, repeating his praise thrice. You are too kind. It is I who should toast to you, Chun Song humbly replied, rising to return the gesture, maintaining proper decorum towards his respected elder. After downing the second glass, Chun Song felt no sign of inebriation, a contrast to his previous drinking capacity, which would have left him slightly dizzy after just 2 cups. He attributed this newfound clarity to the changes in his physique. The families present extended their congratulations to Chun Song, encouraging him to continue his diligent efforts, while only Chun Ming sat in the corner, head bowed in silence. He understood that his summer would be a wasted opportunity. Given his father's nature, he would undoubtedly face restrictions at home, confined to study and extra tutoring. Soon, the birthday banquet concluded. Upon learning that Chun Song had achieved the top score in his grade for the final exams, the elder, in a fit of joy, overindulged and fell asleep at the table, necessitating the elder uncle to escort him home. The second uncle received a call from a business associate and, after exchanging a few words with Chun's parents, departed without lingering. Chun Song and his parents took a taxi home. In the car, he reflected on the evening's events, feeling that his excellent grades did not signify any profound change. He aspired to provide his parents with reasons to be proud that extended beyond mere academic achievements. Upon arriving home, Chun Song showered and returned to his room, instinctively opening the Spider-Man forum to browse for posts about the development of Spider-Man's abilities. After all, the forum was frequented by enthusiasts, and perhaps someone had imagined ways to harness Spider-Man's powers, potentially leading to inspiration for profitable ventures. However, upon accessing the site, he noticed several unread messages, all from Black Widow and dating back several days, the same period since he had received his suit. The messages inquired about his satisfaction with the suit's quality and offered assistance for any future needs. Chun Song replied to each one and was about to scroll through other posts when his phone suddenly chimed. Turning to look, he saw a message from Fatty. Brother Song, help me. The first line of the message was a desperate plea for assistance. Chapter 23. An unexpected call for help. Chun Song lightly shook his head and smiled, dismissing the message as merely a prank from his overweight friend, who likely intended to lure him into a joke. If there were genuine danger, why not simply call the police? Just as he was about to set his phone aside, it rang again. This time not a text, but a call from Su Jingru. Furrowing his brow, Chun Song sensed that something was amiss. He answered the call, and Su Jingru's anxious voice immediately filled his ear. Chun Song, are you all out partying? I just received a message from a classmate of Gu Ku's, saying they're in trouble and can't make a call. I've tried reaching several classmates, but no one picked up. Luckily, you finally did. Where are you? A sense of foreboding washed over Chun Kong. He knew this gathering had been orchestrated by Yang Fei and Li Chong, who had previously sought to teach him a lesson with the help of some thugs. However, after he had thwarted their plans twice, they had seemingly abandoned the idea. Now, with this troubling news, it seemed likely that those thugs were involved.
Su Laosi.
Please remain calm. I'm at home, not with them, but I know they went to Happy KTV, which is not far from the school. They might have provoked some trouble. It wouldn't be of any use for us to go there. Perhaps you should contact the police? His first instinct was to reassure Su Jingru, hoping she wouldn't impulsively rush to the scene, as it could lead to further complications. However, on the other end of the line, Su Jingru fell silent for a moment, and after several seconds, her cold response came through. Chan Song, one of your classmates might be in danger. How can you adopt such a nonchalant attitude and remain detached? If we call the police, it might be too late. Never mind. I'm a bit flustered right now. Just stay at home. I will handle this matter. Before Chun Song could explain, the call abruptly ended, leaving him with the sound of a disconnected line. He paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He merely wished to advise Su Jingru to keep her composure, yet he hadn't anticipated being misconstrued. Nonetheless, the urgency now lay in rescuing those in peril. Although Su Jingru insisted he not interfere and that she would manage the situation, Chun Song doubted her ability to handle it effectively. As she mentioned, waiting to call the police could prove too late, and the urgency of the overweight friend's message suggested something dire was unfolding. Without hesitation, he locked his door, donned his spider suit, and pulled on a long-sleeved athletic top. He swiftly opened the window and, with a determined gaze, leapt out, shooting webs as he made his way toward the KTV. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night sky. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Yang Fei and Li Chong had organized the gathering merely to showcase their talents in front of their classmates. They excelled in singing and drinking, naturally seizing the opportunity to shine as the semester drew to a close. Even Gu Kui was fervently invited over by them. Yang Fei, whose injuries had nearly healed, decided to serenade a heartfelt love song in front of everyone tonight, after which he planned to have Li Chong and the others present 99 roses to express his love for Gu Kui. Naturally, Li Chong and the others were more than willing to cooperate. However, as they stepped out to retrieve the roses, they unexpectedly encountered a few ruffians that Yang Fei had met outside of school, who immediately recognized him and made their way to their private room. As Yang Fei was singing to Gu Kui, his classmates began to sense something amiss. The moment the door to the room was kicked open, everyone was taken aback. Upon seeing the ruffians, Yang Fei's face drained of color, rendering him too frightened to continue singing. He hurriedly turned off the music and approached the thugs, suggesting they step outside for a conversation. The ruffians, seemingly intoxicated, noticed the presence of several female students in the room and, fueled by their drunken bravado, attempted to assert themselves by shoving Yang Fei aside and demanding to join in the merriment. Although the high school students had seen their fair share of films, witnessing such a scene left them too terrified to speak. Gu Kui sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly took out her phone, hurriedly sending a text to teacher Su, the only contact she could find in her panic. When Su Jingru called back, the ringtone attracted the immediate attention of the ruffians, who rushed over, snatching the phone away and threatening anyone who dared to answer it with dire consequences. As they demanded that everyone surrender their phones, the overweight student discreetly sent a text to Chen Song, believing that Chen Song, being a martial artist, could handle these petty thugs. However, once all the phones were collected and laid on the table, no one dared to respond when a phone rang. A few of the ruffians ordered several rounds of beer and began singing loudly in the karaoke room, occasionally putting their hands inappropriately on the female students. One of the ruffians, noticing the pure and enchanting Gu Kui, brightened up and rushed to sit beside her, persistently urging her to drink. Gu Kui shook her head vehemently, which only infuriated the thug. "What the hell? So arrogant? Not even giving me face?" the ruffian bellowed. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned icy. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to speak, and some girls were already crying in fear. Yang Fei, trying to appease the situation, approached only to be met with a finger pointed at him as the thug shouted, "If you want to live, keep your mouth shut in front of me." Li Chong and the others were also paralyzed with fear, realizing that if the drunken thugs lost control, it could lead to dire consequences. Yang Fei, feeling defeated, retreated to a corner, quietly drinking in despair. Gu Kui's face turned pale, her lips trembling slightly in fear, yet she refused to yield, sitting there with an icy demeanor. Observing her defiance only fueled the thug's rage, and he seized a beer, forcefully trying to pour it into Gu Kuyi's mouth. The can, being a pull-tab type, left a small cut on her lip as she struggled, causing blood to flow. At such a moment, the overweight individuals could no longer remain seated. Although they were typically timid and averse to trouble, the mere thought of Chun Song instilled in them a surge of courage. One of them stood up and exclaimed, "How dare you bully a girl? Just wait until our brother Song arrives. He will surely deal with you." However, this declaration failed to intimidate the audience. With a mere glance from the leader, several of his subordinates seized the hefty individual, dragging him out and mercilessly kicking him to the ground, eliciting cries of despair from him. Before long, the assailants grew weary, and the overweight man feigned unconsciousness on the ground. This scene acted as a cold shower, extinguishing the resolve of those boys who had considered intervening. Li Chong felt a shiver run through him as he approached the leader, suggesting, "Brother, this hefty fellow's family is quite affluent. Perhaps we could let him off with a few thousand yuan in compensation." "Who do you think you are, trying to dismiss me with a few thousand yuan?" the leader retorted, grabbing a beer can and hurling it at Li Chang's head. Fortunately, it was a soft drink can, causing no injury, though it did provoke a grimace of pain from Li Chang. The atmosphere became tense, with every student trembling and huddling together. The girls sobbed quietly, while Lu Yu was too frightened to utter a word, allowing a gang member to grope her. At that moment, the overweight man's phone rang. No one dared to answer it, except for one astute boy who noticed the caller ID and shouted, "Brother Fat, it's Brother Song calling." After this segment, new developments will follow, so please remain patient and continue to observe. Chapter 24. The rescue is that you, Brother Song? Upon hearing the voice, the chubby man's eyes sparkled with sudden clarity. He sprang up from the ground, a fierce expression on his face, snatching the phone and pressing the answer button, shouting, "Brother Song, we're at a 305, hurry." But before he could finish, a thug landed a sharp slap across his face, sending the phone flying from his grasp, which crashed to the floor and went dark. Almost immediately, he was pinned back to the ground and assaulted. At that moment, Chun Song had arrived at the entrance of the KTV. From the conversation, he discerned the precise location of his friends and hurried towards the main door, taking the elevator straight to the third floor. Amidst the dazzling lights, Chun Song located room A305 and kicked the door open, only to find the chubby man sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, while the others cowered in a corner, trembling. A few colorful-haired thugs remained nearby, singing and drinking. Chun Song was taken aback. His initial assumption was that with so many boys in their class, they should have been able to confront a few thugs. There was no reason they couldn't overpower them together. The fact that the chubby man couldn't even finish a phone call suggested that the entire class had likely been subdued, indicating that there were at least a dozen or 20 assailants. He would need to employ his skills to gain the upper hand. Coming in plain clothes, he intended merely to assess the situation, planning to lure the thugs outside if they were indeed numerous. However, upon entering and witnessing this scene, he found himself rendered speechless. "Brother Song, you finally made it." The chubby man clambered to his feet, his earlier near-death demeanor vanishing as if he had been rejuvenated. He pointed at the assailants who had struck him, exclaiming, "Brother Song, it's these guys, they're bullying the fewer." Chun Song shook his head in silence. It appeared that the numbers favored them. Nevertheless, he regarded the chubby man with newfound respect, realizing that he was the only one from their class standing up, while the other boys huddled together with the girls, which left him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Gu Kue's eyes were red, as if she were valiantly suppressing tears. Blood stained her lips. Upon seeing Chun Song arrive, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She had witnessed Chun Song discipline Li Chang and knew he had outsmarted Yang Fei. Thus his presence instilled a sense of safety within her. "So this is the brother Song you spoke of? Delicate and soft. Can he withstand even a single punch from me?" A thug approached, a mocking grin plastered across his face. Chun Song cast a calm glance at the group, feeling a slight sense of relief. With his current abilities, taking on 5 opponents was hardly a challenge, especially since there were only 4 before him. He refrained from further dialogue, opting to act swiftly. He struck the approaching thug with incredible speed and precise force, rendering him unconscious. The thug was caught off guard, completely unprepared for Chun Song's sudden assault. He received a heavy blow to the nose, his vision fading to black as he collapsed to the ground.
Bang!
Instantly, silence enveloped the room. The fallen thug did not rise, and the students from the class stood frozen in shock. After a brief pause, the other 3 ruffians swiftly regained their composure and stood up. The leader among them pointed at Chun Song and yelled furiously, "You foolish boy! Do you think that having learned a bit of martial arts makes you invincible?" Turning to the one with yellow hair, he commanded, "Go summon the others. I intend to break a leg of his." Realizing the implication of his words, Chun Song quickly pulled the door shut with a forceful thud. He then cast a cold glance at the ruffian who had spoken. However, he misjudged their intentions, as the one with yellow hair showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he pulled out his phone and hastily dialed, shouting, "Alang, bring everyone to a 305. This loud proclamation sent a wave of fear through the students, who had only recently kindled a flicker of hope. Many recalled the frightening image of a gang brawl from movies, trembling at the thought. Gu Kuyi's complexion drained of color once more, as she understood that although Chen Song was formidable, he could not possibly contend with such a multitude. Yet, Chun Song remained composed, scanning the classroom with a calm demeanor before urging, "What are you all waiting for? Get out now." With that, he swiftly opened the door, just as a portly student was approaching with a phone in hand. Before the boy could utter a word, Chun Song pushed him outside. Almost simultaneously, the students seated near the door sprang up, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. They had no desire to be caught in a violent melee. "Damn it! Who dares to leave?" one ruffian bellowed. Chun Song charged forward, seizing the ruffian by the collar and delivering a blow to his nose. In that moment, those in the corner seized the opportunity to escape, none willing to remain behind to assist. Lu Yu hurried to Gu Kuyi's side, pulling her towards the exit. Gu Kuyi, her lip bleeding, mustered an unexpected strength as she grasped Chun Song's sleeve while passing him, saying, "Let us go together." Chun Song hesitated for a moment, then smiled gently. "It's all right, you all go first. But, hurry, they can't do anything to me. I'll cover your retreat." Chun Song held Gu Kuyi's delicate hand, gently freeing it from his sleeve. Lu Yu tugged at Gu Kuyi's arm, dragging her outside. Gu Kuyi wished to protest, but she was already being pulled away. The leader remained seated, allowing the students to escape, gripping a microphone and staring coldly at Chun Kong. "Foolish boy. Today you shall witness the consequences of your heroics. I am waiting." Chun Song chuckled lightly as he approached the leader. With all the students gone, only the leader and one coherent ruffian remained, and as Chun Song approached, the leader began to panic. Though he had bravado, he was well aware that he was no match for this student. "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" he threatened, pointing at Chun Kong. Just then, the door was abruptly flung open, and Chun Song turned to see it was the portly student again. "Why did you come back?"
Chen Kong Frau Wen.
The boy clenched his fists and exclaimed, "It would be dishonorable to run away like that. Brother Song, don't worry. I called my dad to bring help." Chun Song was simultaneously amused and exasperated. At that moment, the rotund fellow returned, jeopardizing his plans. Yet, he felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. At least the chubby man regarded him as a true friend. "Oh well, let us go together," he thought, shaking his head in resignation as he turned to grasp the chubby man's arm and dashed towards the exit. However, just as they reached the doorway, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and suddenly, a throng of burly men emerged from around the corner. Upon spotting Chun Song and the chubby man exiting a 305, they immediately pointed and shouted, "Damn it! Don't run! Move!" Chun Song's expression darkened slightly as he yanked the chubby man toward the adjacent emergency exit. Chapter 25. Luring the enemy despite his considerable girth. The portly man exhibited surprising agility as he dashed into the scene. The two of them raced down the staircase and sprinted out of the KTV's entrance. However, the outcome was beyond Chun Song's expectations. The man's stamina faltered, and he was soon drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Observing this, Chun Song had no choice but to halt and said to the heavier man, "You are lagging behind. Take a taxi back. I will hold them off." The portly man, having rushed a few steps ahead, abruptly stopped upon hearing this. He turned back with a distressed expression and replied, "Brother Song, Now is not the time to be stubborn. We must run together. You won't escape. Look at you panting like that. Chun Song shook his head. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from within the KTV, signaling that their pursuers were closing in. Chun Song urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and run or we'll both be caught. If you get away, I can shake them off." "No way." The portly man shook his head again. "Stop hesitating. Let us go," Chun Song said, his expression resolute. Seeing this determination, the heavier man hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting, "Brother Song, be careful. I'll call for help." With that, he brandished his phone and dashed into a nearby alley. Simultaneously, the gang of ruffians burst forth from the stairwell, with their leader among them, who immediately pointed at Chun Song and bellowed, "Take this kid down." Chun Song turned with a faint smile. "I'm waiting." With that, he sprinted towards another alley. The gang, enraged, shouted and surged forward in a chaotic throng, pursuing him. Realizing that his plan was unfolding successfully, Chun Song used the cover of darkness to scale the alley's wall with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the rooftop of the third floor. He quickly shed his casual attire and donned his Spider-Man mask. Aware that he had already incurred the ire of these individuals, he knew his journey to school would be fraught with peril. Thus, rather than flee, he resolved to confront them and hand them over to the police. With his web-slinging abilities, subduing a dozen burly men would pose no challenge. Just then, a clamor arose from the alley below. Clad in his black bodysuit, Chun Song approached the edge and leaped down. A strand of web shot from his hand, attaching to the rooftop, halting his descent midair. Using the force of inertia, he launched himself towards the gang, aiming to strike from behind. Thud! Thud! Several ruffians were caught off guard and toppled to the ground in disarray. As Chun Song landed, he unleashed a flurry of punches amidst the chaos, his webbing striking like projectiles against the thugs. Though outnumbered, Chun Song's spider sense provided him with swift reflexes, allowing him to evade most blows, while the few that landed merely caused him slight discomfort, without any significant impact. In a matter of moments, several thugs lay incapacitated around him, and he showed no intent to retreat. Even those who contemplated fleeing found themselves ensnared by a strand of webbing he cast. At this juncture, most of the gang members began to sense something amiss. Bathed in the faint moonlight, they gradually discerned the costume Chun Song wore, an unmistakable likeness to the Spider-Man of the movies. "Oh my, Spider-Man, how is this possible?" a thug exclaimed, dropping the iron rod from his hands with a clatter. "What are you shouting about? With so many of us, we can't possibly lose to that. What the hell?" At that moment, a few of the older boys arrived, pushing through the crowd. Upon seeing the black-clad Spider-Man, they froze in place, cursing audibly. Meanwhile, the chubby boy burst out of the alley and unexpectedly encountered Gukui and other students. Their direction was fortuitously towards the school, as they sought refuge. However, upon seeing only the chubby boy return, Gukui and the others turned pale and asked, "Where's Chun Song?" Breathless, the chubby boy replied, "Kong. Brother Song wouldn't he let me help. He led that group into another alley." "Oh no." A boy's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. "There are only 2 alleys outside the KTV. One leads to the school, the other is a dead end with no exit." "What?" The chubby boy and the others gasped in shock. Almost simultaneously, a phone rang. One of the boys checked his device and exclaimed, "It's Teacher Sue." He promptly answered and, after a few words, excitedly informed everyone, "It's all right. Teacher Sue has arrived with the police. Let us hurry over." Relieved, everyone quickly made their way towards the KTV. The chubby boy, fueled by an unknown surge of energy, urged, "Hurry. If we're late, Brother Song will be in danger." They quickened their pace, rushing through the alley towards the darkened passage, faint sounds of fighting and screams echoing from within. The group's expressions shifted as one boy activated his phone's flashlight, dashing to the alley's entrance and illuminating the scene ahead. As the beam of light revealed the alley, Gukui and the others abruptly halted, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Under the flickering lights, they saw several thugs lying on the ground, while a figure clad in a tight black suit was battling the remaining standing thugs, outnumbered yet undeterred. However, as the light drew closer, a wave of terror washed over everyone. their eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my!
Spider-Man.
The chubby boy was the first to break the silence, his voice echoing like a trumpet, rousing Goku-e and the others from their stupor. This can't be real, right? Their immediate reaction was to suspect that this Spider-Man was merely engaging in cosplay. Yet, in the next moment, the shadowy figure accelerated, swiftly dispatching the remaining thugs. With a flick of his wrist, strands of web shot out, binding the thugs tightly. Then, with a powerful leap, he adhered to the wall, gripping a web strand, and hoisted the incapacitated thugs off the ground, suspending them in midair, rendering their struggles futile. The shadowy figure cast a fleeting glance before leaping gracefully into the air, deftly ascending to great heights. With a flick of his wrist, a silken thread swept through the night, propelling his body skyward. Beneath the moonlight, he vanished into the abyss. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Just then, a distant siren pierced the silence, echoing in all directions. Employees from the KTV, startled by the commotion, rushed outside to witness the unfolding scene. In swift succession, 2 police cars sped around the corner and came to a halt at the entrance of the KTV. Su Jingru and several officers promptly exited the vehicles and hurried towards the group of onlookers. Chapter 26. I saw Spider-Man. Su Jingru hurried over in her high heels, her face etched with anxiety. Upon spotting the group of chubby boys, she immediately inquired, "Why are there only a few of you left? Where are the others?" The boy who had previously answered her call managed a wry smile and replied, "Teacher Su, it's all right. I forgot to mention during the call that the others have taken a taxi home. As for these individuals," he gestured towards the alleyway. A police officer, upon hearing this, promptly turned on his powerful flashlight and directed it toward the indicated direction, instantly illuminating the entire alley as if a floodlight had been switched on. All the thugs were suspended in midair, tightly bound and gagged, struggling and whimpering. The police officers were taken aback but also relieved. It seemed that all the culprits had been apprehended. They didn't rush forward to make arrests, but instead activated their radio to summon a police van for transport. As Su Jingru approached a few steps closer, she caught sight of the white silk threads binding the criminals and was momentarily taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. What kind of person possesses such extraordinary abilities? To have subdued these ruffians and suspended them all like this. "Oh, it's that tiger brother again," remarked a middle-aged officer, recognizing the bald man among the captured. "Causing trouble whenever he drinks, yet this time he has been taken down by someone else. Quite amusing. I suspect he has encountered a rival gang." Turning to the chubby boys, the officer continued, "Did you see who it was that apprehended them?" The boys stared blankly for a moment before nodding in unison, only to shake their heads immediately after, their movements strangely synchronized. The officers exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring, "So did you see or not?" The chubby boy rubbed his face, as if trying to awaken his senses. After a few vigorous rubs, he nodded and said, "We did see, but it wasn't a group, it was just one person." "One person? Ha!" The officers chuckled at this revelation. "At such a young age, you've learned to weave tales. Pray tell, how could one individual possibly subdue so many and bind them all?" "This must have been a gang of at least 30. The middle-aged officer pinched the chubby boy's cheek, his seasoned experience making him skeptical of the claim. He then turned to another officer, saying oldly, "Do you think it could be the Qinglong gang? They certainly made a quick exit." The chubby boy indignantly swatted the officer's hand away and insisted, "How could I possibly lie? It was truly one person, and that person was Spider-Man. Look at the threads binding them. They are spider silk. You arrived too late to witness it. It was simply magnificent." With a mere flick of his hand, the silk shot out in a flurry. He began to mimic the motion as he spoke. The officers were once again taken aback, casting incredulous glances at the chubby boy, silently wondering if he might be somewhat unhinged or perhaps overly enamored with films. "Officer, he is telling the truth. We all saw it. He was indeed wearing a black Spider-Man suit, capable of shooting silk and scaling walls," chimed in Goku and the others standing nearby. Observing the earnest expressions of the high school students, several police officers swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. While one individual might have been prone to deception, the presence of numerous high school witnesses signified that the matter was indeed serious. Their peculiar expressions faded as they exchanged glances, their demeanor gradually shifting to one of solemnity. A middle-aged officer stepped decisively into the alley, examining the threads binding the thug, and exclaimed, "Ah, what a peculiar rope this is. Come take a look." Meanwhile, Chun Song had already changed back into his civilian attire, sauntering out from another direction. His intention had been to swiftly resolve the situation and seek out his friend, Fatty. However, he was taken aback when he noticed that Fatty and his companions had returned. Having witnessed the Spider-Man costume and overheard Fatty recounting tales of Spider-Man to the police, causing a sudden pang of anxiety within him. At that moment, as Fatty spotted him approaching, he shouted, "Song-go, you're back at last. Where have you been? You won't believe it. We just saw Spider-Man." In a barrage of exaggerated gestures, Fatty narrated the events, eliciting a series of inward chuckles from Chen Song, who feigned astonishment while contemplating how to evade suspicion regarding his identity. Just then, Gu-ku approached quietly, asking in a hushed tone,
Chen Kong.
"Are you all right?" Chun Song smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. I tricked them into the alley and slipped away. I only came out when I heard the sirens." Hearing this, Gu-ku visibly relaxed and nodded in understanding. Chun Song discreetly glanced at her lips, noticing the wound had begun to bleed, yet chose to say nothing further. At that moment, Su Jingru approached in her high heels. Having learned over the phone that Chun Song had ventured out alone to rescue others, she was initially startled, thinking it would be disastrous if something happened to him. However, upon hearing that he had successfully saved his classmates, her concern lessened. Yet, upon seeing him now, a sudden surge of frustration welled within her, and she glared at him, saying, "Chun Song, didn't I tell you to stay at home? Why didn't you heed the teacher's advice?" Thankfully, there were few people present today. Had there been a dozen individuals inside, you could have been in grave danger. Have you considered your parents' feelings if something went wrong? Rest assured, Teacher Su, had there been more people, I would have simply pretended to have entered the wrong room and left. Chun Song replied with an awkward smile. Ultimately, Su Jingru admonished him a bit more, urging Chen Song to refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. Chun Song nodded in compliance until the police car arrived, and the group of thugs was taken back to the station, after which he and his companions were also escorted to provide statements. Although Su Jingru accompanied them, she appeared somewhat distracted along the way, as if lost in thought. Ultimately, the police department retained only the testimonies implicating the delinquents, omitting any records pertaining to sightings of Spider-Man. After all, aside from witness accounts, there was no substantial evidence to corroborate Spider-Man's existence. The web strands could merely be regarded as a unique type of rope, necessitating further investigation. As for whether the police would pursue the matter any further, that remained uncertain. Chun Song maintained a demeanor of calmness, yet he exhibited a hint of panic in front of the officers. He claimed to have fled after taking down a few individuals and had never actually encountered Spider-Man. His honest and genteel appearance aroused no suspicion among the authorities. In the end, he particularly urged the police and Su Jingru not to inform his parents, as he wished to spare them worry. Su Jingru furrowed her brow slightly and engaged in a brief discussion with the officers, who subsequently nodded in agreement. After all, Chun Song was considered an adult, and with a teacher present, they could afford some leniency as long as he was not involved in wrongdoing. Chun Song felt surprised by the apparent familiarity the officers showed towards Su Jingru, suggesting a deeper connection than met the eye. However, his astonishment reached new heights when he witnessed the arrival of several luxury cars at the police station, revealing the unexpected wealth of his classmate's family. Soon after, Gu-ku and others were escorted home, leaving Chun Song to sneak back into his own room, as his parents were unaware of his outing. Upon collapsing onto his bed, he exhaled deeply. Moments later, he carefully removed his spider suit, noting several minor bruises on his back from the scuffle. He realized that he still could not compare to the real Spider-Man, as his abilities had yet to evolve to that level. Nevertheless, the pain was trivial to him. What puzzled him was the stagnation of the spider mark on his wrist, which had only developed 2 legs before ceasing to evolve. This left him in a state of confusion, as he pondered the reasons behind it. Ultimately, he returned to bed, burying his head beneath the covers to sleep. The following day, Su Jingru sent a group message, informing them that they were to return to school at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow to collect their report cards, along with details regarding the upcoming camping trip on the deserted island. Chapter 27. The top student of Class 2 Chin Song cast a fleeting glance at his phone before tossing it aside, resuming his exploration of the forum. After scouring through various threads without any noteworthy discoveries, he resorted to creating a new account to post a fresh inquiry. If you were Spider-Man, how would you earn money? Once he published his post, he closed the page and turned away, heading out to assist his mother with household chores. Over the course of 2 days during the holiday, Chun Song felt a sense of fulfillment. Most of his time was spent at home, engaging in conversations with his mother or accompanying her on shopping trips for groceries. Aware of his upcoming camping trip, his mother had prepared some convenient snacks and took the opportunity to teach Chun Song a few simple recipes. On this particular day, he rose early to complete his workout, returned home for a refreshing shower, and donned a new set of athletic attire before heading to school. This day marked the distribution of report cards and the assignment of summer homework. Chen Song was already aware of his final exam results, 728 points. While this score left him somewhat dissatisfied, it was also a reflection of the exam's difficulty, and with an entire year ahead, he had ample time to elevate his performance further. As he entered the classroom, the clock struck 9, and most of his classmates had arrived, albeit with a peculiar buzz of excitement in the air. Among them, Chun Song noticed several unfamiliar faces, likely students from Class 2, who were gathered in conversation with a few academically distinguished boys from his class. During the holiday, the school had not strictly enforced entry protocols, allowing these newcomers to join, presumably brought in by some of his classmates. Chun Song merely acknowledged them with a glance and then shifted his focus elsewhere. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was rife with mixed emotions. Some students were filled with anticipation, while others were plagued by anxiety. The results of the final exams would determine whether they could enjoy a pleasant holiday. The chubby boy, carefree and oblivious, munched on snacks in the classroom, yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Although grades had previously held little significance for him, Chun Song's encouragement had instilled in him a desire to see how well he could perform on the exam. Gu Kui, seated at the front, cast occasional glances toward Chun Song, intrigued by his exam results. She was acutely aware of the exam's heightened difficulty compared to the previous monthly test and could not guarantee that she would match her earlier performance. Doubt lingered in her mind about whether Chun Song could surpass the 700-point mark. Alas, why must they increase the difficulty right before the finals? It seems they are determined to sabotage our summer, someone lamented, clearly lacking confidence in their own scores. Well, it's not like we have many days left of this holiday anyway. The upcoming senior year will be a trial for all of us, sighed another. The boys predominantly shook their heads in resignation, while the girls chattered animatedly in clusters, occasionally glancing toward the students from Class 2, as if engaged in hushed discussions about them. Finally, one bold girl, Lu Yu, stood up and approached the group, boldly inquiring, "Excuse me, classmates, did the scores from Class 2 come out yesterday? Could you share what the highest score is?" A few boys from Class 2 were momentarily taken aback. Then their gazes collectively turned toward one particularly handsome boy, who wore a knowing smile and said, "He is the one with the highest score. You might as well ask him how much he achieved." Lu Yu's eyes immediately shifted to the handsome boy, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. He smiled softly and replied, "I managed to score 700 points. The exam was quite challenging, and I must admit that I got lucky with some of the answers." At his words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom, and all eyes swiftly turned in his direction. 700 points. Under such difficulty he managed to attain that? Was he not even more impressive than Gu Kui? Many students could scarcely contain their surprise. When had such a scholar emerged from Class 2, and how had they remained oblivious? "Lin Tongxue, you are truly remarkable," Lu Yu exclaimed, her astonishment momentarily leaving her speechless before she managed to utter those words. Her gentle demeanor left the boys in the class in a state of bewilderment. A flicker of pride crossed the handsome boy's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "Lu Tongxue, please don't flatter me. I came here primarily to inquire about Gu Kuyi's score. We had made a pact that if I secured the top rank in the second-year citywide exams, she would have to accept the birthday gift I prepared for her." Lu Yu's expression instantly stiffened, and she quickly forced a wry smile, saying, "Oh right, I nearly forgot about your agreement." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted toward Gu Kui, clearly unaware of the pact that existed between her and the handsome boy from Class 2. Many gazes became strangely awkward, some filled with confusion, others with indignation. At some point, a chubby boy had sidled up to Chun Song, nibbling on a piece of biscuit, and muttered, "Humph, this Lin Yi is actually trying to woo a girl from our school and even our class flower? I refuse to accept this." Chun Song rolled his eyes in response and shook his head. "What? Do you know him? Quite the socialite, I sent he. I heard Lu Yu mention Lin Yi a few days ago. He is handsome and excels at basketball, quite popular at Class 2, with many girls vying for his attention. However, he has been pursuing our class monitor since middle school. A few months ago, on our class monitor's birthday, he gifted her a platinum necklace, but she refused to accept it, deeming it too precious. So, Lin Yi proposed that if he ranked first in the city by the end of the term, she would have to accept his gift. Back then, his grades were not as stellar, fairly comparable to hers, which is why she agreed to the wager. Such a thing exists. Chun Song remarked at a loss for words. The chubby boy nodded in agreement and continued, "I find it utterly absurd. He can afford a platinum necklace. If it were me, I'd simply gather a few model helicopters, adorn them with roses, and send them soaring into the sky, first forming a heart shape, then spelling love, and eventually the petals would rain down." Hearing the chubby boy's words, Chun Song was left speechless and quickly interjected, all right, if you're so inclined you could pursue her too." The portly fellow, with a pained expression, remarked, "Zong Gu, you speak as if you have no burdens. If I possessed your looks and achievements, I would have pursued my aspirations long ago. Of course, if I were Spider-Man, that would be even better. I truly regret not capturing that moment on film. It was simply too dashing." As he spoke, he seamlessly shifted the conversation back to Spider-Man, gesturing animatedly and becoming quite animated in his discourse. Chun Song could only shake his head with a resigned smile. Meanwhile, Gu Kui appeared somewhat bashful under the gaze of those around her and turned to Lin Yi, whispering, "Classmate Lin, your gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it." "Do not be hasty in your refusal," Lin Yi replied gently. "Perhaps your score this time will surpass mine, and you could claim the top spot in the city, at which point I would no longer press you to accept the gift." I cannot achieve a score above 700, Gu Kui murmured, shaking her head. She was acutely aware of her capabilities and recognized that her performance on the exam would not yield a score exceeding 700. "Do not lose heart. The difficulty of this exam was merely an anomaly. My title as the top student in the city is largely a matter of fortune." Lin Yi reassured her with a warm smile. "If you truly dislike the gift, allow me to treat you to a meal instead. I apologize to everyone for the delay. I returned from my hometown today and was caught in traffic. I felt quite queasy from the ride and did not arrive home until after 10 o'clock, suffering from a severe headache. I managed to write a chapter but realized how late it had become. I am now both tired and weary, so I will postpone the second chapter until tomorrow. For now, I will update twice a day, and with the addition of the delayed chapter, there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Please remember to continue supporting with your recommendations." Chapter 28. Assistance 700 points. A formidable barrier that countless high school students struggle to surmount. Much like the recent monthly examination, had it not been for Chun Song, even with Gu Kai achieving the top score, no one could have surpassed that threshold. Yet, in this semester's final exam, which proved to be far more challenging than the monthly test, there emerged a contender from the second high school who exceeded 700 points, truly validating the claim of being the best in the city. Nonetheless, there were those who harbored discontent, such as the chubby boy, who, with a face full of disdain, turned to Chun Song and remarked, "Brother Song, it seems you finally have a rival. But tell me, are you confident in surpassing 700 points?" "Not an issue," Chun Song replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "In that case, things might get dire. In my experience, whenever I feel overly confident before an exam, I inevitably face a disastrous outcome, resulting in dismal grades." The chubby boy's expression turned sour. Chun Song could only shake his head in silence, retrieving a textbook from beneath his desk to study, continuing his advanced preparations for senior year. He firmly believed that, Despite possessing talent, it is unwavering effort that truly counts. Only through relentless diligence can one surpass equally gifted individuals. Opportunities favor those who are prepared and those who remain steadfast, and Chun Song embodied both qualities. Gu, your teacher is nearly here. I'm heading outside to play basketball. Do let me know when the results are out. Lin Yi gently addressed Gu Kui, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a devoted boyfriend. After speaking, he departed with several boys from the second high school, heading towards the basketball court. Before leaving, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yu, as if instructing her to accompany Gu Kai to the court. Lu Yu's expression was somewhat stiff, yet she smiled and nodded. Gu Kai's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and unease. She was uncertain how to handle the situation. She had no desire to engage in romantic relationships during her high school years and felt no attraction to Lin Yi. Yet, confronted with such overtures, she was at a loss for how to decline, softening her resolve for fear that a harsh refusal might impact Lin Yi's performance, leading to the current predicament. Ki, don't worry. We have nothing else to do anyway. Let's go watch Lin Yi play. I've heard he is quite skilled, being the captain of the second high school team. As for that appointment, I can accompany you later for a meal, and that will be the end of it, Lu Yu whispered to her, her voice low yet audible to the keenly observant Chen Kong. However, Chun Song remained uninterested in their affairs. He felt no entitlement to intervene in matters of affection and continued to immerse himself in his studies. Moments later, Su Jingru entered the corridor, her arms laden with a stack of exam papers and report cards. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, breaths held in anticipation of the moment. With a decisive motion, Su Jingru placed the papers on the podium, her gaze sweeping across the class before settling on Chen Song, a slight smile gracing her lips. His score exceeded the expectations of all the teachers. They had anticipated a drop from his previous monthly performance. To their astonishment, he achieved an extraordinary score of 728 points. The final exam had proven far more difficult than the monthly assessments of the past. However, students need not despair. The forthcoming college entrance examination would not pose such challenging questions. This assessment merely served to gauge the limits of students' capabilities as mandated by the city. Su Jingru smiled and addressed her classmates. However, this did little to alleviate the tension and unease that gripped them. A boy, wearing a frown, remarked, "Teacher Su, please spare us your reassurances. Bringing home these results will surely ruin our summer vacation." Another student chimed in, "Indeed, this exam was exceedingly difficult. Some questions were nearly beyond the syllabus. I couldn't even finish half of them. My score will undoubtedly be significantly lower than last month's test. I wager that if anyone improves, I'll eat this desk." He patted the surface in front of him, shaking his head. The classmates shared no amusement, for they all believed the boy was speaking nonsense. Improve from last month's exam? Such a notion seemed utterly far-fetched. Yet, Su Jingru, unable to suppress herself, covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Her beautiful eyes suddenly darted towards the back of the classroom, where Chan Song sat, and she said, "You might just lose that bet. One student has not only improved, but has achieved a remarkable increase of 16 points, scoring a breathtaking 728, thus claiming the top position in the grade, with a perfect score in mathematics." "What?" The students gasped in astonishment. "How is that even possible? Scoring 728 on such a challenging exam?" The final math question was nearly unsolvable, yet someone managed a perfect score? Who could be so extraordinary? Realization dawned upon them, and their gazes swiftly converged upon Chen Kong. Chan Song merely lifted his head slightly, then lowered his eyelids, returning to his book without a hint of surprise or concern, as if such a score were his due. This scene evoked a mix of shock and admiration among his peers. This was what it meant to be a genius, possessing an unwavering spirit and confidence, remaining composed amidst any turmoil. The chubby boy found himself increasingly in awe of Chen Kong unbeknownst to Chen Song. His unassuming demeanor sparked such thoughts among his classmates. His calmness stemmed simply from already knowing his score, leaving little room for astonishment. Conversely, upon hearing the score, Gu Ku transitioned from initial shock to pure elation, feeling happier than if she had achieved a high score herself. Scoring 728 was 28 points higher than Lin Yi's score, eliminating any possibility for Lin Yi to claim the top spot in the city. freeing Guku from the tangle of Lin Yi's earlier promises. In that moment, all the complexities and burdens within Guku shattered, solely due to Chun Song's score. Finally, as per her usual routine, Su Jingru offered some encouraging words before distributing the report cards. Guku, unfortunately, had fallen behind, achieving third place with a score of 630, while the second position was claimed by a dark horse from another class, just 5 points ahead of her. Chun Song's unprecedented first place remained unattainable for now. Subsequently, Su Jingru shared details about an upcoming camping trip on a deserted island, and the majority of the class signed up. Some, however, were unable to attend due to parental disapproval. Guku chose not to inform her family about the KTV incident from a few days prior, thus preserving her plans for the island trip. Meanwhile, Li Chong and Yang Fei, following the recent events, did not come to school to collect their report cards, likely feeling too embarrassed to participate in the upcoming adventure, especially as their classmates held them in low regard. Ultimately, after Su Jingru concluded her remarks, she dismissed everyone to return home. The camping trip was scheduled for 2 days hence, once again convening outside the school gates. As Chun Song stowed his test papers and report card into his backpack and prepared to depart, Gukui approached him, with Lu Yu trailing behind, casting an unusual glance at Chun Song without uttering a word. Gukui pursed her lips slightly and whispered, "Chun Song, may I borrow your report card for a moment?" Aware of her situation with Lin Yi, Chun Song, understanding the implication behind her request, readily acquiesced, nodding as he produced the report card. Upon receiving the report card, Gukui appeared to contemplate something further and quietly inquired, "Are you in a hurry to get home?" "Not at all, why do you ask?"
Chen Kong Riplit.
"Could you accompany me to the basketball court? I just want to show your report card to someone, and I'll return it right after," Gukui mumbled, her gaze cast downwards, avoiding direct eye contact with Chun Kong. Realizing her intention, Chun Song noted that if he left now, she would have to come back to return the report card, which seemed rather cumbersome. At that moment, he had no pressing matters, and a brief visit to the basketball court with Gukui before heading home seemed trivial. Hence he nodded, "Sure, that's fine." "Thank you," Gukui exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "No problem," Chun Song replied with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to them, the chubby boy had stealthily approached and was eavesdropping. With a jovial grin, he placed a pudgy hand on Chun Song's shoulder and chimed, "Bro, you can't forget about me at a time like this. I want to see Lin Yi's expression firsthand." "Let us go," Chun Song replied, shaking his head in silent resignation, choosing to ignore the chubby boy as he stepped away with Gukui. The chubby boy, undeterred, cheerfully followed suit, summoning several boys from their class to join them. As they arrived at the basketball court, it was already thronged with students from other classes. Some engaged in play, while others watched. The most crowded area was undoubtedly that of Lin Yi's team. With a swift flick, Lin Yi executed a stunning three-point shot that swished through the net effortlessly. Applause erupted from the surrounding boys, while the girls squealed in excitement. Lin Yi's appearance and poise were undeniably captivating, and that three-pointer had effectively sealed the victory against their rivals. Chun Song and Gukui stepped onto the court just in time to witness this spectacle. Lu Yu's heart raced as she murmured softly, "That shot was incredible. No wonder he's the captain of the second school's team." At that moment, Lin Yi broke through the crowd and spotted Gukui. He beamed and waved at her, jogging over with a radiant smile that made Lu Yu's heart flutter even more. "Kui, how did you do on your exams?"
Lin Yi nguyret.
Completely disregarding Chun Song and the chubby boy, his focus solely on Gukui, displaying a hint of deliberate intent. "Not too well. I only scored 630, Gukui replied, shaking her head, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip as she spoke. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, he interjected, "It's nothing, just the final exam. There's still a year to strive for, and by then, you will surely achieve a score of 700. However, you must not go back on your word regarding that promise. I have fulfilled my commitment by securing the top position in the city. I will reserve a table at a restaurant for dinner, just the two of us." "No, that promise." Guku hurriedly shook her head, intending to clarify that Lin Yi had lost the bet. Yet, her words were once again interrupted by Lin Yi, who was rather adept at this. Sensing that Guku might refuse, He offered no room for hesitation and stated outright, "It's fine. If you think two people would be too quiet, you can invite Lu Yu along." Lu Yu's expression had already stiffened, feeling as though she were merely a background figure in this scenario. "Oh, are they also your classmates? If so many people join, it might not be suitable, as I only reserved a table for 4. Lin Yi, oblivious to the situation, finally directed his gaze toward Chun Song and the others, displaying a look of discomfort. A combined chapter has been delivered. By the way, I have some good news. This book has entered a new contract phase, and there will be updates later. Please remember to cast your votes, and friends who support Bu Yi can also make contributions, as the tipping feature has been enabled." Chapter 29. The challenge from Lin Yi exuded confidence and intelligence, which undoubtedly contributed to his remarkable performance in the recent final examination. Although he attributed his impressive score of over 700 to a stroke of luck, having fortuitously guessed several exceedingly difficult multiple-choice questions, he was now assured that, upon learning of Gu Kuyi's score, the title of the top student in the city was all but secured for him. The restaurant reservation had been made as soon as he stepped onto the basketball court, and he surmised that even if Gu Kui lost the bet, she would likely refuse to accept the necklace. Therefore, he opted for a more modest approach, suggesting they share a meal to foster their relationship, fully aware that one cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. When he proposed altering the terms to a dinner, he felt confident of success. Even if Gu Kui hesitated, Lu Yu would likely persuade her to join. However, upon Gu Kuyi's arrival, it seemed she was still reluctant, and to Lin Yi's surprise, she had brought along several male classmates, transforming the occasion into what appeared to be a gathering of friends. Lin Yi was naturally displeased, but he was unaware that to the onlookers, including the chubby boy and others, he was merely the jester in this scenario. As he mentioned that there was only a 4-person table available, one of the boys from the second high school promptly interjected, "Gu classmate, this is where you are mistaken. Our top student from the final exam has invited you to dinner, not to a gathering of classmates. Indeed, although we are from the second high school, our recent performance has not been inferior to yours," chimed in another boy. "Look at how we claimed the top score this time. We would love to have a meal with Lin Yi to gain some insights, but alas, we lack the opportunity. You, on the other hand, how can you not cherish this chance?" Several boys from the second high school spoke in unison, denying Gu Kui any opportunity to respond. The chubby boy, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and exclaimed, all right, fellow students from the second high school, do not get ahead of yourselves. The top score may not even belong to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and his companions paused, exchanged glances, and then burst into laughter. "Not belong to us? Could it be that someone from your school also scored over 700? We must get to know them," one of Lin Yi's friends remarked. "Ha, do you really think that is possible? Gu classmate here is already representing your school with the highest score in her grade. Could she possibly emerge as the dark horse? Surely, she cannot match our EG's score of 700. While his friends chuckled, Lin Yi observed Gu Kui closely, sensing something amiss, his brow slightly furrowing. Gu Kui then handed her score report to Lin Yi, stating, "I did not achieve first place this time. However, our classmate Chun Song scored 728. For reasons she could not quite fathom, pride and a sense of accomplishment swelled within her as she spoke, as though she herself were the one achieving high marks. Yet, she paid little mind to this feeling, believing she could escape her agreement with Lin Yi, which brought her a sense of ease and joy. Lin Yi and several classmates from Class 2 were momentarily stunned by the remark, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, as they gazed at the report card clutched tightly in Gu Kai's delicate hand. Without Lin Yi needing to reach for it, they had already spotted the glaring figure displayed. 728. 728 points? How could that be possible? Including Lin Yi. The students from Class 2 were left in a state of utter confusion, their minds consumed by the incredulous thought. How could this be? Chun Song? Who is Chun Song? Lin Yi asked aloud, startled. It seemed he had never heard that name before, and to his knowledge, over the past half year of the second year, he was familiar with all the students in the top 10 of the first class, yet he had never encountered the name Chen Kong. Now, however, in the wake of the most challenging final examination, this unfamiliar name had unexpectedly surfaced. No, not unfamiliar. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled something, a vague memory surfacing in the depths of his mind. I know. I senti he the one who ranked first in the entire grade last year during his first year. At that moment, a boy from class 2 spoke up, evidently recalling something, his gaze fixated on Chen Kong. Lin Yi also came to the realization that this poised young man before him was indeed the same Chen Song he had crossed paths with multiple times last year. Back then, Chen Song had firmly held the top position in the first class, his academic performance overshadowing Gu Kai's, leaving a lasting impression on Lin Yi, who had even deemed him his most formidable rival. However, after entering the second year, he had suddenly heard about this individual suffering an accident, resulting in disfigurement and a dramatic decline in academic performance, a name he should have long since forgotten. To his astonishment, a year later that name had resurfaced, and this face had regained its former fairness and charm. Lin Yi's heart began to race. He had meticulously strategized, believing that the title of the top student in the city was securely his, and all that remained was to approach Gu Kai under the pretense of a prior agreement. Yet, he had never anticipated that another contender for the title existed, and with such a terrifying score, how could this be? Cheating. That score is undoubtedly the result of cheating, a boy from class 2 exclaimed, echoing Lin Yi's unvoiced thoughts. He firmly believed that such a high score could not possibly be attained, especially by someone who had languished at the bottom for so long. Is it that when you from class 2 score 700 points, it's a testament to your abilities, but when we from class 1 achieve 728 points, it's cheating? A stout boy replied, his face darkened with displeasure. Gu Kai also slightly opened her mouth, seemingly ready to defend herself, but a slender hand suddenly emerged from behind her, taking the report card from her grasp. Class monitor. Since they've seen it, we should be leaving now. The hand belonged to none other than Chen Song himself. His tone was remarkably calm, dismissing Lin Yi and the others' remarks entirely, showing no interest in clarifying that he had not cheated, for they were not worthy of his effort to explain. Gu Kai paused for a moment, then nodded, whispering to Lin Yi, "Classmate Lin, we should head back now. Goodbye." After speaking, she turned and followed Chen Song, as if in this moment, he provided an inexplicable sense of security, instilling in her a profound trust. The group of chubby boys, already eager for a confrontation, prepared to engage in a debate with Lin Yi. However, Chen Song's decisive move left Lin Yi's questions unanswered, as though his words had struck nothing but air, lacking any impact. Lin Yi's expression darkened. For the first time, he felt utterly defeated. His most cherished achievements were effortlessly overshadowed, particularly the staggering 28-point gap, which felt like the chasm between heaven and earth. Clenching his fists, he observed Gu Kui inadvertently exhale in relief as she turned to leave with Chen Song, igniting a fierce anger within him, akin to a hunter whose prize had been snatched away at the last moment. He was unwilling to accept such humiliation. "Wait," Lin Yi suddenly called out, intending to halt Gu Kui, though his true target was Chen Kong. A new strategy formed in his mind to vanquish Chen Song, not to mention the possibility of cheating, but rather to challenge him in a different arena. Basketball, a sport of which he was equally proud. "What is it?" Gu Kui turned, bewildered. Lin Yi's gaze flickered provocatively towards Chen Song and the chubby boys, yet he quickly reverted to his usual gentle demeanor, smiling at Gu Kui. "Since we still have some time before dinner and everyone is gathered here, why don't you let your class's boys play a game of basketball with us? The losing side will treat the winners to drinks. Just a friendly match, what do you say?" The drinks were of little consequence. Lin Yi cared not for the outcome, but rather sought to showcase his prowess on the court before Gu Kui and the other students from his school. He aimed to teach Chen Song a lesson, to deliver a resounding block in front of Gu Kui. No, not just one, but 10. Chen Song, of course, heard Lin Yi's invitation. Aware that Lin Yi was the captain of the second school's basketball team and possessed considerable skill, Chen Song recognized his own limitations, having not played basketball frequently and only possessing a modest proficiency. Years ago, he had participated in a few games during gym class, all of which ended in defeat. Back then, his shooting was inaccurate, his jumping ability lacking, and he had no understanding of defensive strategies, let alone collaborating with others to score. But that was in the past. He was no longer the same person. Chapter 30. Satisfying you with Chen Song's remarkable jumping ability and strength, coupled with his mastery over bodily coordination, he could not only effortlessly reach the basketball hoop but also swiftly acquire exceptional dribbling skills. Defeating Lin Yi was hardly a challenge. However, why should he accept the challenge? It was merely Lin Yi's unilateral desire to confront them, seeking to showcase himself in front of Gu Kui and the students from Class 1. To Chun Song, whether he participated in the game or not bore no significance in terms of loss or gain. On the contrary, if possible, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, shunning the limelight and avoiding becoming the center of attention. Thus, he dismissed Lin Yi's challenge, shaking his head lightly before turning and walking away. The group of chubby friends was momentarily taken aback. None of them were particularly skilled at basketball. They could play casually, but facing Lin Yi, the captain of the second school's team, would be an entirely different matter. Consequently, they placed their hopes on Chun Song, believing that with his exceptional skills, he might also excel at basketball. To their dismay, Chun Song made no effort to respond and continued to leave. Gu Kui was equally astonished. She was unsure why Lin Yi had suddenly invited them to play. However, upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of the chubby friends, she quickly realized that Lin Yi, as the captain of the second school's team, clearly intended to humiliate the boys from their class through basketball. Lin, let us discuss the game another time. We should head back now, Gu Kui said with a polite smile, unwilling to side with Lin Yi. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was evidently not inclined to let them leave so easily, especially not Chin Kong. A sly smile crossed his face as he called out loudly, "It's nothing serious, just for fun. If you're worried about losing and not being able to afford the drinks, I can treat you, who can't afford it." Upon hearing this, the chubby friend's expression darkened, and he pulled out several hundred-yuan bills from his wallet. Chun Song paused momentarily, a wry smile escaping his lips. Lin Yi was clearly employing a tactic to provoke them, and the chubby friend had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Lin Yi's voice was deliberately amplified, drawing the attention of students from Class 1, who had already been watching. They all felt a sense of sympathy for Class 1, shaking their heads internally. Why offend anyone else when it had to be Lin Yi? He was the captain of the second school's team, and now he was challenging the students from Class 1. Regardless of whether they accepted the challenge or not, they were destined to become a source of ridicule. As far as I know, the only ones in Class 1 who can play basketball are just Yang Fei and a few others, and their skills are not impressive. The rest are either bookworms or chubby. How could they possibly compete with Lin Yi and his team? What a pity. If they agree to play, it's like eggs hitting against stones. If they refuse, they'll likely be mocked for their poor basketball skills and be labeled as timid. Nearby, students from Class 1 wore expressions of amusement, eagerly discussing the unfolding drama. The chubby friend's face fell, and he turned angrily, exclaiming, "Aren't you all from Class 1? Here comes the second school to tread upon our basketball court, and you still find it entertaining? This student, one must not speak in such a manner. They are merely engaging in playful competition, not a serious match. Surely you do not lack the courage to even step onto the court? Indeed, we do not expect you to triumph, but if you lack the audacity to participate, it truly brings disgrace upon our school." The nearby students, provoked by the chubby boy, turned their ire towards him. Lin Yi was quite pleased with this development. He intended to embarrass the chubby boy and Chun Song, ensuring they could not retreat gracefully. Chun Song furrowed his brow slightly, about to respond when Gu Ku and Lu Yu appeared at his side. Lu Yu hesitated momentarily before softly advising, "Chun Song, it would be wise for you not to participate. I have witnessed their basketball skills, and should you be blocked, it would be even more humiliating than now." Lu Yu's warning came from a place of genuine concern. Though she harbored feelings for Lin Yi, she was still a classmate of Chun Kong. Should he and his companions be ridiculed on the court, it would reflect poorly on their entire class. How audacious of the second high school to come here and bully novices. Perhaps I should join you in the game? At that moment, a disdainful voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a striking girl with short hair stepping forward. The crowd buzzed with whispers, and Chun Song was somewhat astonished to recognize her as the girl who had sat next to him during the monthly exam. She had previously looked down on him, even revealing her abdominal muscles, which had left him feeling quite embarrassed. Now, her appearance seemed not to support Chun Song but rather to stand against Lin Yi and his friends for bullying the newcomers, particularly those less skilled in basketball. Wow! It's her. The chubby boy, who had approached Chun Song to discuss their participation, gasped upon seeing the girl. You know her?
Chen Kong in quick.
Of course. She is Ji Shengnan from Class 7, renowned for being a tomboy. The chubby boy replied, casting Chun Song a quizzical glance. You don't know someone so famous? Chun Song shook his head in silence. During his first year, he had focused solely on his studies, and in his second year, he had been too lethargic to pay attention to others. The chubby boy rolled his eyes and remarked, Brother Song, it's impressive that you haven't heard of this. Last semester, a boy from her class had a dispute with her and ended up losing a tooth due to her shoulder throw. The whole school knew about it. Isn't that fierce? Moreover, I've heard she has been training her abs. Speaking of which, a girl with defined abdominal muscles can be quite alluring. I've seen photos of some foreign girls online who look like that. As the chubby boy continued, he veered the conversation towards physique, wearing a contemplative expression. Beside them, Gu Ku and Lu Yu exchanged exasperated glances, but chose not to comment further.
Yi Shengnan.
Chun Song mused, finding the name intriguing. It seemed fitting, for she embodied her name, victorious and strong. Ji Shengnan unexpectedly stepped forward, catching Lin Yi and the others off guard. Upon seeing Ji Shengnan, not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her figure was also astonishing, even more captivating than Lu Yu's. The slight displeasure that had been etched on Lin Yi's face vanished in an instant, his expression softening. Classmate, you've misunderstood. We were merely having some fun, Lin Yi said with a smile, striving to present himself as a gentleman. Then I shall join in your little game, Ji Shengnan replied, rolling up the long sleeves of her school uniform to reveal her creamy skin, confidently striding onto the court. As she passed by Chun Song, her steps faltered momentarily. She cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked with a cold smile, keep your report card safe. Good grades don't mean much. It's best not to flaunt them unnecessarily. Focus on building your physique. A grown man who won't even dare to play basketball. Her words trailed off, her head shaking slightly, conveying her disdain. She had already noticed Chun Song and Gu Kai as they entered the court. She had witnessed the earlier scene and assumed Chun Song was merely showing off his report card to impress Gu Kai, only to find himself outmaneuvered by Lin Yi, who had coerced him into playing basketball. This only deepened her contempt for Chen Kong. While there was little merit in boasting about grades, physical prowess was certainly not something to be proud of either. Chun Song responded with a faint smile. Indeed, there's nothing to boast about. Ji Shengnan's body stiffened at the recollection of the time she had exposed her abdominal muscles to Chen Song in the classroom, a flicker of anger crossing her face. She glared at him but said nothing, proceeding directly onto the court. Classmate, if you're going to play, it seems a bit unnecessary for just you to take the field, Lin Yi remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation towards Ji Shengnan. Basketball is not a solitary endeavor. Our side has 4 players, but in school games, we typically play half-court, usually 3 against 3. With Ji Shengnan on the court alone, no matter how skilled she may be, she could not possibly contend with the 3 of them. Moreover, it could easily turn into a scenario where a few players from their school bully a single girl from another, which wouldn't reflect well. Chen Song, look. Even the girls from your school have joined in. Do you still wish to hide behind them? Lin Yi cast a glance at Chun Song, attempting to portray him as a coward lurking behind the girls. Chun Song smiled calmly, his gaze momentarily flickering with anger despite his otherwise serene demeanor. He had no desire to draw attention to himself, yet Lin Yi relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no choice but to abandon his low profile. Otherwise, he would indeed come to be seen as a timid coward. Since you've chosen to be so brazen, I shall certainly oblige, Chun Song said with a grin, stepping towards the court amidst the astonished gazes of Fatty and Gu Kai. Thank you to the naive little kid who gifted 1888 book coins, securing the top position on this book's fan leaderboard. Haha, thank you. However, regarding updates, I must adhere to a minimum of 2 updates a day. I've been rather busy lately, but once I manage my recommendations, I will strive to increase the frequency of updates. Chapter 31. The Perfect CLO? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Chun Song's words, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, I shall see how you intend to fulfill that. He held little faith in Chun Song's abilities. After all, if he were truly competent, he wouldn't have hesitated to step onto the court earlier. It was only after being provoked by Ji Xingnan that he had mustered the courage to emerge. Thus, Lin Yi surmised, his strength could not be too formidable. Moreover, the companions accompanying him from the first high school were all members of the school team, a trio representing the caliber of their squad. There was no way they could falter against Chun Song and his associates. Count me in then. It's merely a game, the hefty boy boldly volunteered. Song, you're taller than I am, so you can play center and grab the rebounds. Noticing that Chun Song and Ji Xingnan were still a teammate short, he stepped forward. He had yet to witness Chun Song play, but he figured that with his substantial physique, he could at least provide some assistance in blocking. He had overlooked Ji Xingnan entirely. While she might excel in a brawl, her prowess on the court was questionable at best. Upon seeing the hefty boy assume the role of a primary player, Ji Xingnan couldn't help but smirk, inquiring, "How long have you two been playing basketball?" "I started last year," the hefty boy replied proudly. Chun Song rubbed his chin, a faint smile gracing his features as he said, "I played a few times during gym class in middle school, but I haven't touched a ball in a while." At this declaration, Lin Yi and the others erupted in laughter, while Ji Xingnan rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering, "You might as well spare yourself the embarrassment. With skills like yours, how dare you speak so boldly? Why not?" Chun Song maintained his cheerful demeanor. Ji Xingnan found herself at a loss for words, realizing that conversing with a novice was futile. She shrugged her shoulders in resignation and advised, "Just focus on defense, and pass the ball to me when you get it." "Understood." Chun Song nodded, recognizing Ji Xingnan's evident skill and competence. Given her competitive nature, she would not have stepped forward if she weren't capable. Thus commenced the basketball match, characterized by a stark disparity in skill levels, with both sides deciding that the outcome would be determined by 5 points. The court quickly filled with students who had come to witness the commotion, none believing that Chun Song's team stood a chance. Lin Yi's reputation preceded him. Last year, during the city-organized basketball tournament, the first high school had been thoroughly trounced by the second high school, with Lin Yi being the standout player who had decimated the first high school's team. Possessing height, good looks, and excellent grades, Lin Yi had not only avoided inciting the ire of the first high school's female students but had actually garnered quite a following. Thus, whenever he came to play at the first high school, many girls would flock to the sidelines, even treating him to drinks to quench his thirst. As the match had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already electrified with cheers of encouragement for Lin Yi from several girls outside the court. With a confident smile, Lin Yi approached Chun Song, cradling the basketball, and tossed it to him, stating, "You may begin." Chun Song, taking no offense, accepted the ball, ready to take the first shot since his opponents had graciously allowed them to initiate the game. Lin Yi bent slightly, adopting a defensive stance, clearly intending to match Chun Song's efforts. As Chun Song prepared to execute a simple jump shot to test his skills and accuracy, a figure suddenly darted into his peripheral vision. It was Ji Xingnan, who had seemingly circled around and found herself in an open position. Chun Song did not hesitate and promptly passed the ball. Ji Xingnan caught it with one hand and swiftly drove towards the basket, executing a feint that deceived the opposing defender. Following this, he made a jump shot, and with a satisfying swish, the basketball swooshed through the net. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, like water running in a stream. The students observing from the sidelines gasped in astonishment and erupted into applause, recognizing Ji Xingnan's remarkable skill. It was utterly beyond their expectations for a girl to excel in basketball to such an extent. A chubby boy gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "So impressive. Position yourself properly and set a screen for me," Ji Xingnan said, casting him a glance with a hint of indifference. Lin Yi was also taken aback by this play but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. While Ji Xingnan's skills were commendable, they were still no match for their team. According to the rules, the two sides took turns serving the ball. Lin Yi, clutching the basketball, walked to the three-point line, while Chun Song naturally assumed the defensive position. Lin Yi, fixated on Chun Song, provocatively taunted, "Were you too scared to take me on one-on-one earlier? Now's your chance." Chun Song smiled lightly, his focus sharpening rapidly, entering a state of heightened awareness where Lin Yi appeared to him as prey, and his movements slowed down in his perception. This was the spider's instinct, a hunting mode that employed stillness to counteract motion. Thus, Chun Song stood calmly before Lin Yi, not even adopting a defensive posture. Onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, remarking, "It seems Chun Song is not up to the task. He can't even defend properly, yet he dares to face Lin Yi." "You don't understand," another student interjected. Given Lin Yi's prowess, none of the three can effectively defend against him, so they've sent out the weakest, Chun Song, to take the heat. It's akin to the strategy of Tianji racing horses. Are they really just letting Lin Yi score? Someone else questioned. Of course, no one can guard against him anyway. I would play the same way. The murmurs of the crowd naturally reached Gu Kui and Lu Yu, whose expressions diverged. Lu Yu felt a mix of anticipation for Lin Yi's dazzling basketball skills and reluctance to witness Chun Song's potential defeat.
Gu qu'est-ce qui.
On the other hand, harbored a pure desire for Chun Song not to lose, unwilling to see him humiliated on the court by Lin Yi. After all, Chun Song's predicament was directly linked to her. "I'm sorry." Gu Kui pressed her lips together, her heart already apologizing to Chen Kong. "Why are you just standing there? Defend." Ji Xingnan, preoccupied with her own defense, grew anxious upon seeing Chun Song's in action. "I admire your confident defense technique," Lin Yi grinned, leaping directly in front of Chen Kong. He aimed for a clean and decisive score, confidently opting for a three-pointer. As he jumped, he felt an unencumbered ease, as if no one were defending against him. The pressure dissipated, and as he flicked his wrist to release the ball, the exquisite feel told him that this three-pointer was assured. However, just as the basketball left his hand, a shadow surged up with astonishing speed and height, descending upon him like a mountain crashing from the sky, instantly filling Lin Yi's field of vision. "What?"
Lin Yi exclaimed.
His eyes widening in shock as he began to descend towards the ground. Smack! A crisp sound resonated in all directions as Chun Song skillfully blocked Lin Yi's basketball with one hand, not merely deflecting it but firmly grasping it, allowing it to descend back to the ground. This was an immaculate block, utterly definitive. The arena fell into an astonished silence, with every spectator rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. How? How could this be possible? Lu Yu, her face a mask of astonishment, murmured in disbelief. The other students, including those from the second school, shared this incredulity. They had witnessed Lin Yi leap and shoot first, yet Chun Song, with a seemingly effortless delayed jump, displayed such explosive power, instantly blocking the basketball. What formidable leaping ability must he possess? Chapter 32. The steal and dunk. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was utterly blank. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, he had always been the one to block others, and rarely did anyone manage to contest his three-point shots, even from such a distance. This was a situation he had never encountered before, as Chun Song's leaping ability surpassed all his expectations. As Chun Song seized the ball, he paid no heed to the dazed Lin Yi, preparing to pass to Ji Xingnan for a swift score. However, Ji Xingnan was equally astonished, staring blankly at him. With a bitter smile, Chun Song decided to dribble the ball beyond the three-point line, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and executed a jump shot. His wrist flicked with precision, gentle yet controlled. The basketball soared from his fingertips, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, drawing the gazes of all present. Yet, clang! The ball struck the rim forcefully, rebounding sharply and veering out of bounds. It did not go in. The sound jolted everyone back to reality, and they collectively regained their composure. In summary, Chun Song's attempt had merely resulted in a block without scoring, dispelling the notion among the onlookers who had almost elevated him to the status of a skilled player based on that single block. Turned out Chun Song was not as formidable as they had imagined. Ji Xingnan exhaled in relief and said to Chun Song, "Well done, keep defending, and pass to me next time." The stout fellow chimed in, "Song Gu, if he dares to shoot, you block him decisively." Lin Yi, feeling inexplicably relieved, no longer underestimated Chen Kong. He recognized that while Chun Song's jumping ability was commendable, his shooting accuracy left much to be desired. In a situation devoid of defense, such a poor shot was unfathomable. Had it been him, he would have seized the opportunity to drive in for a layup. Clearly, he understood that Chun Song lacked sufficient basketball experience. These two weaknesses rekindled Lin Yi's confidence, and a cold smirk crossed his face as he declared, "Let's see how many shots you can block." Chun Song did not respond, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had merely been testing the waters. After not playing for so long, it was unrealistic to expect him to find his rhythm immediately. Nevertheless, that exploratory shot had already helped him ascertain the angle and force required. Next time, he would achieve perfection. As the game resumed, since the ball had gone out of bounds, it was Lin Yi's team's turn to inbound. This time, Lin Yi had learned his lesson. He refrained from shooting from beyond the arc, dribbling slowly. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes as he devised a plan to toy with Chun Kong. With a series of rapid dribbles, the basketball danced under Lin Yi's control, quickening in pace as he executed between the legs dribbles and several feints, attempting to deceive Chun Song into a defensive posture. Then, he would have the chance to drive past him into the paint. However, Chun Song remained steadfastly in front of him, a smile gracing his face as if he were an amused spectator watching a monkey perform tricks, completely unfazed by Lin Yi's antics. The onlookers outside the court wore expressions of bewilderment. No one applauded Lin Yi's dribbling skills. If Chun Song were to defend, Lin Yi's dribbling and feints would surely prove effective and appear quite stylish. However, Chun Song watched him with an air of nonchalance, as if he were an outsider observing Lin Yi's futile efforts, rendering Lin Yi rather uninteresting in the eyes of the onlookers. With no one guarding him, what was the purpose of all these movements? Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration and ceased his antics, dribbling the ball with one hand and casting a peculiar glance at Chun Kong. Are you not going to defend? I merely wish to see how long you can sustain these movements, Chun Song replied with a smile, shaking his head. To him, Lin Yi's actions were as slow as a tortoise. Stealing the ball would be effortless, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to do so. He intended to wait for a chance to undermine Lin Yi's confidence gradually. Since you choose not to defend, I shall demonstrate how to play you to your demise. Enraged, Lin Yi suddenly accelerated, dribbling toward Chun Song's right side. Chun Song promptly matched his pace, blocking his path. Not good, Ji Xingnan exclaimed suddenly. In the next moment, Lin Yi elegantly retracted his steps, executing a flawless retreat that allowed him to smoothly breach Chun Song's left side. This feint successfully deceived Chun Kong. Many onlookers gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive! Lin Yi truly lives up to his reputation. It is no simple task to defend against his caliber." Chun Song is still inexperienced. While his leaping ability is commendable, his defensive skills leave much to be desired, someone remarked. Many girls were captivated by Lin Yi's graceful retreat and subsequent breakthrough, their hearts racing as they internally cheered for his remarkable prowess. "Ah, you have compelled me to take this seriously, but alas, your inadequacy will forever keep you beneath me." Lin Yi smirked, confident that once he focused, no student in Huhai City could stand in his way. With a deft feint, he outmaneuvered Chun Song, successfully advancing toward the paint, leaving Chun Song behind, out of his sight. Yet, as he turned to his teammates, hoping to catch their appreciative gazes, he was met with wide-eyed expressions and mouths agape, as if they were about to shout something. "Watch out behind you!" A sharp sound rang out, and with his teammates' belated warning, Lin Yi suddenly found the ball missing from his grasp. How could this happen? He exclaimed in disbelief, only to see a figure swiftly dart past him, dribbling the very basketball that had once belonged to him, racing toward the hoop. "Stop him!" The two players from the second high school quickly reacted. Attempting to block Chun Kong, Ji Xingnan was also quick to respond, immediately setting a screen against one of the defenders, but the heavier player lacked such agility and inadvertently left another opponent unguarded. By the time Chun Song considered passing to Ji Xingnan, it was too late. Standing before him was the opposing center, a tall and robust figure. "Guard him!" Lin Yi shouted in anger, confident in his own center's capabilities, convinced that Chun Song, with his slender frame, could not hope to compete against their formidable center. The spectators shared this sentiment, observing that Chun Song indeed appeared somewhat frail, lacking a sense of strength. However, in this moment, Chun Song dashed past the free throw line, soaring high before the opposing center, single-handedly raising the ball, poised to execute a slam dunk. The spectators gasped in astonishment. How could he dare to dunk in front of such a formidable opponent? Is he out of his mind? Someone remarked in disbelief. It was a blatant display of inexperience. Even with agility, lacking the requisite strength would render a successful dunk improbable. This endeavor was far more challenging than one might assume, and Chen Song was on the verge of a catastrophic failure. The center, at the instant Chen Song leapt, unleashed his own power, rising like an immovable mountain to collide with Chen Kong. Gu covered her mouth in shock, her eyes flickering with trepidation. For the disparity in size between Chen Song and the burly center was stark. Should they collide mid-air, Chen Song's slender frame would undoubtedly be sent flying, possibly leading to injury. It was too late for Ji Xingnan to intervene. The thought crossed his mind as he helplessly watched Chen Song ascend towards the center. The inevitable clash occurred, a fierce collision in mid-air, yet the outcome exceeded all expectations. Chen Song transformed into a soaring eagle, diving towards the mountain of muscle. Akin to a battle axe cleaving through the void, he disregarded the center and forcefully collided with him. Then, with a single hand, he struck the ball against the rim with great force. Bang! Swish! The rim emitted a mournful cry as the ball cascaded through the net. The arena fell silent, with only Chen Song, suspended from the rim, and the muscular center sprawled on the ground, face down, his expression blank, clearly still processing the astonishing event that had just unfolded. Chapter 33. Surrender. How could such a seemingly frail body manage to hold the ball in midair and send a robust center flying? Ultimately, he even executed a powerful dunk. Was this not a scene from the NBA? The onlooking students stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Lu Yu was especially taken aback. She had often seen Lin Yi play with elegant shots and commanding blocks. But now, Chen Song's formidable dunk had utterly shattered her previous notions. While blocks were indeed impressive, this kind of dunk exuded true dominance, an embodiment of unparalleled strength. At least among the high school students in Huhai City, there could not be more than 3 individuals capable of such a feat, yet Chen Song had achieved it. Lu Yu's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Gu Ku had long since lost her composure, vaguely sensing that Chen Song had transformed into something mysterious, no longer the studious classmate she once knew. Ji Xingnan furrowed her brow, realizing once again that this boy was not as she had envisioned. With delicate skin and no visible muscle, yet possessing such explosive power, it left her puzzled. Goodness, Song, is this move the legendary embodiment of a demon king? At that moment, the chubby boy snapped back to reality, exclaiming in awe as he rushed over to grasp Chen Song's arm, inspecting it as if it were a priceless treasure. Enough fooling around. Let's continue the game. It's only 2-0, Chen Song replied, withdrawing his hand with a faint smile, his gaze drifting to Lin Yi, who stood at the free throw line, lost in thought. Lin Yi, too, was jolted back to awareness, casting a complex look at Chen Song, jealousy swirling in his eyes. He felt indignant. In terms of height and looks, he could easily outshine many of his peers, yet in the presence of Chen Song he found himself equal. Academically, he ranked among the best only to be outstripped by Chen Kong. And now, in basketball, his pride, he had been utterly dominated by Chen Kong. The extreme blocks and powerful dunks represented a level of play that felt entirely beyond Lin Yi's reach. However, despite his dissatisfaction, he was astute enough to recognize that he could not possibly defeat Chen Song today. He also deemed it unnecessary to continue. Having been so thoroughly outclassed by Chen Song, they risked being completely shut out. The thought of their team from number 2 high school being reported as scoring 0 points was simply too humiliating. Let us call it a day. I have some matters to attend to at home, Lin Yi murmured, lowering his head. Oh, conceding already? The chubby boy raised an eyebrow, gloating as he reveled in the moment. He was a master at kicking someone when they were down, and with this opportunity at hand, how could he possibly let it slip away? Lin Yi clenched his fists slightly, veins protruding, but he refrained from reacting in the moment, gritting his teeth instead. Think what you will, we're leaving. With that, he signaled to the other boys from number 2 high school, who hastily packed their belongings and stood to depart. The surrounding students wore expressions of mixed emotions, utterly astonished that the number 2 high school team had been so thoroughly demoralized by Chen Kong. Such prowess was indeed a terrifying weapon. Who would dare to challenge it? As Lin Yi passed by Gu Kui, he noticed her gaze fixed upon Chen Song, and an unsettling feeling welled up within him. He had come to the first high school to showcase his talents, only to find himself in this disheartening predicament. That gaze was meant for me, Lin Yi silently seethed, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes. Ultimately, he chose to depart. Chun Song, with his keen intuition, sensed Lin Yi's malevolent thoughts as he left, stirring a hint of vigilance within him, wary of the day Lin Yi might seek vengeance. He was unafraid of Lin Yi's retribution but remained concerned for the safety of those around him. If you dare to come, I will ensure you live a life filled with regret, Chun Song silently vowed as he watched Lin Yi's retreating figure. Not bad at all. I had underestimated you previously. At that moment, Ji Shengnan had approached Chun Song, an amused expression on her face. Mutual underestimation, Chun Song replied with a faint smile, acknowledging that this striking short-haired girl was indeed extraordinary. I'm feeling generous today. How about dinner later?
Ji Shengnan inquired.
Perhaps not today. Let us save it for next time. I'll treat you. Chun Song quickly declined, aware that it was getting late and his mother had likely prepared dinner. He didn't want to waste food by calling home to say he wouldn't return. However, he found Ji Shengnan to be a friend worth keeping, hence his promise for a future meal. Ji Shengnan, unfazed, cheerfully replied, "All right, remember you owe me a dinner. Goodbye." With that, she turned and left with a decisive air, exuding a tomboyish charm. Chun Song chuckled to himself, finding Ji Shengnan quite intriguing. "Wow, Brother Song, that tomboy is definitely after you," Fatty exclaimed once Ji Shengnan was out of earshot. "You're thinking too much," Chun Song replied, rolling his eyes at Fatty before walking off the basketball court. The crowd of onlookers had thinned considerably, yet many still discussed Chun Song's recent performance, marveling at his prowess. Chun Song realized he would soon become renowned again, but thankfully, it was holiday season, and such rumors would likely fade with time. By the next semester, few would remember.
Gu kei approachet chen kong, whispered, thăng diêu.
Her gratitude extended beyond borrowing his transcript. She was thankful he had chosen to compete against Lin Yi for her sake. The victory alleviated her guilt. "It was nothing. I just needed some exercise for my health," Chun Song replied with a smile, dismissing the significance of his actions. Had Lin Yi not pressed him so relentlessly, he wouldn't have intervened. It was merely a consequence of Lin Yi's arrogance. Lu Yu remained silent, her lips pursed. The group departed together, and on the way, Gu Kui blushed and offered to treat Chun Song to dinner, but he once again declined, promising her, like Ji Shengnan, a meal in the future. Upon returning home and opening the door, Chun Song suddenly recalled his considerable debts, realizing he had foolishly agreed to treat others to dinner. Although the hefty gentleman did not care about the previous sum of tens of thousands, he himself was rather concerned. After all, this money ultimately needed to be repaid. Money, oh money. Chun Song sighed with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head as he stepped through the threshold of his home. After greeting his parents, he retreated to his room and promptly powered on his computer, logging into the Spider-Man forum. To his astonishment, a notification appeared in the upper right corner, indicating that his last post regarding ways to monetize Spider-Man had now garnered over 100 replies. Chun Song's heart raced as he hurriedly clicked on his thread. Chapter 34, Journey to the Deserted Island. The post had garnered an unexpected response, with over 100 replies within just a few days, something Chun Song had not anticipated. Upon opening the thread, he began to peruse the comments, only to be met with a resigned smile. It turned out that the discussion had veered off course, spiraling into a nonsensical argument. It all commenced when a user on the second floor declared, "Hello everyone, I am Yi Liangqin, here to liven up the thread." This was promptly followed by someone on the third floor retorting, "What does Yi Liangqin matter? I Zhao Ritian refused to accept that." Thus began a cascade of trivial banter. Two insignificant fools above, and here I, Long Aotion, have merely retreated from the limelight for a few days, and you emerge to prance about? Came the response from the second floor. Long Aotion is nothing but an antiquity. I, Yi Liangqin, possess 100 ways to obliterate you. Fool, have the courage to face me one-on-one. And so, for dozens of posts, these three individuals engaged in their frivolous quarrel. Chun Song, feeling exasperated, scrolled down further. Perhaps the absurdity of their spat had propelled the thread's popularity, as a number of users eventually surfaced to provide serious responses, sharing various thoughts. If I were Spider-Man, I would undoubtedly pursue affluent beauties and reap the rewards, one user mused. Those without ambition above, If it were me, I would certainly serve as a bodyguard for the campus beauty or the charming CEO, ultimately revealing my prowess and securing both wealth and fame. Aren't your ideas all rather similar? How dull. If Spider-Man were to earn money, there are countless methods, such as robbing villains or enlisting in the nation's secret forces, where the remuneration would surely be substantial. Such methods are fraught with risk. Should Spider-Man truly exist, the government and various clandestine organizations would undoubtedly hunt him down, treating him as a test subject for research. Indeed, my suggestion would be to lead a low-profile life, perhaps find a job delivering packages or takeout, tasks that are simple and easily accomplished, albeit with meager income. Your thoughts are rather pedestrian. With Spider-Man-esque capabilities, he might as well pursue a career in professional basketball. Joining the NBA would yield millions annually. True, the NBA is a splendid option, given the agility and strength required. Delivering packages? The NBA? Chun Song furrowed his brow, recognizing that neither of these paths resonated with him at present, nor did they excite him. However, after reading those replies, he found himself contemplating his future. One suggestion about becoming a bodyguard for a CEO sparked an idea. Since Spider-Man was adept in combat, perhaps he could eventually establish a security company, specializing in protective services, which would undoubtedly offer generous compensation. Yet, for now, this remained merely an idea, ill-suited for his current circumstances. In other words, this post had not yielded much in terms of tangible outcomes. Perhaps robbing the nefarious is a more fitting endeavor for me. Chun Song mused, shaking his head. He had made a decision. Should any ruffians cross him in the future, he would simply rob them, ensuring he repaid the hefty sum owed to the hefty man, and would then ponder the subsequent steps at a later time. Indeed, the individual in the post was not mistaken. If he were to excessively flaunt his abilities before the public, there would inevitably come a day when someone captured evidence of it, leading to relentless pursuit by formidable forces. Chun Song deemed such a risk unworthy of his consideration, especially before he had fully matured. After a brief moment, he closed his computer, shared a meal with his parents, and settled into the living room to watch television. Thus, several days passed in this manner. Chun Song seldom ventured outside, save for his late-night excursions to practice his gliding skills, with little else occupying his time. Consequently, the day of the island expedition arrived. On the eve of their departure, Su Jingru sent a mass message to all her classmates, reminding them not to be late the following morning and to remember to bring some necessary medications. On the next day, Chun Song set out with his backpack, arriving at the school gate precisely at 9 o'clock, neither early nor late. A considerable number of students had gathered there, and while most of his classmates were present, Chun Song was surprised to see that the event had attracted students from other classes as well. As he navigated through the crowd, he spotted Ji Shengnan, clad in a fitted sports outfit that accentuated her figure, rendering her appearance both fresh and capable, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor in school uniforms. After stealing a few glances, Chun Song averted his gaze, as Ji Shengnan was engaged in conversation with other girls, and he had no intention of interrupting.
Kong Yi.
At that moment, a chubby friend approached with an exuberant expression, burdened with various items and holding a travel suitcase significantly larger than those of others. You finally made it. I have to tell you, after seeing Spider-Man the other night, I went home and downloaded a few movies to study, hoping to learn something. And I figured something out. The chubby friend leaned in excitedly, leaving Chun Song in suspense. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Chun Song played along, asking, "What did you figure out?" I want to take Spider-Man as my mentor, no matter the cost, to inherit his legacy and become a hero, he proclaimed, thumping his chest. Chun Song nearly choked at the absurdity of it, thinking to himself how this friend had quite the imagination. Does your father know about your escapades? Come on. Don't rain on my parade. Last time I told my dad I saw Spider-Man, he didn't believe me and even whacked me with a stick. So I vowed to one day bring Spider-Man to teach him a lesson, the chubby friend said, unconsciously patting his backside. Chun Song found himself both amused and exasperated. His friend certainly had a knack for creating trouble. The conversation continued as the chubby friend elaborated on his aspirations to save people and soar through the skies, even striking a few poses. A passing classmate shook their head and remarked, "You can forget about Spider-Man. Maybe consider Porky Pig instead. Get lost." the chubby friend retorted indignantly. Chun Song smiled lightly, choosing to disregard the antics of the two individuals. His gaze briefly swept across his classmates, only to find that Yang Fei and Li Chong had yet to show any promise, confirming his belief that they had lost face and refrained from returning. However, Gu Kui appeared to be absent as well, which piqued Chun Song's curiosity. He wondered if perhaps her parents had discovered the incident at the KTV, resulting in her being grounded at home. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Kui suddenly materialized in the distance, clad in denim jeans and a simple t-shirt, radiating an aura of innocence and sweetness, while dragging a small suitcase behind her, gradually making her way over.
Qu'est-ce qui vit coi?
Lu Yu dashed out from the crowd, promptly assisting Gu Kui with her luggage. The two girls gathered together, chatting and laughing as they walked. Chun Song chose to divert his attention, for his true focus lay on the orchestrator of this island escapade, Su Jingru. Most of the class had arrived, yet curiously, the homeroom teacher who had advised them not to be late had yet to make an appearance. An intriguing situation indeed. Creak. At that moment, a small sedan approached and came to a halt on the main road at the school entrance. The door swung open, revealing a dapper young man in a tailored suit, holding a bouquet of flowers as he gracefully descended from the vehicle. With a smile on his face, he scanned the gathered students and inquired, "May I ask if your teacher, Su Jingru, has arrived?" Chapter 35. The students in Class 1 were momentarily taken aback, and then Gu Ku, the class monitor, stepped forward courteously, saying, "Our teacher has not yet arrived." "Oh, is that so? No matter, I shall wait for her," he continued with a smile. "By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Tang Yun, a friend of your teacher Su. I will be joining you on this wilderness camping trip, as I cannot bear the thought of letting her, being a girl, guide you all alone." At this, the chubby student's expression shifted, and he leaned towards Chun Song, whispering, "Dude, could this guy be teacher Su's boyfriend? But I've never heard of her having one." Chun Song remained silent, pondering that this Tang Yun was likely a suitor of teacher Su. Yet, it struck him as slightly pretentious that someone would don a suit and carry flowers for a trip to a deserted island. Undeniably, upon seeing Tang Yun, Chun Song felt a twinge of discomfort, a vague sense that if this man were to win over teacher Su, it would surely displease him. What am I even thinking? Chun Song snapped back to reality, feeling inexplicably puzzled about why he should feel unhappy. Tang Yun then engaged in conversation with Gu Ku and a few others, and some inquisitive girls playfully asked if he was teacher Su's boyfriend. Tang Yun, with a satisfied smile, shook his head, replying, "Not quite yet." With this revelation, the group understood that Tang Yun was indeed a suitor of teacher Su, prompting several gossip-loving girls to swarm around him, chattering eagerly with numerous questions. Gu Ku, however, found her opportunity to withdraw, as she was not particularly adept at conversing with strangers. Her earlier initiative had solely stemmed from her role as class monitor. "Why is your class here as well?" A female voice inquired from behind Chun Kong, startled. He turned to see Ji Shengnan, who had been chatting with others not far away. He nodded and replied with a smile, "Our homeroom teacher organized this trip to the deserted island. What about you?" "We're also headed to the island, but it's organized by the boys in our class. That makes it rather dull," Ji Shengnan remarked with a shake of her head. "Oh, why is that?" Chun Song asked, intrigued. Ji Shengnan frowned slightly. "I initially thought it would be nice to have fewer people for an adventure, but now that there are so many, it hardly seems like a deserted island anymore. Having more people can be enjoyable. It's a perfect opportunity to relax during the holiday. Adventure inevitably carries some risk," Chun Song replied with a grin. He was simply looking forward to a light-hearted outing, devoid of any adventurous aspirations. Unexpectedly, Ji Shengnan shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "You, a grown man, seem to have even less courage than a girl, lacking any sense of adventure." Chun Song was momentarily at a loss for words, about to retort, when Ji Shengnan, having lost interest in him, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Our class needs to assemble, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye." With that, she turned and walked back toward her class. Chun Song touched his nose, a wry smile crossing his face as he shook his head, contemplating that Ji Shengnan must have intended to invite him for an adventure upon reaching the island, but after hearing his words, likely abandoned the idea. However, this did not overly concern Chen Song, as he genuinely lacked interest in embarking on such escapades. A few minutes later, Su Jingru finally arrived. She had personally gone to procure a bus, which accounted for the delay, compounded by the traffic congestion, resulting in her being 10 minutes late. As the bus halted at the school gate, Su Jingru alighted, dressed in a crisp and athletic outfit, and greeted everyone with a sweet smile. "I apologize, everyone, for my tardiness," she said. The boys in the class immediately perked up, with a chubby student exclaiming, "Teacher Su, this is undoubtedly your fault. You must sing a song for us on the bus." "One song? That won't suffice. At least two," another chimed in. "Come on, you should sing for the entire journey." Many joined in the playful uproar. With a feigned look of distress, Su Jingru responded, "Are you all trying to exhaust your teacher before we even set foot on the island?" Laughter erupted among the group. Meanwhile, Tang Yun, hiding at the back while adjusting his hairstyle, emerged holding a bouquet of flowers, reminiscent of a prince from a fairy tale, and presented them to Su Jingru with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Wow, so handsome. Teacher Su is so lucky." The girls in the class squealed in delight. Su Jingru appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaware that Tang Yun would be there, and could only stare at the flowers in astonishment. "Jingru, your father called me yesterday, expressing concern about your trip to the deserted island with a class of students. Since I'm not busy at the moment, I thought I would accompany you for added support," Tang Yun said with a slight smile, seemingly pleased with the surprise he had orchestrated for her. Regaining her composure, Su Jingru, out of politeness, accepted the bouquet and awkwardly said, "Thank you." She then quickly shifted the conversation, softly adding, "However, my father is overthinking it. It's merely a trip, and nothing will go amiss. You should return as it might interfere with your work. That simply won't do. Uncle Su is worried about you, and let's not forget, I have trained in Taekwondo. It's not appropriate for a girl like you to lead a group of students without a man present in case of emergencies," Tang Yun said with genuine concern. Standing beside Chun Song, the chubby student grew displeased upon hearing this, muttering under his breath, "What does he mean? Does he think the boys in our class aren't men? Taekwondo? Brother Song could take on 10 of him." Chun Song chuckled awkwardly, refraining from commenting. Tang Yun continued to speak, seemingly undeterred by Su Jingru's reluctance. Ultimately, she conceded with a nod, politely stating, "Then I appreciate your assistance. You've known me long enough. No need for such formalities," Tang Yun replied with a grin, then turned to the class, waving his hand. "All right, everyone, line up and load your luggage onto the bus. Let us maintain order and ensure we don't worry Teacher Su." It must be said that Tang Yun possesses a remarkably high emotional intelligence. Arriving early, he joyfully acquainted himself with the girls in the class, charming them with his handsome looks and affluence, all while maintaining a humble demeanor. As a result, when he spoke, the boys in the class paid him no mind, while the girls obediently began loading their luggage onto the bus.
Su Jingru,
Noticing the girls seemed quite compliant with Tang Yun, smiled and called for the other male classmates to board the bus. Upon her prompting, the boys lined up to get on. Meanwhile, in Class 7, where Ji Xingnan was, they were still queuing. Chun Song had just boarded the bus when their vehicle arrived, prompting everyone to rush on. Observing that there was no teacher accompanying their class, Su Jingru engaged in a brief conversation with their class leader, leading to both buses departing simultaneously. Chun Song chose a seat in the last row, and the chubby boy attempted to squeeze in beside him, but Luyu was quicker, using her luggage to occupy all the seats in the back row. "Come on, Luyu, you can't do this. How could you possibly separate me from Brother Tsong?" the chubby boy exclaimed in frustration. Luyu shot him a glare and pointed forward, saying, "Then you can sit at the front with Chun Kong. I have to sit with Ku Yi and Mei Mei, so the last row is the only option left." "Brother Tsong, let us go to the front," the chubby boy said, realizing he had no choice. However, when they turned around, they found that all other seats were taken, leaving only a single aisle seat available. No two seats were together. Chun Song, noticing this, thought that since it was merely a few hours of travel, there was no need to sit together. Furthermore, he intended to use the journey to rest, and sitting with the chubby boy would inevitably lead to enduring his incessant chatter. "Just sit wherever, chubby," Chun Song advised. With no other option, the chubby boy reluctantly moved to the front, and as soon as he sat down, he began conversing with the boy next to him, gesturing animatedly. Chun Song, with his keen hearing, caught snippets of the chubby boy talking about Spider-Man and felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful he hadn't sat beside him. At that moment, Gu Kui boarded the bus and, perhaps intentionally, Lu Yu arranged for her to sit next to Chun Song while she settled beside Gu Kui. Yet, Chun Song remained focused on the view outside, not out of pretentiousness, but because he sensed someone nearby was watching them. Following that instinct, he spotted a black sedan parked not far away, inside which sat 4 men who appeared to be bodyguards. Chun Song was taken aback. His ears perked up as the conversation within the car became distinctly audible. Young Master Tang has instructed that our primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of him and Teacher Su. The other students need not be concerned. Young Master Tang certainly has discerning taste, choosing such a beautiful teacher, one bodyguard remarked. Ah, but that teacher is no ordinary instructor. Do you know who her father is? He is Su Ming, a partner of our boss, Tang Tian. Chapter 36. I cannot sing. Upon overhearing the conversation among a few individuals, Chun Song was taken aback, pondering the revelation of Su Jingru's intriguing connection. How could someone with such a father choose to lead the life of a mere teacher? Was it merely a personal inclination? However, Chun Song felt a slight sense of relief, for at least he now understood that the occupants of the black sedan were not a threat directed at them, but merely bodyguards of Tang Yun. The words of those bodyguards unveiled a selfish facet of Tang Yun's character. Their primary concern was the safety of their charge, with little regard for the students. Should any misfortune occur, would he not be compelled to intervene? Ultimately, the danger stemmed from this affluent second-generation individual. Consequently, the prospect of relaxing and enjoying their time on the deserted island seemed increasingly unattainable. This thought caused Chun Song's brow to furrow slightly, leaving him to hope for a smooth camping experience. As the bus revved its engine and changed direction, they officially embarked on their post-holiday camping excursion. Chun Song chose to disregard the bodyguard's conversation, finding it of little interest. Meanwhile, Su Jingru endeavored to enliven the atmosphere within the vehicle, attempting to organize some games. However, the chubby boy interrupted, insisting that she sing first, quickly followed by the other boys joining in the raucous cheer. Recognizing the shift in dynamics, Su Jingru's gaze landed mischievously on Chun Song, who occupied a seat at the back. A playful smile graced her lips as she seized the microphone from the front of the bus, declaring, "If everyone wishes to hear the teacher sing, there is a condition. One student must volunteer to perform first. What do you think of Chun Song? Is there anyone eager to hear him sing? He did achieve the top score in our recent exams, after all. Let us encourage him to celebrate with a song." Her cleverness was evident, skillfully redirecting the spotlight onto Chun Song, and the response from their classmates was fervent and enthusiastic, chanting, "Chun Song, sing a song! Chun Song, sing a song!" Among the loudest voices was undoubtedly the chubby boy, who relished the chaos. Seated in the corner, Chun Song could hardly fathom that he had become the target of such attention. Casting an innocent glance at Su Jingru, in a rare display, she offered him a playful wink, seemingly in retribution for his earlier disrespect during a monthly exam. Amid the chorus of encouragement, Chun Song managed a wry smile, stating, "Cannot sing. That simply will not do. You must sing. There are numerous songs. Just choose a simple one to please your classmates' expectations." Su Jingru insisted with a laugh, unwilling to let him off the hook. Chun Song gazed at her mischievous demeanor, nearly losing his train of thought, while the focus of his classmates remained resolutely on him, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to witness this playful side of their teacher. Tang Yun also turned his head, taken aback to find such a charming and composed individual among the students. He then clapped, saying, "Chun Song, since the teacher has invited you to sing, how can you refuse? That would not be acceptable. Students ought to heed their teacher's requests." His intention was to assist Su Jingru, yet upon utterance, his words took on a commanding tone that left several boys feeling uneasy, their expressions freezing in discomfort.
Su Jingru rovet her delicate braus.
She merely wished to enliven the atmosphere by encouraging Chun Song to sing, without any intent of coercion. However, Tang Yun's remarks abruptly altered her position, a result she had not desired. Chun Song maintained a smile, his gaze drifting towards Tang Yun as he calmly suggested, "As our guest, why don't you, Uncle Tang, sing a song first?" The phrase "as our guest" and the address of Uncle Tang caused Tang Yun's facial muscles to twitch slightly, and his eyes narrowed in realization that this student might be more astute than he appeared. The dismissal embedded within those words effectively excluded him. Furthermore, the term Uncle Tang irked him, as it implied an age disparity that he found unjustifiable. He was merely 2 years older than Su Jingru and only 7 or 8 years senior to the students present. "Indeed, as our esteemed guest, Uncle Tang, do grace us with a song," the chubby student chimed in, finally displaying some cleverness, enthusiastically echoing the term Uncle Tang. "Certainly, let Uncle Tang sing first, and let us all applaud." Other boys joined in the ruckus. Soon enough the girls chimed in, and applause resonated throughout the bus. Yet, Tang Yun's smile became increasingly strained, and his gaze towards Chun Song bore an undercurrent of hostility. Seeing that Chun Song remained unfazed and politely redirected the conversation back to Tang Yun, Su Jingru felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then turned to Tang Yun with a smile, saying, "With such fervent calls for your performance, why not sing a song first? I heard from Uncle Tang that you once studied music." That was in the past. It has been quite some time since I last sang. However, since you wish to hear, I shall sing a song, but let it be known, after my performance, it will be Chun Song's turn." Tang Yun replied with a slight smile as he rose. He indeed had studied vocal music and believed himself to possess a commendable singing voice, rendering him unafraid of the situation. Moreover, he perceived that Chun Song likely lacked singing prowess, so he decided to sing first, intending to captivate the audience with his flawless voice, thus setting a comparative backdrop for Chun Kong. Without waiting for Chun Song's agreement or refusal, he seized the microphone from Su Jingru and softly declared, "Since the opportunity presents itself, I will sing I Love You for 10,000 years, dedicated to our beloved teacher Su." Cheers erupted, albeit faintly, with the applause predominantly coming from the girls. By choosing I Love You for 10,000 years, it was evident that he sought to express his affection for Su Jingru, inciting discontent among many boys in the class, as she was their homeroom teacher and regarded as a goddess in their hearts, not to be easily pursued by others. Chun Song, feeling displeased that Tang Yun asserted he would sing first without awaiting his consent, realized he would have no choice but to sing after Tang Yun's performance. To refuse would surely lead others to view him as untrustworthy. Sometimes, human nature can be perplexing. It disregards any prior commitments and, when circumstances press, failing to adhere to the rules renders one at fault without justification. Chun Song foresaw the predicament he would soon face, and thus, apart from his displeasure, a sense of resignation filled his heart. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of singing a song, which would not infringe upon his principles. Therefore, he began to ponder what he should perform. The earth completes a rotation in one day, symbolizing how much he misses you each day. At that moment, accompanied by the melody, Tang Yun's voice resonated. The girls in the car immediately began to applaud. To them, Tang Yun's singing was quite enchanting, reminiscent of the style of Lu Tianwang yet infused with his own flair. As he sang, he cast a soulful gaze towards Su Jingru. Su Jingru felt a flush creep to her cheeks, awkwardly diverting her eyes to her students, raising her hands to clap rhythmically, encouraging the others to join in. "I will love you for 10,000 years. My love will withstand the test of time." As Tang Yun reached the climax of the song, he moved closer to Su Jingru, gazing at her with heartfelt intensity. This made Su Jingru increasingly uncomfortable. Ordinarily, she might have handled such attention, but in front of so many students, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Fortunately, the song was not lengthy, and as the final chorus concluded, many girls erupted into applause, exclaiming praises for his performance, allowing Su Jingru to breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Yun then set down the microphone, directing his gaze towards Chun Song, who sat at the back of the car, furrowing his brow. With a slight smirk, he announced, "Chun Song, it's your turn. Come on. Everyone, let us encourage him with applause."
Chen Kong, Chen Kong.
The classmates rallied, their attention shifting to him, clapping to welcome him to sing. Beside him, Gu Ke looked eagerly at Chun Song, seemingly intrigued to hear him perform. Chun Song felt a sense of resignation. He was not fond of singing and had rarely attended karaoke venues, leaving him at a loss for what to sing. Yet, amidst the applause, he had no choice but to muster his courage and approach the front of the car. He took the microphone from Tang Yun, who brushed past him with a disdainful look. However, such glares did not faze Chen Song, as he had endured far worse before acquiring his spider-like abilities. He walked leisurely to the front, activated the small screen, and a list of songs appeared before him. Glancing over it without turning the pages, he spotted a song he was somewhat familiar with, a serene and elegant piece, Blue and White Porcelain. Although he had never sung it, he had often listened to it, and considering its traditional style, he thought he could manage it without hitting a wrong note. He pressed the play button. As the introduction of Blue and White Porcelain began to play, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, this was a song by the esteemed Zhou, renowned for its high level of difficulty. Chen Song, who claimed he could not sing, had the audacity to select this piece. Seated nearby, Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Having studied music, he was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the song. For an ordinary person to attempt, it would likely result in a cacophony devoid of the essence of traditional Chinese style, thereby stripping the piece of its original allure. Those bold enough to choose such a song in a public setting were either inexperienced novices or exceptionally talented individuals, and Chen Song undoubtedly fell into the former category. It was, indeed, foolish for him to dig his own grave. Tang Yun smirked inwardly, feeling increasingly reassured that Chen Song could not possibly sing. Su Jingru, however, slightly retracted her smile. While she had initially intended to tease Chen Song, Tang Yun's intervention had altered the course of events. Should Chen Song falter in his performance, it would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment before the gathered crowd, as she was well aware of the song's difficulty. The stout fellow, displaying a sense of camaraderie, promptly stood up and suggested, "Brother Song, perhaps you should skip Blue and White Porcelain and choose a rock song instead. We can all sing along with you." His intentions were genuinely good. Anyone familiar with karaoke knew that a lively rock tune would incite everyone to join in raucously, effectively covering up Chen Song's voice and averting any potential humiliation. Others present caught on to the stout fellow's intention and chimed in, "Yes, Brother Song, let's switch to a rock song. We can all sing together. Indeed, I too suddenly feel inclined to hear some rock music." Despite Chen Song's usual sharp wit and intelligence, he failed to grasp the underlying message in their words. Upon hearing the phrase rock song, he could only smile wryly and shake his head in refusal. He had never even listened to a rock song. How could he possibly sing one? Meanwhile, the prelude of Blue and White Porcelain had concluded, and the lyrics were about to commence. Chen Song hastily seized the rhythm, recalling melodies from songs he had heard before, and, almost instinctively, his voice transformed. He began to sing naturally. Raw clay outlines the delicate strokes of blue and white. The peony depicted on the vase resembles your initial adornment. The faint sandalwood wafts through the window, and my thoughts are laid bare. As he began, a slightly languid, pure, and gentle voice filled the vehicle, its soft timbre and quiet sorrow striking a chord with everyone present. In that moment all expressions froze. Within the confines of the car, apart from the hum of the engine, only Chen Song's melodious voice remained. This was in stark contrast to Tang Yun's earlier performance, devoid of any applause or cheers, not because it was unappealing, but because no one wished to interrupt the beauty of the song with even a whisper. The stout fellow sat in stunned silence, murmuring, Is this the original singer?" Su Jingru was utterly astonished, watching the handsome student sing earnestly, captivated by the extraordinary beauty of his voice, her mind momentarily lost in the enchantment. Chapter 37. The peculiar village in the cerulean hue awaiting the misty rain. I find myself longing for your presence. The wisps of smoke gracefully rise, traversing rivers that stretch for thousands of miles. As I inscribe on the base of a bottle, emulating the elegance of Han calligraphy from bygone eras, it serves as a prelude to my encounter with you. The melodious and delicate notes of a song reverberate within the confines of the bus, cascading into the ears of every passenger. Unconsciously, everyone holds their breath. Chen Song's voice, though not loud, intertwines with the faint echoes of the original singer. No one suspects it to be a mere rendition. It is undeniably the authentic voice of Chen Kong. As the final notes of Blue and White Porcelain fade, A profound silence envelopes the bus, each person staring in awe at Chen Kong. Embarrassed, he chuckles and remarks, "You needn't gaze at me so intently if you think I sang poorly. I did mention this is my first performance. I merely hum at home." His words jolt everyone back to reality, and they flush with embarrassment, some wishing to hide beneath the seats. Particularly affected is Tang Yun, who had considered himself musically adept, intending to showcase his prowess with a simple rendition of 1,000 Years of Love. Little did he expect to be so thoroughly outshone. Chun Song's singing, akin to a natural phenomenon, captivates the audience, who perceive him as embodying the essence of the original artist, despite his evident lack of technical mastery. In contrast, Tang Yun finds himself utterly eclipsed, devoid of the confidence to speak, opting instead to feign interest in the scenery outside. The other students, hearing Chun Song's self-deprecating comments, feel a bittersweet pang. How can he deem his performance inadequate? For those who frequent karaoke, his talent seems almost daunting. "Brother Song, this is uncalled for. You're hiding your light under a bushel. You could easily participate in singing competitions and undoubtedly succeed," a chubby classmate exclaimed, his face a portrait of chagrin. Another male student nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Song, you're nearly on par with the original. Why not sing another song? I'll record it." Upon hearing this, Chun Song quickly shook his head. No, it's time for our teacher, Miss Su, to sing. Let us give her a warm round of applause." With that, he thrust the microphone into Su Jingru's hands and was the first to clap. The class, sensing his reluctance to continue, felt a wave of regret. Yet upon realizing it was time for Su Jingru, they joined in the applause, once again enlivening the atmosphere of the bus. Su Jingru, initially lost in the reverie of Chun Song's enchanting voice, was taken aback when he suddenly turned the spotlight on her, shoving the microphone into her grasp amidst the applause and eager gazes of her classmates, leaving her no room to decline. "All right, I will sing, but let us first express our gratitude to Chun Song for his wonderful performance," Su Jingru said with a twinkle in her eye, while her small hand discreetly reached behind Chun Song, pinching a bit of flesh at his waist. Chun Song, already aware of her intentions, raised an eyebrow. His physique had transformed significantly, and Su Jingru's pinching lacked any real force, rendering it painless for him. Thus, he chose to endure her playful antics without evading her grasp. Su Jingru merely pinched lightly, but her expression soon grew peculiar. Through Chun Song's black long t-shirt, she seemed to discern the presence of a patterned garment beneath. With the heat so intense, why was he dressed so heavily? Curiosity prompted Su Jingru to glance at Chun Song, though she refrained from probing further. Subsequently, upon returning to her seat, Su Jingru resignedly began to sing. The beautiful teacher, with her sweet voice, though unable to rival Chun Song's vocal prowess, still captivated the class with the enthusiastic cheers of numerous boys. "You sang beautifully just now," Guku said softly, watching Chun Song as he made his way back to his seat. Noticing the genuine reactions from everyone, Chun Song felt it inappropriate to feign humility any longer and simply smiled. "Thank you." The bus continued its journey as the group engaged in merriment for over an hour. Many students volunteered to sing, but eventually, fatigue set in, prompting them to return to their seats and succumb to slumber, restoring a semblance of tranquility within the vehicle. Chun Song gazed out at the passing scenery, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reflected on the transformative changes in his life, all thanks to that spider. Regrettably, after his fainting spell and hospitalization, he was left wondering whether the spider still lived. Just then, Chun Song felt something lean against his shoulder. Turning to investigate, he discovered Guku had dozed off, her head resting on him as the bus swayed gently. A delicate fragrance wafted from her hair, and Chun Song smiled slightly, choosing to remain still and allow her to lean against him while his gaze returned to the window. He was well aware he was no paragon of virtue. Despite Guku's striking beauty, she was not his type. If he were to feel any flutter of the heart, it would be for Su Jingru, who held a more compelling allure. Wait, what absurd thoughts am I entertaining? How could I think of Teacher Su? Chun Song swiftly shook his head, attempting to dispel such notions. Yet, the more he tried not to think, the more vivid memories of Su Jingru's radiant smiles flooded his mind. He fought against these thoughts, ultimately succumbing to drowsiness. When he awoke, it was Gu Ke gently nudging him. The bus had arrived, and they were to transfer to a boat for the island. Chun Song sat up straight, but something felt amiss. Why was Gu Ke's face so flushed? Moreover, it seemed he hadn't been resting against the seat as he had thought. His gaze fell upon Gu Ke's shoulder, where a small patch of her t-shirt was damp, evidently from where he had rested his head. Had he drooled while sleeping? Chun Song's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he opened his mouth to speak, stammering, "Class monitor. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Let us get off the bus," Gu Ke replied, her head lowered, flustered. She quickly stood and moved toward the exit. It was then that Chun Song noticed most of the passengers had already disembarked, leaving only a couple of stragglers on their tiptoes, retrieving their luggage. He shook his head in resignation, dismissing further thoughts, grabbed his belongings, and stepped off the bus. Gu Ke kept her distance from him, standing alongside Lu Yu, seemingly anxious at the prospect of encountering Chun Song again, fearing the ensuing awkwardness. Chun Song, upon spotting the approaching portly figure, was apprehensive that he would once again regale them with tales of Spider-Man, and hastily feigned ignorance, dragging his luggage into the throng of people. Soon, the bus for Class 7 arrived, and as all the students disembarked, the two large coaches began their journey back along the same route. As per their agreement, they would not return until the conclusion of the 10-day camping expedition. The crowd, under the guidance of their respective teachers, proceeded towards a nearby shop, seeking local fishermen to hire boats that would transport them to the deserted island. The island earned its designation as desolate due to the absence of any current inhabitants. It was said that a few years prior, when the island was discovered, a primitive village existed there, but all its residents succumbed to a devastating illness, leaving behind only a collection of skeletal remains. Experts who later surveyed the island confirmed that no viruses remained, and given its remoteness and desolation, local residents seldom ventured there. A mineral company had expressed interest in the island, initiating development efforts. However, the mineral resources proved insufficient, and the costs of transporting the minerals were prohibitively high, leading to the project's abandonment. Last year, a viral post emerged online, claiming that the abandoned mines on this forsaken island were haunted. As excavators delved deeper, they unearthed evidence of past accidents during mining operations, resulting in the deaths of many miners whose bodies had been interred on the island. This narrative, both compelling and substantiated, captured public attention, attracting throngs of adventurers. Chun Song's class was drawn to the island following a classmate's suggestion, which circulated tales of the island's thrilling allure, igniting the adventurous spirit within many. Even Su Jingru, after conducting her own research online, became intrigued and orchestrated this camping trip. Class 7, too, was motivated by certain boys who extolled the island's mysteries, prompting Ji Xingnan to get involved, leading to an unexpected overlap with Chun Song's class on the same day. At this juncture, the group arrived at the nearby fishermen's dwellings. Tang Yun stepped forward, volunteering to knock on the door of a fisherman's home to discuss the boat rental. Meanwhile, Chun Song's gaze began to wander, captivated by the peculiarities of the small village, not for its scenic beauty, but rather for its unsettling tranquility, an eeriness that felt distinctly abnormal. Chapter 38. Arrival on the island, such a peculiar village, that if an uninformed outsider were to stumble upon it, they might easily mistake it for a ghost town, which starkly contrasts with Chun Song's memories of rural life. In his childhood, he had spent time at his grandmother's home in the countryside, a place far more underdeveloped yet brimming with the simplicity of life and the spirited laughter of children. In stark opposition, this locale exhibited no signs of vitality whatsoever. However, this observation alone did not warrant any conclusions. Perhaps the customs and traditions of this village were simply distinct. Chun Song dismissed his doubts, as he intended to truly relax and enjoy his time here, refusing to harbor any ulterior motives or suspicions. At that moment, it seemed that Tang Yun had successfully negotiated a price with a local fisherman, while Su Jingru stood by with a warm smile, exuding hospitality. Yet, the fisherman remained stern-faced and unyielding, seemingly resistant to outsiders. Ultimately, for the sake of the payment, he agreed to help them find other residents with boats, recognizing that a small fishing vessel could hardly accommodate such a large group, especially given the lengthy journey ahead. Chun Song observed the fisherman, his skin darkened by the sun, his stature short and frail and his skin dry. Despite his peculiar demeanor, he indeed embodied the characteristics typical of a fisherman, prompting Chun Song to refrain from further scrutiny. In the end, they successfully rented 10 fishing boats, all aging diesel vessels capable of carrying approximately 7 to 8 students each, which was sufficient to transport 2 full classes. However, it was ultimately Su Jingru who settled the bill, despite Tang Yun's initial bravado in claiming he would cover the expenses. In a rather shameless display, he produced a credit card, inquiring where the fisherman could swipe it, which earned him a chorus of disdainful glances. This wealthy second-generation scion had clearly never ventured into rural areas, arriving without a single cash note and clad in a full suit. The rotund man muttered, "He didn't even bring any luggage. I wonder if he'll go 10 days without a shower or a change of clothes once we reach the island. Perhaps he would have a helicopter deliver his attire." Chun Song mused internally, already surmising that Tang Yun's belongings were likely entrusted to his bodyguards. However, since disembarking, Chun Song had not sensed the presence of those bodyguards, which left him slightly astonished. It appeared they were adept at concealing their movements. Ultimately, after Su Jingru completed the payment, the 10 fishermen each set off with their boats, ferrying the students towards the island. Chun Song, deliberately avoiding sharing a vessel with the rotund man, found himself aboard the fishing boat of the previously mentioned short fisherman, the last to depart. Once Su Jingru had seen off the other students, she finally boarded this last boat with Tang Yun and a few others. The journey proceeded without any notable incidents. However, the sun was quite fierce, and soon everyone began to perspire. Tang Yun, eager to ingratiate himself, stood up to shield Su Jingru from the sun with an umbrella, while Chun Song leaned against the boat, relishing the briny sea breeze that caressed his face, quietly basking in the sun's warmth. He felt no discomfort from the heat. Rather, it was a sensation of comfort. Su Jingru found Tang Yun's attentiveness somewhat disconcerting, her brows furrowing slightly. Yet, upon noticing Chun Song reclining contentedly beside her, she seized the opportunity to rise and, feigning a need to converse, declined Tang Yun's offer and settled next to Chun Song, pretending to have matters to discuss with him, as he was the only student from her class aboard. Tang Yun was already feeling fatigued from holding the umbrella, and with the sweltering heat, it seemed he could barely endure any longer. After Su Jingru declined his offer, he naturally did not press the matter further and felt a sense of relief within. However, upon witnessing Su Jingru approach a rather handsome young man, his expression darkened immediately. "Humph, 10 days will surely present an opportunity," he thought quietly to himself, and he refrained from intruding any further, choosing instead to sit in the corner of the fishing boat with the umbrella raised, as he truly felt quite tired. Meanwhile, Su Jingru engaged in conversation with Chun Song. "Aren't you hot? You don't seem to be sweating at all," she remarked after sizing him up with a glance. Chun Song smiled faintly, adopting an enigmatic expression, and replied, "My dear lady, tranquility of heart naturally brings coolness." "How infuriating!" Su Jingru playfully chided, giving Chun Song a light pat on the shoulder. However, she suddenly sensed a peculiar texture and, instead of withdrawing her hand, she gently brushed it against his shoulder, curiously asking, "What are you wearing underneath? Isn't it too hot to wear 2 layers in this weather? You should take one off, lest you suffer from heatstroke once we reach the island." Upon hearing this, Chun Song's expression froze. Without further thought, he instinctively shifted away, evading Su Jingru's delicate hand. The ridges of his spider suit were prominently raised, undoubtedly providing a distinct tactile sensation. He worried that further contact might lead Su Jingru to suspect something amiss, prompting his evasive action. However, this reaction momentarily startled Su Jingru, who then expressed her displeasure by saying, "Chun Song, is our teacher really that frightening? I was merely concerned about your heatstroke." Realizing Su Jingru had misconstrued his actions, Chun Song quickly smiled and clarified, No, Miss Su, I'm just ticklish. The shirt underneath is a moisture-wicking tank top. You mentioned I don't sweat, but in truth the shirt is already damp. That explains it." Su Jingru nodded in understanding, yet she refrained from reaching out to Chun Song again, acknowledging that her earlier gesture had been inadvertent. His flinch reminded her of her role as a teacher, and she should maintain a certain decorum, especially with Tang Yun present. The two then lapsed into silence, quietly enjoying the picturesque seascape surrounding them. The waters were calm, a striking blue, and occasionally, they spotted small fish swimming alongside the boat, diving momentarily before resurfacing, adding a touch of charm to the scene. Both Chun Song and Su Jingru found themselves entranced, and thus, time seemed to pass swiftly. After approximately an hour and a half, the boat finally reached the shore. The other students had already begun to frolic on the sandy beach. Chun Song kindly offered his assistance to help Su Jingru disembark, but she shook her head in refusal and leapt onto the shore herself. Chun Song did not take offense. He merely smiled awkwardly and turned to gaze back at the village they had departed from, now obscured from view, leaving only the vast expanse of the ocean, a true testament to the desolation of the island. Ultimately, 10 fishing boats turned back, and Su Jingru paid a small deposit, arranging for them to return in 10 days for pickup. The short, stout fisherman immediately broke into a hearty smile and nodded in agreement. As they traveled a certain distance, Chun Song began to sense that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He shook his head, contemplating that he had perhaps become overly suspicious of late. Reflecting on the fact that Tang Yun, Su Jingru, and several bodyguards were discreetly safeguarding them, he felt somewhat reassured. With their presence, he reasoned, they could prepare for any eventuality. The timing of the bodyguards' arrival on the island was no longer a concern for him. Upon their initial arrival on the deserted island, many students were filled with excitement. The chubby boy, in particular, retained a childlike spirit, eagerly building a sandcastle by the shore. Unfortunately, a careless boy inadvertently trampled over his creation, prompting an outburst from the chubby boy, who cried out in frustration. In the end, the boy had no choice but to lend a hand in reconstructing the castle. Su Jingru, meanwhile, vocally cautioned everyone against venturing too close to the water, guiding the group to a higher area. After half an hour, she successfully led everyone to a grassy patch away from the beach. After some discussion, they collectively decided to pitch their tents there, as it was not only close to the sea but also beyond the reach of rising tides. A commendable choice. As twilight approached, most participants engaged in the task of setting up tents, while other girls gathered firewood nearby. United in effort, and with guidance from some experienced students, they managed to complete the tents before nightfall. Subsequently, they ignited a fire on the beach, beginning to barbecue for dinner, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. As night descended, the beach buzzed with activity, the flickering flames illuminating the joyful gathering. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they formed several large circles to partake in games. However, Chun Song found himself disinterested, preferring to sit quietly on a nearby rock, gazing at the sea. His mind repeatedly wandered back to that village. He endeavored to relax, yet an inexplicable oddity lingered in his thoughts. He recognized this as the spider sense of impending danger, but despite his musings, he could not identify the root of the issue. At that moment, a faint sound reached his ears from behind. Someone was approaching him. Chapter 39 Disappearance. Chun Song turned his head, expecting to see the chubby guy or someone else, but to his surprise, under the dim glow of the flickering firelight, a beautiful girl with short hair approached him. It was none other than Ji Shengnan, the flower of Class 7. Ji Shengnan cast a fleeting glance at Chun Song before sitting on a nearby rock, gazing at the tranquil sea, remaining silent. As Chun Song turned back, a gust of sea breeze swept through, lifting Ji Shengnan's short hair, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful in that moment, exuding an enchanting charm. Don't you find this boring?
Yi Shengnan suddenly spoke.
Chun Song was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the chubby guy and others frolicking together, unable to suppress a smile as he replied, I actually find this atmosphere quite pleasant. It seems you are rather dull yourself, Ji Shengnan countered, shaking her head. Suddenly, she stood up, facing the sea breeze, stretching her graceful figure. I'm going for a run, don't follow me. With that, she began to jog along the beach, her movements fluid and effortless. Chun Song watched in astonishment, secretly admiring her dedication to fitness even during a camping trip. No wonder her figure was so alluring. However, even if she hadn't asked him not to follow, he had no intention of joining her. At this moment, he preferred to sit quietly and enjoy the stillness. Ji Shengnan's running route was not far. She merely jogged back and forth nearby. After a few glances, Chun Song lost interest in her activity. Moments later, the chubby guy called out to him, "Song-gu." Chun Song turned to see him approaching with a plate of raw chicken wings. "I'm not eating that." Chun Song waved his hand dismissively. "How can you eat it raw? We're playing games. If you have time, could you help us grill some chicken wings?" "I'm hungry," the chubby guy chuckled awkwardly. Chun Song rolled his eyes but didn't refuse. Since he had nothing else to do, he stood up and joined the group, taking the plate from the chubby guy and settling by the small fire to start grilling the meat. Gu Kui was also there, helping to prepare some snacks for the late-night feast. Upon seeing Chun Song, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. But Chun Song, unperturbed, smiled and said, "I didn't expect you could grill meat too. Smells quite good." Gu Kui was warmed by his easy smile, and her embarrassment eased considerably. She replied with a slight smile, "If you're hungry, I can grill some for you, but you need to eat quickly so that Lu Yu and the others don't see." Chun Song was about to insist he wasn't hungry, but upon hearing her second statement, he couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "There's nothing, just eat quickly," Gu Kui replied, flustered, and directly handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Chun Song chuckled softly and took a bite of the meat, which he had to admit was quite delicious, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. As the night deepened, Chun Song and Gu Kui engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter. An hour passed unnoticed as they grilled a variety of foods, and the others, having grown tired of their games, began to gather for a late-night snack. Just then, a girl from Class 7 suddenly called out in distress. "Has anyone seen Xingnan? She had just mentioned going for a jog, yet she has yet to return, and I cannot find her anywhere." As the voice resonated, the individuals who were eating paused, astonished, and turned to look. Initially, Chun Song paid little heed. He stood up and gestured toward the direction where he had seen her moments ago, saying, "I just saw her over there." However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly changed. Ji Xingnan, who had been jogging nearby, had suddenly vanished without a trace. "I've searched over there and did not see her," a girl remarked anxiously, following Chun Song's pointed direction before turning back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In an instant, nearby students gathered around, and Su Jingru hurried over to ascertain the situation. Clearly, Su Jingru and Tang Yun had become the students' pillars of support on this deserted island. "Let us not panic. Perhaps she inadvertently wandered a bit further and will return shortly," Tang Yun said, having gathered the facts, offering a calm reassurance. He thought to himself that as long as it wasn't he who was in trouble, there was no need for alarm, especially since he had 4 bodyguards discreetly watching over him. However, such comfort was of little solace to the girl, who was now in tears, appearing helpless, evidently having a close bond with Ji Xingnan. Su Jingru approached her gently, offering solace. "Let's not be overly anxious. Perhaps Ji is merely using the restroom." Although she had merely rephrased the notion, her explanation was evidently more convincing than Tang Yun's. Nonetheless, the girl continued to sob, shaking her head vehemently, exclaiming, "That's impossible. She wouldn't run for more than half an hour at night, and she just said she would be back after a quick jog of about 20 minutes. It's all my fault. I got too engrossed in the game and forgot about this. Now I remember." The gravity of the situation suddenly dawned upon everyone, their expressions turning serious. A hint of panic crossed Su Jingru's face, yet she managed to maintain her composure, calming the crowd. "Everyone, please stay together and don't wander off. Gather around. The class monitors should take attendance to see if any other students are missing." As her words fell, Gu Ku and the monitor from Class 7 promptly sprang into action, beginning to call the roll. Chun Song still furrowed his brow. While Su Jingru's approach was indeed appropriate, the situation appeared increasingly dire. After all, at least an hour had passed since he last saw Ji Xingnan running, and if the girl's account was accurate, Ji had intended to run for only half an hour. This disparity of over half an hour could certainly give rise to numerous unforeseen events. Moreover, there were several unsettling aspects. Given the extent of Ji Xingnan's running range, if an incident had occurred, a cry would have reached Chun Song's ears, yet he had heard nothing amiss during that hour. Furthermore, Chun Song's gaze remained fixed on the area where Ji Xingnan had been active. His remarkable eyesight allowed him to discern the multitude of footprints on the beach, all of which belonged to Ji Shengnan, with no signs of anyone else. At that moment, Chun Song suddenly discerned something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed a solitary trail of footprints in the distance, belonging to Ji Shengnan. However, the direction of the prints extended further away. The presence of only a single line of footprints indicated that Ji Shengnan had ventured out without any intention of returning. Where could she be headed? Chun Song's mind raced back to the time Ji Shengnan had invited him to embark on an adventure on the island. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that Ji Shengnan, in a spontaneous burst of enthusiasm, had decided to venture out alone? This seemed rather implausible. Even if she were to seek adventure, there would be no reason for her to leave without any provisions or a word. She did not strike him as the type to depart without a trace or a plan. Chapter 40. I will go and seek on the deserted island. The sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. The beach was illuminated by the crackling of dry wood burning. The sea lay tranquil, and the night was enchanting. Yet, no one possessed the heart to appreciate such beauty. The group gathered together, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. After taking attendance, the class leaders discovered that only Ji Shengnan was missing, which brought a slight sense of relief to Su Jingru. However, the situation remained bleak. She endeavored to maintain her composure and suddenly recalled something. Inquiring, "Does Ji have a mobile phone with him?" The girl who had noticed Ji Shengnan's absence shook her head, tearfully responding, "I just tried calling, but the phone suddenly lost signal, and I couldn't get through." "Let me try mine," said another. Upon hearing this, others hastily pulled out their phones. Yet again, events unfolded beyond their expectations, as nearly simultaneously, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. "How strange, mine has no signal either. Not even a bar." "Mine too. What's going on?" "It was fine when we arrived on the island. Indeed, I remember there was a signal tower here. How could there be no signal?" In an instant, chaos erupted once more. "Could it be that it's haunted?" timidly suggested a girl. Her words instantly ignited a frenzy, as many faces paled, and some girls began to tremble in fear. Observing the rising panic, Su Jingru quickly asserted, "Let us not jump to conclusions. Please remain calm. It's likely just that the signal tower hasn't been maintained for a long time, resulting in some malfunction." Turning to Tang Yun, who was present, she asked earnestly, "What do you think we should do now?" Tang Yun, being the oldest and exuding a sense of security, was the first person Su Jingru thought of in her moment of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Tang Yun felt a sense of quiet amusement, thinking to himself, "You've finally remembered me." He maintained his composure, surveying the anxious students with satisfaction, and then spoke leisurely. "Actually, my family arranged for several bodyguards to accompany me discreetly. Although I personally believe it unnecessary, my father insisted, so I pretended not to notice. Therefore, there is no need for alarm. I'll send a signal for the bodyguards to come and search for Ji. They are trained professionals, so I am confident they will locate him without difficulty." Upon hearing this, many students exhaled in relief. The very notion of bodyguards, conjuring images of resolute former soldiers, provided a reassuring anchor in their moment of distress. Su Jingru's expression softened slightly as she nodded appreciatively. "Tang Yun, thank you so much for being here." "It's nothing. It's what I ought to do," Tang Yun replied with a gentlemanly smile. He then reached for the collar of his suit, retrieving a device resembling a firework stick, equipped with a button, a marvel of modern technology. He aimed it at the sky and gently pressed the button. Whoosh! A resounding sound pierced the air, followed by a streak of light that swiftly ascended into the night sky, exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks, a sight to behold. This was a gift from my father, and I had not anticipated its practical use. "Everyone, please take a seat. They will surely arrive within 3 minutes," Tang Yun remarked with a smile, attempting to calm the group as they settled down to await the arrival of their bodyguards. The others complied, and the atmosphere noticeably improved compared to earlier. However, Chun Song remained furrowed in thought. He was already aware of the situation regarding the bodyguards, yet it seemed far more complex. If, as Tang Yun claimed, those bodyguards could arrive within minutes, it indicated their proximity. Yet, Chun Song sensed the absence of anyone within several kilometers. He chose not to voice this uncertainty, speculating instead that perhaps those bodyguards were exceptionally trained and possessed means of concealment that even he could not detect. Thus, the 3 minutes elapsed swiftly. The group kept track of time on their phones, and Tang Yun's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness, culminating in a concerned frown. He remained silent, continuing to wait. As 7 or 8 minutes passed, some students could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper amongst one another. What is happening? Did they miss the signal? Su Jingru could no longer remain patient and inquired of Tang Yun. With a perplexed expression, he shook his head. This is impossible. Logically, they should not stray too far. Their sense of timing is precise. Upon seeing the signal, they would certainly arrive within 3 minutes. His assertion was not unfounded. Indeed, 3 minutes was the maximum time allowable. Otherwise, if an accident had occurred, what use were the bodyguards if they took so long to arrive? Oh no, even the bodyguards are in trouble. This is truly haunting. A timid girl suddenly quivered, voicing her fears. The island was already steeped in tales of the supernatural, and in her mind, only ghosts could overpower the bodyguards. Consequently, the eerie atmosphere began to affect others. Even the more timid students succumbed to fear, and Su Jingru felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. However, as a teacher, she stifled her dread, summoning her courage to speak. We cannot waste any more time. We must organize a few boys to search for classmate Ji. We should start from where she was last seen, Su Jingru declared loudly, as if to mask her inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's expression shifted noticeably. Being the eldest and having practiced Taekwondo, he recognized that he would undoubtedly be among the chosen. To refuse would invite scorn. Yet deep down he was reluctant to go. If even the bodyguards were in peril, his presence would likely be futile, perhaps even perilous. Tang Yun silently reassured himself. I am a person of considerable wealth and status. How could I risk my safety for a student? No, I cannot go. Upon reflecting on this, his expression grew solemn as he turned to Su Jingru and said, Jingru, do not act impulsively. If even my bodyguard encounters trouble, sending a few students will prove futile, and we may face further unnecessary mishaps. It is far safer for everyone to remain gathered together. After he spoke, many nodded in agreement, finding solace in the presence of a larger group. However, the rotund fellow could not remain still. Despite his timid nature, he refused to stand idly by when significant matters were at stake. He spoke up immediately. What about Ji Xingnan? Are we to simply abandon her disappearance? We are set to stay on this island for 10 days, and now we have lost all signal on our phones. Have you considered the potential consequences? His voice resonated loudly, silencing many, including Tang Yun, who found herself at a loss for words. The rotund fellow's words held truth. If they could not communicate with the outside world, they would be stranded on the island for 10 days. What if Ji Shangnan had lost her way in the jungle? 10 days without food or water. How could one survive? Though surrounded by the sea, everyone understood the fundamental truth. Seawater could not quench thirst, nor could it serve as a substitute for fresh water to meet bodily needs. I shall search for her. Chan Song, who had remained silent and deep in thought, suddenly rose and spoke with calm determination. His voice was tranquil yet carried an undeniable weight, striking a chord in the hearts of those present. Chapter 41. The search for the missing. In the most critical and perilous moment, Chan Song stepped forward. His calm demeanor, juxtaposed with the tension of the situation, left an indelible impression on everyone present. In such an eerie environment, his audacity to suggest venturing alone made him appear as a towering figure, a man of unwavering resolve. Although the portly fellow initially expressed his disagreement with Tang Yun's proposal, he found the courage to voice, I will accompany Brother Kong. Who else wishes to join us? With this declaration, several intrepid young men rose to their feet, raising their hands to declare, I shall go too. And I. Simultaneously, Su Jingru also stood up, her tone resolute. She could not allow Chun Song and the other students to search for the missing person alone, while she, as their teacher, remained sheltered in safety. Her actions were also a subtle test to see if Tang Yun would follow her lead, considering that having someone trained in Taekwondo nearby would provide added security. However, Tang Yun remained seated, indifferent, until Su Jingru's gaze fell upon him. Suddenly, he realized the gravity of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, he chuckled awkwardly, Jingru, don't act impulsively. With so many students here, if we all leave, who will maintain order? Could descend into chaos. Perhaps it would be wiser to let these few boys search the vicinity. As long as they don't stray too far, they should be safe. Upon hearing this, some of the more composed students displayed looks of disdain, sensing Tang Yun's fear. The portly fellow could not suppress a smirk, retorting, "Uncle Tang, why don't you go look for them? We can stay here with Teacher Su. After all, I've heard you practice Taekwondo." Tang Yun shot a glare at the portly fellow, his eyes narrowing. "What do you know? Your Teacher Su is a woman. If something were to happen, you young ones would be ill-equipped to handle it." The portly fellow could no longer contain himself. "We're just children. Not long ago, Brother Tsong took on several thugs single-handedly. He could take on 10 without breaking a sweat, far more capable than you." Unexpectedly, Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a smile creeping onto his face as he said, "Ah, so this Chun Song has some training as well? That simplifies matters. I believe he is rather level-headed and should be entrusted with the search. He is undoubtedly more suited for it than I, especially since I have rarely practiced since entering business and am somewhat out of shape." "Goodness, aren't you audacious?" The portly fellow's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom being outsmarted. Tang Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. "What did you say? Do you know who I am? Ha! Do you know who my father is?" When it comes to family connections, the portly fellow showed no hesitation. Seeing the two bicker endlessly, Chun Song stepped in, shaking his head. "Everyone calm down. You stay here. I will check the area and return shortly. There is no danger." He was not stepping out to assist Tang Yun. Rather, he feared that if everyone were indeed incited by the rotund fellow to turn against Tang Yun, the situation would inevitably worsen. Should they lose a few more classmates in the process, it would become even more troublesome. The immediate priority was to locate Ji Xingnan. Moreover, Tang Yun's words fortuitously aligned with his own intentions. Venturing out alone would be considerably more convenient, especially since he needed to conceal his identity. "Brother Tsong, you mustn't go. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat, not to mention that this place is rumored to be haunted. How could your skills possibly contend with a ghost?" The rotund fellow urgently interjected to deter Chun Song merely chuckled, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Rest assured, there are no ghosts in this world. That's not necessarily true. Even Spider-Man exists. How could there be no ghosts?" The rotund fellow retorted, shaking his head vigorously. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others were taken aback, having all witnessed Spider-Man firsthand. They instantly felt a wave of panic, realizing that if Spider-Man could exist, then surely ghosts could too. Tang Yun, however, was oblivious to the reference to Spider-Man. Seeing these students mention such characters from films, he couldn't help but sneer at their naivety. As Chun Song noted the increasing chaos instigated by the rotund fellow, he felt a headache coming on. He certainly did not believe in ghosts. The changes in his body were merely the result of a spider and had no connection to supernatural entities. He suspected that Ji Xingnan's disappearance might be the result of someone else's machinations, prompting his desire to investigate independently. "All right, enough talk. I will search the vicinity. Regardless of what I find, I will return to inform you promptly," Chun Song declared, waving his hand to halt the rotund fellow and the others from further persuading him, and he set off toward the beach where Ji Xingnan had previously run. However, after taking only a few steps, a small hand suddenly reached out to stop him. It was Su Jingru. Her expression was serious as she looked at Chun Song and said, "Chun Song, have you forgotten what the teacher said that day? Act with caution. What if something goes awry? What will happen to your family?" Chun Song felt a wave of frustration and silently chuckled to himself. Before he could respond, Su Jingru continued, "If you must go, you cannot do so alone. I will accompany you, along with a few stronger male classmates. More people means greater security, and besides, this area is quite expansive. Searching together will save time and increase efficiency." Seeing Su Jingru's resolute and serious demeanor, Chun Song realized he could not persuade her otherwise. Continuing to debate would only prolong the situation and potentially put Ji Xingnan in greater danger. Thus, he decided not to hesitate any longer and nodded in agreement, knowing that if any unforeseen circumstances arose, he could adapt accordingly. As for Su Jingru's suggestion to bring along more boys, Chun Song had no objections. Should any complications arise, it would be better to have her accompanied by several male classmates for protection. Let us grab a few flashlights and make haste, he said. Ultimately, Chun Song and Su Jingru selected a few willing male classmates to join them on their quest. Originally, the stout individual raised his hands in eagerness to join, but upon reflecting on his physical capabilities, Chun Song chose to disregard him entirely. As for Tang Yun, he fell silent as soon as Chun Song began to speak, and even when Su Jingru insisted on participating, he merely hesitated briefly before opting for continued silence. Chun Song, indifferent to the situation, discreetly advised the stout fellow to maintain order and avoid conflict with Tang Yun before their departure. The stout individual nodded in agreement, though whether he would adhere to it was beyond Chun Song's control. Subsequently, he set off with Su Jingru and their companions toward the beach. Time was of the essence. The group jogged along the designated path and soon arrived at the last set of footprints left by Ji Xingnan on the sandy shore. These footprints extended into the distance, with no signs of returning. Su Jingru noticed this and furrowed her brow in concern. Everyone, hurry! Follow these footprints, Chun Song urged. Aside from himself and Su Jingru, 5 robust young men accompanied them, and upon hearing Chun Song's command, they expressed no dissent and resolutely followed suit. Following the trail of footprints, they ran for nearly 6 or 7 minutes until they abruptly halted at the edge of a forest. The expressions of each individual turned grave, for the direction of the footprints led ominously into the woods. Chapter 42. Mutation. At this moment, the forest lay shrouded in darkness, the dense foliage obscuring the moonlight, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. How could Ji Xingnan, a young woman, so recklessly venture into such an abyss alone? Chun Song furrowed his brow, his sense of foreboding intensifying. The unease and suspicion had begun to gnaw at him since he set foot on the island. Though he could not pinpoint the source at the time, he had dismissed it. However, with an incident now unfolding, he could no longer ignore this feeling. Su Jingru, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. She promptly retrieved a powerful flashlight and illuminated the forest, stating, "The woods are so dark that classmate Ji must have inadvertently lost her way. Let us all take out our flashlights and call her name. We shall find her swiftly." Several boys nodded in agreement, preferring to believe that Ji Xingnan was merely lost, rather than entertaining notions of the supernatural. Indeed, the forest was exceedingly dark, and without a flashlight it would be quite challenging to navigate. Thus, the group stepped into the woods, calling out Ji Xingnan's name in unison. Chun Song maintained a taut expression, fully aware that this matter was far from simple. Ji Xingnan was no fool. Had she truly been lost, she would have remained in place, calling for help, and with his keen hearing, he would have certainly heard her. Yet, the forest was eerily silent. Save for their shouts and the faint chirping of insects, there was no indication of another's presence. Where lay the true issue?
Chen Kong Musek internally.
His mind racing as he retraced the day's events. From boarding the vehicle at the school entrance, to inadvertently spotting Tang Yun's bodyguard, and finally, to falling asleep and awakening in that village. Yes, that was it. Suddenly, Chun Song's pupils dilated sharply, his body momentarily paralyzed as the realization struck him. This was no mere coincidence. Someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. He felt an unwavering conviction rise within him. From the outset, there had been something amiss about that village. No matter how remote, a village of such size should not exude such an oppressive stillness. Perhaps this alone was not enough to draw a definitive conclusion. However, the anomaly lay with the short fisherman. Chun Song had scrutinized his appearance. Many of his traits matched those of a fisherman, yet one detail stood out. Initially, the short fisherman had been taciturn, mirroring the village's atmosphere, evoking a vague sense of exclusion. Yet, after ferrying them to the island, he had inexplicably flashed a goofy grin before departing. What may have seemed a benign smile at first now appeared to Chun Song as a triumphant expression, as though a nefarious plan had come to fruition. It was at that moment that he experienced a second wave of unease. Now, with Ji Xingnan's mysterious disappearance, he was convinced that they were ensnared in a deeply plotted scheme. But for whom had these individuals set this elaborate trap? Was it aimed at Ji Xingnan, Su Jingru, or perhaps Tang Yun? So many possibilities arose, Tang Yun was a wealthy heir, accompanied by a bodyguard arranged by his family, making him the most likely target. Yet, one could not dismiss others, such as the rotund fellow, whose family was undeniably affluent. Chun Song could not help but feel distressed. He was uncertain of the number of individuals they faced or their intentions, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. However, one thing he could ascertain was that Tang Yun's bodyguards had likely never reached the island, or they had been dealt with prior to their arrival. This suggested that those orchestrating these covert maneuvers were of no ordinary caliber. As the group ventured deeper into the woods, time slipped away, and eventually, a male student finally spoke up. "But, Teacher Su, we have been walking for quite some time. Why has Ji Shangnan not responded at all?" Su Jingru fell into silence, her anxiety gradually mounting. Initially, she had not considered the situation deeply, merely assuming that Ji Shangnan might have taken a moment to relieve himself and lost his way. Yet, after such an extended period without any sign of him, could it be that something truly unfortunate had occurred? "Teacher Su, we should turn back. Continuing this search is futile." At that moment, Chun Song interjected. He believed that the most prudent course of action was to escort Su Jingru and the others back, allowing him the opportunity to search for Ji Shangnan alone, as being with a group including the stout fellow would ensure their safety. No, Ji Shangnan might be panicked and have run far away, or perhaps he has fallen and fainted, or worse, he could have been bitten by a venomous snake. "We cannot abandon him here. We must find him," Su Jingru insisted, unwavering in her determination. "If we continue searching like this, we will not find him by dawn. We should head back and seek assistance from the outside," Chun Song said earnestly. However, his words seemed to provoke Su Jingru. She abruptly turned to him, her expression cold, and stated, "If you are afraid, you can leave first, and the rest of you can go as well." With that, she brandished her flashlight and advanced forward, displaying no trace of fear. Chun Song was taken aback, not minding Su Jingru's misunderstanding of his intentions, for he had noticed the glimmer of moisture in her eyes. He could not help but ponder. During the last incident involving a classmate, any mention of waiting for help had elicited a similarly intense reaction from this female teacher. "Teacher Su is correct, we cannot give up. Chun Song, if you are truly afraid, it is perfectly natural to return. No one would blame you, especially since you have come this far," a burly male student from Class 7 remarked to Chun Song before hastily following Su Jingru. The others soon followed suit, leaving only one boy from Class 1 still by Chun Song's side. "Brother Song, I actually agree with your approach. Aimless searching wastes time. Since our phones have lost signal, we should return and organize a group to ascend the mountain to check if there is an issue with the signal tower. I know a little about this. My father works in the field," the boy said. Chun Song glanced at him, recognizing him as Huang Chang, someone he wasn't particularly familiar with, but who had remained low-key. He recalled that during the last KTV outing, Huang Chang had not attended. Yet after hearing the classmates speak of Chun Song's solitary rescue of a fellow student, he had begun to refer to him as Brother Kong. "Let us continue our search," Chun Song said, patting Huang Chang on the shoulder. "It is far too dark now, and leading everyone to the signal tower would be perilous. We shall ascend after dawn." After coming to this realization, he felt uneasy about Su Jingru and the others continuing their search in the woods, and thus chose to stay with them. "Shangnan, where are you? If you can hear us, respond," the boys from Class 7 shouted into the forest. Su Jingru held her flashlight steady as they pressed onward. Chun Song and Huang Chang brought up the rear, both surveying their surroundings with keen eyes. Chun Song's observational skills were evidently more acute. The footprints of Ji Shangnan had vanished shortly after they entered the woods, obscured by the thick layer of fallen leaves. Yet, Chun Song's sharp vision allowed him to discern subtle traces, guiding the group as he searched for signs of their companion. However, as they progressed, all indications seemed to have vanished, as if deliberately erased. This implied that Ji Shangnan's trail had been completely lost at the point where Chun Song suggested turning back, leaving them to navigate blindly. If those individuals are indeed after Teacher Su, then my decision to remain is justified. However, if they are targeting Tang Yun or the fatty, there may already have been an incident on the beach. Should it be Tang Yun, Chun Song would not concern himself. Yet, if the intention was to capture the fatty, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, truly at a loss. What should be done? Chun Song furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, the group ahead suddenly became chaotic. The flashlights flickered wildly, and Su Jingru let out a piercing scream, followed by the boys from Class 7, who hastily retreated in disarray. Chapter 43, Wait for Me Ghost. A ghost, there really is a ghost. Several boys exclaimed in a state of panic, hastily turning to flee. Su Jingru, too, was retreating, and upon noticing Chun Song and Huang Chang still standing there in confusion, she urgently called out, "Hurry up!" At that moment, Chun Song was perplexed, sensing no other presence aside from Su Jingru and her companions. Could it be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a white figure finally emerged behind Su Jingru and her friends. With disheveled hair and a white coat emanating a faint glow, it floated towards them. In the darkness, this apparition resembled a spectral entity, drawing closer and exuding an eerie aura. However, Chun Song's keen eyesight revealed the truth. A thin line was suspended above the so-called ghost's head, indicating it was merely a fabricated entity, suspended by someone. Run! Run! At that moment, Huang Chang, terrified, turned pale and stammered as he began to flee. Chun Song hesitated for a moment, choosing not to divulge the truth. When Su Jingru caught up, he grasped her hand, and they retraced their steps together. Regardless of who was orchestrating this fright, it mattered little to Chun Kong. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude towards them for providing a clue and for scaring Su Jingru and her friends away, allowing him to return her safely before pursuing his own path alone, a double advantage. As they ran, fear gripped them all. Huang Chang and several boys from Class 7 had long since vanished into the night, but Chun Song remained aware of their safety through his senses. Yet, Su Jingru's stamina was waning. Despite his grip, she was slowing down. Ultimately, she could run no further, gasping for breath as she implored, "Chun Song, forget about the teacher. Just run and alert everyone to find a safe place." With that, she attempted to pry his hand away. Chun Song paused, casting a glance behind. The phantom had not followed, being a mere human contrivance incapable of drifting far. Nonetheless, his senses remained alert, vigilant for the appearance of those lurking in the shadows. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Su Jingru urged anxiously when Chun Song remained silent. He chose to ignore her, continuing to wait. If these individuals were indeed targeting Su Jingru, they would soon become evident to him. He could not afford to be distracted. Before long, several presences caught Chun Song's attention from a distance of 1,000 meters, swiftly approaching with remarkable speed and minimal sound, yet still detectable by his heightened senses. A frown creased his brow. He had initially anticipated confronting one or two individuals, allowing him to capture them with ease. However, 5 figures emerged, each seemingly formidable. Without utilizing his web-slinging abilities, Chun Song knew he would be outmatched, as he was not yet comparable to a true Spider-Man. "Chun Song, don't be afraid. The teacher has assured us that everything will be all right. Let's go." Su Jingru, thinking Chun Song was frightened, continued to encourage him. Chun Song was momentarily taken aback, then glanced in a certain direction, no longer hesitating. He nodded and said, "Teacher Su, wait for me." With that, he turned and sprinted away with remarkable speed, evoking a sense of desperate flight in Su Jingru. This action left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Although she genuinely wished for Chun Song to escape and not fall into danger because of her, the moment he actually ran away, an uncomfortable feeling settled in her heart. Such is the complexity of human emotions, particularly those of a woman. Meanwhile, Chun Song hurried back along the original path, veering off at a dark intersection. Within mere seconds, he found himself beneath a large tree. After quickly surveying his surroundings, he adeptly climbed the tree, pressing his body against the trunk. He swiftly removed his casual attire, folding it neatly before donning his spider mask and shoe covers. Without delay, he leaped from the tree, moving with a grace that made no sound. He was not truly returning. Rather, he accelerated towards the location where Su Jingru had been moments ago. "Teacher Su, do not fear," he silently urged in his mind. Timing was crucial, as those individuals were likely already in her presence, and he could not allow her to come to harm. With a series of swift movements, strands of webbing fell between the trees as Chun Song glided forward, his black spider suit blending seamlessly into the night, resembling a true vigilante. At that moment, Not far off in the woods, Su Jingru sat on the ground, consumed by loneliness and fear. The stillness of the air and the pitch-black surroundings instilled a growing sense of dread within her. The memory of the ghostly figure in white caused her body to tremble involuntarily. In her earlier panic, she had lost her flashlight, and now a sense of urgency and helplessness overwhelmed her.
Chen Kong.
For reasons unknown, his image and words before he departed appeared in her mind. His promise to wait for her subtly instilled a glimmer of hope and courage. Slowly, she rose to her feet, biting her lip, and began to move in the direction of the beach. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly heard faint rustling behind her. Like a startled kitten, she turned abruptly, only to find 5 men clad in camouflage uniforms before her. They varied in height and build, yet Su Jingru recognized them as the fishermen who had previously brought them to the island. Initially relieved to see humans after her thoughts of ghosts, her relief quickly dissipated as she realized something was amiss. Why were the fishermen dressed in camouflage? Furthermore, their movements were alarmingly swift and synchronized. "Make no sound, or your students will not escape," spoke a tall, thin man in a low voice. Understanding dawned on Su Jingru, and her body trembled as she asked, Who are you? Do not ask, just come with us. Our objective is solely you and that individual surname Tang. Comply with us obediently, and your students shall depart safely tomorrow. Otherwise, the tall, slender man spoke, revealing a glinting dagger in the faint moonlight. Very well, I shall accompany you, Su Jingru replied without hesitation, acutely aware that she had no choices left. Chun Song had already departed, and no amount of shouting would garner attention. Thus, she had no option but to acquiesce. You are not entirely foolish. You should be grateful that the student who fled with you did so swiftly. Otherwise, we could not have left any survivors. Those privy to the truth must not be spared, the tall man scoffed, producing a roll of tape and advancing towards Su Jingru to silence her. Su Jingru offered no resistance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as fear and helplessness enveloped her heart. After sealing her mouth, the tall man signaled to a few others behind him. One burly man retrieved a wireless pager, pressed a button, and whispered, Group A has completed the task. The one surname Tang is still on the beach. Group B, proceed. Received, came the crackling response from the pager, followed by an eerie silence. The tall man cast a glance at Su Jingru, his gaze lingering on her pronounced bosom and long legs before he sneered and licked his lips, saying, Let us go, young lady of the Su family. Suddenly, a thread of silk emerged from the darkness, silently descending and swiftly enveloping the tall man's face, completely obstructing his nose, mouth, and eyes. In the next moment, a shadowy figure descended from the tree, one hand gripping the silk while the other reached for the still-dazed Su Jingru, enveloping her in an embrace and using momentum to swing towards another large tree. Chapter 44. Spider-Man. Moments ago, a hidden chamber deep underground was illuminated, starkly contrasting the impenetrable darkness of the surrounding woods. The room was sparsely furnished, containing several computers and instruments. A man and 2 women were gathered around a wooden table, engaged in earnest discussion. If Chun Song were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the man in question was the stout fisherman he had encountered previously, his skin dark and muscles brimming with strength. Remaining wolf, it seems our initial plan has succeeded flawlessly. The young lady from the Su family is now in our grasp. We must now turn our attention to Group B, remarked a voluptuous blonde woman, her leg crossed as she fixated on the image displayed on the computer screen. The image depicted a tall, slender man sealing Su Jingru's mouth with tape. Remaining wolf nodded slightly, his expression icy. Parting his lips, he spoke in a hoarse voice, Instruct Group B to exercise caution. We must avoid harming the students. I intend for this incident to be construed as a haunting, leaving no traces of human intervention. Once we depart tomorrow, ensure this location is thoroughly cleansed. Understood. The dust has already been prepared, the blonde woman replied with a smile, producing a box filled with a substance resembling dust, ready to spread throughout the area after their departure. Indeed, this plan must not falter. What of the boy who fled earlier? Remaining wolf inquired, casting his gaze once more at the blonde woman. The blonde woman hesitated briefly, then replied with an odd expression. The camera's coverage was limited to the area we just observed, so we only witnessed him leaving. He must have become lost, as he has not emerged from the exit. Then we shall not concern ourselves with him. Inform Group B to proceed with vigilance. It is imperative that no human traces remain. Remaining Wolf stated, shaking his head. All right. The blonde woman nodded in agreement, activating her pager and beginning her tasks. Remaining Wolf took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he settled into his chair, confident that this mission was all but assured. Meanwhile, another woman, an Asian with dark hair, who had remained silent at the computer, hesitated before finally speaking. Remaining Wolf, the target's significance seems rather trivial. Why are we going to such lengths for this operation? Even if you wish to avoid harming the students, we could easily subdue them directly. Is such meticulousness truly necessary? Her question echoed the blonde woman's earlier doubts, prompting her to glance over as well. Remaining Wolf slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them as he replied, "Do not question too much. We are to execute the task as instructed by our superiors. If we fail, you are well aware of the consequences." Yes. Both the blonde and Asian women furrowed their brows, their expressions turning grave. They understood all too well that if a mission assigned by the organization were to go awry, their entire team could be forsaken or even silenced. What about the girl who inadvertently discovered us? We cannot ascertain how much she knows, the blonde woman pondered, her gaze drifting towards a tightly closed wooden door as she posed her question. The remnant wolf paused for a moment before speaking softly. She will not awaken for at least 3 more hours. Once we have secured our target, we shall take her as well. This girl possesses remarkable physical attributes. If she is sent to the base for training, she will undoubtedly prove invaluable in a few years. The blonde woman nodded in agreement. Silence enveloped the chamber once more, broken only by the sound of the 2 women at the computer, their fingers dancing over the keyboard as they continuously shifted the images on the screen, ever vigilant of the happenings in the woods. On the screen, Su Jingru was being restrained by a tall, slender man, preparing to be taken back to the chamber. Suddenly, a shadow appeared abruptly, casting something over the tall man's face, and swiftly whisked Su Jingru away, evading the camera's view. What? The blonde and the Asian woman exclaimed in unison, rousing the remnant wolf from his reverie. What is happening? He demanded, rising abruptly to approach the computer, his voice low and urgent. The 2 women gaped at the screen, speechless, unable to articulate their confusion over the incident that had just transpired. Meanwhile, a blur suddenly obscured the camera, plunging the computer screen into darkness. Damn it, we've been discovered, the blonde woman realized, dismayed that her meticulously concealed cameras had been compromised. But what had been used to obscure them? A hidden weapon, perhaps? The remnant wolf's eyes widened in shock as he commanded, "Rewind the footage, slow it down, and replay it." Without hesitation, the 2 women complied, their fingers flying over the keyboard to reverse the footage, returning to the moment when the shadow had intervened to rescue Su Jingru. Stop! At the moment the shadow was closest to the camera, the remnant wolf called for a halt, freezing the image. It depicted a figure cloaked in black, one hand grasping an indistinct line while the other held Su Jingru, suspended in midair. Zoom in, the remnant wolf ordered again. The Asian woman left her computer to join the blonde, who began to enlarge the image until the shadow was discernible. As the picture sharpened, the trio in the chamber was left astounded, their faces a tableau of shock and disbelief. This is Spider-Man? The Asian woman gasped incredulously. Oh my God, Spider-Man? The blonde echoed, her shock manifesting in her native tongue as the figurous mask and attire were all too familiar to her. Having come from abroad, she instantly recognized him. The remnant wolf, however, furrowed his brow, his gaze riveted on the screen, remaining silent. The blonde shook her head, bewildered, and turned to the remnant wolf, asking, "Could it be that another organization is involved? But why engage in role-playing at this hour? Obviously he fears revealing his identity. Yet, by donning such attire, he is openly mocking us." The remnant wolf seethed with anger. His quarry, which had been within his grasp, had been snatched away unexpectedly. More importantly, this individual was adorned in a Spider-Man costume, an utter affront to their team. Bang! The enraged remnant wolf pounded his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Which scoundrel is responsible for this?" Their plan had been executed flawlessly. The entire island had been sealed off, yet the adversary had managed to infiltrate them unnoticed, landing on the deserted isle. Furthermore, Remnant Wolf suspected that there was more than one opponent involved. Noticing this, the Asian woman suddenly furrowed her brow and spoke softly. "Xingzi, have you discovered something?" The blonde woman immediately inquired upon hearing her. Chapter 45 Counterattack. The Asian woman stroked her chin, narrowing her eyes as she cast a fleeting glance at the Wolf of Ruin. She then whispered, "It is highly likely they arrived on this island even before us. Otherwise, their sudden appearance would be inexplicable. This implies our plan has been compromised."
Impossible.
The Wolf of Ruin interjected, but then, as if struck by a revelation, his gaze turned icy as he directed it towards Akiko. Coldly, he inquired, "Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us?" "It is merely a conjecture," Akiko replied, her expression stoic. The Wolf of Ruin fell silent. Under normal circumstances, he would never entertain the thought of a traitor within his ranks, for each member had fought alongside him, proving themselves trustworthy. However, this plan had been shrouded in secrecy. Only a select few from their team were privy to its intricacies. If information had indeed leaked, it could only have come from within their own circle. Yet, a confident smile flitted across Akiko's face as she remarked, "But this individual seems rather childish, donning a tight-fitting suit and a Spider-Man mask for a mission. They must be quite young, so if the members of Team A pursue them, they will undoubtedly be apprehended. At that point, all the truth can be extracted." "I too find this individual quite dull," the blonde woman chimed in, a laugh escaping her lips as her chest heaved with mirth. Suddenly, the intercom in the hidden chamber emitted a series of beeps, followed by a voice that declared, "Report. Team A has encountered an unforeseen circumstance. The target has been abducted, and we have lost track of the assailants. Please advise on their whereabouts." The blonde woman and the Asian woman exchanged bewildered glances, unable to respond, as the sole camera that had captured the figure in black had been discovered, leaving them in the dark about the assailant's current location. With a sense of helplessness, they prepared to relay this outcome to Team A. However, the intercom was suddenly interrupted by a strange, hoarse voice, as if deliberately altered. "Are you searching for me?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, the expressions of the three individuals in the chamber shifted dramatically, their astonishment palpable. The assailant had seemingly fled with their accomplices, so what could compel them to return in search of Team A? "This is bad," the Wolf of Ruin realized, abruptly racing towards a nearby iron ladder, swiftly climbing to the top and flinging open the iron door to escape. The blonde woman, seemingly caught off guard, questioned, "What is happening?" Akiko's complexion paled slightly as she stammered, He intends to return to eliminate Team A." Meanwhile, Chun Song had successfully brought Su Jingru to a secure tree, leaving the adhesive tape on her mouth intact. Under her astonished gaze, he bound her hands and feet to the tree, concealing his face. Chun Song was unafraid of revealing his identity, yet he did not wish for Su Jingru to flee. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily hide her in the tree. He needed to return and eliminate those pursuing him. Otherwise, if they conducted even a cursory investigation, they might soon uncover his whereabouts. This was a scenario Chun Song was determined to avoid. The moment he discovered that the enemy had concealed a camera in the woods, he realized he had left a trace of his presence, and thus, he must return to rectify the situation. Upon his return to the vicinity of the group, he discerned that they were conversing through walkie-talkies, which made it increasingly evident that these individuals were not ordinary folk, but rather a cadre of well-trained mercenaries. In that instant, he leapt forth from the shadows and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Are you searching for me?" His aim was solely to draw their attention, facilitating his plan to eliminate them one by one. As for the 5 men clad in camouflage, he felt no trepidation. With the ability to manipulate webs, he was confident in his capacity to neutralize them. Suddenly, a tall, slender man flicked his wrist, launching a knife that hurtled toward him.
Chen Kong Deputy Get.
And the blade embedded itself deep into the ground where he had just stood, a testament to the owner's remarkable strength. Good heavens! Look who we have here. It's Spider-Man. "Ha! Kid, it's time to go home. Your parents are waiting for you to have dinner, bellowed a burly man, recognizing Chun Song's attire and bursting into laughter. Oh, quick on the uptake, are we? Stealing our people and daring to return? The tall man sneered, a glint of malice crossing his eyes. You're truly courting death. With that, he brandished another knife and charged directly at Chun Kong simultaneously. The other 4 men drew their firearms, locking their sights on him. Undeterred, Chun Song continued weaving through the trees, deftly launching strands of webbing toward his assailants. He had anticipated their weaponry, hence his chosen method of combat was most prudent. The strands of web moved with a velocity rivaling that of bullets, and with precision, they struck the tall man's face. Momentarily ensnared, he halted to slash at the webbing with his knife, cursing under his breath. The remaining 4 men unleashed a barrage of gunfire aimed at Chun Song, the sound of gunshots reverberating through the forest. In his perception, the bullets seemed to slow, enabling him to evade with agility while his spider sense locked onto the 5 adversaries, awaiting the opportune moment for counterattack. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, he deftly concealed himself within the foliage of a dense tree as the 4 men concentrated their fire upon that location. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Song had stealthily maneuvered to another tree in the shadows. Calculating the distance, he swiftly flicked his wrists, unleashing 4 strands of webbing that shot towards the 4 men. Simultaneously, each man found his face ensnared, their noses and mouths obstructed, rendering them breathless. In their panic, they abandoned their weapons, instinctively clawing at the web. Seizing the moment, Chun Song sprang forth. His fist clenched as he struck one man squarely in the head, followed by a powerful kick to another's abdomen, and a knee thrust coupled with an elbow sweep. In mere moments, he incapacitated the 4 men, who were now struggling for breath, and with a flick of his wrist, dense strands of webbing secured their limbs to the ground. Suddenly, a whoosh of air signaled danger from behind him. A smile crept beneath his mask as he swiftly evaded, a knife narrowly missing him and embedding itself in the earth with a thud. The tall, slender figure surged towards him from behind, and Chun Song instinctively sensed the approach. With a swift flick of his wrist, he propelled himself upward, and in a seamless motion, executed a powerful kick that struck the tall man's cheek with a resounding thud. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, utterly unprepared for the blow. Infuriated, the tall man gritted his teeth and roared in defiance, struggling to rise, only to find himself unexpectedly bound to the earth. Who sent you? Chun Song inquired coldly, stepping forward and pressing a foot firmly on his back. Ha! You lack the right to know, the tall man retorted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Chun Song shook his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the 4 fallen companions nearby. Their noses and mouths are sealed shut. Until you provide me with a satisfactory answer, you can only hope they can hold their breath a little longer. Chapter 46. Conditions. At this moment, the tall, thin man realized that the other 4 individuals were not only bound hand and foot, but their faces were also obscured by a certain material. Although he was uncertain of its nature, after being caught off guard twice, he understood that this substance could undoubtedly suffocate one to death. Do you dare? The tall man's expression grew increasingly sinister as his anger flared. Chun Song felt a slight sense of relief. After all, he was merely a high school student at this juncture, and the thought of taking a life was not something he could easily embrace. However, the fact that these individuals had brandished firearms from the outset had already compromised Chun Song's safety. If push came to shove, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. He was acutely aware that his abilities surpassed the understanding of many, and should they be revealed, the risks would extend beyond himself to encompass his family and friends. Thus, even if these individuals complied, he would ultimately ensure their fate was far from pleasant. Speak up. Time is of the essence, Chun Song stated in a low tone, his voice resonating with an authority far beyond that of a youth, more akin to that of an elder. The tall man cast a fierce glare at Chun Song, gritting his teeth as he replied, "We are members of a clandestine organization, solely tasked with completing our mission. We have no knowledge of who our employer is. Killing us would serve no purpose. Moreover, you had best ensure you eliminate us all. Should any one of us survive, we will undoubtedly seek retribution." Do you think I lack the courage? Chun Song retorted with a frigid smile, his wrist flicking as strands of silk emerged, swiftly ensnaring the dagger on the ground. With a sudden tug, the dagger flew into his hand, and upon merely grazing his fingers, he hurled it viciously at the tall man, striking him in the thigh. The tall man let out a pained scream, taken aback by Chun Song's sudden aggression. The unexpected agony caused beads of cold sweat to dot his forehead. He finally comprehended that this individual before him would indeed not hesitate to kill. This realization only solidified his belief that Chun Song must be an assassin from another organization. Such was Chun Song's intention. He could not afford to appear as a novice lest he inadvertently lead them back to their group of students. "Stop!" A chilling voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Chun Song turned to see the short fisherman had appeared, which surprised him, for his earlier senses had failed to detect this person's presence. If the opponent were to strike from the shadows, I could be in grave danger. Chun Song's heart sank, acknowledging his lack of experience for not maintaining a constant vigilance. Thus, he took this lesson to heart. The short fisherman stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Song, as if attempting to discern the organization from which he hailed. Meanwhile, the tall man, gritting his teeth against the pain, urged, "Lang the remnant wolf, leave us. Do not concern yourself with our fate. Simply seek vengeance for our brothers in the future." He was acutely aware that even their leader, Remnant Wolf, would not stand a chance against the individual clad in Spider-Man attire before him. The Remnant Wolf was acutely aware of this, which is why he chose not to act in the shadows earlier. Instead, he stepped forth, hoping to negotiate with the other party. After observing for a moment, he discerned that although the individual before him appeared somewhat frail, their strength was formidable, and he could not ascertain their organizational affiliation. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Brother, you are well aware of the rules of the trade. We are not privy to the identity of our employer. Since we have fallen into your hands today, we must abandon our mission. However, I implore you to show mercy. Although it may not align with protocol, I, the Remnant Wolf, am willing to exchange my life for another." Upon hearing this, Chun Song realized that his actions had successfully intimidated the opponent, leading them to believe he was affiliated with another faction. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to play along. Lowering his voice, he replied solemnly, "Indeed, you are the Remnant Wolf. But tell me, how many lives do you believe your own can exchange for?" Chun Song felt it was essential to maintain the faade, not to let the opponent off too easily, lest it reveal any weakness or give rise to doubts about his resolve. As he had anticipated, the Remnant Wolf's expression tightened slightly. His earlier probing was indeed a test. If Chun Song had chosen to spare them, it would suggest that his forces were limited and unwilling to confront them directly. However, hearing Chun Song's resolute tone now left him uncertain. After a few moments of contemplation, the Remnant Wolf took a deep breath and murmured, "Even if it is one life for one life, I am willing."
"No, Remnant Wolf.
"Your life is not ours to exchange," shouted the tall, thin man. "Spider, if you have the guts, kill us." "Silence, Scorpion," the Remnant Wolf bellowed, brandishing a dagger. Ignoring Chun Song, he strode towards the four individuals on the ground, nearly suffocating, and severed the webs entangling their faces, allowing them to breathe again. Chun Song did not intervene. After all, he did not wish to take lives at this moment, nor did he desire to forge irrevocable enmity with these organizations. It was not out of fear, but rather a matter of practicality, at least until he had fully matured. The Remnant Wolf only cut the webs from their faces, refraining from untying their limbs. He understood that the figure clad in tight-fitting attire was still watching him, and any excessive movement on his part would surely lead to his subjugation. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of confusion, unable to discern what material had ensnared his comrades. It indeed felt akin to spider silk, as if the opponent were truly akin to Spider-Man. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that such a character existed. He could only attribute this substance to an innovative material. Seeing that the Remnant Wolf did not take any further action, Chun Song remained silent for a moment, contemplating how to handle the situation. After a brief interval, he finally spoke. "I can spare your lives, but there are two conditions. First, you must retrieve the girl you captured along with the fishing boats. Second, I require all of you to come forth. I know a location that would suit you well." "Where?" the Remnant Wolf inquired immediately. "The police station. Chun Song replied with a sly smile, delivering the words with unexpected nonchalance. In an instant, the remnant wolf and his companions were taken aback. The police station. Shall we allow these clandestine organizations to linger at the police station? This is undeniably a profound disgrace, an immense humiliation. You are subjecting us to indignity. The tall, slender man could no longer contain his fury and erupted in a furious shout. The wolf, with a countenance wrought with complexity, gazed at Chun Song, unable to decipher his intentions, yet remained silent. A chill flickered in Chun Song's eyes beneath his mask as he spoke softly. So, you refuse to accept this condition? With that, he subtly raised his wrist, and a strand of silk darted forth, swiftly ensnaring the dagger embedded in the thigh of the tall man, yanking it out with a sharp hiss. Stop! I concede, the wolf exclaimed, his pupils constricting sharply. He had no choice but to acquiesce. The condition presented by Chun Song was their sole avenue for survival. At least by going to the police station, they might grasp a fleeting chance of escape, but refusal would spell doom for all on this desolate island. Observing his compliance, Chun Song felt a slight relaxation within, and the corners of his mouth lifted subtly beneath the mask as he raised a finger, coldly declaring, "Then now, I have one more condition." Chapter 47. Deception don't overreach. We agreed on 2 conditions, and now you are raising the stakes? The tall, slender man, upon hearing Chun Song mention an additional condition, was immediately incensed. Known for his explosive temper, he cared little for life and death, and he scorned the notion that Chun Song would spare his life. Were it not for the implications for his remaining comrades, he might have chosen death over submission. The scarred wolf also furrowed his brow, feeling displeased with Chun Song's words. He thought to himself that if pushed to the brink, he would certainly fight back, refusing to allow Chun Song to corner them relentlessly. Chun Song smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Allow me to rephrase. This is not a condition but rather a warning. If I let you go, you may continue with your lives peacefully. However, should I discover that any one of you investigates me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you wherever you may be, including your closest companions." He felt compelled to issue this warning. Though uncertain of its efficacy, he preferred to intimidate them now rather than address the matter post-incident. The scarred wolf paused, then chuckled bitterly, replying, "It seems you do not understand our organization. If we fail this mission and you hand us over to the police, we will rely solely on our own abilities to escape. We shall then face the organization's wrath. No one would dare investigate you." Chun Song's heart raced, and he lowered his voice once more, stating, "Can you guarantee that all of you will evade the organization's pursuit? I think not. I do not wish for you to blame me for the deaths of your comrades during your escape. Of course, revenge is an option. However, I will ensure that you meet your end in regret before you can uncover my identity." Chun Song endeavored to cover up the near exposure of his vulnerabilities. Although he found his words somewhat juvenile, they genuinely captivated the scarred wolf and his associates. They fully believed that Chun Song or the force backing him possessed such power, or else they would not have so easily defeated their team. Silence enveloped the group, and the scarred wolf finally sighed and nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Understood." He then picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and instructed those remaining in the basement to bring Ji Shangnan out. He subsequently recalled Team B, informing them of the mission's failure and cautioning them to avoid any conflicts on their way back. The scarred wolf reasoned that individuals as formidable as Chun Song were not solitary. Glancing at Chun Song's black attire, he pondered the implications. This individual possessed at least the strength of an elite soldier, a single fighter comparable to an entire squad, if not stronger. What organization could possibly harbor such a powerful figure? Chun Song paid them no further mind, standing calmly to the side while contemplating if there were any oversights or clues left behind. The outcome satisfied him. Thus far, he had not identified any missteps. Soon, Ji Xingnan was escorted by a blonde woman and an Asian woman, both of whom bore grim expressions. Upon witnessing the bodies on the ground, their faces paled noticeably. Ji Xingnan lay in a deep unconsciousness, supported by 2 individuals. Before Chun Song could utter a word, the remnant wolf explained, "She has been rendered unconscious by our anesthetic. She will not awaken for another hour or 2. What does she know?" Chun Song continued to assume the role of a member of a clandestine organization, inquiring coldly. Upon hearing this, the remnant wolf's eyelids flickered with alarm as he quickly replied, "She knows nothing. Before we were exposed, she merely collapsed in the woods and lost consciousness, after which we anesthetized her." The blonde and Asian women exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, yet their expressions swiftly returned to normal, unnoticed by Chen Kong. Both were acutely aware that the remnant wolf was misleading him. The female student had evidently detected their activities in the woods and had ventured in to investigate, only to be knocked unconscious by Scorpion in a moment of impulsiveness. The remnant wolf indeed sought to deceive Chun Song. Since they could not reveal Chun Song's identity or conduct an investigation, they aimed for the student to emerge and divulge some clues, which would at least attract the police's attention. He was confident that, given the organization's capabilities, they could easily obtain such leads, and eventually, this Spider-Man impersonator would be uncovered. Unbeknownst to Chun Song, upon hearing the remnant wolf's words, he felt a twinge of suspicion but did not dwell on it, for his true identity was that of a student. Once he spoke to Jixing Nan, he would uncover everything. Thus, seizing the opportunity, he stated, "She is fortunate to escape my personal intervention." As his words fell, 5 individuals emerged from a distance, clad in camouflage attire, stealthily approaching. However, Chun Song's perceptive instincts had already alerted him. The moment he cast his gaze upon them, the 5 men realized their cover was blown, and their hearts raced with shock. Yet, as they drew closer and beheld the figure who had subdued their team, a Spider-Man impersonator, their expressions turned to perplexity. The remnant wolf wasted no time, articulating Chun Song's terms to them. Seeing that an agreement had been reached, the men complied without dissent. Observing their unity, Chun Song discreetly raised his wrist and swiftly flicked it several times, launching strands of webbing that ensnared their hands and feet in an instant. "You!" The remnant wolf's countenance shifted dramatically, astonished, believing that Chun Song had reneged on his word. Interrupting him, Chun Song reassured, "Do not worry. I have no intention of killing you. For safety's sake, remain here, and do not entertain thoughts of escape unless you are certain you can leave unscathed under the watch of 5 sniper rifles." After speaking, Chun Song paid no heed to their reactions, picking up the unconscious Jixing Nan and turning to depart, inwardly chuckling at his rapidly improving ability to fabricate lies. It was not until he reached the large tree where Su Jingru had been concealed that he gently set down Jixing Nan. Ascending the tree, under Su Jingru's astonished gaze, he removed the tape from her mouth and untangled the webbing binding her hands and feet. "I mean no harm. I am merely here to rescue you," he spoke in a lowered voice to avoid any misunderstanding from Su Jingru. As Su Jingru gazed at the enigmatic figure of the black-clad Spider-Man before her, a sense of bewilderment and intrigue enveloped her. She was no stranger to this Spider-Man. She had heard tales from her students about a night at KTV where they had encountered thugs, only to have the entire gang subdued by the very hero standing before her. Initially, she had dismissed these accounts as mere exaggerations, but when Goku also attested to witnessing the hero in action, she reluctantly categorized him as a whimsical savior, never truly believing in the existence of Spider-Man. Yet tonight, having witnessed the web-slinging prowess and aerial grace firsthand, she found herself utterly astounded. Countless questions swirled in her mind, but ultimately, she could only muster a single inquiry. "Who are you?" A raspy chuckle escaped Chun Song's lips as he shook his head, choosing not to respond. Instead, he remarked, "Those individuals have been dealt with, and this matter is known only to you. I trust you will refrain from sharing this with your students, as it would only invite unnecessary complications." His tone bore a hint of menace, yet he could not suppress a smirk at the sight of his beautiful homeroom teacher, visibly shaken yet oddly endearing. He then softened his demeanor, whispering, "As for the ghostly apparitions, consider them mere figments of imagination. This young lady will awaken shortly without any lasting harm." Without waiting for Su Jingru's reaction, Chun Song wrapped his arms around her slender waist once more and leapt from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. With the immediate threat neutralized, he felt his tension ease and caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from Su Jingru. "How delightful!" he teasingly exclaimed, loosening his grip and vaulting into the air, shooting a web from his wrist to swing into the distance. "Wait!" Su Jingru's cheeks flushed at his remark. a mix of indignation and surprise bubbling within her. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, he had already vanished, leaving her with a myriad of unanswered questions as she watched the dark figure dissolve into the shadows of the forest. Eventually, she stood there, momentarily dazed, before shaking her head in resignation. She helped the unconscious Ji Xingnan to his feet and slowly made her way towards the beach. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, Chun Song removed his mask, a faint smile gracing his lips as he hurried towards the location of his concealed sportswear, determined to change back into casual attire and return to the beach before Su Jingru, all while concocting an excuse for his delayed appearance. Chapter 48. I changed my mind at this moment. Chun Song, having changed his clothes, had left the woods ahead of Su Jingru, tousling his hair in a disheveled manner while feigning breathlessness. He had concocted an excuse, claiming he had merely lost his way in the forest and had just now emerged. However, upon returning to the beach, he sensed that something was amiss. All the students were remarkably quiet, and the chubby boy sat cross-legged on the ground, his clothes in disarray, with a trace of blood on his face, as if he had just been in a fight. Chun Song immediately recognized his adversary, Tang Yun, who, once impeccably dressed in a suit, now bore only a shirt, his expression dark and occasionally glancing menacingly at the chubby boy, though not as disheveled as his counterpart. Had these two just engaged in a brawl? Chun Song was taken aback and stepped forward. Soon, the others noticed him and several students rushed over. Brother Song, where is Teacher Su? Huang Chang was the first to inquire. They had been preoccupied with fleeing and only realized far later that Chun Song and Su Jingru had become separated from them. They had not dared to return to search and hurried back to the beach to seek assistance. Then, an unexpected incident occurred. Chun Song wore an apologetic expression and shook his head, stating, Teacher Su told me to run ahead, and then I got lost, only just emerging now. What? The group reacted with astonishment. Chun Song had actually abandoned Su Jingru and fled alone? This was beyond anyone's expectations, yet Huang Chang and the others understood, for the situation had been too horrific. They had encountered a ghost and had all fled without a second thought for anyone else. A few remained silent, showing their understanding, but faced with the scornful gazes of the majority, Chun Song could only force a smile. He had anticipated such a reaction, but it mattered little now. At least everyone was safe. Humph, I told you not to wander off to look for someone. But you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. An incident has occurred. Let us see how you handle it. Tang Yun's voice echoed in the air. Chun Song frowned and shot him a glance but chose to ignore him, striding directly toward the chubby boy who remained seated on the ground, seemingly filled with anger. Normally, upon hearing Chun Song's return, the chubby boy should have rushed over first. Why was he still sitting there with such an expression? What's the matter? What are you doing?
Chen Kong in quick.
The chubby boy kept his eyes closed, murmuring softly, Brother Song, I'm meditating to recover my strength. What? Meditating to recover your strength? Chun Song was momentarily taken aback, almost unable to process the absurdity. Did this chubby boy truly think he was playing a game? At this moment, the chubby boy opened his eyes, glaring at Tang Yun in the distance, and said in a low voice, I just had a scuffle with him. I never expected he actually practiced Taekwondo. Brother Song, I must tell you, don't share this with anyone, but my leg is numb from his kicks, and I can't stand up. Chun Song's expression darkened abruptly, and he lowered his voice to ask, what exactly happened? The chubby boy glared once more at Tang Yun before slowly recounting the events. After Chun Song and the others departed, the chubby boy kept a watchful eye on Tang Yun. As anticipated, Tang Yun could not sit still and began persuading other students to accompany him on a trek to locate the signal tower. However, only a few were willing to join him, ultimately leaving Tang Yun too intimidated to proceed. Consequently, the chubby boy paid him little mind. Yet, Tang Yun dashed into a group of girls and sat beside Gu Kui, engaging her in casual conversation. Initially, Gu Kui, out of politeness, responded awkwardly, but eventually, Tang Yun leveraged his status to inform her that upon graduation, she would not need to take university entrance exams but could join his company as his personal assistant. Besides her salary, he promised her ample rewards for simply keeping him company. Upon hearing this, Gu Kui blushed, realizing the implications of his words. Before she could refuse, Lu Yu, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, stood up and pointed at Tang Yun, exclaiming, "Beast! How dare you deceive Gu Kui into being your mistress at such a time? Get lost!" Tang Yun, who had been whispering softly, had plans to recruit Lu Yu as a mistress as well. To his astonishment, Lu Yu vocally exposed him. Embarrassed, he retaliated by accusing Lu Yu of suggesting to Gu Kui that they become his lovers, claiming he had turned her down and asserting that Lu Yu was merely resentful and slandering him. Gu Kui's face tightened with a mix of anger and shame, uncertain of how to respond, while Lu Yu, infuriated, slapped Tang Yun across the face. In a fit of rage, Tang Yun retaliated, striking Lu Yu back with such force that she fell to the ground. Chaos erupted instantly as the chubby boy charged at Tang Yun, leading to a physical altercation. At that moment, Huang Chang and his companions happened to emerge. The onlookers did not immediately intervene, and the chubby boy, clearly outmatched, was thrown to the ground by Tang Yun's superior strength, receiving a kick to the knee. Those trained in Taekwondo would recognize that kick could shatter wood, and the chubby boy found himself unable to rise, feigning meditation on the ground to save face. Upon seeing Huang Chang and his group return, Tang Yun ceased his assault on the chubby boy. The others, uncertain of the chubby boy's condition, inquired about the situation from Huang Chang. It was then that they learned of an encounter with a ghost, which caused further panic among the group as they scattered in confusion. Before they could devise a strategy,
Chen Kong Rip Pơ.
After grasping the entirety of the situation, his expression soured. Despite his efforts to resolve the crisis, Tang Yun's frivolous antics infuriated him. Such a person was unworthy of his assistance. As this realization settled in, Chun Song's gaze turned icy, and he was genuinely enraged. "Brother Song, once I gather myself, I will accompany you to find Teacher Su. Do not dwell on this too much. After all, the matter of ghosts." In that moment, the chubby boy, noticing Chun Song's displeased demeanor, assumed he felt guilty for leaving Su Jingru behind and attempted to offer comfort. Chun Song, snapping back to the present, shook his head and replied coolly, "It's fine. You rest here. I will go find Teacher Su." Without acknowledging the chubby boy's calls, he strode into the woods, instructing the astonished students not to follow. Chun Song moved with remarkable speed, leaving the students utterly bewildered. Huang Chang, initially gritting his teeth and intent on keeping pace, soon found himself outside the woods, only to realize that Chun Song's figure had vanished from sight, compelling him to abandon the pursuit. Meanwhile, Chun Song swiftly shed his civilian attire, donning a mask and shoes to reclaim his Spider-Man persona, reappearing before Can Wolf and his companions. Upon witnessing Chun Song's prompt return, the expressions of Can Wolf and his associates shifted to one of intrigue. Just as they began to speculate on his intentions, Chun Song spoke directly. "I have changed my mind. I want you to bring back the one surnamed Tang, and after you have used him, if it is possible to leave no survivors, do not hesitate to do so." Chapter 49. Grand aspirations. Chun Song was not blinded by fury, abandoning his plan to deal with this group. Ultimately, his initial actions were unintentional. He was unaware that their failure would lead to their abandonment by the organization. Upon learning this, he felt it fortuitous, a chance to achieve two objectives at once. However, upon returning and witnessing Tang Yun's demeanor, he became enraged and realized two crucial truths. First, he had no obligation to rescue someone like Tang Yun. Second, he needed to enhance his own strength. The first point was easily actionable, yet the second posed a considerable challenge for Chun Song, as he was uncertain of the method to evolve his own body, leaving it to change at its own pace. Nevertheless, Tang Yun provided Chun Song with a moment of inspiration. Since he could not ascertain how to grow stronger himself, why not seek allies and establish a faction advantageous to him? Of course, this was a long and arduous journey, not something that could be accomplished overnight, but at least it offered Chun Song a direction. Firstly, he had now come into contact with individuals from the mercenary circles, leading him to decide to grant a favor by releasing one of the remnants, ensuring they would not be forsaken by the organization or hunted down. Whether the remnants would harbor gratitude towards him was inconsequential. What mattered to Chun Song was that, in addressing Tang Yun, he could also ease relations with the remnants and the organization behind them. In the future, there might be opportunities for collaboration. Chun Song intended to use this opportunity to gradually explore the mysterious forces within this world, ultimately to establish a faction beneficial to himself. After all, he was merely one person, much like when he found himself in the jungle with Su Jingru, feeling utterly stretched, unable to leave her side while worrying about the safety of the portly man on the beach. If he could forge a faction one day, at least those around him would be protected, allowing him to blend into the shadows with ease, like a sharp dagger piercing the hearts of all his adversaries. Until the day came when he could instill fear in all and render himself untouchable. He could not confidently reveal his identity, nor could he afford to live in hiding as he did today. This was akin to the superheroes portrayed in films such as Superman, Iron Man, and the Hulk, who dare to unveil their true selves because of their formidable powers or strong backing, making them untouchable. Chun Song, however, was different. He was merely slightly more powerful than the mercenaries, unable to compare to a true Spider-Man. He was but an incomplete version of one. Had the remnants united against him from the outset, the ambush of over a dozen trained mercenaries in the woods could have easily overwhelmed him. Fortunately, they were unaware of his true identity and the existence of someone like him, resulting in their division into 3 groups, thus granting Chun Song an opportunity to exploit their weakness and succeed. At that moment, the remnants and their teammates did not comprehend Chun Song's motives. Having already seized the target, they were bewildered by his sudden decision to release one of their own. In this manner, the group led by the remnant wolf could hardly be deemed as having failed their mission. At worst, they had accomplished half of it. The organization would not punish them, yet neither would they reward them, which was undoubtedly a favorable outcome for them, especially when compared to the dire alternative of evading the organization's wrath after being taken to the police station. After Chun Song spoke, he offered no further explanation, deftly untangling the web from the remnant wolf's body before vanishing into the forest. The remnant wolf and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. "What is he thinking?" inquired the blonde woman, puzzled. The remnant wolf furrowed his brow, unable to decipher Chun Song's intentions, and ultimately shook his head. He retrieved a dagger from the ground and freed his comrades from their bindings. At the very least, it seemed that their adversaries did not wish to kill them. Perhaps they had altered their strategy, or perhaps their mission was solely to protect the young lady of the Su family, while the individual surname Tang lay beyond their purview. This was the only conclusion the remnant wolf could draw. The tall, slender man's eyes lit up as he remarked, "So they returned the one surname Tang to us as a gesture of goodwill, not wanting to oppose our clandestine organization? However, one thing I do not comprehend. If that were the case, why did he mention silencing the one surname Tang after utilizing him? Unless the one surname Tang has offended them, or perhaps their mission includes assassinating him, but due to our interference, they chose to hand him over to us as a means of convenience." The remnant wolf nodded slightly. Such possibilities cannot be dismissed. Yet this is not the time for speculation. We must devise a plan on how to discreetly extract the one surname Tang from the beach. I find this task to be quite manageable, though it may require some individuals to make slight sacrifices. Hee, the blonde woman suddenly smiled, her gaze darting toward the Asian woman and her graceful figure. Chun Song did not depart immediately but concealed himself nearby, eavesdropping on the group's conversation before departing with satisfaction. He swiftly changed his attire and re-emerged from the woods. Su Jingru and Ji Xingnan had returned, and upon hearing that Chun Song had gone to find her, her expression shifted dramatically, leaving her at a loss. Just then, Chun Song reappeared.
Su Jingru's diminer sofand.
For she was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the forest. However, the individual dressed as Spider-Man had warned her not to reveal the truth. Should Chun Song encounter that person, the consequences would be dire. Now, witnessing Chun Song's safe return, coupled with Ji Xingnan's discovery, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, everyone began to inquire about what had transpired in the woods. Su Jingru had already prepared her explanation, asserting that the apparitions were mere illusions, a result of their prolonged stay in the forest and heightened anxiety. Huang Chang and the others, seeing that she was unharmed, nodded with a mix of belief and skepticism. Ultimately, regarding Ji Xingnan, Su Jingru explained that she had found her unconscious on the ground and had brought her back. Just then, Ji Xingnan stirred, groggily opening her eyes. Upon recognizing Su Jingru and the other students before her, She sat up in astonishment. What is happening? I was clearly. Ji Shengnan began, intending to recount how she had been knocked unconscious. However, Su Jingru immediately interrupted her, saying, Classmate Ji, when I found you in the woods you had already fainted, with a stone beneath your head. You might have inadvertently fallen and hit it. Does your head still ache? After speaking, she subtly signaled to Ji Shengnan. Fortunately, Ji Shengnan was not dim-witted. She instantly grasped Su Jingru's intent and feigned realization, nodding in understanding. After a brief pause, she explained, I went out for a run, and halfway through. Well, I went into the woods to relieve myself, but I didn't pay attention when I came out and tripped. Although her words were somewhat disjointed, the group understood clearly that this bold girl had urgently sought relief in the woods and unexpectedly stumbled. At that moment, everyone's mood relaxed completely. As long as there were no ghosts, they were all back safely, and no one else had encountered trouble. With their spirits lifted, fatigue naturally set in. Since their early morning journey to the island, they had not slept, and as they glanced at the faintly brightening sky, it was likely nearing 4 or 5 in the morning. Many began to feel drowsy. Su Jingru organized everyone to enter the tents to rest, while Ji Shengnan sat nearby, intending to wait until everyone was settled before seeking clarity from Su Jingru. However, Tang Yun lingered beside Su Jingru, expressing concern and asking if she was all right, eventually revealing his true motive. Jingru, even though nothing happened to you all, I still find this island peculiar. How about I keep watch at your tent tonight? I can protect you as I am not sleepy at all. As for his bodyguards, having seen that no one was harmed, he assumed they were merely lost on the island and thought little of it. Unaware of Tang Yun's actions on the island, Su Jingru trusted that the Spider-Man figure had resolved the troubles, thus politely replied, There's no need. You should rest instead. Jingru, you need not be so courteous with me. Or do you not trust me?
Tang Yun insist obstinatita.
Su Jingru's brow furrowed, unsure how to respond. When her gaze swept around and landed on Ji Shengnan sitting alone by the sea, she said to Tang Yun, You should go to sleep. Classmate Ji probably hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll keep her company. Without heeding Tang Yun's expression, she strode toward the sea. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Yun's eyes glinted with a hint of greed as he sneered softly, Humph! What are you pretending for? Once those bodyguards return, I can orchestrate an accident. Then, not only will I have you, but I'll also have those female students. His voice was low, almost a whisper to himself, and most of the students had already retired to rest, leaving no one to hear his words. Only Chun Song, sitting in the tent, caught every syllable clearly. You might not have that opportunity, Chun Song murmured to himself, a slight smile of amusement creeping onto his face. He was aware of how the remnants planned to capture Tang Yun, and thus a playful grin slowly emerged. Chapter 50. Climbing. At this moment, Tang Yun was preparing for slumber, having busied himself throughout the day and now feeling utterly fatigued. Su Jingru had declined his suggestion to share a tent, and he did not press the matter further, deciding instead to rest and rejuvenate before formulating a more thoughtful plan. Thus, he unzipped his tent and reclined within. However, mere minutes later, a soft voice unexpectedly reached his ears. Groggy, Tang Yun opened his eyes and strained to listen, realizing that someone was indeed calling his name, a voice that seemed oddly familiar. Jingru? It dawned on him. This was Su Jingru's voice. He unzipped the tent, and true enough, Su Jingru stood beneath a nearby tree, waving at him. A chuckle of amusement bubbled within him as he stepped out of the tent, lowering his voice in feigned concern. Jingru, what is it? Su Jingru, appearing shy, suddenly lowered her head and murmured, I need to relieve myself, but the woods are quite dark, so. Could you? Before she could finish, Tang Yun's heart soared with joy, realizing how he had overlooked such a simple yet profound need. Though Su Jingru was as ethereal as a fairy, she was still human, and in the darkness of the woods, especially after the earlier events, it was only natural for a girl to feel apprehensive. Surveying the area, Tang Yun felt like the only man capable of offering protection. With determination, he declared, of course, With me here there is no danger. He quickened his pace.
Yogin Taurus Su Jingru.
Little did he know, had he turned back for just a moment, he would have discovered the real Su Jingru seated by the seaside, engaged in conversation with Ji Xingnan. Suddenly, as Tang Yun ventured further away from the confines of the tent and the resting students, a shadow darted from behind, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. The woman quickly rushed over to assist, and together they transported the unconscious Tang Yun into the woods. Simultaneously, another shadow emerged, retrieving a piece of paper from their possession and discreetly placing it inside Tang Yun's tent. The entire operation transpired in silence, executed with remarkable speed, undetectable to the ordinary observer. Only within the nearby tent, Chun Song heard every sound with clarity. He had already gleaned the scheme orchestrated by the remnants of the wolf faction. Thus he felt no surprise upon their arrival. The impersonator of Su Jingru was, of course, the Asian woman, and with the dawn yet to break, Tang Yun, with his insatiable nature, was easily deceived in his semi-conscious state.
Chen Kong,
Having given the matter little thought, shared a tent with the portly fellow, and upon learning that the latter's knee was not severely injured, his own gloom began to lift slightly. The portly man, exhausted from the day's exertions, had already succumbed to slumber. Chun Song, however, felt no drowsiness. After this incident, his desire to engage in leisure on the deserted island had waned, yet escaping this place would still require some time. As Chun Song sought a vessel from the ruthless wolf, the latter shook his head, stating that all boats had been destroyed. However, to facilitate the students' departure, it was essential to repair the signal tower for communication with the outside world. According to the ruthless wolf, their alterations were minor and not difficult to mend. This task was naturally to be undertaken by his men. Yet, with the shift in plans, Chun Song did not expect the ruthless wolf and his crew to remember the necessity of fixing the signal tower. He could only wait until everyone had rested before embarking on the repair alongside Huang Cheng. By the time the sun rose, Su Jingru and Ji Xingnan had concluded their conversation and returned to their tents for rest. Chun Song, lying within his tent, gradually drifted into slumber. In the afternoon, a cacophony roused him from his sleep. Listening intently, he discerned that the commotion arose from the discovery of Tang Yun's absence. The portly fellow, seemingly well-rested, awoke naturally and, upon hearing the noise outside, joined Chun Song in exiting the tent. At that moment, Su Jingru held a piece of paper, her brows furrowed in contemplation, before she helplessly shook her head. The note revealed that there was an urgent matter at home, and Tang Yun had departed with his bodyguard. In light of the group's puzzled expressions, Su Jingru explained the contents of the note. Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief, realizing that no accident had occurred, and began to ponder what activities could occupy their time in the coming days. However, Su Jingru and Ji Xingnan were not so at ease. They understood the truth. With no boats to leave, Tang Yun had departed with his bodyguard, clearly having made preparations for this. Now, they could only devise a way to establish contact with the outside world. Teacher Su, our phones still lack signal. Perhaps I should check the signal tower. I've learned a bit from my father. Maybe I can repair it, Huang Cheng suggested. Very well, I will accompany you, Su Jingru responded, pleased that Huang Cheng had inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Nevertheless, she felt uneasy about allowing a few students to venture alone, prompting her to insist on joining them. Chun Song observed the head teacher's audacity to venture out after the previous night's events, leaving him speechless. While the island should pose little danger now, the signal tower was atop a mountain, and he felt that Su Jingru's presence might lead to distractions. Thus, he stepped forward, saying, Teacher Su, the portly fellow and I will accompany Huang Cheng. You stay here and prepare dinner for everyone. We will return shortly. After the incident in the woods, Su Jingru appeared indifferent to Chun Song's suggestion, perhaps still concerned about his previous escape. Hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded gently without meeting his gaze, instead advising Huang Cheng, please be careful. Chun Song noted this subtle detail. Su Jingru seemed to harbor a sense of insecurity towards him. He couldn't help but smile wryly, recognizing that it was she who had urged him to flee and now cared for his safety. Women's sentiments are indeed complex. However, he did not dwell on it too much. If he did not leave, how could he save Su Jingru? He couldn't very well transform into Spider-Man before her eyes. Thus, after gathering the necessary tools, Chun Song, along with the portly fellow and Huang Cheng, prepared to set off. Yet, as they ascended the mountain path, they were suddenly met with the sound of light footsteps behind them. Turning, they found Ji Xingnan had followed them. I shall accompany you. It presents a perfect opportunity for some mountaineering exercise. Ji Xingnan cast a glance at Chun Song and spoke in a calm tone. Chun Song assessed her for a moment, and it seemed he discerned her thoughts. This strong-willed woman appeared to harbor resentment over last night's ambush. Her decision to join them likely stemmed from a desire to confront those responsible and seek retribution. Amused by this realization, Chun Song nodded with a smile and replied, "Very well, let us go together." Chapter 51. The unyielding Ji Xingnan. The location of the signal tower perched atop the mountain was visible from the beach. Once Chun Song and his companions determined their direction, they began their ascent. A few years prior, the deserted island had still seen human habitation. The path, while not overly treacherous, had become overgrown with wild grass due to years of neglect. They proceeded cautiously to avoid slipping, taking over an hour to reach the summit. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of any mishaps. Upon arriving at the base of the signal tower, Huang Chang, carrying a toolbox, approached the structure with practiced ease. He opened a compartment resembling an electrical box and retrieved a voltage-testing screwdriver to conduct his examination. Chun Song was taken aback, surprised that someone had brought a screwdriver to a camping trip. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was Huang Cheng's own. "Well, my family's circumstances aren't the best, so I always bring along some tools when I go camping. I can't very well bring a kitchen knife, can I? Luckily, I brought the screwdriver with a voltage testing function." Huang Chang chuckled while inspecting the circuitry. The stout companion leaned in curiously, showing a keen interest in the circuit boards. After a brief moment, Huang Chang let out a sigh of relief, announcing, "One of the circuits is faulty, likely due to aging from lack of maintenance. However, I have some copper wire with me so it can be repaired, though it may take about an hour." "That's fine, as long as it can be fixed." Chun Song reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, fully aware that the damage was likely caused by the remnants of the wolf pack. "I didn't expect you to know so much. Teach me a few tricks later. I might just open the safe my dad has at home." The stout one chimed in with a mischievous grin. Huang Chang awkwardly replied, "A safe is far more sophisticated than this. I doubt even my father would dare to tamper with it." "No worries, my goal is simply to open the safe." The stout one laughed heartily. Chun Song stood silently beside them, realizing the stout one's intentions were clear. He intended to break into his father's safe for some cash. Meanwhile, Ji Xingnan stood atop the mountain, her gaze scanning the surroundings as if on alert or searching for something. Chun Song understood she was looking for the traces of the wolf pack, so he did not pay her much mind. After a moment, Ji Xingnan approached and patted Chun Song on the shoulder, casually suggesting, "It may take a while to fix this. Shall we go explore together?" "Explore together?" The words left Ji Xingnan's lips, leaving Huang Chang and the stout one momentarily dumbfounded. Both turned their astonished expressions toward her, then glanced at Chun Song, an inexplicable smile spreading across their faces. Go on, go on. Huang Chang and I can manage here," the stout one declared generously. Huang Chang nodded in agreement. "Yes, just the two of us will suffice here. You two can explore without worry. It doesn't matter how long you take." Chun Song could only smile wryly, fully aware that Ji Xingnan was intent on tracking down the wolf pack, fearing she might be ambushed alone, which was why she had invited him along. "Let us go," Ji Xingnan said, not waiting for Chun Song to refuse, as she turned and walked in a forward direction. Chun Song furrowed his brow momentarily but eventually followed suit. He initially had no intention of going, but now he was uncertain whether the remnant wolves had departed. If Ji Xingnan ventured forth alone and encountered them again, they might choose to strike. After the two of them had left, the stout fellow remained behind, shaking his head and sighing, "Ah, as expected of Brother Tsong. Even a tomboy is within his grasp. I wonder if his slender frame can withstand it." Although she was indeed a tomboy, she possessed remarkable beauty. If one were to assign scores, Ji Xingnan would surpass our class leader Gu by several points, particularly in terms of physique. Huang Chang remarked while fiddling with the circuit board. The stout fellow, with a mysterious expression, sighed, however, when compared to our teacher Su, both Ji Xingnan and class leader Gu pale in insignificance. Of course, this may change in a few years, for they are still growing. "Come on, Huang Chang. Must you be so lewd?" Stop tempting me to discuss such topics. Huang Cheng exclaimed, his patience wearing thin as he focused on repairing the circuit board. Meanwhile, Chun Song followed closely behind Ji Xingnan, advancing into uncharted territory. They had never been to this place, but it was part of the woods, and the entire area sloped downward, possibly connecting to the grove they had traversed the previous night. Thus, when Ji Xingnan chose this direction, Chun Song confirmed that his suspicions were correct. She indeed sought revenge against the remnant wolves. Observing Ji Xingnan scanning the surroundings, Chun Song could not help but think that her competitive spirit was excessively strong, though she appeared somewhat single-minded. Did she not realize that they were mercenaries? Just then, Ji Xingnan abruptly halted, lowering her gaze to the ground as if she had discovered something. Chun Song quickened his pace to catch up, only to find a fresh shoe print beneath his feet. Indeed, someone has been here, Ji Xingnan murmured. Chun Song was taken aback. Ji Xingnan had truly uncovered a lead, and it seemed the remnant wolves had been rather careless. However, as he surveyed the area, he sensed something amiss. If the shoe print belonged to the remnant wolves, why was there only one? There were no other traces in sight. Chun Song, there's something I need to discuss with you. Ji Xingnan suddenly lifted her head, her expression turning serious. Chun Song was startled and quickly grasped what she intended to convey. As expected, Ji Xingnan continued, what transpired last night was neither a haunting nor an illusion. There is a group of mercenaries on this island, and I was knocked unconscious by them. She recounted the events of the previous night in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Chun Song exhibited astonishment, as if it were the first time he had heard such a tale. The shoe print likely had been overlooked during their cleanup. I must seek them out for retribution. You should leave now and not follow me any further. Ji Xingnan, interpreting Chun Song's expression as fear, urged him to depart. Chun Song, feeling speechless, replied, you mentioned they are mercenaries. What can you accomplish alone? I at least need to capture their likenesses to expose them later. I forgot to tell you, my father is a police officer, and I will become one too. Ji Xingnan scoffed disdainfully. Chun Song found himself at a loss for words. Given Ji Xingnan's personality, she would indeed be quite suited for a career in law enforcement. Nevertheless, he needed to persuade her to reconsider her course of action. Thus, he shrugged and remarked, so you intend to use this shoe print to track them down? Do not underestimate my investigative skills. I have studied tracking and reasoning. If you choose not to leave, then follow me quietly. Ji Xingnan shot him a glare and then continued forward, following the direction of the shoe print. Chun Song rubbed his nose and offered a faint smile, knowing he could not abandon her. If the situation necessitated it, he might have to retreat and reappear in the guise of a superhero. However, the situation unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Ji Xingnan indeed found the right path and managed to locate the group known as the Remnant Wolves. Of course, Ji Xingnan remained oblivious to this fact, but Chun Song's instincts alerted him that the group was merely a kilometer away, seemingly preparing to make their escape. At the pace and direction Ji Xingnan was heading, they would surely encounter the group, which would not bode well. Chun Song felt an overwhelming bitterness, silently cursing the remnant wolves for their sluggishness. They had abducted Tang Yun early in the morning, and now, as evening approached, they were just preparing to leave? Why don't we check over there? My intuition suggests there may be clues in that direction, Chun Song suggested, reluctantly indicating another route to Ji Xingnan. Unexpectedly, she turned to him with a disdainful glance and retorted, my intuition tells me yours is incorrect. Stop talking and just follow me. If anything goes awry, I cannot be responsible for you. Chun Song felt helpless. It was indeed her well-being that he should be concerned about. The two continued onward, drawing ever closer to the remnant wolves. Chun Song could no longer persuade her, for he believed that with Ji Xingnan's formidable logic and reasoning, she might turn suspicion upon him instead. Soon they arrived behind a large tree, and 200 meters away in an open area were the remnant wolves, along with a helicopter. Tang Yun was also present, her mouth taped shut, her hands and feet bound with ropes, struggling helplessly on the ground. Ji Xingnan immediately spotted Tang Yun, her face registering shock. What is happening? Did he not leave with the bodyguard? Ji Xingnan furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, and then suddenly her eyes darted to the right. She noticed Chun Song quietly attempting to retreat, seemingly with the intention of escaping. Without hesitation, she reached out, pulling him back, and admonished him in a low voice. When I told you to leave, you did not, and now you are afraid? Stay put. Moving carelessly will only worsen your situation. Hide behind me. Once I take the photos, we will leave immediately. With that, she produced her phone. Her tone assertive, as if she were determined to protect Chun Kong. Chun Song could only comply, internally chuckling at the irony of his earlier thoughts. He had indeed considered slipping away while Ji Xingnan was distracted to change his disguise, for he was aware that the remnant wolves had already detected their presence. Chapter 52. In distress, as Chun Song and his companion drew within a few hundred meters, he sensed that the remnant wolf and his associates had caught wind of their presence. Although they feigned ignorance, Chun Song's instinct, akin to a spider's web, allowed him to detect the furtive glances of the mercenaries, who were both deliberately and inadvertently surveying their surroundings. However, the moment Ji Xingnan retrieved her phone, the facade of indifference shattered. The remnant wolf and his companions could no longer remain passive. Their pretense of ignorance was merely a ruse to discern the intentions of Chun Song and his companion, yet Ji Xingnan's actions had undoubtedly crossed their threshold of tolerance. Instantly, the tall, lanky man known as Scorpion bellowed, "You have 5 minutes to vanish. Should you dare take a photograph." The remainder of his threat hung ominously in the air. Ji Xingnan, startled like a bird startled from its perch, trembled and dropped her phone with a resounding crack against the ground, evidently caught off guard by her own caution being so easily breached. The consequences of being discovered were painfully clear to her. She understood that retreat was no longer an option. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Though his mouth was sealed and words escaped him, he emitted muffled sounds of urgency, seemingly imploring Chun Song and Ji Xingnan to flee and summon help. The remnant wolf and his group remained indifferent, coldly observing the duo. "Chun Song, you should escape," Ji Xingnan urged, her gaze fixed ahead, her voice quivering momentarily before regaining composure. Nevertheless, Chun Song noted the slight tremor in her hands. She was, after all, merely a high school student. Despite her usual boldness, the sight of so many mercenaries casting icy glances would intimidate any ordinary person, especially considering the bloodshed these men had witnessed. Yet, Chun Song found retreat impossible. Even if he attempted to flee, the remnant wolf's group would not stand idly by, surely pursuing him relentlessly. In that scenario, he would be trapped without a means to reveal his capabilities, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Understanding this reality, Chun Song exhibited no hint of panic, instead adopting a perplexed expression as he curiously inquired of Ji Xingnan, "Why should we run?" Then, to Ji Xingnan's astonishment, he stepped forward, casually waving at the mercenaries as if greeting old acquaintances. The remnant wolf and his associates furrowed their brows, bewildered by Chun Song's peculiar behavior. Tang Yun was equally taken aback, incredulously pondering why this fool was not fleeing but rather approaching the captors. Could it be that he was in league with these kidnappers? As everyone grappled with their confusion, Chun Song smiled broadly and spoke. "So, you are the bodyguards of Uncle Tang. What a pleasure to meet you. Your presence is indeed formidable, even arriving by helicopter. However, I must ask, why are you?" His gaze shifted towards Tang Yun, who was bound and discarded on the ground. Tang Yun's heart sank, a wave of frustration surging within him. He had placed all his hopes for rescue in Chun Song and Ji Xingnan, counting on them to alert others. Yet, Chun Song's delayed realization of his predicament was disheartening, rendering him seemingly more obtuse than the striking short-haired girl. Ji Xingnan was at a loss for words. She had clearly warned Chun Song on the way that the other party was mercenaries, and indeed they were villains. Why was he reacting so slowly? However, the confusion on Chun Song's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of enlightenment as he chuckled. "So Uncle Tang enjoys this sort of play? Huh? Enjoys being tied up? Ahem, we shall not disturb your refined taste any longer. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret for you and never speak of it. Farewell." With that, he cheerfully waved to the remaining wolves and turned to walk toward the astonished Ji Xingnan. At this moment, Tang Yun's face was flushed, nearly bursting with rage. "I have no interest in being tied up. Are you really that foolish or merely pretending? Even now, you cannot see that I am being kidnapped? Keep it a secret? I want you to spill the beans." Unfortunately, His furious tirade emerged as mere incoherent sounds, vigorous yet utterly unintelligible to anyone around. "Shengnan, let us depart. We can stroll later tonight," Chun Song said as he picked up the phone that Ji Shengnan had dropped. He casually took her hand, pretending to be a couple, and began to retrace their steps. Ji Shengnan, her mind a blank slate, was utterly bewildered by Chun Song's actions, allowing him to lead her away. The further they walked, the more Tang Yun's hopes were dashed, tears welling in his eyes as he felt a surge of frustration, almost as if he might bleed from the pressure in his chest. Throughout the entire ordeal, the remaining wolves had remained silent, communicating only through glances, allowing Chun Song and Ji Shengnan to leave unimpeded. Once their figures had faded from sight, the blonde woman turned to the remaining wolves and inquired, "Are we truly letting them go? That woman must have recognized us. So what? Isn't this precisely part of our plan?" The wolf leader replied with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. The individual dressed as Spider-Man had instructed them to maintain secrecy, yet he had concealed the fact that Ji Shengnan was aware of their identities, all to disrupt Spider-Man's group's plans. Now that Ji Shengnan had seen them again, it was of little consequence. As for Chun Song, he was of no significance to the wolves. His calm demeanor led them to believe he was entirely oblivious to the situation, mistaking them for Tang Yun's bodyguards. "Hey, I wonder how that girl will react when she reveals the truth to that boy when she returns. What do you think his reaction will be?" The Asian woman, Xingzi, suddenly smiled, her interest piqued. The blonde woman beamed at Xingzi. "Oh, our Xingzi seems to have an interest in such matters. Could it be that she finds that boy handsome and is smitten? That would not do, especially since he is several years younger than you." Xingzi rolled her eyes in silent exasperation and turned towards the helicopter. The remaining wolves shook their heads, finding the blonde's jest amusing, and then lifted Tang Yun, tossing him into the cabin. Moments later, the helicopter roared to life, stirring up a whirlwind as it ascended, departing towards another direction of the small island. At this moment, Chun Song had already led Ji Shengnan away from the open space, halting only upon hearing the sound of the helicopter departing. That was a close call. Chun Song exhaled deeply. Had he been careless, he might have been forced to reveal his identity, or worse, resort to taking a life, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Ji Shengnan, having regained her composure, regarded Chun Song with a gaze that was both peculiar and complex. She had always prided herself on her superiority over any male counterpart, yet in such a dire situation, she found herself gripped by an involuntary fear. What astounded her further was how this young man, upon discerning the identities of that group, could devise a ruse to outsmart them in such a brief span of time, all while maintaining an air of unshakable calm. Reflecting on the various talents Chun Song had displayed recently, whether it be his top academic performance or his impressive dunks on the basketball court, only deepened her sense of intrigue regarding him. After a few moments of silence, she fixed her gaze on Chun Song and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 53. Transformation of Character. What? Chun Song was taken aback by Ji Shengnan's abrupt inquiry. A sudden jolt of his heart made him wonder if his identity had been inadvertently revealed to her.
Yi Shengnan.
2. Regained her composure. Her earlier curiosity about Chun Song had inadvertently slipped from her lips. Noticing his bewildered gaze, she shook her head gently and remarked, "It's nothing. How did you come to think of that method to escape?" "But," Ji Shengnan interjected, her confusion evident. "Those people should know me. How could they let us go?" Chun Song offered a reassuring smile. "Perhaps it was too dark last night for them to recognize you. Let us not dwell on it. What matters is that we are safe now. However, we must not disclose this incident to anyone upon our return. Let us pretend as if nothing occurred." Ji Shengnan was momentarily stunned, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She yearned to descend the mountain quickly, to inform everyone that Tang Yun had been abducted, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid wandering carelessly. Yet, Chun Song's final words instigated a flicker of doubt within her. Observing her expression, Chun Song discerned her unease and felt compelled to clarify. "If you inform the others, the events of last night will inevitably be exposed. Moreover, everyone has finally relaxed and begun to enjoy themselves. If this matter were to surface, they would undoubtedly become tense again. As you just witnessed, that group has already departed by helicopter, so we are not in immediate danger. Once the signal tower is repaired, we may be able to leave by tomorrow. While he did not mind others knowing about the incident, he understood that this was not the appropriate time. Everyone had sensed the tension of the previous night, and any resurgence of anxiety would significantly impact the two classes. Ji Shengnan grasped Chun Song's reasoning and, after a moment's reflection, nodded in agreement. Very well, but upon our return, I must still mention this to Teacher Su. She likely knows more than we do. However, I can't shake the feeling that she may be concealing something from us. Her voice lowered as she spoke the last part. Chun Song was taken aback by her intuition. Ji Shengnan's instincts were indeed sharp. Not only had Su Jingru concealed her identity from everyone, but during her conversation with Ji Shengnan that morning, Chun Song had overheard her claim to have been rescued by Tang Yun's bodyguard, omitting any mention of Spider-Man. Ji Shengnan had believed her then, yet now her suspicions were resurfacing. Fortunately, her doubts were merely intuitive and not amplified by any tangible evidence, so she refrained from pursuing the matter further. The two returned in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, moving more swiftly than on their way to the signal tower. Just as they approached the tower, Ji Shengnan suddenly halted, looking up at Chun Song with a hushed inquiry. Do you think they might kill Tang Yun? Chun Song paused as well, turning to face her. Initially, he thought she was merely speculating again based on her instincts, but upon seeing the hint of guilt in Ji Shengnan's eyes, a realization struck him, followed by a sharp pang of alarm. This matter can be regarded as indirectly instigated by him. At that time, he had mentioned to the likes of Ken Wolf that once Tang Yun lost his value, there should be no survivors. This sentiment arose from his inner anger, yet he later deemed it inconsequential and chose not to dwell on it. Now, upon witnessing Ji Shengnan's current demeanor, Chun Song realized she was filled with concern. After all, she had witnessed Tang Yun being taken away by mercenaries. Regardless of Tang Yun's flaws, he was ultimately a life. If anything were to happen to him, Ji Shengnan would likely feel a degree of guilt for not having intervened when she was aware of the situation. This is the most fundamental form of compassion or kindness, and it is entirely natural for Ji Shengnan to harbor such feelings. Chun Song's astonishment stemmed from the recollection that, from last night until now, from injuring the scorpion to orchestrating Tang Yun's downfall, he had not felt a hint of fear or pity. Instead, he had maintained an unusual calmness and rationality. Has my mindset been affected by that spider? Chun Song unconsciously touched the tip of his nose, becoming aware of the transformation within himself. At least in the past, he would never have exhibited such composure, and now, he may have indirectly endangered a life without a shred of remorse. What's the matter with you? Ji Shengnan inquired, observing his peculiar expression with suspicion. Chun Song returned to his senses, smiling as he shook his head. It's nothing. I just believe we need not overthink it. Whether he lives or dies is beyond our control. Those individuals have already dealt with his bodyguards. Do you think we, as mere students, could have done anything to save him aside from fleeing? After hearing this, Ji Shengnan gently shook her head, acknowledging that under those circumstances, she indeed had no means to rescue Tang Yun. In fact, if it hadn't been for Chun Song's quick thinking, she might not have escaped herself. With this realization, Ji Shengnan felt a slight sense of relief as she regarded Chun Song earnestly and said, "Thank you. If you wish to express your gratitude, please take me out for a meal when we return." Chun Song replied with a smile. Ji Shengnan immediately widened her eyes. "You still owe me a meal." Chun Song was taken aback, then smiled wryly, recalling that he had indeed promised to treat Ji Shengnan to a meal after playing basketball with Lin Yi a few days prior, and had even agreed to take Guku out as well. "All right, I'll treat you first, and then you can treat me," he shrugged. Ji Shengnan rolled her eyes. "I never agreed to treat you. Let us hurry down, or it will be dark soon." With that, she disregarded Chun Song's reaction and strode towards the signal tower. Chun Song stood there, dumbfounded, reflecting on how he had saved this girl twice, once in subtlety and once overtly, and yet still received no meal in return. Impressive, he internally scoffed as he followed suit, resolving not to easily promise meals to others in the future, especially since he hadn't earned any money yet. Soon, the two returned to the vicinity of the signal tower, where Fatty and Huang Chang had already repaired the tower, restoring signal to their phones, and were waiting for their return. As they stepped out of the woods, Fatty approached Chun Song, raising his eyebrows and inquiring, "Brother Tsong, how did it go? Did you succeed? What do you mean by how did it go?" Chun Tsong was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication behind the chubby man's words. Conversely, Ji Shengnan, standing nearby, immediately caught on and, with a cold expression, slapped the chubby man's shoulder sharply, sneering, "Are you itching for trouble, or do you wish for me to help you loosen your bones?" The chubby man shuddered, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, and quickly adopted a mournful demeanor, repeatedly waving his hands in protest. "I dare not. I dare not. I was wrong. If it happens again, I will tear your mouth apart." Ji Shengnan issued a warning and, without waiting for a response, turned and proceeded down the mountain path. Once Ji Shengnan had distanced himself, the chubby man, still rubbing his shoulder, looked at Chun Tsong with an aggrieved expression and asked, "Brother Tsong, did you not already tame her?" At this moment, Chun Tsong had come to understand the situation and could only shake his head with a wry smile. The chubby man had chosen to jest about Ji Shengnan in her presence, a clear act of self-sabotage. "Let us proceed. Do refrain from making such jokes in the future, lest she truly tear your mouth apart. Haha." Chun Tsong chuckled while patting his shoulder, before also making his way down the mountain. Trouble often arises from one's own words. "Young man," Huang Chang remarked, patting the chubby man's shoulder with a serious tone before departing. The chubby man, left behind, felt his face flush with indignation and exclaimed, "Is my shoulder so bothersome to you all? Everyone comes to slap it, and they all hit the same spot. It's excruciating for me." Chapter 54. Who did we offend? Before long, Chun Tsong and his companions returned to the beach just before sunset. The evening atmosphere was vibrant, with all the students eagerly preparing to cook over a fire. Yet, Su Jingru sat distractedly beside the tent, her eyes fixated on her phone, occasionally rising to lend a hand. When she spotted Chun Tsong and the others returning, a look of surprise crossed the faces of the group, with Su Jingru's expression shifting subtly. "How is it, Huang Cheng? Is it beyond repair? I still have no signal on my phone." A male student approached, visibly astonished. Upon hearing this, Chun Tsong and the others furrowed their brows and took out their phones, confirming the absence of signal. "What's going on? We clearly fixed it," the chubby one exclaimed, fiddling with his phone, his face a mask of confusion. Chun Tsong, too, felt a pang of astonishment. Could it be that, after they had left, someone had sabotaged the signal tower again? Yet, the remnants of the wolf pack had clearly departed. Was there anyone else on the island? "There's nothing to worry about. It's quite normal. It might be that the circuit board has aged too much, and given the distance from the signal tower, it's not surprising we can't connect. Tomorrow, we can hike up and make our calls," Huang Cheng explained dismissively. Upon hearing this, Chun Tsong relaxed slightly. This explanation was plausible. After all, the circuit board had indeed been damaged by the wolf pack. Given Huang Cheng's technical skills, the fact he managed to repair it at all was commendable, and a reduced coverage area was to be expected. At this moment, Su Jingru also sighed in relief. With the signal tower restored, there was no rush to call for a ride. She could wait until they hiked up together the next day. Not wishing to dampen the group's spirits for the evening's gathering, she decided to withhold the news of their early departure from the camping trip. As she tucked her phone away in her pocket, a smile graced her face as she looked at Huang Cheng appreciatively. "Huang Cheng, you have truly impressed the teacher this time. I never expected you to excel at this. Just remember to keep up with your studies as well." Huang Cheng initially beamed at Su Jingru's praise, but her final words caused his smile to falter, leading to an awkward scratching of his head and a wry laugh. "Teacher Su, could we perhaps not mention grades?" This prompted a wave of laughter from everyone, with the chubby one laughing the loudest, his voice echoing around them. Huang Cheng raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "What are you laughing at, fatty? Your grades are worse than mine." At this, the chubby one immediately wilted, the laughter evaporating. The sight of this only made everyone laugh harder, including Su Jingru, who stood by, covering her mouth in amusement. Watching Su Jingru's stunning smile, Chun Tsong was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing once more. "Oh no, why does it feel like I'm sinking deeper? What on earth is happening today?" In a state of panic, he quickly averted his gaze, seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, and quietly slipped away from the tent towards the sea. Facing the ocean breeze, listening to the sound of the waves, and gazing at the endless sea, Chun Song felt a sense of liberation, his heart gradually returning to a state of tranquility. He reminisced about everything that had transpired since he arrived on the island yesterday, and he began to sense an inexplicable feeling towards Su Jingru. Perhaps it was affection, or even a deeper fondness. Yet, upon reflection, she was his teacher. Coupled with the actions of the remnant wolves, Chun Song became acutely aware of his unique circumstances. He started to feel that he ought to maintain a distance from others. Otherwise, he might inadvertently jeopardize them. It was time to gather his thoughts, indeed. Gazing out at the ocean, he let out a wistful remark, followed by a self-deprecating smile. As the sun began its descent, the horizon was bathed in a crimson glow, reminiscent of flames flickering, a sight of exquisite beauty. Chun Song chose not to linger in admiration. Everyone was busy preparing dinner, and it would be unbecoming for him to stand idly by. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he turned to head back. However, just as he was about to lend a hand, he noticed Gu Kai sitting alone on the beach. Her expression clouded with discontent as she stared out at the sea, her brows slightly furrowed. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling the events of that morning, when Tang Yun had falsely accused Gu Kai of wanting to be his lover. Most of their classmates likely dismissed the claim, but given Gu Kai's temperament, she might still be preoccupied with it. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Song resolved to approach her, perhaps to offer some comfort. Yet, as he took a step forward, he hesitated, remembering his intention to keep a distance from everyone. Although his concern arose from camaraderie, after encountering the remnant wolves, he felt as though he had shackled himself, confining himself to a cage. The thought of getting too close to others, even slightly, filled him with trepidation and hesitation. Ultimately, it all stemmed from his lack of confidence in his own abilities. He doubted his capacity to safeguard those around him. If the remnant wolves were to arrive in numbers, 20, 30 strong, he could only muster a semblance of self-preservation and would be utterly unable to ensure the safety of others. So, he decided to let things unfold naturally. With a faint, bitter smile, he refrained from taking another step and instead retreated to his tent. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, a state he wished to escape, yet felt powerless to change. Before long, dinner was ready, and the portly fellow called out for Chun Song to join them. He did not shy away. Instead, he unzipped the tent and emerged. No one seemed to mind his earlier lack of assistance, considering the ample manpower available. He was not the only one without tasks, and after participating in the search the previous night, a brief respite was understood by all. Dinner on the beach inevitably featured seafood, as several of the boys had caught a bountiful haul of fish, shrimp, and crabs earlier that afternoon. Now grilled and adorned with sauce, the aroma wafted enticingly through the air. The group formed a circle and began to feast. By some twist of fate, Chun Song and Gu Kai found themselves seated together. Although she wore no overt signs of discontent, it was evident that her spirits were somewhat diminished. Without uttering a word, Chun Song offered her a piece of grilled fish, which she accepted with a slight nod and a whispered thank you. There is no need for such formality. I promised to treat you to a meal, so consider this my invitation. Chun Song offered a slight smile, ultimately teasing her. Had this been Ji Shengnan hearing those words, he undoubtedly would have rolled his eyes and dismissed the notion outright. However, Gu Kui, despite recognizing Chun Song's jest, merely nodded and murmured in acknowledgement, her interest waning. Observing her demeanor, Chun Song refrained from further commentary. Even if he wished to console Gu Kui, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Throughout, he had never been one of high emotional intelligence, nor was he inclined to take the initiative. A silence enveloped the two, yet the others reveled in merriment, savoring delicious food while engaging in hearty laughter. At that moment, a boy from Class 7 stood up and proclaimed, "Everyone, merely dining is rather dull. Why not invite a classmate to perform? Perhaps a song, a dance, or even a demonstration of Taekwondo." As he spoke, his gaze flitted towards Ji Shengnan, clearly hoping to witness her showcase her Taekwondo skills. Her beauty, physique, and martial prowess were irresistibly appealing to many boys, igniting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. "Taekwondo! It must be Taekwondo! I want to see." The boy from Class 7 shouted, quickly joined by those from Class 1. We implore you, G, perform for us. I wish to learn a thing or two. G, our class's chubby fellow has cancer and wishes to see you perform taekwondo before he departs this world. Huang Chang chimed in, only to receive a playful punch from the chubby boy, eliciting laughter from the group. Ji Xingnan, however, remained unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at the multitude of boys and calmly remarked, Taekwondo is not meant for performance. If you wish to send someone to spar with me, I would not object. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed as if a teacher were about to select students to answer questions. The atmosphere shifted to one of intense quietude. The chubby boy's eyes lit up. Nudging Huang Chang beside him, he exchanged knowing glances before grinning mischievously at Chun Kong. Huang Chang immediately caught on, exclaiming, Let us send Song Gu. He is also a martial arts practitioner. The chubby boy eagerly concurred. Indeed, Song Gu is unmatched in the world. Both turned to the utterly astonished Chan Song, wearing expressions of enigmatic profundity, as if to convey, Song Gu, this is where our assistance ends. Meanwhile, Chan Song felt utterly dismayed. Seated quietly, he found himself inexplicably embroiled in their antics, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him. He could only sigh inwardly at his unfortunate choice of companions. Ji Shengnan, casting a glance towards Chan Song, then chuckled softly, shaking her head. Perhaps it's best he abstains. With that delicate frame, I fear a mere shoulder throw would leave him in shambles. During the monthly exam, she had indeed witnessed Chan Song's lack of musculature, and later, with boldness, had showcased her own abdominal muscles, deriding him, convinced he could never be her equal. Afterward, Chan Song's powerful dunks on the basketball court left her quite astonished. However, she believed that basketball was not merely about physical prowess. In combat and sparring, one must possess not only strength but also skill, and in Ji Xingnan's eyes, Chun Song was decidedly lacking. Moreover, Chun Song refrained from boasting, hastily waving his hands and stating, Please don't tease me. My few moves are nothing but trivial skills before you, Ji. Goodness, Brother Song is starting to show off. Last time, you single-handedly took on 5 opponents. The chubby guy exclaimed, his eyes widening as he shot Chun Song a series of anxious glances, displaying a look of exasperation. Chun Song simply ignored him. He did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. The group known as the Scarred Wolves might investigate the backgrounds of all the students on the island, and if any of them turned out to be particularly skilled, they could easily become targets. Seeing that Chun Song had chosen to disregard him, the chubby guy sighed and, resting his arm on Huang Cheng's shoulder, lamented, Why doesn't Brother Song understand our intentions? This is an opportunity for physical contact with Ji Xingnan. Huang Chang echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Alas, Brother Song is still too innocent. With Chun Song's refusal, the group's hopes of witnessing a taekwondo demonstration were dashed. Many men wore expressions of disappointment, while Ji Shangnan regarded Chun Song, raising 2 fingers and subtly mouthing words. Although no sound escaped her lips, Chun Song understood her meaning. You owe me 2 meals. What on earth? Chun Song was taken aback. How did it turn into 2 meals? Upon reflection, he began to grasp the situation. This girl seemed to believe she had spared him from embarrassment before the crowd, thus incurring a debt of another meal. Just as Chun Song prepared to return an impossible gesture to Ji Shengnan, Su Jingru stood up, her gaze unexpectedly fixed on him. With a slight smile, she addressed the crowd. Everyone, our classmate Chun Song sings beautifully. Why not let him perform a song for us? Chun Song froze in place, his heart filled with despair. Who have I offended? Will I even be allowed to enjoy dinner in peace? Here is a combined chapter. I have been quite busy these days. I will strive to resume my regular updates as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Improvisation at last. Amidst the thunderous applause of 2 classes, Chun Song found himself compelled to step forward. Uncertain of his singing abilities, he recalled that his earlier performance on the way here had been met with enthusiasm, a clear indication that his peers were genuinely engaged. Having previously declined to participate in a friendly contest, refusing to sing now would come across as pretentious. With a resigned smile, he set aside the roasted fish he had yet to take a bite from and walked onto the stage. However, It was only the students from Class 1 who were aware of his vocal talent, having been astonished during their journey. The students from Class 7, unaware of this, assumed that Chun Song was merely a pitchy prince attempting to amuse them, and thus joined in the revelry. Ji Shengnan, having never heard of Chun Song's singing prowess, mistook the cheerful atmosphere for an indication that he would not perform well and chuckled, anticipating some light-hearted entertainment. Su Jingru seemed to have put aside the events of the previous night when Chun Song had fled, now able to jest freely, a relief made possible by the repaired signal tower and the assurance from the Spider-Man of safety. In stark contrast, Gu Ku remained aloof, quietly seated in a corner, evidently troubled by the slanderous remarks made by Tang Yun. It must be said, she was still a naive girl, struggling to let go of the incident, even though Tang Yun had departed. She wrestled with whether to inform her homeroom teacher of Tang Yun's questionable character, yet found herself at a loss for words. In the midst of her turmoil, she could not engage with the joyous atmosphere around her. Once on stage, Chun Song stood at the center, the flames illuminating his face as if he were bathed in the spotlight, drawing all eyes to him. Yet, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of what song to perform. With a stroke of instinct, he pulled out his phone and pressed play on Blue and White Porcelain, but the moment the introduction played, the students from Class 1 immediately objected. "Brother Tsong, we've heard this one before. It's lovely, but we crave something different." The first to voice this was the chubby student, quickly followed by Huang Cheng's agreement. "Yes, let us hear something else. Perhaps fireworks, easily cold or east wind breaks." The students from Class 7 were taken aback, staring incredulously at the others. "Wow, you guys are ruthless, only picking songs by Wang Zhou. The difficulty is far too high. Are you intentionally trying to make Chun Song embarrass himself? Indeed, it's a rare moment of joy. Don't play pranks on your classmates. As outsiders, we can't bear to watch," chimed in the girls from Class 7, noticing Chun Song's handsome demeanor and charm. Ji Xingnan, driven by a competitive spirit, felt overshadowed by Chun Song and was eager to witness him falter. Seizing the opportunity, she disregarded her classmates' support for him and provocatively remarked, "Chun Song, if you're a man, sing a challenging song. Don't just choose something trivial like Two Tigers to pass the time." Chun Song, exasperated, rolled his eyes at her. "Challenging? How could I possibly discern which songs possess a high level of difficulty, especially considering that songs of such complexity may not have graced my ears?" However, the mention of Two Tigers by Ji Xingnan did offer Chun Song a glimmer of direction. He found himself at a loss regarding what to sing. If he were to opt for something like Blue and White Porcelain, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of melancholy, which would clash with the current ambience. Moreover, it would not bode well for Gu Dabin, whose spirits were already somewhat low. Another somber song might only deepen the gloom. With this thought in mind, Chun Song's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Gu Ku, who remained seated with her head bowed, lost in thought. The grilled fish in her hand had barely been nibbled. How perplexing. Chun Song lamented as he surveyed the scant selection of songs on his phone, realizing he seldom listened to anything uplifting. After a cursory browse, his attention landed on a band named Mayday, specifically a song that piqued his interest. Overall, it may not be a jubilant tune, but it was undeniably upbeat and inspirational, perhaps the most fitting choice for venting one's frustrations. Thus, without hesitation, Chun Song cleared his throat and addressed his classmates. "Dear friends, my collection of songs is rather limited, so tonight I shall perform leaving the surface of the earth. Please bear with me." With that, he pressed the play button on his phone, and the introductory music began to play. Upon hearing this, the others, including Fatty, widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Tsong, you can even sing Mayday? That song really tests one's lung capacity." The students of Class 7 were equally astonished, initially believing Chun Song chose this song to produce a cacophony. However, after Fatty's remark, some began to question whether Chun Song was truly tone-deaf or actually possessed a good singing voice. Ji Shengnan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You chose such a challenging song on a whim. I admire your audacity. Come, we shall listen intently." Ignoring her, Chun Song focused on the music, but in the vastness of the seaside, the sound from his phone was rather faint. Despite his decent hearing, the crashing waves quickly drowned out the melody. Without the music, Chun Song felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him, as if he were expected to sing a cappella. His mouth, slightly agape, hesitated to produce any sound. The audience clearly recognized this dilemma. The music from his phone was barely audible, rendering the atmosphere rather flat. At that moment, a boy from Class 7 stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and shyly smiled. I brought a guitar. Would you like me to accompany you? It was evident that this young man had a profound passion for music, having thoughtfully prepared for their camping trip, as bringing a guitar was quite customary for such outings. His offer was met with enthusiastic applause, particularly from his classmates, who knew full well that Kai Tang's guitar skills were exceptional. With a bashful smile, the boy quickly dashed back to his tent and returned with a guitar in hand. He shook hands with Chun Song and introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Brother Song. My name is Kai Tang. I look forward to working with you." Upon the initial greeting, Chun Song felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled. "I am but a novice and hardly in a position to offer guidance. If my singing does not meet expectations, I beg your forgiveness." Kai Tang promptly waved his hand. "Not at all. My playing is hardly exceptional." Chun Song, somewhat taken aback, mused internally about the courteous demeanor of this guitarist. Enough of this pleasantry. If you are to sing, then sing. What is the point of all this mutual formality? Jishinan interjected with an eye roll, her words echoing the silent thoughts of the audience. Everyone present exchanged glances, silently questioning when the performance would commence. Finding humor in the situation, Chun Song decided to forego further niceties and declared, "Let us proceed with an impromptu performance." Kai Tang nodded eagerly, cradling his guitar with one arm while positioning his fingers on the strings, signaling that he was ready. Once Chun Song acknowledged him with a nod, Kai Tang took a deep breath, and his slender fingers deftly strummed the strings. The rhythmic strumming of the guitar resonated, each note seemingly dancing precisely at his fingertips. As the introductory melody filled the air, the students held their breath, captivated by the sound. Seizing the moment, Chun Song recalled the original melody in his mind and opened his mouth to sing, his voice harmonizing beautifully with the guitar. "Cast aside your watch, discard your coat, toss away your backpack and the chatter, remove the television, forsake the computer, release your mind and shed your worries." The infectious rhythm and music stirred the audience, awakening them from their stupor, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even Guku, who had been withdrawn, lifted her head in surprise, her mouth agape, once again enchanted by Chun Song's voice. Chapter 56. The journey home, a heart raced with fervor, and in an instant, all worries were cast aside. No longer would I, for even a second, subject myself to any form of grievance. The pulsating rhythm, infused with an unmistakable rock essence, ignited the beach into a fervent atmosphere. Many classmates joined in, waving their hands and singing in unison, while Kai Tang's fingers danced swiftly across the guitar strings, electrifying the rare ambience and causing his face to flush with excitement. A heart raced with fervor, and in an instant, all worries were cast aside. I shed the weight of the world, soaring higher with each leap. Su Jingru, equally elated, joined her peers in the rhythmic celebration, instinctively reassessing the student before her. This song, so distinct from blue and white porcelain, showcased Chun Song's remarkable control, surpassing her expectations entirely. In the brief span of less than 2 months, Chun Song had astonished her time and again, transforming overnight into a figure both handsome and talented. Yet, the events of the previous night lingered in Su Jingru's mind, casting a shadow of doubt on Chun Song's reliability and sense of responsibility. Ultimately, he was but a high school student, still untouched by the complexities of the world, which offered her some solace. Amidst the fervent melodies, Gu Kui found herself gradually drawn in, feeling her discontent dissipate significantly. Countless worries seemed to evaporate with the song, and by the end, she too was swept up in the moment, waving her arms and allowing a smile to grace her face. I shed the weight of the world, soaring higher with each leap. As the final notes faded and Kai Tang's guitar fell silent, a resounding applause erupted from the multitude of students, though the enthusiasm lingered, leaving everyone yearning for more. Ji Shangnan, with a mouth agape, regarded Chun Song with newfound respect, murmuring to herself, Who would have thought this seemingly frail individual could possess such vocal prowess? Brother Tsong, sing us another, the exuberant fatty urged, rallying the crowd for an encore.
Chen Kong,
Catching sight of Gu Kuyi's uplifted spirit, realized he had chosen the right song. However, he deemed it prudent to decline, for another performance would label him a show-off. Thus, he shook his head in refusal and pointed toward his teacher, Su Jingru, with a playful smile, declaring, "Now it's time for our lovely teacher Su to take the stage." Initially taken aback, Su Jingru soon recognized the collective gaze of her students upon her. Greeted by their eager applause, it dawned on her that Chun Song was once again seeking retribution. Having previously encouraged him to perform, he now turned the spotlight back on her, prompting her to shoot him an exasperated glance. Yet, in the twilight, that glance bore an enchanting allure.
Chen Kong,
Catching sight of it, felt his heart flutter, quickly averting his gaze and retreating to his original position. As Su Jingru took the stage, she casually selected a rather gentle song. To her surprise, Kai Tang could also play, transforming the beach into an open-air karaoke room where many took turns to sing, creating an atmosphere of joy. After Su Jingru finished her performance, Ji Xingnan discreetly sought her out for a private conversation. They strolled towards the distant shore, keen to avoid being overheard by their classmates. However, Chun Song caught wind of their discussion. Ji Xingnan recounted the events of the afternoon, revealing that Tang Yun had been taken away, leaving them powerless to intervene. Ultimately, it was only thanks to Chun Song that she had escaped peril. Su Jingru was taken aback by this revelation. She had initially believed, based on Spider-Man's assurance, that the matter had been resolved, which had allowed her to relax. Yet now, that same group had regained their freedom and had abducted Tang Yun, leaving her apprehensive that they might soon come for her as well. This unsettling thought gnawed at her, and she recalled the mysterious Spider-Man and his remarkable web-slinging abilities. The notion that such a formidable individual had allowed the mercenaries to slip away suggested that he too might be in danger. Biting her lip, Su Jingru exchanged a few more words with Ji Xingnan before returning to the group. This time, the light-heartedness and joy that had graced her features had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. Chun Song observed her change in demeanor but chose to remain aloof, maintaining an air of ignorance in such a tense moment. As night deepened and the revelry continued, Su Jingru eventually rose, earnestly announcing to everyone that their camping trip would conclude earlier than planned. In truth, she could have left alone, allowing her students to enjoy their time on the island, but her concern for their safety loomed larger. She feared the possibility of those individuals capturing her students to threaten her, compelling her to insist that everyone leave together. In her estimation, returning home was far safer than remaining on the deserted island. Upon hearing the abrupt change in plans, the mood shifted dramatically. Confusion, doubt, and disappointment rippled through the group. What was initially a 10-day camping holiday had been unexpectedly curtailed to just 2 days, dampening their spirits considerably. Su Jingru, at a loss, put on a stern facade and delivered a rehearsed statement. "You are all about to enter your senior year. The break is brief, making this an opportune time to return home and focus on your studies. Once your college entrance examinations conclude, I will arrange a gathering for us." This rationale bore little persuasive weight, yet the group could only nod in regret, hastily packing their belongings before retreating to their tents for the night.
Su Jingru,
Preoccupied with her students' disheartened expressions, noticed a particular figure and called out, "Chun Song, come here for a moment. I wish to speak with you." Upon hearing her voice, Chun Song paused, fully aware of the nature of her summons. Ji Xingnan had mentioned him earlier, and it was clear that Su Jingru sought to discuss matters that required discretion. A chubby classmate shot Chun Song a peculiar glance and remarked in a hushed tone, "Brother Song, you are truly my idol. Even Teacher Su is captivated by you. Let's go." Chun Song pushed him away in silence and then turned to walk towards Su Jingru. At this moment, most of the classmates on the beach had returned to their tents, leaving only 1 or 2 individuals sitting by the sea, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Chun Song's approach, Su Jingru said little, merely waving her hand to beckon him to follow her. Thus, the two arrived at the rocks by the shore, where Su Jingru leaned against a stone and seated herself. The stone, however, was rather small, making Chun Song hesitant to squeeze in beside her. He could only stand off to the side, watching the sea breeze tousle her long hair, and soon, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted towards him. Seeing that Su Jingru remained silent, Chun Song, feeling somewhat awkward, took the initiative to ask, "Su teacher, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Chapter 57. Anomaly. As the tide recedes and surges once more, the gentle sea breeze whispers softly, caressing one's cheeks. Su Jingru turns back with a faint smile, albeit a somewhat forced one, and remarks softly, "Classmate must have informed you about last night's events. It was no mere illusion. Those individuals." "Yes, I understand. Rest assured. I shall not disclose this to anyone else," Chun Song interjects, aware of Su Jingru's intentions and thus sparing her the effort of elaboration.
Su Jingru nods slightly.
Her brow furrowing with concern as she states gravely, "They originally intended to capture both Tang Yun and me. Now that Tang Yun has been taken, they may come looking for me. You all must prioritize your safety. If they do come, please persuade everyone to remain calm and not act impulsively. Do not worry. We will depart tomorrow," Chun Song reassures her. The abduction of Tang Yun had been orchestrated by him, and with the remnants of the wolf pack having departed, even if they sought assistance, it would not arrive until the following day. By then, the students from both classes would likely have left, rendering the situation relatively safe overall. Hearing Chun Song's words, Su Jingru gives a gentle nod, though her expression remains troubled. Chun Song smiles softly and sits beside her on the small rocky outcrop, their proximity almost intimate. Yet, Su Jingru, still preoccupied with the safety of others, remains oblivious to this closeness. Gazing out at the sea, Chun Song, embraced by the night wind, murmurs with a light-hearted tone, "Rest assured, dear teacher. I shall take care of everything." This was his vow. Should they leave the island tomorrow and if the wolf pack were to return, he would risk exposure of his identity to rescue Su Jingru. However, to Su Jingru, these words held little weight, bringing to mind her solitary plight in the woods the previous night. Had it not been for the mysterious Spider-Man's timely intervention, she could have been captured, and the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. In a moment of trepidation, she recalled an incident from the night after the final exams, when her students were also saved by Spider-Man at the KTV entrance. Who exactly was this Spider-Man? A mercenary, or merely a gallant hero? Her curiosity about this enigmatic figure deepened. Meanwhile, Chun Song, sitting nearby, caught a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from the beautiful teacher, which inevitably stirred his thoughts. Turning to glance at Su Jingru, he noticed her lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to his earlier assurance. With a resigned shake of his head and a faint smile, he stood and said, "Teacher Su, it is best to rest early. We have a mountain to climb tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave. Su Jingru replied with a slight nod, saying nothing further, as she sat alone by the sea, deep in thought. The night passed uneventfully, yet the events of their 2 days on the deserted island were extraordinary, experiences that some may never encounter in a lifetime. Only Su Jingru and Ji Xingnan were privy to the truth, leaving the other students yearning for more adventure. On the 3rd day, the group rose early, completing their morning routines before embarking on their ascent. The chubby student, seemingly unaccustomed to such an early start, walked with half-closed eyes, as if his thoughts were adrift in a dream. Seeing his playful demeanor, Chun Song approached him with a smile, saying, "Fatty, Spider-Man has arrived." Unexpectedly, Fatty displayed remarkable wit, refraining from the anticipated excitement. With his eyes half closed, he replied nonchalantly, "Brother Song, do you think I'm foolish? How could Spider-Man possibly come to a place like this? If he truly did, I would swallow dung on the spot and then take him as my master." Chun Song felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, repulsed by Fatty's last remark. He decided not to tease him further and instead cast his gaze around, noticing the island's morning scenery was quite beautiful. Mists enveloped the landscape. The air was fresh, and facing the sea, he imagined how delightful it would be to settle in such a serene place one day. Yet, his identity destined him for anything but a tranquil life. Recalling the most iconic line from the movies, "With great power comes great responsibility," he realized that it was this very notion that birthed the formidable Spider-Man. However, Chun Song felt he could not live up to such a standard. He could never sacrifice the happiness of those around him for the sake of heroism. In the films, not only was Spider-Man financially strained, but even his aunt struggled to make ends meet. Typically, at that age, elders would be surrounded by children and grandchildren, enjoying their golden years, yet the film depicted an elderly woman still working to support herself, an aspect that deeply saddened Chun Song while watching. Perhaps it was this very struggle that endeared Spider-Man to the audience. Yet that was merely cinema. Films do not reflect reality. Although Chun Song now possessed such abilities, he could not act in that manner. His goal was not to save the world, but rather to strive to provide the most beautiful life for those around him. Lost in these myriad thoughts, Chun Song noticed the people ahead had halted. Upon regaining his focus, he realized he had unwittingly reached the summit. Everyone took out their phones, and the signals had been restored. Su Jingru immediately dialed her home, walking a distance away, clearly wishing to keep her conversation private. Some students also took out their phones to reassure their families, informing them of their return later that day. Chun Song too called his parents, knowing that being out of signal for the past 2 days would surely worry them. Once the call connected, he distinctly sensed his mother a sigh of relief, followed by her admonitions to stay safe. After hanging up, Su Jingru returned, addressing everyone. Classmates, I have arranged for someone to take us home. They should arrive in about 1 to 2 hours. For now, let us take a break and prepare our luggage. A collective, weary reply followed. Though their journey had yet to reach its full potential, the impending end felt somewhat disheartening. Chun Song, however, remained vigilant, wary of whether the remnants of the wolf pack might return for revenge. If they were unwilling to relent, they could very well have already reached the island by now. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he noticed nothing amiss, save for one individual who captured his attention. There sat Ji Xingnan in a corner, not admiring the panoramic views from the peak, but rather appearing pale, with her neck drawn in and her body trembling slightly. Yet this peculiar detail went unnoticed by others. After all, having just reached the summit, some students appeared pale as well, so no one paid her any heed. However, Chen Song was acutely aware that with Ji Xingnan's athletic physique, such a condition was unexpected. She trembled slightly, her neck taut, as though she were cold. Was she unwell? Chen Song paused, instinctively wanting to remove his sports jacket to drape it over Ji Xingnan. But as he lifted the hem slightly, he halted abruptly, suddenly recalling that beneath the jacket he wore a spider suit. If he removed it, he would undoubtedly expose his identity. Hastily, he lowered the garment back to its original position, but then a wave of alarm washed over him as he sensed someone gazing at him. He looked up abruptly to find Su Jingru's expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 58. Borrowing clothes. Had he been discovered? This was the first thought that crossed Chun Song's mind, but he soon sighed with relief. Su Jingru was not actually looking at him. Although her gaze was directed this way, her thoughts seemed to drift far away, lost in contemplation, her expression tinged with complexity and worry. Chun Song managed a sheepish smile as he stepped toward Ji Xingnan, silently acknowledging the close call and becoming increasingly vigilant about his own actions, aware that any inadvertent movement could easily reveal his true identity. What's wrong? You look so pale. This isn't like you, he inquired cheerfully, approaching Ji Xingnan from behind, hoping to greet her without startling her. Upon hearing his voice, Ji Xingnan turned her head and rolled her eyes disdainfully. Looking pale doesn't mean I can't knock you out with one punch. Go away and don't bother me. I'm in a bad mood. Chun Song chuckled and replied, If you're unwell, you should head down the mountain. I have some medicine with me, and the wind here is quite strong. You. Before he could finish, Ji Xingnan turned away again, her brow furrowed in irritation. What are you rambling on about? If you don't move along, I swear I'll really hit you. Feeling somewhat taken aback, Chun Song was puzzled by her sudden change in temperament. Just yesterday, everything had been fine. Today, however, she was inexplicably irritable. Could it be that she was? An idea struck him, and he spoke without thinking. But before he could complete his thought, Ji Xingnan shot him a fierce glare, her anger palpable. Realizing he had overstepped, Chun Song quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Why don't you sit for a moment? I won't disturb you any longer. He speculated that Ji Xingnan must have been experiencing her monthly cycle. There were always a few days each month that could provoke such a temperament, so he decided not to take her unreasonable outburst to heart. Just as Chun Song turned to leave, Ji Xingnan suddenly called out to him. He glanced back, and without needing to inquire further, she continued, her brow slightly furrowed. The wind is indeed strong, and I'm feeling a bit cold. Can I borrow your jacket? Borrow my jacket? Chun Song froze in place. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but without his jacket, he would be left with nothing but his spider suit. Given the presence of so many classmates on the mountain, exposing his identity would lead to unimaginable consequences. Why are you just standing there? Yes or no? Ji Xingnan, noticing his hesitation, was irate. When had she ever needed to ask anyone for anything? Now that she had mustered the courage to request it, even if it were just a piece of clothing, any number of boys around would have readily offered assistance. Yet this bookworm was hesitating? Chun Song raised an eyebrow and stammered, I'm a bit cold too. Just wait a moment. I'll borrow something from Fatty. At this, Ji Xingnan's face darkened in frustration. Forget it, I don't need it. She turned her back to him, clearly unwilling to engage further. Chun Song touched the tip of his nose and managed a faint smile, a silent anguish weighing upon him. Under normal circumstances, he would gladly lend a hand, yet at this moment it was simply impossible. Observing Ji Xingnan's condition, he felt a twinge of reluctance, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to step away. Meanwhile, Ji Xingnan, acutely aware of his departure, felt an increasing discomfort in her heart. What harm was there in lending a piece of clothing? Although he was a slender man, he regularly engaged in basketball and exercise. A little breeze on a sweltering day would not be fatal. Was he concerned that lending a garment to her would soil his own? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, wishing to reprimand Chun Song, yet her frail state rendered her helpless. Typically, she portrayed a bold and assertive demeanor, striving to prove herself equal to her male counterparts, which often intimidated many boys. However, some audacious men did express their interest, usually dismissive of their advances. She found it infuriating that he had refused her request to borrow clothing and instead sought to procure something from another. What did he take her for? How arrogant! Did Ji Xingnan truly need to beg him? Once she regained her strength, she vowed to make him pay. Seething with indignation, she silently cursed him. While she was lost in her thoughts of resentment, Chun Song had quietly slipped away from the crowd. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he swiftly descended the mountain using his web-slinging ability, returning to the beach to retrieve a shirt from his tent. He hastily stuffed it into his backpack and ascended the mountain once more. This round trip took less than 10 minutes, and upon his return, no one noticed his brief absence. Ji Xingnan remained seated, her body still trembling intermittently. Shaking his head, Chun Song extracted the shirt from his backpack and quickly approached her side, draping it over her shoulders. This unexpected gesture startled Ji Xingnan, and upon turning to see him and the shirt on her, she immediately furrowed her brow and ripped it off, exclaiming impatiently, "Didn't I say I didn't want it? Just return it to its owner. Brother, this is my shirt. I left it in my bag when we ascended, and I just forgot." Chun Song replied with a wry smile, picking up the garment and brushing off the sand. Ji Xingnan paused, recognizing the shirt as one Chun Song had worn 2 days prior. However, upon hearing his words, she glared at him, teeth clenched, and retorted, "Who are you calling brother? Sister will do, right? Please put it on. You'll only worsen your condition if you get cold," Chun Song said, choosing not to engage in any further argument. With a smile, he draped the shirt over her once more. This time, Ji Xingnan did not discard it again. She merely huffed and turned her head away, lapsing into silence. Observing her demeanor, Chun Song found it somewhat amusing. He was unsure why he felt compelled to offer Ji Xingnan his shirt. He only felt a pang of compassion seeing her alone in the wind, prompting his hasty return for the garment. Subsequently, he refrained from speaking further and turned to leave, wary of provoking the irritable woman once more. With an additional garment draped over her shoulders, Ji Xingnan felt a slight alleviation from the cold. Her spirits lifted somewhat. Nevertheless, she harbored a lingering resentment towards Chun Song, realizing that he only brought her the clothing upon discovering the extra item in his bag. Had he not brought it, would he have simply ignored her? Humph, consider yourself fortunate. I shall refrain from reprimanding you this time, she silently vowed. As the sun began its ascent, the group had rested sufficiently and made all necessary calls. Su Jingru then started to organize everyone to descend the mountain and pack their belongings. Although the mountain path was arduous, everyone managed to navigate it without incident, and all arrived safely at the base, commencing the packing process. As the clock approached 10, several yachts emerged on the horizon, swiftly making their way towards the beach. Chapter 59. Revenge? Look, the boats are arriving. The stout fellow, with his keen eyes, quickly noticed several yachts approaching from the sea after descending the mountain, and he exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to follow his gaze and indeed saw several yachts, prompting expressions of astonishment. Teacher Su, you actually summoned yachts. They must be quite expensive, someone remarked. Indeed, those fishing boats we took earlier cost several hundred. Converting that to yachts means. The crowd began to exchange excited comments. Seeing the yachts arrive, Su Jingru's worried expression softened slightly as she smiled, saying, the teacher is wealthy, so there's nothing to fear. Wow, I always suspected teacher Su was a wealthy beauty, but I didn't think it was true. Goddess, I'm in awe, a male student exclaimed dramatically, eliciting laughter from the group. Chun Song had already noticed the yachts, remaining silent as he observed the robust men aboard them. However, one yacht had a young man standing on it, seemingly of a similar age to Chun Song, dressed in designer sportswear, as if he had come for a leisurely outing. Soon, the yachts approached the shore, and Su Jingru was the first to greet them. The young man in sportswear leaped off the boat, and upon seeing Su Jingru, he immediately wore a sorrowful expression and said, Sister, you've really put me in a bind this time. You didn't let me tell the old man. And now he probably suspects I've taken a young model out to sea again. When I go back, he'll definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jingru covered his mouth with her hand, giving him a stern look that silenced him. Turning to the others, Su Jingru waved and called out, Classmates, please bring your luggage aboard the yacht. Make sure to check everything so you don't leave anything behind. Though they were a distance away, the group heard the young man address Su Jingru as sister, leaving them momentarily speechless. After Su Jingru invited them to board, everyone hurriedly gathered their belongings and orderly made their way onto the yacht. Ji Shangnan seemed unwell, lagging behind the crowd and appearing weak as she carried her luggage. Chun Song approached Su Jingru and quietly advised, Teacher Su, it seems Ji is not feeling well. You should take her aboard first. Upon hearing this, Su Jingru immediately turned her gaze to Ji Shangnan and, seeing her pale complexion, was startled. She rushed over to assist her with her luggage. Chun Song decided not to overextend his kindness this time. A single reminder sufficed, as further assistance might earn him a reprimand for meddling. Once the young man reached the beach, he didn't remain idle. Casually directing the students to board, several burly men disembarked to help the girls with their luggage. Just as Gu Kai and Lu Yu emerged from the tent, the young man's eyes brightened. He dashed over to them, beaming, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Su Jingming, your teacher's brother. Allow me to assist you with your luggage. With that, he extended his hands towards the bags of Gu Kai and Lu Yu, eager to lend a helping hand. Gu Kui and Lu Yu had also overheard him addressing Su Jingru by name at the seaside. Thus they were not taken aback by his identity. However, when he offered to assist with their luggage, it made the two young women feel a tad embarrassed. Thank you, but there's really no need. Gu Kui graciously declined Su Jingming's offer, refusing to relinquish her grip on her belongings. Lu Yu, feeling similarly reluctant to impose on someone else, especially since her own luggage was not particularly heavy, smiled and said, Hello, I'm Lu Yu, and this is our class leader.
Gu Keskivi Koyi.
Our bags are manageable, we can carry them ourselves. You should help the others. Observing this, Su Jingming naturally withdrew his hands, not feeling awkward, but instead of following Lu Yu's suggestion to assist others, he accompanied the two women towards the shore, saying, Let me escort you aboard. There will be plenty of food and drinks on the boat, so please don't hesitate to enjoy yourselves. Thank you, you're very kind, Lu Yu replied, her warmth blossoming as she perceived him to be from a wealthy background. Gu Kui, however, remained less enthusiastic, keeping her head down as she walked slowly. Chun Song glanced over but soon lost interest. At that moment, Su Jingru had already ushered Ji Shangnan onto the first yacht, helping her into the cabin to shield her from the wind, and subsequently poured her a cup of hot water. Once the first yacht was filled to capacity, Su Jingru emerged and instructed Su Jingming, "Xiaoming, please help the other students board. I will step out shortly to count everyone." Su Jingming's lips twitched slightly, expressing his displeasure as he retorted, "Sister, didn't we agree not to call me Xiaoming? Fine. You take a rest while I manage the boarding," she replied. Chun Song and the plump boy stood aside, prioritizing the boarding of the female students. Upon hearing Su Jingru address Su Jingming, the plump boy chuckled, "So, he is the legendary Xiaoming. Do you know him?" Chun Song inquired, momentarily taken aback but quickly understanding. Given the plump boy's background, it was likely he had encountered someone like Su Jingming. However, the plump boy adopted an air of mystery, stating, "Of course I do. Brother Song, you must know him well too." Upon hearing this, Chun Song realized the implication and, shaking his head in disbelief, responded, "Are you suggesting that he is the Xiaoming from our exam examples?" "Haha, Brother Song, you are truly astute." Chun Song felt a wave of exasperation. How outdated was that joke for the plump boy to still find it amusing. Yet, as fate would have it, Su Jingming, Gu Kui, and Lu Yu happened to pass by the shore just as the plump boy and Chun Song were engaged in their banter. Upon hearing the plump boy's remark, Gu Kui and Lu Yu were initially taken aback, but upon catching Chun Song's response, they laughed heartily. Their amusement, while innocent, was perceived quite differently by Su Jingming. He detested others making light of Xiaoming, feeling as though he were the subject of ridicule. While he could brush off his sister's teasing, the laughter of the two young men and the two beautiful girls only served to ignite his frustration. However, due to the current circumstances, he refrained from expressing his anger, suppressing his ire as he took note of Chun Song and the chubby man. Subsequently, he beckoned Gu Kui and Lu Yu to board the second yacht. Naturally, Chun Song sensed the unfriendly glare directed at him and was about to offer an explanation. But seeing that the man did not pursue the matter and instead warmly escorted Gu Kui and Lu Yu away, he chose not to dwell on it.
Moments later.
Everyone boarded the yacht, and Su Jingru emerged to count the number of passengers. Once she confirmed that everyone was present, she instructed the burly men to set sail. Chun Song and the chubby man were assigned to the second yacht, and it was uncertain whether this arrangement was made at Su Jingming's behest. Initially, they intended to board last, but a large man proactively approached to carry their luggage onto the second yacht, leading them to follow without much thought. As the yacht set off, several vessels turned around, navigating towards the distant sea and gradually leaving the deserted island behind. On the second yacht, there were not many students present. Su Jingru and Ji Xingnan were not aboard this vessel. Chun Song glanced around and noticed that only Gu Kui, Lu Yu, and the chubby man were somewhat familiar to him, while the other was Kai Tang, who had played the guitar the previous night. As for Huang Cheng, he seemed to have vanished onto another boat. Although the cabin was not large, it exuded luxury. Su Jingming took a platter of snacks and beverages from the bar and approached Gu Kui and Lu Yu. The other burly men played the role of waiters, serving drinks to the students, though there were no more snacks available. Goodness, this Xiaoming is rather brazen, isn't he? He dares to offer such preferential treatment. Does he really think that a mere platter of snacks will win over our class leader Gu and Lu Yu? The chubby man immediately expressed his displeasure, but given that they were on someone else's vessel, he could only grumble in a hushed tone. Chun Song, however, paid little heed. It was only natural for beautiful women to receive better treatment. At that moment, one of the large men approached, holding 2 glasses of cold beverages in glass containers, extending them towards the chubby man and Chun Kong. "Thank you," Chun Song politely acknowledged, reaching out to accept the drinks. However, his gaze suddenly flickered, and he hesitated, sensing something amiss in the man's expression. Indeed, before Chun Song could react, the man abruptly loosened his grip, and taking advantage of Chun Song's momentary rise, the 2 glasses of beverage cascaded down upon him. With a resounding crash, the drinks splattered across both his and the chubby man's clothing, and the glass containers shattered upon hitting the floor, shards scattering everywhere. The surrounding students turned their attention to the commotion. "You 2 students, what is the meaning of this? If you don't wish to drink, I can offer you something else. Is it necessary to throw a tantrum?" These cups were specially ordered by young Master Su. The large man immediately adopted a shocked yet reproachful expression as he looked at Chun Song and the chubby man. Chapter 2 delivered. Good night, everyone. Chapter 60. Anger what? When did we lose our temper? It was merely an accident when Brother Tsong bumped into your cup. How could you directly slander him? The stout man, taken aback, hastily clarified. In truth, he had not observed closely before. To the naked eye, it indeed appeared as though Chun Tsong had inadvertently collided with someone while standing. However, the sudden accusation from the burly man instantly irked the stout fellow. The burly man furrowed his brow and turned to Su Jingming beside him, expressing his dilemma. Young Master Su, this. Yet, Su Jingming merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just 2 cups. A trivial matter worth a few thousand. There's no need to fuss over it with these 2 students. This statement undoubtedly showcased his 2 virtues, generosity and affluence. However, the stout man was immediately displeased. He could tolerate many things, but he could not abide pretenses of wealth. He retorted angrily, "What do you mean fuss? These 2 broken cups are worth a few thousand? Fine, I shall repay you." With that, he promptly opened his backpack and retrieved a bank card. Before he could even extend it, Chun Tsong reached out to stop him. He had observed keenly. The burly man had clearly spilled the cups before them on purpose, and the instigator behind this was none other than Su Jingming. They had merely made a light-hearted joke about Xiaoming earlier, and now this person sought revenge, truly vindictive and petty. "You are indeed far inferior to your sister," Chun Tsong remarked coldly, shaking his head with a sneer at Su Jingming. Despite sharing the same surname and being born of the same parents, Su Jingming displayed such despicable behavior. Instantly, the smile on Su Jingming's face froze, his eyes igniting with fury as he glared at Chun Tsong. "What did you say? I am not as good as my sister? And what are you, just my sister's student? You're sitting on my boat, breaking my cups, and I Haven Tea even held it against you, yet you dare to act righteous?" As Su Jingming's anger mounted, he struggled to maintain his composure. Had it not been for Gu Kui and Lu Yu's presence, he would have already ordered the burly men to assault Chun Kong. Noticing the escalating tension, the stout man quickly intervened, pulling Chun Tsong aside while handing the bank card to the burly man. Let it go, let it go. This is my fault. I will compensate. It has nothing to do with Brother Kong. Feel free to swipe for a few thousand. There's over 10,000 in here." In his perspective, matters that could be resolved with money were insignificant, and given the imposing stature of the burly men, it was evident they were trained fighters. He felt that no matter how formidable Chun Tsong might be, he could not contend with them. Chun Tsong, wishing to avoid further trouble, realized that after the incident on the deserted island, Su Jingru would certainly report back to her family. If he were to lay hands on a few burly men here, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Therefore, he allowed the stout man to handle the situation, especially since he was willing to squander a few thousand. However, the burly man seemed taken aback by the stout man's unexpected display of wealth. He hesitated, looking towards Su Jingming for his opinion. Su Jingming's face appeared calm, but internally he was ablaze with fury. He could not let Chun Tsong off the hook so easily. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the stout man would be so affluent, treating a few thousand as mere trifles, which exceeded his expectations. Upon the failure of one scheme, he naturally devised another, addressing the burly man, "Shao Li, since they wish to compensate, let us accept it. There is no reason for them to pay and still throw a tantrum, haha." Su Jingming forced a chuckle, seemingly jesting to lighten the atmosphere within the cabin, yet he was subtly conveying a message to the man. The burly fellow, having followed Su Jingming for a considerable time, quickly grasped his intent. He nodded, accepting the hefty man's bank card, and turned to leave. However, as his shoulder brushed against the hefty man, he unexpectedly stumbled forward, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud, his lips colliding with his own teeth, causing blood to flow profusely. The entire sequence appeared as though the hefty man had deliberately tripped him, an act executed with uncanny naturalness. Lying on the floor, the burly man glared at the hefty one. "You? Do not take advantage of me so brazenly." The hefty man, momentarily stunned, stood frozen in confusion, entirely at a loss. The students in the cabin were equally bewildered, casting strange glances at him. Upon seeing the burly man's bloodied lips, their expressions further soured, disapproving of the hefty man's actions. It is not easy for a worker, who, despite his imposing stature, possesses a gentle temperament, having previously overlooked their shattered cup. Yet now, they felt compelled to bully him? Does wealth truly confer such arrogance? The impression of the hefty man among Class 7 plummeted. Though they were not well acquainted, they were aware of his affluent background. This display of entitled arrogance was all too easily attributed to him. Just as one wave of turmoil subsided, another arose. Chun Song observed everything unfold, and he was genuinely enraged. He had intended to downplay the situation, yet Su Jingming relentlessly pursued them, and the burly man had acted with remarkable authenticity. At this juncture, the hefty man finally regained his wits, stepping back and pointing at the fallen burly man, exclaiming, "What the hell is this, a scam? Don't believe him. He bumped into me and then fell. I didn't touch him at all." The hefty man looked utterly aggrieved, flustered as he attempted to explain to his classmates. But at that moment, no one was willing to believe him. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, whispering to Gu Kui, "I initially thought this rotund fellow was decent, but it seems he is quite overbearing outside. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Chun Song and the others do not seem like such individuals." Gu Kui, also troubled, felt perplexed, convinced that Chun Song was not of such a domineering nature, nor did he believe the hefty man was either. "But you are too naive. There are many who wear masks in this world. One must not judge solely by appearances," Lu Yu earnestly admonished. However, Gu Kui opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. In this situation, even if she believed in Chun Song and his companions, she found herself at a loss for words, for everything that had transpired indeed appeared as if the hefty man was the aggressor. Bang! Su Jingming's cup crashed heavily onto the table as he pointed an accusing finger at the hefty man, furiously exclaiming, "What is your true intention? Do not assume that Xiao Li's humility makes him an easy target. He is a retired soldier who simply wishes to avoid conflict with you. Do not push your luck." Meanwhile, several burly men standing outside the cabin rushed in upon witnessing little Li's condition, their expressions darkening immediately. "Little Li, what transpired?" inquired a man even more robust than little Li, whose clothing, despite being an oversized fit, could not conceal his formidable muscles. "Wang Gu, it's nothing. I simply had a careless fall," little Li replied with an air of resignation, ultimately shaking his head. Observing this, the others grew increasingly convinced of little Li's narrative, their impressions of the portly man and Chun Song deteriorating further. The hulking men, having discerned the underlying tension in little Li's gaze, turned their attention to Chun Song and the portly man, their expressions turning hostile. "Young Master Su, while we accepted payment to protect you, we never consented to allow your friends to bully us. If this matter is not resolved to my brother's satisfaction, I, Wang Gu, would rather forfeit this job," the man named Wang Gu declared, his demeanor darkening. Su Jingming's face contorted with difficulty as he managed a wry smile. "Wang Gu, they are students of my sister. Would you consider granting me a favor and letting this matter rest?" Seated nearby, Gu Kui and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Although the portly man's actions were inappropriate, he and Chun Song were their classmates. A confrontation with the burly men could very well lead to hospitalization. "Young Master Su, I certainly wish to honor your request. Yet these students, so young and brazen, may pose a threat when they enter society," Wang Gu replied. "Very well, we can let this matter slide today. But at the very least, I expect an apology from the two of them to little Li." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Chun Song and the portly man. Upon hearing this, Gu Kui and Lu Yu relaxed. At least the portly man and Chun Song were safe, and Wang Ji's demand was not unreasonable. Having wronged someone, one ought to offer an apology. "Portly man, hurry and apologize," Lu Yu urged anxiously, noticing both Chun Song and the portly man rooted to the spot. The crowd's attention turned toward them, eagerly awaiting their apologies. The portly man felt a surge of unwillingness, but the current situation left him with no avenue for escape. Faced with the imposing figures before him, he felt a twinge of trepidation. "Song Gu, what should we do?" he asked, devoid of any ideas and looking to Chun Song for guidance. Chun Song patted his shoulder, shook his head in a sigh, and stepped forward toward little Li, who remained half-reclined on the ground. His action elicited nods of approval from those present. Indeed, in such a moment, Chun Song exhibited a level of rationality, refraining from further missteps. By offering an apology, today's conflict could potentially be resolved. Fortunately, Chun Song had not been led astray by the portly man. Lu Yu observed this and nodded in quiet approval. However, the portly man, seeing Chun Song prepare to apologize, felt a sense of helplessness and hurried to follow. Yet, in that instant he froze, completely dumbfounded. What had seemed like an impending apology from Chun Song transformed into an unexpected act. Chun Song abruptly raised his leg and, with a swift motion, stomped little Li's face into the ground. "Ah, you truly are loyal dogs, performing so convincingly. I presume you engage in such antics regularly?" Chun Song remarked, looking down at little Li with a chilling smile. No one noticed that on Chun Song's wrist, concealed beneath his sleeve, the black spider totem was emitting an eerie dark glow. Chapter 61. Do not interrupt my words at this moment. The entire cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed incredulously on Chun Kong. Even Gu Kui instinctively covered her mouth, as her perception of Chun Song had always been that of a studious and solitary boy, adept in sports yet never exhibiting such an imposing demeanor. It seemed he had never displayed this forceful side before. It must be said that apart from Chun Song, the chubby boy, and Su Jingming, who were privy to the situation, the others had hastily assumed that Xiao Li was the victim. Now, with Chun Song's foot planted firmly on Xiao Li's face, it drastically altered everyone's impression of him. Viewed through this lens, Chun Song's actions now appeared entirely villainous, his lips curling into a chilling smirk that sent shivers down the spines of many students. However, Gu Kui quickly regained her composure, being one of the few present who discerned the deeper meaning behind Chun Song's words. Was the performance so convincing? Was Xiao Li merely acting? She cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Li sprawled on the ground and then turned her attention to the astonished Su Jingming, but she could glean nothing. At that moment, Xiao Li realized his predicament, a blaze of fury igniting within him. His eyes reddened with rage as he bellowed, "Get off!" With a furious roar, he pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. Yet, he soon discovered something amiss. No matter how hard he struggled, the seemingly frail boy before him steadfastly kept his head pinned to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. How is this possible? A sense of dread washed over Xiao Li, his face paling instantly. Meanwhile, Wang Gu and his companions were oblivious to Xiao Li's realization, their anger boiling over. In their line of work, they were ostensibly paid to protect their employer, yet at times they felt compelled to cater to their employer's demands. Chun Song was not wrong. They had frequently engaged in such deeds. Initially, they might have felt some aversion, but as they received their rewards, they gradually lost their way. Nevertheless, a flicker of pride remained within. Being likened to dogs was an unforgivable affront, one that stirred not only anger but deep humiliation. Son of Abtch. One burly man, furious, charged at Chun Song, raising his hand to strike. In that instant, Chun Song's expression darkened. He loathed those who casually insulted his family. "You can curse me, but not my kin." Slap. Just when everyone anticipated that Chun Song would be knocked to the ground, a sharp sound resonated throughout the cabin. All were taken aback, for it was not Chun Song who received the slap, but the burly man himself, struck by the very student he intended to assault. Dazed, the man struggled to comprehend how this seemingly meek student had countered, only to be met with a sudden, sharp pain on his cheek and a ringing in his ears. "Your mouth is truly filthy," Chun Song retorted, and instead of halting his assault, he released his foot from Xiao Li's face, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch straight to the man's jaw. The burly man had yet to react when he suddenly collapsed to the ground, shortly thereafter violently convulsing and spitting out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by several teeth. Ah! Only belatedly did he cover his mouth, howling in agony on the ground. The entire sequence, from the moment the man intended to strike to his fall, transpired in less than half a minute. The group, originally poised to teach Chun Song a lesson, found themselves frozen in place, not only startled by the man's sudden collapse but also astonished by Chun Song's effortless display of prowess. They exchanged glances, all recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. This student was no ordinary individual. The other students were equally taken aback, unable to fathom how Chun Song could be so formidable, bringing down a muscle-bound giant with a single punch. At that moment, Brother Wang hesitated, his past life amidst gunfire and chaos rekindling a rare clarity within him. He sensed that this student possessed extraordinary abilities, far beyond what appeared on the surface. To fell one of their own with a single blow was a feat he himself could not accomplish, which prevented him from recklessly charging forward. Yet, he was acutely aware that they could not simply stand idly by. Otherwise, the shame of their inaction would pale in comparison to the displeasure of young Master Su, who might very well dismiss them upon their return. 3 demands. Just as Brother Wang was pondering his course of action, Chun Song suddenly spoke, raising 3 fingers and fixing a dark gaze upon him. Brother Wang and the other men behind him gaped in confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Chun Song's intent, momentarily forgetting to retaliate due to the shock of witnessing their comrade's defeat. This situation was clearly beyond their expectations. Chun Song, undeterred, continued, "First, explain the truth. Second, apologize." Upon hearing these words, Brother Wang finally regained his composure, a bitter realization washing over him. It dawned on him that this student had already regarded them as vanquished foes and was now issuing demands. In the span of those few minutes, he had thoroughly calmed himself. He sensed that even if they all attacked together, it was unlikely they would gain any advantage over this student, and they might even find themselves further humiliated. However, as this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. They were seasoned fighters, after all, yet he could not deny that their years out of service had dulled their edge. To be intimidated by a student, what a source of ridicule that would be if it were to be revealed. Thus, before Chun Song could articulate his 3rd demand, Brother Wang bluntly rejected him. Impossible. No sooner had the words left his lips than a fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Brother Wang's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to evade, but the comforts of the past few years had dulled his reflexes. Bang! Chun Song's punch landed flawlessly on his nasal bridge. Though it did not send him crashing to the ground like the previous man, it left him dizzy and disoriented, his head ringing. The force of this blow was indisputably substantial. Yet, how could a mere student possess such strength? Was he perhaps a descendant of a martial arts lineage? Wang Gu, disregarding the excruciating pain in his fractured nasal bone, was inundated with a myriad of shocking thoughts. Simultaneously, the few individuals behind him finally reacted, their anger surging without a moment's hesitation. As they raised their fists and charged towards Chun Kong were they ordinary men, the sight of several muscular figures simultaneously swinging their fists would have rendered them pale with fear and weak in the knees. However, Chun Song remained unperturbed. With a subtle shift of his feet, he deftly evaded their blows. In a series of simple yet effective movements, he retaliated, landing solid strikes on the imposing figures before him. This was the remarkable advantage of his spider sense, an innate instinct for hunting akin to that of animals. No matter how swift or powerful his assailants were, to Chun Song, their motions appeared to unfold in slow motion, making it effortlessly easy for him to dodge. Soon enough, the hulking men were doubled over, clutching their stomachs or heads, succumbing to the reality of their defeat. Whether they accepted it or not, they had lost. And in the presence of this seemingly frail student, they comprehended the true essence of speed and strength. "Do not interrupt me," he stated, raising 3 fingers. "The 3rd matter is compensation for our clothing." After swiftly resolving the confrontation, Chun Song resumed his calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. All the students in the cabin, along with Su Jingming, stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 62. Stunned at long last, this farcical episode reached its conclusion. The burly men were compelled to heed Chun Song's words. Of course, regarding the truth, Xiao Li falsely claimed that a minor disagreement had transpired between him and Chun Song just before boarding, seeking vengeance through this ruse. Su Jingming also played along, feigning reproach towards him. Chun Song chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Su Jingming was Su Jingru's brother, and he did not wish to place him in an awkward position. Since the other party had relented and had already received a lesson, he deemed it sufficient. As for the man who had hurled insults, he too obediently apologized to Chun Song, an apology that Chun Song rightfully accepted. The compensation for the damaged clothing was provided by Brother Wang, a full 1,000 yuan, which Chun Song unhesitatingly pocketed without a hint of modesty. The abrupt turn of events left the onlookers bewildered, and ultimately, they regarded Xiao Li and his companion's behavior with disdain, realizing that it was truly ignoble to quibble over trifles and attempt to extort money from students. However, no one dared to voice their criticisms. The matter was already understood, and there was no need for further entanglement. The atmosphere in the cabin grew awkward. Su Jingming had intended to showcase himself before the students, only for the situation to devolve into this. Feeling somewhat guilty, he retreated with the burly men to the deck. Wow, Song-gu, those punches you threw were spectacular. Simply cathartic. The chubby one approached eagerly as the others stepped outside. Chun Song smiled faintly, acknowledging him without elaboration. In truth, he too was somewhat astonished. His actions today had far surpassed his own expectations. In the past, he might have tolerated such provocations, yet he would not have acted as drastically as he did today. Even if he had chosen to teach those burly men a lesson, he would not have revealed so much of his strength. Indeed, the moment he heard the man spewing vile words, a flicker of violent intent surged within him. Had he not maintained his composure, he might have been driven to commit murder. What is happening to me? Chun Song began to feel a sense of unease. Ever since the ordeal on the deserted island, he had sensed a shift in his thoughts, his character morphing subtly, akin to the inflation of one's ego after acquiring great power, as though his psyche had been influenced. Could it be an effect of being bitten by that spider? As this thought crossed his mind, a vivid image flashed through his consciousness, reminiscent of a movie scene. Spider-Man transforming into the dark version of himself after being possessed by an extraterrestrial entity, amplifying his darker impulses, not unlike his actions today. Yet, how could this be possible? Chun Song shook his head with a wry smile. Perhaps this line of thinking was merely a convenient excuse. Setting aside the spider abilities, he remained just a student, bearing the flaws inherent to an ordinary individual. Consider this: when an unremarkable person gains extraordinary powers, the first impulse might be to seek revenge against those who have wronged them. Following that, they might indulge in theft or robbery to enjoy a lavish life. With wealth comes the pursuit of women and subsequently power. Eventually, one could devolve into a being steeped in malevolence, even if they were once kind-hearted. Faced with overwhelming temptation, they would inevitably be swayed, gradually becoming the very type of person they once detested. Chun Song's ability to restrain himself from malevolent actions is commendable. Today, he was wrongfully accused and his family was insulted, which led him to lose control temporarily and act impulsively, ringing alarm bells within his heart. It is indeed a daunting task to govern oneself while being lenient towards others. After reflecting on these matters, Chun Song found himself murmuring to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, he also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. It seemed that whenever he was enraged, both his strength and speed experienced a notable enhancement. As his mindset gradually returned to calmness, his body slowly reverted to its usual state. This revelation instilled in him a sense of hope, suggesting that his abilities warranted further exploration, and he believed he would undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. As time passed unnoticed, several yachts approached the shore. Throughout the journey, apart from the incessant chatter of the portly companion beside him, no one else attempted to engage in conversation with Chun Kong. Gu Kui contemplated inquiring if he had sustained any injuries, but upon seeing him sitting alone in a corner with a rather grim expression, she decided against it, opting to allow him his solitude. Were Chun Song to know this, he would likely protest his innocence. He was merely contemplating the need to better control himself, and his serious demeanor was misinterpreted as a troubled countenance. Once the yacht docked, everyone disembarked, and the village remained as tranquil as before. Chun Song sensed that the villagers might have faced dire fates or could be imprisoned by the merciless wolves. However, he was unable to delve into these matters, leaving their resolution to Su Jingru, as any investigation would undoubtedly begin in this village. Yet, when Su Jingru encountered several burly men behind Su Jingming, her expression shifted slightly. The men bore visible bruises from their earlier confrontation with Chun Song, making it difficult to conceal the truth.
Fearing exposure, Su Jingming hurriedly pulled Su Jingru aside to explain.
He assumed no one could overhear, but Chun Song, at a distance, caught every word clearly. Following Xiao Li's account on the boat, Su Jingming distorted the narrative, embellishing it to portray both Chun Song and the portly man as unreasonable. Although Xiao Li had intended a minor act of retaliation by spilling some drinks on them, he did not anticipate their tempers would flare so dramatically, leading to an uncontrollable altercation. Sister, what exactly is your student's background? He seems even more formidable than Wang Gu and the others, Su Jingming remarked, deftly shifting the topic to prevent Su Jingru from probing further into the details. Having absorbed most of his words, Su Jingru's brow furrowed in concern as her gaze turned reproachfully towards Chun Song amidst the crowd. Noticing her expression, Su Jingming, anxious that she might confront Chun Song, quickly interjected, Sister, let's let this matter go. It's merely a case of Xiao Li and the others inviting trouble upon themselves. Please don't blame that student. Young people are often more impulsive. Ultimately, he feared the situation might unravel, leading to an inevitable reprimand from Su Jingru. This time, his meticulous calculations have come to naught. Su Jingru let out a disdainful hum. It is precisely because they are still young and easily led astray that I must not only impart knowledge to them but also guide them onto the right path. As you mentioned, Xiao Li and the others are indeed at fault, yet Chun Song should not be so aggressive merely because he has acquired some skills. Just look at what he has done to others. Sister, this. Su Jingming's expression shifted slightly, as if sensing that this matter was spiraling into an endless cycle, and he hastily attempted to intervene. However, Su Jingru did not afford him the opportunity, continuing her discourse. Do not speak on his behalf. Today, it is likely that Brother Wang and the others, out of kindness or perhaps in consideration of my standing, chose not to hold Chun Song accountable, remaining silent despite receiving a few blows. But consider this, in the future, when he is outside and confronts others, will they extend him the same leniency? With that, she turned her gaze towards the distant Chun Song and called out sternly, Chun Song, come here. Su Jingming was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 63. Misunderstanding. Chun Song had long been privy to the dialogue between Su Jingru and her brother. He paid little mind to Su Jingming's petty grievances. However, Su Jingru's final remarks left him both astonished and somewhat resigned, eliciting a bitter smile. It was one thing for Su Jingru to indulge her brother's nonsensical musings, but to truly perceive him as a villain? Although today's events were indeed excessive, upon reflection, if Chun Song had merely been an ordinary student facing such a situation, not only would he have been extorted out of thousands, but he would also have been subjected to a reprimand. What justification was there for that? Thus, throughout the ordeal, Chun Song remained vigilant about his inability to control his actions and engaged in self-reflection. Yet, he felt no remorse regarding his reprimanding of Xiao Li and Wang Gu. He stood tall and unrepentant, following Su Jingru away from the crowd. On the shore, several buses awaited their arrival. As Chun Song approached, Ji Xingnan and the others had already been ushered onto the vehicles. Following the flow towards the boat, he observed Ji Xingnan resting against the window, her eyes closed in apparent fatigue. Conversely, Gu Ku and her companions expressed concern. They were well aware of how the situation had unfolded. Upon witnessing Su Jingru call Chun Song away in a serious tone, they hurried to catch up, eager to clarify the truth. However, Su Jingru abruptly turned back to halt them. There's no need for you to come along. I am fully aware of the situation. Xiao Li and the others were in the wrong, and I will address their misconduct upon our return. You should board the bus with your luggage. We shall depart shortly. With that, she made her way to a secluded area. Chun Song offered a faint smile and continued to follow her. Su Jingru's demeanor was grave. While she acknowledged the misdeeds of Xiao Li and his companions, she felt that Chun Song's response had been overly severe, especially since someone had sustained injuries, with blood staining their clothing, which made it difficult for her to relax. Chun Song, do you understand what you are doing? Su Jingru's first words were direct and pointed, her tone stern, exuding the authority of a strict teacher. Chun Song replied calmly with a smile, Teacher Su, I am quite aware of my actions. He did not believe he had overstepped. In fact, he had refrained from punishing Su Jingming out of respect for Su Jingru. Had others instigated such actions against him from the shadows, he would have reacted differently. Yet, his nonchalant demeanor appeared arrogant in Su Jingru's eyes, further deepening the frostiness of her expression. First and foremost, I must apologize on behalf of Xiao Li and the others to you and your fellow classmates. I will speak with them upon our return. However, even if they were in the wrong, there was no need for you to respond so forcefully. You cannot wield your martial skills to dominate others. If you encounter someone stronger one day, what will you do then? Su Jingru's words were heavy with seriousness. Having witnessed the prowess of mercenaries and the enigmatic Spider-Man, she understood that, despite Chen Song's ability to best Xiao Li and his companions, he stood no chance against true mercenaries. Therefore, she felt it imperative to correct Chen Song's perspective, emphasizing the importance of restraint in one's actions. Chen Song raised an eyebrow, not particularly fond of the tone in which Su Jingru was speaking. After all, he was merely a high school student, caught in the throes of a rebellious period. No matter how composed and calm he appeared, he could not be compared to the cunning veterans who had navigated society for years. Moreover, being privy to the truth and having made concessions, he felt a twinge of resentment at Su Jingru's reliance solely on Su Jingming's account, without even confirming the situation with him before casting blame and lecturing him. Nonetheless, he understood that Su Jingru's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being, so he suppressed his irritation and offered a slight smile to ease the tension, saying, "Teacher Su, in the world of martial arts, a loss is a loss and a win is a win. What else can be done?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Su Jingru's brow furrowed tightly as she admonished, "Be quiet. Stop with the jesting. I am discussing serious matters with you. Do you think that since you are about to enter your senior year, you no longer regard me as your homeroom teacher?" The smile on Chen Song's face faded slightly as he met her gaze. "Teacher Su, if I had no martial skills whatsoever and this incident had transpired today, what do you think I should have done?" "You could have come to me," Su Jingru replied without hesitation. Chen Song smiled again, though it bore a hint of bitterness. He shook his head, saying, "At that time, so many people on the boat believed little Li's words. Do you think that if I had approached you, you would have believed me? As far as I know, in your eyes, little Li has always been a diligent and honest person. If I had not subdued them, would they have even revealed the truth?" Upon hearing his words, Su Jingru was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, with so many students feeling deceived by little Li and all testifying on his behalf, would she have believed Chen Song had he sought her out? This answer eluded her. She could not envision whom she would trust in such a situation. However, based on her past experiences, the most she would have done would be to absolve Chen Song of any responsibility for the broken cup caused by the chubby student. If little Li had indeed resorted to violence, she would have reprimanded him and demanded an apology for Chen Song, as striking a student was unequivocally wrong. Yet, would Chen Song have been satisfied with such an outcome? Clearly, in comparison to the current predicament, he would find that resolution fundamentally unjust. At a loss for words, Su Jingru found herself unable to respond to Chen Song's statement. Chen Song, unhurried, stood there, intrigued by the troubled expression on her face. Eventually, Su Jingru regained her composure, seemingly aware of Chen Song's gaze. She averted her eyes slightly and murmured, "Regardless, in the future, try not to be so extreme in your actions. Even in retaliation, one must exercise discretion. I noticed that one of them had blood on him. If this escalates, it won't bode well for you. You should apologize to them. After all, they are considerably older than you. Apologize?"
Impossible.
Chen Song interrupted her at the mention of an apology, his tone suddenly turning resolute. "What does age matter? Dignity is not given by others. It is earned through one's own efforts. Those individuals today were willing to forsake their morals for money, bullying a few students. Who can guarantee that they won't become increasingly brazen in the future?" However, Chen Song refrained from voicing these thoughts. He understood that Su Jingru's perspective diverged significantly from his own. In other words, their paths were incompatible. Furthermore, he harbored no desire to persuade another on how they ought to think or act. He believed in following his heart, deeming it sufficient to be true to himself. Su Jingru appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Song's resolute rejection of an apology, and the assertiveness with which he delivered it caused her previously softened expression to harden once more. "Teacher Su, some matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. What you deem correct does not necessitate that others must also accept it as such. Moreover, what you consider right may, in fact, be fundamentally flawed, Chun Song remarked softly. Su Jingru was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the essence of Chun Song's words, and she furrowed her brow, asking, "What are you trying to say?" With a smile, Chun Song replied, "Have you ever inquired about what truly transpired on the boat?" Upon finishing his statement, he did not wait for Su Jingru to respond further. He turned on his heel and departed. Continuing the conversation seemed futile and unnecessary. He felt that this matter should rest here. Su Jingru's heart sank abruptly. Her lips parted slightly, leaving her standing there in a daze. Chapter 64. Hastening to conclude from beginning to end. Did you ever inquire about my perspective? The voice of Chun Song echoed incessantly in Su Jingru's mind. Indeed, throughout the entire conversation, she had been so preoccupied with her admonitions that she neglected to ascertain the true nature of the matter at hand. Now, confronted with Chun Song's pointed retort, she found herself rendered speechless. Only after all the students had boarded the bus did Su Jingru slowly make her way back, boarding a different vehicle from Chun Song, as several buses turned around to return. Once Chun Song settled into his seat, he realized that due to the influx of buses, none of the vehicles were filled to capacity. His bus, apart from a few classmates, was predominantly occupied by students from Class 7, none of whom he recognized. The atmosphere within the bus was notably tranquil, with only a handful engaged in hushed conversations, while the majority reclined in their seats, eyes closed in repose. Chun Song found this rather agreeable. At long last, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber during the journey. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a figure approached from behind and took a seat beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was a fair-skinned boy, Kai Tang, the guitarist from the previous night. Kai Tang offered an awkward smile, scratching the back of his head as he spoke. "Chun Song, pardon the interruption, but I have something I wish to discuss with you." "No worries, go ahead," Chun Song replied with a smile, finding Kai Tang's demeanor rather pleasant. His talent for guitar was commendable, and his amiable nature was evident from last night's performance, where he played without any complaints for the enjoyment of his classmates. "I would like to invite you to form a band with me. Your singing is exceptional, and with a bit more practice, you are bound to gain recognition," Kai Tang stated candidly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Chun Song was taken aback by such an invitation. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Kai, but I must decline. At present, I am not inclined to pursue that path." His aspirations did not extend towards a career as a singer. Singing was merely a casual interest rather than a genuine passion. Given his unique circumstances, he lacked any intention to develop in that direction and felt compelled to decline Kai Tang's proposal. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Kai Tang's face, yet he quickly masked it with a smile. "That's perfectly fine. After all, we are merely in high school. Perhaps in the future we might have the opportunity to collaborate." The two engaged in a brief exchange before concluding their conversation, with Kai Tang returning to his original seat, allowing Chun Song to resume his rest. As the bus made its way towards the city, the journey proceeded without incident. Everyone disembarked at the school gate, retrieving their belongings to head home. Upon stepping off the bus, Chun Song noticed Su Jingru glance at him from a distance. When their eyes met, she promptly averted her gaze. He thought little of it and bid farewell to his friends, Fatty and Huang Chang, before dragging his luggage homeward. Upon his arrival, his mother, delighted to see him, had prepared an extravagant feast, causing Chun Song to indulge until he was quite full. In the days that followed, he found himself contemplating his future plans. Initially intending to seek employment during the vacation to earn some money, Chen's father, however, forbade him, insisting that he focus on his studies during the brief holiday of just over 10 days. How much could he possibly earn from working? It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to acquire knowledge. Chun Song pondered this reasoning and found merit in it. Even if he sought a summer job, there was no guarantee he would be hired for such a short duration. After all, who would want to employ someone who only worked for a mere 10 days? Thus, he resolved to dedicate the remainder of his winter break to studying diligently. The following days passed in a monotonous haze. During the day, he immersed himself in the rigorous curriculum of his senior year, and at night, when his parents were asleep or absent, he stealthily donned his spider suit and slipped out through the balcony window. One evening, while his parents were engrossed in a television series, Chun Song accompanied them for a while before excusing himself under the pretense of studying. Once he locked his bedroom door, he donned the suit and leaped from the window, fueled by a new plan to enhance his abilities and encourage the spider tattoo on his wrist to sprout new limbs. Ordinary individuals could significantly improve their stamina and strength through consistent running and weightlifting, but Chun Song's physique did not tire easily. Therefore, he resolved to intensify his training regimen. While an average person might run a few kilometers, he could manage 20 or 30. Where others lifted a mere 10 kilograms, he would hoist over 100. After soaring between towering buildings, Chun Song landed on a deserted street and chose a direction, commencing a light jog. He regulated his breathing as he pressed forward. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. He felt no fatigue until he reached the 10th kilometer, when he noticed his breath becoming slightly more labored, yet he still did not feel tired. He estimated that, within a day, he could potentially run over 100 kilometers continuously, although this was merely a conjecture that required further testing. Tonight was not suitable, as he needed to return home early for a shower. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Chun Song, where are you?" came a female voice as soon as the call connected. Chun Song paused, recognizing it as Ji Shengnan's voice. He was taken aback. He had not shared his phone number with her. How did she acquire it? Without overthinking, he replied, "I'm at home." "What's up?" "I'm outside your house." "Come out for a moment," Ji Shengnan insisted. Chun Song was again taken aback. How did she know where he lived? "Are you joking? How do you know my address?" "I'm not joking. I asked someone for directions, and they provided me with your phone number." "Hurry up and come out." All right. Just wait a moment. I'm a bit busy." "I'll be right there," he replied, reluctantly turning back towards home. Ji Shengnan hesitated before asking in a peculiar tone, "What are you doing at home? Why are you panting?" "Oh, I was running. Exercising." Chun Song almost slipped by saying he was running but quickly corrected himself, realizing that he had already claimed to be at home. The phone line fell into silence. Chun Song furrowed his brow and glanced at his phone, checking for signal issues, only to find the signal was strong. He inquired, "Why are you silent? Are you talking on the phone while exercising? What kind of exercise are you doing?" Ji Shengnan's tone was peculiar. Chun Song was puzzled. Why would Ji Shengnan be interested in any form of exercise? Yet, he sensed a strange undertone in her voice, a mixture of surprise and perhaps even a hint of anger. "What's wrong?" Chun Song responded, quickening his pace home, his breath growing more labored. "You pervert. Hurry and finish up." Ji Shengnan's voice came through, tinged with a mild irritation, before abruptly cutting off with a sharp click. Chun Song was increasingly bewildered, wondering if Ji Shengnan's menstrual period had not yet concluded. How was it perverse to talk on the phone while engaging in physical activity? However, just as he was about to put his phone away, his body stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The combination of talking on the phone while exercising, along with his current breathlessness, and Ji Shengnan's remark about being a pervert and to finish quickly finally dawned on him. Chapter 65. The Qualified Comedian. A grave misunderstanding ensued. Chun Song shook his head silently, his wrist flicking to release a strand of webbing as he hurried homeward. Navigating through a few towering edifices, he slipped into the dilapidated dwellings of the urban village, quickly vanishing into the shadows. Upon returning to his room, he swiftly shed his spider suit and donned a casual outfit before hastily descending the stairs. His parents remained in the living room, engrossed in the television. As he burst forth, they had yet to utter a word before he had already dashed out the door. With a single leap, he bounded down several flights of stairs, reaching the ground floor to encounter a familiar figure standing outside, holding a bag. It was Ji Shengnan. "Quite prompt, aren't we? Here, your clothes are spotless," Ji Shengnan remarked playfully, handing over the bag with a teasing smile. Chun Song managed a wry smile, scratching his nose. At this moment, he found it difficult to offer any explanation. The more he explained, the more he tarnished his own image. Thus, he refrained from elaborating, accepting the bag with a composed demeanor and replying, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. I feared you might resent my intrusion upon your leisure," Ji Shengnan retorted with a smirk, her eyes audaciously scanning Chun Song from head to toe. Please, it's not as sordid as you imagine. I merely... Chen Song fell silent, realizing the futility of his defense. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jishinen waved her hand dismissively, saying, Enough, I understand. If you dare to engage in such antics while on the phone with me again, I shall have no qualms about putting you in your place. Consider yourself fortunate this time, given the favor of your clothes. Do you hear me? Chen Song rolled his eyes, feeling too lethargic even to defend himself. Come now, don't be shy. It's not as if you're unfamiliar with the ways of boys. Let us go grab a late-night snack, Ji Shangnan said, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Chen Song was taken aback, though the latter part of her statement piqued his curiosity. A late-night snack? At this hour? Indeed. Don't you owe me a meal? I happen to be craving spicy hot pot, Ji Shangnan replied, raising her wrist to indicate the time on her watch, emphasizing that it was indeed the hour for a late-night feast. Chen Song sighed in resignation. One must pay their debts in life. He resolved to refrain from casually agreeing to treat others in the future, though he was relieved that spicy hot pot was not exorbitantly priced. Yet, the mere mention of spicy hot pot reminded him of a humorous internet meme, an amusing story circulating online. Spicy hot pot? The kind that costs 6 yuan?
Shen Kong Kipid, Sporting a Michevos Green.
Ji Shangnan paused momentarily before recalling the meme, fixing him with a fierce glare. She clenched her fist and waved it in front of him, sneering, Are you itching for a reprimand? I consider you a friend.
Chen Kong Srut, Isapeta.
Yi.
I concede that you are indeed a competent comedian, but I genuinely did not mean to offend. It was all a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding? Let us go. Tonight, your wallet is in for a significant dent. Ji Shangnan laughed heartily, rising on her toes and playfully hooking her arm around Chen Song's shoulder, embodying the spirit of a carefree tomboy. Chen Song's heart raced as Ji Shangnan drew in so closely, oblivious to the prominent contours of her chest that collided against him, making it difficult for them to converse comfortably. Wait, I'll go get the money. After finally extricating herself from Ji Shangnan's grasp, Chen Song awkwardly dashed upstairs. Part of her urgency was to retrieve the money, while the other part was the need to explain her sudden disappearance to her parents. Returning late would undoubtedly cause them concern. Navigating through a couple of alleys, she arrived at a modest street food market, a setting typically found in urban villages. Though the surroundings appeared unrefined, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. It was the enticing aroma wafting through the air that had tempted Ji Shangnan to seek out Chen Kong. At this hour, the food market bustled with activity, yet the two managed to secure a table, ordering an array of dishes and awaiting the proprietor to prepare their meal. Once seated, conversation dwindled. Chen Song reflected on the days that had passed since their expedition to the deserted island, noting the absence of any news from the outside world. Coupled with Tang Yun's disappearance, the silence outside was unsettling, prompting her to ponder the developments. Considering Ji Shangnan's father was a police officer, she casually inquired, By the way, how is the situation regarding the deserted island? Has Tang Yun returned? I don't know, Ji Shangnan replied, shaking her head decisively without a moment's hesitation. Chen Song raised an eyebrow. She sensed that Ji Shangnan was withholding information. It was time to employ a clever tactic. Adopting a serious demeanor, he remarked, It seems I must pay a visit to the police station. As a responsible citizen, I cannot remain complicit in ignorance. I must assist the authorities, lest Tang Yun be in peril. Please, do you really care about Tang Yun's safety? Ji Shangnan rolled her eyes, seeing through Chen Song's feigned concern. If he genuinely cared, he would have visited the police station long ago. She recognized that he had only just thought of this matter and was asking out of casual curiosity. However, there was little to conceal from Chen Song regarding the situation. She had found his discretion over the events on the island commendable, leading her to trust him. With a hint of exasperation, she divulged, Teacher Su is actually the daughter of a prominent businessman. Both the Su and Tang families are investigating this matter, but they haven't sought police assistance. If I hadn't mentioned it to my father, the police would likely still be in the dark. Yet, it hardly makes a difference. Hardly makes a difference. Why do you say that?
Chen Kong Inquit, Injit.
They're not cooperating. My father and his team can't uncover much. It's infuriating. You have no idea how outrageous the Tang family is. They claim Tang Yun went on vacation and frequently calls back to assure them of his safety. Ji Xingnan exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Observing her demeanor, which bore a hint of youthful charm, Chun Song couldn't help but chuckle. He offered words of comfort. Oh well, let them be. Your father has done his utmost. Besides, Tang Yun isn't particularly worth saving. Those people wouldn't let him return alive. That cannot be. Those scoundrels ambushed me. I will eventually catch them and ensure they face justice, Ji Xingnan declared, slamming her hand on the table in indignation. This action immediately drew the attention of several tables nearby. Ji Xingnan, seemingly accustomed to the gaze of those around her, paid it no mind and boldly lifted the teacup from the table, tilting her head back to drink it all at once. However, as soon as the tea touched her lips, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Chan Song and, with a note of vigilance, inquired, how do you know that group will not allow Tang Yun to return alive? Chapter 66. Another rescue? Chun Song was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that his previous remarks had been somewhat inappropriate. He had instinctively expressed his thoughts without much consideration, and to his surprise, Ji Xingnan had keenly picked up on it. Such vigilance truly marked one as a capable officer. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Although he had previously advised the remaining wolves on the deserted island not to leave any survivors, he had merely suggested this rather than issuing a command. Ultimately, whether Tang Yun would meet his demise depended on the organization's intentions or perhaps those of the employer. Those individuals appeared so fierce and menacing. If Tang Yun were to return alive, would it not expose them? Chun Song feigned seriousness and retorted. Ji Xingnan shot him a glance, replying, that is merely your assumption. Those people are undoubtedly hired mercenaries. If they intended to silence him, they could have easily done so on the island without going to such lengths to abduct him clandestinely. Therefore, I suspect they will demand a ransom from the Tang family. Oh, I do not understand such matters anyway. I have little interest in what happens to someone like Tang Yun, Chun Song replied nonchalantly. Ji Xingnan did not wish to pursue the topic further and chose to remain silent. The two sat quietly for a while until their host served the cooked dishes. Chun Song hardly touched his food, while Ji Xingnan devoured it as if she had been starving for days, consuming nearly everything on the table.
Chen Kong Chuk, wow.
Eating so much at this late hour, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Gaining weight? That word has never frightened me in my life. Tomorrow, I will simply go for a run and it will all be gone. Besides, how can one have the energy to run if not well-fed?
Ji Xingnan retorted dismissively.
Then indulge yourself. Is it enough? If not, I can ask the owner for another portion. Chun Song regretted his words immediately. After all, he was the one treating tonight, and another order would mean more expenses. Fortunately, Ji Xingnan did not agree, instead giving him a withering glare. Do you think I am a pig? Chun Song was not offended. He laughed heartily, genuinely pleased that he wouldn't have to spend more. After finishing the last few pieces of meat, he rose to settle the bill, and the two made their way back along the same route, exchanging no words. As they walked, they encountered several couples on the street. At first, Chun Song and Ji Xingnan were indifferent, but as more couples passed by in silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. All right, I'm heading back. Ji Xingnan suddenly halted, seemingly unable to tolerate the tension. Chun Song nodded with a smile. Yes, but it's a bit late. Shall I walk you home? Walk me home? Who knows who would protect whom? Otherwise, I wouldn't need you to accompany me this far. Go on. If you're scared, just shout my name. Perhaps I will hear you, Ji Xingnan said impatiently, waving her hand before turning to leave. Chun Song was momentarily speechless. Then he smiled wryly, shaking his head inwardly. Indeed, who would protect whom remained uncertain. The journey thus far has been relatively devoid of peril. From a distance, Chan Song observed Ji Xingnan turning into a corner, soon hearing the sound of her fumbling with keys to unlock her car. In swift succession, the vehicle roared to life, and Chun Song noticed a police car lazily emerging from the corner, eventually drifting away. How imposing! Ji Xingnan even had the audacity to drive her father's police car. What rogue would dare to lay a finger on her? Chun Song chuckled leisurely as he made his way home. His parents, Chun Fu and Chen Mu, did not inquire further, assuming he merely met with a classmate to discuss trivial matters, never suspecting anything romantic, for they believed Chun Song to be quite sensible. unlikely to engage in early relationships. He, in turn, did not seek to burden himself with unnecessary troubles and simply stated, "I'm back," before retreating to his room. That night, he refrained from venturing out again. After a refreshing shower, he powered on his computer and logged into the forum once more. The thread he had initially posted about earning money as Spider-Man had long been buried, with no responses. Instead, an individual with the username Black Widow had sent him several private messages. "New materials have arrived, priced similarly to before. Are you interested in a custom order? Just sent out a set yesterday to someone in Huhai City. I initially thought it was you, but the size was clearly off." After reviewing the content of the two messages, Chun Song closed the dialog box, as he currently had no intention of purchasing a new suit and was devoid of funds. Moreover, the fact that someone else in Huhai City was acquiring Spider-Man suits was of no concern to him. In fact, it was advantageous, as it ensured that no one would easily trace the matter back to him. Bored, he perused a few more threads, preparing to close the web page when suddenly, a post caught his eye, causing his hand to pause over the mouse. "Spider-Man truly exists, right here in Huhai City with photographic evidence," was the title of the post. Without hesitation, he clicked on it, revealing content that stated, "Just a few days ago, outside a KTV, my buddy was attacked by Spider-Man and ensnared in webs. He captured a photo on his phone, and if you wish to see it, a reward of 100 yuan is required for the image." The post was solely text-based and did not display any images. Chun Song furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered that no photographs were taken that night. However, upon encountering this post, he began to question whether he had overlooked something at the time. Continuing to scroll down, he noticed a plethora of replies, most of which were rife with ridicule. "The poster is an idiot. This is such a lowbrow scam. Haha, if Spider-Man actually existed, it could only be me. Indeed, I can confirm that, for I am Iron Man. You two clowns above, I haven't even spoken yet, and you dare to prance about? Is there a wealthy benefactor willing to reward the poster so we can see the image and verify its authenticity?" The capabilities of Photoshop these days are truly frightening after reading these responses. Chun Song felt a wave of relief. Perhaps the individual was not only seeking to swindle money but also hoped to lure out the genuine Spider-Man. However, as he continued to scroll down, a particular reply ensnared his attention. The original poster's language is quite abrasive, exclaiming, "How dare you? I am the student who was bullied by your friends that night. Spider-Man was summoned by me. If you have the guts, come and challenge me. I will crush you with my wealth." Chun Song could easily discern the identity behind such a message, as it unmistakably bore the hallmarks of that chubby fellow. However, the individual had the audacity to adopt the moniker Carefree Young Master, and his profile picture was a blatant theft of a certain K-pop star, rendering it utterly unrecognizable and discordant with his true self. Upon inspecting the timestamp of the comment, it coincided precisely with around 10 o'clock last night. Chun Song shook his head with a wry smile and continued to scroll through the messages, only to discover that the poster had indeed replied to the chubby one, indicating that the matter had progressed further. "My friend managed to capture a photo of Spider-Man. If you wish to keep his identity concealed, you must bring money to purchase the photo." The chubby one responded, "Oh, is the image clear? How much?" "Exceedingly clear. The photo is stored on my phone. If you want it, you must buy the phone outright. The price is a flat 6,000. Let us meet at the KTV entrance tomorrow night at 10. With that, their exchange came to a close, and Chun Song's brow furrowed once more. The time mentioned for the meeting, 10 o'clock last night, was exactly the same as tonight at 10. Checking his phone, he noted that it was now precisely 10:30 in the evening. Just then, his phone vibrated suddenly, revealing a text message that read, "Brother Song, help, Sue Lauscher and I are being held by someone. They want tea, let us leave." Chapter 67. Seeking your company. The sudden text from Fatty left Chun Song in a state of bemusement. It seemed that his fears had materialized. Just moments after he had seen Fatty's reply post, expressing concern for his well-being, he now received a distress signal. However, what truly preoccupied Chun Song's mind was the mention of teacher Sue in Fatty's message. Why had Su Jingru also been captured? This perplexed him, for logically, upon her return, she should have arranged for bodyguards to ensure her safety. A couple of bodyguards would suffice to handle those ruffians. Or perhaps, The individuals behind the post were not the same thugs from before, but rather members of the organization known as the Remnant Wolves. All these conjectures were merely the product of Chun Song's unfounded speculations. He found no solid rationale to substantiate any of them. Consequently, he refrained from dwelling further on the matter, swiftly typing a response to inquire about Fatty's whereabouts. Yet, there was no reply. Setting his phone down, Chun Song resolved to don his spider suit first. However, as he reached for it, hesitation crept in. What if this truly was a ploy by the Remnant Wolves to test him? If he approached them in his spider attire, they could easily threaten Fatty and Su Jingru's lives, compelling him to remove his mask and leaving him entirely at their mercy. With this thought in mind, Chun Song relinquished the spider suit, opting instead to wear his regular clothes. He also packed a seldom-used tracksuit into his backpack, along with a mask and a hat. Once prepared, he opened the window and leaped out, swiftly launching a web to propel himself toward the KTV from his previous encounter. Having practiced extensively over the past few days, he had firmly grasped the technique of web gliding. During his flight, he attempted to call Fatty, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a dead phone. This sparked a flicker of dread within him, prompting him to dial Su Jingru's number, which yielded the same disconcerting result. Her phone was off as well. Who could be behind this? Furrowing his brow, Chun Song tucked his phone away and accelerated his pace toward the KTV. Soon, he found himself atop an old building near the KTV, removing his mask and hat to gain the best vantage point from the rooftop to survey the surroundings. To his surprise, there were no signs of an ambush. The only sounds drifting to his ears were the raucous revelries emanating from the various private rooms within the KTV. Chun Song's mind raced with anxiety now that both Fatty and Su Jingru were unreachable, leaving him unable to ascertain their exact locations. His decision to visit the KTV had been influenced by the post he had seen earlier. Wait a moment. The post. A spark of inspiration lit up his mind. He quickly retrieved his phone, logging onto the forum, registering a new account, and locating the post to reply. I have photos too. I initially thought Spider-Man was in High filming a movie and managed to sneak a few shots. I believe I even captured one of him changing. After sending the message, Chun Song stowed his phone and resumed his scrutiny of the KTV. Waiting for the post's author to take the bait was not a viable strategy. If they were offline at that moment, he could be left waiting until dawn. It was time to take the initiative. Shaking his head, he found a shadowy corner and began to descend along the wall slowly. He feigned a casual demeanor, blending into the KTV hall, beginning his search from the first private room. Upon entering, he encountered unfamiliar faces, only able to smile apologetically and claim he had taken a wrong turn. After searching nearly 10 rooms in this manner, Chun Song found himself still empty-handed. As he prepared to enter the next room, his phone in his pocket vibrated subtly. He quickly retrieved it, discovering a message from the original poster, requesting him to share the photographs, while also inquiring about his whereabouts. Chun Song finally exhaled in relief, a faint smile gracing his lips as he discreetly slipped into the restroom, shutting the door behind him. He then typed a message, "Your photos can fetch a price. Why would I share them? I live nearby, and the photographs are undoubtedly authentic." Moments later, the individual replied promptly, "Bro, let's make some money together. I'm also near the KTV. How about we grab a drink and you sell me the photos?" "Buy my photos? Is this for real? Where shall we meet?" Chun Song responded with 3 questions, striving to feign astonishment. However, after sending the message, he was met with silence from the other end. Growing impatient in the restroom, he could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. His keen senses, already sharper than the average person's, warned him that lingering would soon leave him lightheaded. Thus, he pocketed his phone and exited. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, he encountered 2 young individuals, both engrossed in their phones, their crimson-dyed hair signaling a defiant style. Chun Song paid little mind, politely sidestepping them. Yet, mere steps away, their hushed conversation captured his attention, despite their soft tones. He heard them distinctly. "Haha, this fool is asking where we should meet. Seems he's desperate for cash. Have you tracked his location?" The girl initially laughed heartily, then swiftly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. The red-haired boy, still fixated on his phone, responded impatiently, "What is the rush? You reply to him and buy us some time." So far, I can only confirm he's in Huhai City, but we need to wait for more specifics. What kind of pace is this? The boss is awaiting our updates. Otherwise, let us just invite him to the KTV. He's clearly a homebody, not too bright. We can concoct an excuse and lead him to the boss, just like we did with that chubby guy. Yeah, right. The boss is probably busy with that guy's teacher in a hotel room. He just called, urging us to clarify that person's address first to prevent impersonation. Hurry and reply to that fool. Extract his address if you can. Such a hassle. The red-haired girl muttered in dissatisfaction, returning her focus to her phone. Chun Song, concealed in the corridor, absorbed every word of their exchange. Shortly after, his phone vibrated once more, and upon checking, he found a new reply to the post. Of course it's genuine. What price are you considering? Also, where exactly do you reside? I just finished singing and am wandering outside. Shall we meet downstairs? Ah, the quest for elusive truths continues. As he gazed at the line of text on his mobile screen, a fleeting smirk crossed Chun Song's face. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he swiftly made his way to the restroom on the opposite side, shut the door behind him, and changed into a different set of clothes. He then donned a hat and a mask, and with a deft flick of his wrist, a web of silk enveloped his entire backpack, soaring up to the ceiling and adhering to a rather inconspicuous spot. Almost simultaneously, he turned and exited the restroom, his fingers dancing across the screen of his phone. By the time he returned to the vicinity of the red-haired couple, he had just pressed the reply button, and a few words sprang forth in the thread. I, this foolish hat, have come to play with you. Chapter 68. Lean forward once Chun Song pressed the reply button. The smartphone in the hands of the red-haired woman emitted a notification sound almost instantly. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Oh, this fool responds quite swiftly. Let me see." However, before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze, her previous smile transforming into one of sheer terror as her pupils dilated in shock, evidently due to the message Chun Song had sent her. The red-haired man beside her seemed to sense that something was amiss as he looked up with a furrowed brow and inquired, "What's wrong? Seen a ghost?" Without uttering another word, the woman turned her phone screen towards him, her eyes darting anxiously as she exclaimed, "We've been tricked. He knows our location and has been eavesdropping on our conversation." Upon hearing this, the man immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, rushing towards the restroom while shouting, "Quick! Throw away your phone and run." The red-haired woman nodded hurriedly, turning to dash into the ladies' room. Yet, just as she took her first step, a sudden force tugged at her from behind. Instinctively, she turned around to see a man in a hat and mask rushing towards her. Indeed, he was not merely running. He was swooping in, and in that fleeting moment, the woman noticed a thin thread in the masked man's hand, connected to her back. As he approached, it felt as though she were a prey ensnared by a giant spider, with the thread being pulled taut, rendering her utterly helpless, even forgetting to scream for help. "What are you standing there for?" At that moment, the sound of flushing echoed from the restroom as the red-haired man flushed his phone down the toilet. Turning around, he saw the woman frozen in place and could not help but curse under his breath. Suddenly, a figure burst around the corner, and before he could react, he heard the woman's startled cry, and he too was pulled by an inexplicable force. Bang! Both were thrown to the ground, their backs colliding painfully, gasping for breath, yet remaining oblivious to what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Chun Song remained silent, slowly closing the restroom door. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he released the thread, which instantly secured the door lock, sealing it tight. The restroom fell into an eerie calm. The red-haired couple stood speechless, their faces painted with disbelief, even forgetting their pain. You! The red-haired man stared wide-eyed, pointing at Chun Song, instinctively retreating, unable to utter a complete sentence. They could hardly fathom that Spider-Man was indeed real. Previously, when their employer had hired them to investigate Spider-Man, they had laughed, secretly mocking their boss for being foolish enough to pursue such a fantastical figure. Yet, they never anticipated that just as they thought they could easily profit from this job, the very Spider-Man they sought had come knocking at their door. Chun Song cast a nonchalant glance at the pair, lowering his voice as he asked, "What's the matter? All this commotion, was it not to draw me out?" Now that I am here, where is the item? What item? The red-haired man stammered, completely bewildered, unsure of what Chun Song was demanding. The red-haired woman reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "No. It has nothing to do with us. We were hired to investigate you. That student was just taken away by someone, and we heard he was being sent to Boss Lee's hotel. If you take a taxi there now, you will surely catch up with them." "What student and teacher?" Chun Song's voice deepened once more, his eyes narrowing slightly as he shook his head, saying, "I merely wish to retrieve the photos that were taken, or perhaps silence anyone who knows." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired duo turned pale with fright. They could not believe that the person before them was as righteous as Spider-Man in the movies. The man stammered, "This is what Boss Lee instructed us to do. He doesn't even have the photos, he just wants to draw you out. We are powerless in this situation. Even if he doesn't pay us, we dare not defy him. Please spare us." The red-haired man, disregarding all bravado, burst into tears. It was simply a matter of life and death. If they were truly silenced, they would be wronged beyond measure. Who is Boss Lee?
Chen Kong in quick in die phone.
In truth, he felt quite confident about the matter of the photographs. The operation that night had been so swift that even the chubby man and his companions had not had time to take any pictures. Those ruffians had been thoroughly taught a lesson, leaving no chance for any evidence to be captured. However, he intentionally directed the conversation towards the photos while simultaneously seeking information about Boss Lee, intending to obscure any connection to the chubby man and Su Jingru, even feigning indifference towards their circumstances, leading the red-haired pair to mistakenly believe that he was solely there for the photographs, rather than to rescue someone. Of course, by inquiring about Boss Lee, he would also uncover the hotels under his name. Otherwise, asking these two directly might raise suspicions. His name is Li Fuan, a businessman from Huhai City. This KTV belongs to him, and he also owns a 5-star hotel and 2 large companies. One of the individuals you encountered at the KTV last time was the brother of his mistress. After hearing about Spider-Man, he decided to find you, which is why he started posting, leading to the capture of a student, however. The red-haired man hesitated slightly at this point. "Continue," Chun Song said coldly. The red-haired man swallowed hard and resumed. "While we were pursuing that student, he ran into the women's restroom, where he was seen by a female teacher who was just about to exit. So we had no choice but to take both of them." "Aha! Forcibly taking 2 people from here without anyone noticing? Are you serious?"
Chen Kong Scott Conley.
The red-haired man forced a bitter smile and replied, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This place originally belonged to Boss Lee. The restroom has a back door that leads directly outside. However, it is not this restroom, but the one on the other side. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see." "No need, I am not interested. Since you cannot produce the photos, I suppose this is goodbye." Chun Song shook his head, flicking his wrist to release a web that adhered to a nearby mop, drawing it into his hand as he slowly approached the two. The red-haired pair was terrified, their minds racing, not even considering whether a mop could be lethal. They were both frightened and felt wronged. With a quivering voice, they pleaded, "Please, we will keep your identity confidential. Spare us. I may spare your lives, but on one condition." Chun Song raised a finger and declared, "Go to the police station and confess," revealing Li Fuan. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man and woman widened their eyes in unison. To them, this was indeed a path to certain doom. Exposing Li Fuan would render their survival impossible. Without waiting for their response, Chun Song continued, "Perhaps it is better to let you perish. A swift end is preferable. Otherwise, should you find yourselves in prison, you would inevitably encounter Li Fuan, who would ensure you face severe retribution. Now, come forward. Do not be deceived by the absence of sharp edges on this mop, for it is more than capable of piercing your skull swiftly." Chapter 69. Are you Spider-Man? Upon hearing Chun Song's words, the faces of the red-haired man and woman turned ashen. Stabbing someone in the head with a mop? Do you think you're a god? Well, fine, you're Spider-Man. That's impressive, but that mop looks rather dull. What if it doesn't do the job in one go? Wouldn't they have to endure several more stabs before succumbing? What have we done to deserve such torment? Is being a hacker this miserable? The two stood frozen, gazing at the mop raised before them. The red-haired man swallowed hard and shouted, "We choose to surrender." In that moment, he dared not gamble with his life. From his perspective, this individual possessed the extraordinary abilities of Spider-Man and might genuinely resort to lethal force to keep things under wraps. Compared to the confines of a prison cell and settling scores with Boss Lee, he would rather opt for the former. At least in prison, there might be a glimmer of hope. Chun Song weighed the mop in his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Are you certain about surrendering?" "Yes. We will certainly comply with your instructions," the red-haired woman replied, nodding fervently. "Very well. Then I shall seek retribution from Li Fuan. You have 1 minute to provide me with his exact whereabouts." Chun Song tossed aside the mop and spoke nonchalantly. "And no need to investigate. I know where he is. He's in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Fortune International Hotel. We met him there before," the red-haired man stammered. "Remember, this is your only chance to surrender." Chun Song nodded, then turned to rip the webs from the door lock and departed. The red-haired couple exchanged glances, both reading the fear in each other's eyes, comprehending Chun Song's final warning. Their opportunity to surrender was singular. If they fled and were caught again, there would be no second chances. Thus, they remained in the restroom, dazed, until someone entered and remarked on their madness. It jolted them back to reality, and they hurriedly got to their feet, making their way to the police station. After retrieving his backpack and leaving the KTV, Chun Song took a moment to search for information on Li Fuan online. Discovering that he was indeed the owner of the Fortune International Hotel in Huai City, the red-haired man had spoken the truth. Without further hesitation, he swiftly made his way to the hotel. As for whether the two would surrender, Chun Song was indifferent. His sole objective was to rescue someone. All his actions were merely a guise to conceal the connection between Su Jingru, the chubby man, and himself from prying eyes. Braving the chill of the night breeze, Chun Song dashed past towering skyscrapers, his mind preoccupied with thoughts beyond the enchanting city lights. Moments later, he arrived at the Fortune International Hotel, landing directly on the glass facade of the high-rise and swiftly beginning his ascent. Unaware of the presidential suite's exact location on the top floor, he focused his hearing while perched outside, attempting to catch any sound from Su Jingru or the chubby man. Meanwhile, within a luxurious suite, the chubby man lay bound and thrown to the floor, while a middle-aged man in a tailored suit lounged on the sofa, his girth surpassing that of the chubby man by several sizes. His beady eyes fixated intently on Su Jingru beside him. Su Jingru found her hands and feet bound, yet her treatment was somewhat better than that of the overweight man, as she was at least thrown onto the sofa. However, when she gazed into the eyes of the middle-aged, rotund man, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over her. In truth, she was acquainted with Li Fuan, and the hefty man knew him too. Both had conducted business dealings with their families. Regrettably, neither had ever intervened in their family's enterprises, and thus, Li Fuan failed to recognize their identities. Currently, both their mouths were sealed shut, leaving them no opportunity to speak. Li Fuan, on the other hand, exhibited a remarkable patience, savoring the sight of Su Jingru's graceful and alluring figure as if contemplating and observing his quarry that was now within his grasp. "Ah, my dear beauty, do not regard me with such fearful eyes. I assure you, I am rather gentle in this regard. I have encountered many models and students, but never have I come across such a stunning teacher. There is no need for alarm. Once we conclude, you shall receive a satisfactory payment," Li Fuan remarked with a sly smile, his already small eyes narrowing further, nearly reduced to mere slits. Yet even through that narrow opening, a glint of cold menace could be discerned. His rise to power was a testament to his ruthlessness. At that moment, the hefty man on the ground struggled slightly. Despite his mouth being gagged, it was evident he had just uttered some profanities. Li Fuan displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Seeing how beautiful your teacher is, I can only imagine how often you students have fantasized about her. Why don't we treat you to a live performance with your teacher today?" With that, he abruptly rose from the sofa and strode toward Su Jingru. Her expression transformed in an instant, filled with terror and anxiety. She had merely come to the KTV to scout for news regarding Spider-Man but never anticipated encountering her own students, only to be silenced and captured. To make matters worse, her captor was Li Fuan, Although she had heard her family mention business dealings with him, he did not recognize her, leaving her engulfed in a sense of helplessness and despair. Facing imminent danger of losing her dignity, particularly in front of her students, she could not help but struggle, attempting to kick Li Fuan away with all her might, her mind inexplicably drifting to the image of that enigmatic Spider-Man. "Fear not. I shall ensure your pleasure shortly," Li Fuan said, his imposing figure unfazed by Su Jingru's futile attempts to break free. He swiftly seized her limbs, leaning in closer to inhale her scent deeply.
Ah, delightful.
He exclaimed, intoxicated by her aroma, before opening his mouth as if to kiss her. Suddenly, a muffled thud interrupted Li Fuan's advance. Turning to look, he saw the overweight student still sprawled on the ground, albeit in a rather peculiar position, with his backside pointed directly at him.
Li Fuan froze momentarily,
followed by an overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses. His expression shifted instantly as he leapt back. Connecting the dots to the earlier noise, this portly student had audaciously farted in his direction. Su Jingru lay on the sofa, still shaken, but the foul odor from the student nearly caused her to faint. "Humph, ungrateful wretch, you dare to compel me this way." Li Fuan waved his hand dismissively at the air, his expression darkening. With a cold snort, he approached the hefty individual and raised his foot, aiming a kick directly at him. The stout man, quick on the ground, twisted his body in an attempt to evade the blow, yet still felt the brush of the shoe, causing his clothing to ride up slightly. In that fleeting moment, while Li Fuan intended to deliver a second kick, he abruptly halted, staring in astonishment at the portly figure beneath him, exclaiming, You are that Spider-Man?" On the sofa, Su Jingru's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, turning her gaze toward the stout man. Indeed, beneath the lifted outer garment, the black spandex suit was revealed, adorned with striking silver web patterns that were impossible to overlook. Chapter 70. Madness. The stout fellow stood in utter disbelief, eyes wide open. His admiration for Spider-Man had driven him to considerable lengths to discover a forum dedicated to the hero, where he learned of exquisite Spider-Man costumes being crafted. Consequently, he invested a substantial sum to acquire one, wearing it for 2 consecutive days. This Spider-Man suit seemed to imbue him with remarkable courage. Just yesterday, upon encountering a provocative post on the forum, he felt a surge of anger and boldly decided to confront the situation alone, only to find himself bound and at the mercy of his captors. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn when his outer garment was inadvertently lifted, leading Li Fuan to mistakenly identify him as the superhero. His mind raced with the possibility of leveraging this misunderstanding to his advantage, and he boldly snorted, fixing a confident gaze upon Li Fuan. Li Fuan, momentarily taken aback, soon wore a peculiar expression, followed by a sardonic smile. "I never imagined Spider-Man would be so easily captured. How disappointing. I genuinely believed there were extraordinary beings among us. It seems you are merely an ordinary individual." With that, he raised his foot and placed it directly on the stout man's chest, looking down at him with a cold sneer. "Aren't you Spider-Man? Come on, let us see how you plan to save yourself." The stout man struggled, emitting muffled sounds, but all that escaped his lips were incoherent whimpers. Li Fuan rubbed his nose, self-deprecatingly remarking, "How foolish of me to believe those dim-witted subordinates. Regardless, tonight hasn't been a total loss. I unexpectedly gained this little beauty." His attention then shifted to Su Jingru, who stood nearby. At that moment, Su Jingru's mind was a blank slate. Initially, she was taken aback by the sight of the stout man in the Spider-Man costume, but it didn't take long for her to realize something was amiss. The disparity in physique between the stout man and Spider-Man was glaringly evident, not to mention the height difference. She had once encountered the true Spider-Man up close. Despite the darkness of that night, she distinctly remembered the slender figure towering over her by 2 heads, making it impossible for this man to be him. However, as Li Fuan's gaze returned to her, her heart raced with anxiety, inducing a wave of nausea. Earlier, when Li Fuan had leaned in close, she had nearly been overwhelmed by the greasy sheen of his face and the foul odor emanating from his mouth. Meanwhile, the stout man was thrashing wildly on the ground, kicking his legs as if attempting to strike Li Fuan. Li Fuan glanced back with a look of disdain and remarked mockingly, "Poor fool. What do you know of being Spider-Man without any real substance? You wish to speak, do you? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity." With a swift motion, he ripped off the tape binding the stout man's mouth. The stout man could not suppress a pained cry, his features contorting in agony. Yet, he quickly suppressed the pain and glared at Li Fuan, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Damn it, Li Fuan, my father is Zhao Kuan-yu. If you dare lay a finger on me tonight, my father will not let you go." "Zhao's son? You are the offspring of Zhao Kuan-yu?" Li Fuan exclaimed, taken aback. The student was, in fact, the son of one of his business partners. The overweight man seemed to feel that his name alone could not intimidate Li Fuan. He glanced at Su Jingru, who was seated on the sofa, and then said, "We also have our teacher, who is a member of the Su family. You should be aware of how many Su families there are in Huhai City." "The Su family?" This time, Li Fuan's voice rose several octaves, astonishment flickering in his gaze as he looked at Su Jingru. Su Jingru regained her composure, even feeling a sense of relief. She had long wished to reveal her identity but had been unable to voice it. Now, with the overweight man speaking on her behalf, she thought that Li Fuan would surely show some caution. However, Li Fuan's reaction far exceeded their expectations. After the initial shock, a wave of ecstatic joy surged in his eyes, a manic grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "The Su family? Ha! Members of the Su family." Both the overweight man and Su Jingru were momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. "What a magnificent Su family! Fate has been kind to me, Li Fuan. Ha! When the time comes for action, I will capture your image and record a video. From then on, the Su family will have to curry favor with me and shower me with gifts." Li Fuan laughed heartily, his gaze towards Su Jingru growing increasingly animated. Li Fuan, don't do anything reckless." The overweight man panicked, completely losing his bravado. If he dared to treat Su Jingru this way, Li Fuan might very well silence him to ensure secrecy. It was evident that Li Fuan had a history of violence, viewing murder with utter indifference. "Hey, don't rush. You won to be left out. That old dog Zhao from your family has swindled me in business more than once. This time, I will repay him with a grand gift." Li Fuan sneered coldly at the overweight man. He then turned and swiftly walked towards a room, as if to retrieve something. The overweight man could no longer remain still, struggling desperately to free himself from the ropes binding him, but his girth made it impossible for him to reach his mouth with his hands. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, as if something had fallen against them. Su Jingru and the overweight man instinctively turned to look, only to see a figure clad in sportswear and a mask, pressed against the glass facade, their dark, inky eyes coldly scanning the interior. Under normal circumstances, people would have instinctively thought they were witnessing a ghost or perhaps someone dangling from wires, considering this was the top floor of a hotel. However, in that moment, the overweight man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "SP? Spider-Man?" Even though the figure was not donned in the iconic spider suit, only Spider-Man could cling to the glass of such a towering structure with bare hands. Su Jingru, her mouth sealed, also widened her eyes in astonishment. The thought of a person scaling such a height was indeed terrifying. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt that the shadow outside seemed vaguely familiar. Despite the mask and hat, those eyes bore a striking resemblance to someone she thought she had seen before. At that moment, Li Fuan emerged from the room, holding a DVD and a bottle of red wine, a black handgun strapped to his waist, and approached the hall with uncontainable excitement. As he took a few steps, his body abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to an unexpected silhouette outside the window, startling him profoundly. With a resounding crash, the exquisite red wine in his hand slipped and shattered on the floor. "Li Fuan, let me be honest with you, I am no Spider-Man. That person outside is. Today, you are doomed." "Ha ha!" The rotund figure turned his head, seemingly reassured, and burst into a fit of gloating laughter. Damn it! Whether out of shock or anger at the rotund man's words, Li Fuan's fury ignited instantaneously. He drew his handgun from his waist and aimed it at the shadow outside, pulling the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The rotund man and Su Jingru's expressions drastically changed as they shouted in warning to the figure outside. Be careful!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The series of deafening shots drowned out their cries, and the sturdy glass facade was punctured with several bullet holes. Yet the figure outside had vanished without a trace. Masquerading as a ghost. I could down you with a single shot. Li Fuan sneered, steadily approaching the floor-to-ceiling window with his firearm in hand. He felt an overwhelming confidence, convinced that his shots had found their mark. Not only he, but both the rotund man and Su Jingru had witnessed the figure executing multiple evasive maneuvers in an instant, only to ultimately plummet from the glass window, chilling their hearts. Still clinging to the notion of a Spider-Man, Li Fuan, gripping his handgun, erupted into wild laughter, his excitement palpable. A closer observation would reveal a trace of white powder lingering on his nose, suggesting he had recently inhaled some illicit substance. Alas, his laughter was short-lived, interrupted by a muffled sound from outside. A single strand of webbing ascended steadily, adhering to the glass facade, shimmering brilliantly under the light. I have noted everyone's opinions. Su Jingru's identity is not that of a teacher, and I can only divulge this small detail. As for who the female lead is, you cannot guess yet. Haha. Additionally, regarding updates, please refrain from urging me. I am truly trying my best. I have been exceedingly busy, and maintaining a consistent update schedule is my utmost effort. After a grueling day at work, I feel utterly exhausted. However, today being Sunday, I will strive to deliver 2 updates in gratitude to you all. Once my schedule eases, I will resume regular updates. Lastly, I extend my thanks to those who have offered their support. It is your generosity and the recommendations of fellow readers that fuel my motivation to prepare the second chapter today. Thank you all. Chapter 71. I hear you are looking for me within the suite. The expressions of the 3 individuals varied. Su Jingru and the rotund man displayed joy and excitement, whereas Li Fuan's eyes widened in shock, as he suddenly realized that this Spider-Man seemed to be genuine. However, before he could utter a word, Chun Song had already leaped onto the glass window, his feet firmly planted upon it, and with a clenched fist, he struck the glass fiercely. Bang! Cracks appeared on the sturdy tempered glass, with several bullet holes rendering it more fragile than before, saving Chun Song considerable effort. Bang! He clenched his fist again and struck down once more. This time, the entire pane shattered with a resounding crash, cascading into the suite. Without hesitation, Chun Song's figure flashed, darting into the suite before Li Fuan could react and draw his weapon. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist in midair, sending a strand of webbing hurtling towards Li Fuan. The entire movement was fluid and seamless, devoid of any superfluous actions. The webbing tightly ensnared Li Fuan's gun-wielding hand as well as his neck. It appeared as though an injured arm was draped around his neck, making it exceedingly difficult for him to pull the trigger, let alone aim accurately. Chun Song opted not to blindfold him, fearing that Li Fuan might fire recklessly within the suite. Although the room was spacious, there was no guarantee that Su Jingru or the rotund man would not be harmed. Thus the first step was to restrict Li Fuan's movements. Following this, Chun Song leapt from the ground, once again casting a strand of webbing, which landed with a sharp slap across Li Fuan's face, delivering a blow akin to a stinging slap. Bang! Chun Song swiftly closed the distance, snatching the handgun from Li Fuan, then kicked him down to the ground, and with a few flicks of his wrist, the webbing bound him tightly to the floor. This scene left Su Jingru and the rotund man in a state of astonishment. In under 30 seconds, from Chun Song's entry, everything unfolded so rapidly that the very Li Fuan before them had been subdued in such a manner. Chun Song, however, paid no heed to Su Jingru and the rotund man, treating them as strangers. Crouching before Li Fuan with the handgun aimed directly at his temple, he lowered his voice, coldly stating, "I hear you are looking for me?" Li Fuan was utterly bewildered. The somber tone resonated in his ears like the voice of death itself. Initially, when he had heard his subordinates mention a Spider-Man, he had been skeptical, yet ultimately succumbed to the temptation of extraordinary abilities, deciding to investigate further. However, after capturing the rotund man, he unexpectedly acquired Su Jingru, contemplating some immediate gratification. Yet, the unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations. Su Jingru turned out to be from the Su family, leading him to devise a new scheme to leverage her as a means to threaten the Su family. Just as he had cast aside thoughts of Spider-Man, believing he was on the path to ascension, Spider-Man arrived, thoroughly unsettling him. Scaling buildings with bare hands, dodging bullets, shattering tempered glass, and wielding webbing. All of it left him bewildered, his mind a blank slate. But when the cold muzzle of his own handgun pressed against his temple, it sent a shiver down his spine, snapping him back to reality. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. I merely wished to befriend you. Even though Li Fuan often walked on the edge of a knife, he could not help but feel a pang of trepidation at this moment. Chun Song's displayed abilities utterly subverted his understanding. With a cold laugh, Chun Song remarked, "A misunderstanding? Is shooting at me also a misunderstanding?" I was startled by your sudden appearance, momentarily confused. Li Fuan hurriedly attempted to explain, striving to maintain his composure. Chun Song, however, was in no mood to listen to his rambling. His gaze swept over the bound figure of the plump man and Su Jingru, shaking his head with a smirk. "It seems I have interrupted your enjoyment."
Spider-Man.
"Do you remember me? Last time at the KTV, you saved us," the plump man exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, as if he were beholding his idol. Chun Song was reluctant to reveal any traces of recognition before Li Fuan. He cast a cursory glance at the plump man and coldly retorted, "Those fools disturbed my slumber. What makes you think you are worthy of my intervention?" The plump man was momentarily speechless, clearly taken aback by the indifference and arrogance of the Spider-Man before him. His fervent heart felt as if it had been doused with icy water, extinguishing his excitement. Su Jingru wore a complex expression. She wished to say something, yet her mouth was sealed, leaving her to observe silently. Li Fuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He discerned that this Spider-Man's presence was a consequence of his own actions in seeking help, rather than a rescue mission. "Brother, it truly is a misunderstanding. You must find this woman quite appealing, and if you don't mind, please take her. I swear I have not touched her." Li Fuan whispered to Chun Song while crouched on the ground. Bang! Chun Song struck the back of Li Fuan's head with the butt of his gun, sneering, "What? Do you think I am as infatuated as you? A person like you is unworthy of calling me brother? Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. It was my mistake. I spoke thoughtlessly," Li Fuan lamented, on the verge of tears, yet he dared not show anger. "Enough of this. There's no need to waste more time. Farewell." Chun Song spoke firmly, once more pressing the gun against Li Fuan's head, poised to pull the trigger.
Li Fuan, instantly terrified, screamed, "No, no.
"Spare my life. I have money, I have plenty of it. Whatever amount you desire I shall provide." "Oh, money?"
Chen Kong Pao Set, Semin Gili In Chit.
Li Fuan, drenched in cold sweat, seized upon Chun Song's words as if they were a lifeline, hastily replying, "Yes, money. Just say the word, and I will give it all to you." "I only accept cash," Chun Song replied with a faint smile. "Not a problem. Let me make a call. I can bring 200. No, 3 million in cash immediately. 3 million. Is your life truly worth so little?" Chun Song pressed the gun back against Li Fuan's head once more. Li Fuan was genuinely in tears. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. In his youth, he had indeed played the fool, but he never imagined he would have to do so again now. "I can only gather 3 million in cash. The banks are closed now. If you are not in a hurry, I can bring it to you tomorrow," Li Fuan pleaded. "I have no time to wait." "Make your call," Chun Song stated, no longer pressing the matter, nodding as he tore the webbing off Li Fuan and effortlessly lifted him from the ground, the weight of over 200 pounds suspended in mid-air. Li Fuan was once again taken aback, swallowing hard with great difficulty, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and pressed the dial key. He was unwilling to engage in any tricks. 3 million was trivial for him. If it weren't for the fact that no banks were open at that moment, he would have readily offered 10 or 20 million, desperately seeking a chance to save his life. Soon, the call connected. It was his assistant's number. He spoke succinctly and purposefully, instructing her to bring 3 million in cash without delay. Chun Song listened intently, noting that the assistant on the other end was a woman. Upon receiving the command, She promptly acknowledged that she would fetch the money. Everything proceeded smoothly. Li Fuan hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face as he explained, "It's quite normal for me to withdraw 1 or 2 million when gambling. She won't suspect a thing. It will be here shortly, rest assured." "Very well, make another call," Chun Song said in a low voice, his tone indifferent. "To whom should I call?" Li Fuan asked, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 72. A Great Harvest Police. Chun Song's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. Li Fuan was momentarily stunned. How could he, having forked out 3 million, be handed over to the police? Naturally, such inner grievances were far too perilous to voice. With a forced smile and an awkward demeanor, he stammered, "Master, are you jesting with me? Ha, why not let me down so I can fetch a bottle of wine, and we can. Enough talk. 3 million may buy your life, but it cannot purchase your freedom. Besides, don't you see that I am doing you a favor?" As Chun Song spoke, his gaze subtly drifted towards Su Jingru and the hefty student behind him, as if hinting at something to Li Fuan. Upon hearing this, Li Fuan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this individual was likely to let the Su family and the rotund student escape, leaving him to confront the wrath of both the Su family and Zhao Kuan-yu. Given his current standing, how could he possibly evade the vengeance of these two families? Unless he fled tonight. Yet, would this man truly allow him to escape? Li Fuan's eyes, the size of beans, turned towards Chun Song, and a pitiful, pleading look enveloped his features as he lamented, "Master, please spare me. I will leave tonight, head abroad, and will never return." "Ah, that is indeed a suggestion, but 3 million is insufficient," Chun Song replied, his tone laced with amusement. 10 million, 20 million. Anything you desire, just allow me to leave. I assure you the funds will reach your account by tomorrow. Cash is also an option." Li Fuan bit his lip and solemnly promised. "I am only available tonight." Chun Song shook his head, clearly distrustful of Li Fuan and lacking the patience to wait for the morrow. His objective was to send Li Fuan to prison. Only within those confines, coupled with the pressure from the Su family and the hefty student's father, would this man be rendered incapable of rising again. Upon hearing Chun Song's response, Li Fuan's spirit nearly shattered. To gather 3 million in one night was already a monumental feat even if he sought to borrow funds. He could likely only muster another 2 million in cash, a sum he feared would not suffice to sway the man before him. "Shall I make a call? Or perhaps I should just put a bullet in your head, relieving you of your concerns?" Chun Song's eyes narrowed slightly, unwilling to squander more time. Li Fuan trembled. At this moment, he realized his options had reached their limit. The other man's words had decisively cut off any potential escape routes. He was left with two choices: languish in prison or face death. Had this been decades prior, he might have chosen death without hesitation. But now he had lost that courage. He neither desired to die nor dared to. Chun Song did not rush him, nor did he show any pity. A hero in their twilight must be prepared for such a day, and Li Fuan hardly qualified as a hero. Had he not arrived today or received the warning, Su Jingru would have been directly harmed, and the hefty student might have faced silencing. Such deeds were well within Li Fuan's capacity. Ultimately, sending him to the police station stemmed from Chun Song's reluctance to stain his hands with blood. At last, there was a knock at the suite's door. It was Li Fuan's assistant delivering the money. Chun Song released him, gesturing for him to open the door and retrieve the funds. Li Fuan appeared to have aged significantly, his back hunched as he slowly opened a crack in the door, his figure obscuring everything within the room. He silently accepted the box handed to him by his assistant. "Brother Li, is your luck not good tonight?" came the assistant's voice from outside. Li Fuan offered a wry smile and replied, "Indeed, just head back." With that, he slammed the door shut, placing the two heavy suitcases before Chun Kong. The weighty boxes were filled to the brim with cash. 3 million. Even Chun Song, who had been maintaining his composure, couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing that just moments ago he had been fretting over how to make money, only to find himself suddenly in possession of 3 million after tonight's events. Takes a villain to deal with a villain. This thought echoed in Chun Song's mind. He did not see himself as a force of justice. At least, the true Spider-Man in films would not accept such money. That Spider-Man was the epitome of altruism. Chun Song, however, accepted his limitations. He was merely human and needed money to ensure a better life for those around him. With a swift motion, 2 strands of web shot out, quickly adhering to the suitcases. In one quick tug, the 2 boxes were bound together and returned to Chun Song's grasp. Li Fuan let out a sigh, retrieving his phone and dialing the 3 digits 110. He chose to report himself to the authorities. Meanwhile, the red-haired couple who had arrived at the police station ahead of him had already revealed his identity. The police were en route, and within 2 minutes of receiving the self-reporting call, they knocked on the door. Chun Song smiled nonchalantly, slipping out of the window with the suitcases, never casting a glance at the overweight man or Su Jingru, maintaining the demeanor of a stranger. Just a moment after his departure, the police instructed the waiter to open the door and swiftly subdued Li Fuan, freeing Su Jingru and the overweight man. Their emotions were a tangled web. After this night, they could no longer view the Spider-Man as merely a heroic figure. Despite having saved them repeatedly, they found it difficult to harbor negative feelings, beginning to understand that this Spider-Man was not the selfless hero they had imagined. In the aftermath, Chun Song did not concern himself with the unfolding events. He returned home with the money, arousing no suspicion, swiftly hiding the suitcases before changing his clothes and lying down to reflect on the day's occurrences and evaluate whether there were any flaws in his actions, vowing to remember and improve upon them in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, he was gradually evolving through these unexpected events, undergoing a subtle transformation. He could not be the entirely righteous Spider-Man, but he could embody a rebellious version of the character, both virtuous and nefarious, a dark-clad spider. The next day, Chun Song rose early. While his father went to work and his mother went grocery shopping, he packed the money from the 2 suitcases into his backpack and headed to the bank. Keeping such a large sum of cash at home made him uneasy. If his parents discovered it, he could offer no explanation. It was wiser to deposit it in the bank and devise a plan for its use, perhaps invest in high-tech products to enhance his capabilities, or consider other ventures. However, upon arriving at the bank, he was met with a throng of people. At such a moment, Chun Song was undoubtedly aware that the bank offered VIP booths for conducting transactions. He approached a tall, strikingly beautiful lobby manager and politely said, "Hello, I would like to make a deposit." The lobby manager, lounging comfortably in her chair, responded with an expression of impatience. "I'm quite busy. You can simply take a number over there and wait." In her eyes, a young student dressed in plain attire could hardly be depositing a significant amount. If she were to attend to every trivial matter, she would find herself overwhelmed throughout the day. Chapter 73. Insufficient funds. Chun Song furrowed his brows, rendered speechless. When did the bank employee's demeanor become so discourteous? He shook his head in resignation, preparing to inform the lobby manager of his intention to deposit 3 million. Just then, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, emerged. Upon seeing him, the lobby manager immediately straightened up. A forced smile plastered across his face as he addressed Chun Song. "Good day. Please proceed to the side to take a number for your deposit." The rapid transformation in attitude left Chun Song somewhat astonished, but upon noticing the tag on the man's chest marked supervisor, he understood. The lobby manager, despite holding the title of manager, occupied a rather lowly position, while the supervisor was the true authority, second only to the vice president and president of the bank. The middle-aged man observed the lobby manager's smiling demeanor and nodded in approval. With the bank bustling with customers, this was a true test of patience and service quality. He felt satisfied with the new lobby manager's performance, believing that maintaining a smile was essential when engaging with clients. Chun Song, however, could only manage a bitter smile as he shook his head, saying, "It seems my funds are not welcome at your bank. I shall take my business to the neighboring construction bank instead." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the lobby manager in a state of shock and embarrassment. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chun Song for a moment. Noticing the lobby manager's expression, he sensed something amiss and gently obstructed Chun Song's path, inquiring warmly, "Sir, may I ask if there is anything you find unsatisfactory with our bank's service? It is currently peak hours, and most banks are experiencing similar volumes. Just look at the lines at the neighboring bank. But I recall that for substantial deposits, Banks typically offer VIP windows for expedited service. Given the size of your establishment, I assumed you would have such provisions. I did not expect to have to queue, Chun Song responded, feigning ignorance. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Substantial deposits? The lobby manager, unable to contain her impatience any longer, shot Chun Song a disapproving glance. Yet, mindful of the supervisor's presence, she could only offer a contrived smile as she explained, "Sir, you seem to be mistaken. Our bank indeed does not have a VIP window. However, we do have a VIP members lounge, accessible for transactions exceeding 500,000. May I ask how much you intend to deposit with us?" Her words carried an air of discrimination. Not only did Chun Song frown, but even the supervisor appeared displeased. He believed that, as a banking executive, it was his duty to patiently explain matters to every client, adhering to their ethos, yet the insinuation in her words could tarnish the customer experience. "Actually, it is merely 3 million, Chun Song replied with a smile before shouldering his bag and departing. The middle-aged man and the lobby manager did not attempt to stop him, watching in silence as he exited the bank and turned towards the neighboring construction bank. The lobby manager let out a resigned smile and said, "Supervisor, these days, we encounter all sorts of clients. When someone mentions 3 million, one must wonder. If they even had 200,000, I would have made an exception and invited them to the VIP room. All right, let us get back to work. Remember to treat clients with patience and maintain a warm smile." The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, believing that Chun Song had been intimidated by the lobby manager's words. With savings of less than 500,000, he was unqualified for the VIP room and, feeling embarrassed, had boasted about possessing 3 million before hastily departing to the neighboring bank. Yet, he felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, when that young man had left, he exhibited neither embarrassment nor fluster, and his calm demeanor when stating his intention to deposit 3 million seemed rather atypical for mere bravado. Driven by curiosity, he found himself inexplicably walking to the bank's entrance, casting a glance toward the adjacent establishment. To his astonishment, he witnessed the young man being warmly ushered into the VIP room by the staff, who were bustling about preparing coffee and refreshments. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless. He knew that entry to the VIP room of the neighboring bank required a minimum deposit of 500,000. Given that both banks were of similar standing, the young man's entry indicated that he indeed intended to make a substantial deposit. 500,000, neither a trivial sum nor a particularly large one, was not something the middle-aged man would dwell upon. However, the issue lay in the fact that the young man had come from their bank. Should the staff at the neighboring bank discover this, would they not become a laughingstock? In these economically challenging times, how foolish it would be for a bank to push away potential VIP clients. Though he felt a surge of indignation, he also felt helpless, for there was no way to rectify the situation. The young man had already become a VIP client at the other bank. "Shaoli, come here for a moment," he said, feeling the need to discuss the matter with the lobby manager and inform her that she had just turned away a potential VIP client. Initially, the lobby manager felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chun Song leave, but when the supervisor called her over after taking a stroll outside, her heart sank, and she could only comply. "Do you know what mistake you just made?" That young man, the middle-aged man, spoke in a hushed tone, adopting a serious tone of admonishment. Upon hearing that the young man had entered the VIP room of the other bank, the lobby manager was taken aback. However, rather than feeling regret, she felt a sense of relief that he had left without exposing her lack of professionalism. At least, compared to the present moment, her fault seemed minor, as the supervisor was not well informed, and he had also been present when the opportunity to engage the young man had been missed. If it came down to accountability, the supervisor shared some responsibility. Thus she felt more fortunate than remorseful, humbly listening to the supervisor's reprimand. Seeing her humility, the supervisor's anger dissipated considerably, and his tone softened, as he too recognized his role in the oversight. At that moment, an employee from the neighboring bank enthusiastically escorted Chun Song out the door and even took the initiative to hail a taxi for him. This gesture left both the middle-aged man and the lobby manager astonished, pondering when the service attitude of the neighboring bank had improved so remarkably. After seeing Chun Song into the car, the employee joyfully turned back and, upon catching sight of the middle-aged man and the lobby manager, His smile grew even broader. With a hint of playful sarcasm, he remarked, "Supervisor Wong, I never imagined your bank had become so upscale that you wouldn't even entertain such a significant client. If you happen to encounter more clients of this caliber in the future, do remember to refer them to us." Upon hearing this, the lobby manager's brow lifted instantly. This was her chance to shine. Given the provocative nature of the comment, the supervisor would likely refrain from retorting. Seizing the moment, she promptly responded, "You're joking, of course. It's not that we are unwilling to serve. As you can see, our bank is incredibly busy at the moment, and we simply cannot spare the personnel. The client did not wish to wait, which is why he chose to go to your bank. However, we acknowledge our shortcomings. He prioritized our bank, yet we were unable to provide him with the best service." As her words fell, the supervisor's expression softened considerably. He thought to himself that Xiao Li's response was quite adept, first indicating that their bank was too busy to attend to the client, which highlighted their substantial workload, and then mentioning that the client had chosen their bank first, underscoring their reputation and reliability. This deftly diffused the provocation and mockery from the other party. Yet, upon hearing her words, the employee's smile remained, and his gaze swept over the vacant VIP area of their bank, prompting him to burst into laughter and shake his head. "All right, you win this time. In fact, Mr. Chen just deposited 3 million in cash at our bank, and under my recommendation, he fully invested in our newly launched financial products, which are guaranteed to yield profits. Ultimately, he also mentioned that the service attitude of your lobby manager pales in comparison to ours." Those were his exact words, not an attempt at provocation. With that, he turned and headed back to his own bank. The lobby manager, who had previously appeared triumphant, now stood frozen in shock. Upon hearing the last remark, her face turned ashen, while the supervisor had long since adopted a gloomy expression, casting a furious glare in her direction. Chapter 74. Investigation. Upon departing from the bank, clutching a slender bank card, Chun Song's mood was strikingly different, the card held tightly in his grasp. This was his first encounter with such a substantial sum of money, now transformed into a mere piece of plastic, instilling in him a semblance of security. As for the expenditure of these funds, he was devising plans, resolute in his decision to refrain from utilizing them in the near future. Revealing this newfound wealth to those around him would not only be challenging to justify but could also arouse unwarranted suspicions. Upon returning home, Chun Song continued his life as usual, leading an ordinary existence. His friend, Fatty, had called, brimming with excitement as he recounted the events of the previous night. Yet, when Spider-Man was mentioned, Fatty's tone shifted to one of admiration, believing that this particular Spider-Man was the epitome of coolness, perfectly aligning with his lofty ideals. Chun Song could only respond with a bemused smile. In the ensuing days, his time was consumed by training and studying, with Su Jingru failing to reach out, and Ji Xingnan not making contact following their late-night outing. However, on this particular day, his neglected phone suddenly vibrated, revealing a message from Gu Kai inquiring about his activities. With a cheerful disposition, Chun Song playfully replied, stating he was at home, studying diligently for university, aspiring for promotion and salary increases, and ultimately seeking a wealthy partner to ascend to the pinnacle of life. To his surprise, her response was a string of ellipses.
Moments later.
Gu Kai sent another message. "Is it appropriate for someone ranked first in the city to speak in such a manner?" accompanied by a pitiful emoji.
Chen con chút cơ.
Envisioning Gu Kai's adorable expression as she uttered those words, revealing a charming side to the class monitor, he chuckled to himself, contemplating how delightful Gu Kai could be. Just as he was about to compose a reply, another message arrived. "Do you have time tonight? I remember someone owes me a meal." The smile on Chun Song's face faltered. Fine, it was time to settle this debt. He opted not to text back but instead called Gu Kai directly, saying, "Oh, class monitor, do you really expect a struggling student like me to treat you? Nevertheless, I'm feeling generous today. What would you like to eat for our grand feast?" A burst of laughter erupted from the phone as Gu Kai replied, "Oh, talented one, your words are quite paradoxical. How can one declare themselves a poor child and yet offer to host a lavish meal? I am not a prodigy, but I have recently earned a little money and can ensure the class monitor has a hearty meal. Just wait a moment. I shall descend to procure a box of instant noodles, Chun Song replied with a mock-serious demeanor. To his astonishment, Gu Kai responded earnestly, "All right." Chun Song felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that his jest might have been taken seriously, leaving him hesitant about hosting a meal. "I say, class monitor Gu, you truly believe that? I was merely jesting. Pray tell, what would you like to eat?" He hurriedly clarified. "Ha, I too was joking. If you genuinely dared to treat me to instant noodles, I would certainly give you a good thrashing." Gu Kai smiled and then remarked, "However, I just remembered that I seem to have prior commitments tonight. How about we dine together another time?" Chun Song was taken aback, but he quickly realized that Gu Kai was being considerate of him. Yet, she had mistakenly assumed he was short on funds, thus crafting an alternative excuse that preserved his dignity while alleviating the awkwardness. If Chun Song truly were financially constrained at this moment, he might have taken her cue to gracefully decline. But now, as a millionaire, he could not possibly scrimp on such a trivial expense, particularly since he had verbally committed to this dinner. After a moment of silence, he forced a wry smile and said, "Classmate Gu, class monitor Gu, I appreciate your kindness. It was my error to make such a jest earlier. I truly have ample funds." "Well, not in that sense, but in any case, I must insist on dining out tonight." "Ah?" Gu Kai was momentarily stunned by Chun Song's words, but soon she replied with a playful annoyance, "You really are something. Fine, I would like to eat at that barbecue place near the school. This time, it's not about saving you money. I genuinely want to go there. All right, then let us meet at 7 this evening." "Okay." Gu Kai responded joyfully. They finalized their plans to meet at the school gate before ending the call. Chun Song reflected on their conversation with a smile, feeling as if he had gained a new understanding of Gu Kai. However, he was aware of certain boundaries he would not cross, at least not for now. At 6:30 in the evening, Chun Song changed into a simple outfit and left. Upon arriving at the school gate, he found it was only 6:40, giving him a 20-minute head start. He decided to sit on a patch of grass by the entrance and await Gu Kai's arrival. Since it was during the holiday, the school gate was firmly shut, and the security staff were off duty, leaving the campus enveloped in darkness. As Chun Song sat in silence, a sudden muted clatter echoed from within the school premises. Although the sound was faint, it caught his attention. He furrowed his brow and turned to listen more intently, but nothing further was revealed. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive lately. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, reasoning that something might have merely been knocked over by the wind. With a resounding clang, a few minutes later, another muffled sound emanated from the darkened teaching building behind him. Chun Song sprang to his feet, this time distinctly hearing what seemed to be someone banging on a door. However, this struck him as illogical. If someone were indeed knocking, why would there be such a prolonged pause? Moreover, there were no voices or cries for help. If he were to rationalize, perhaps a small animal had accidentally knocked something over inside. As Chun Song hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate, he heard soft footsteps approaching from a distance. Looking up, he saw that it was Gu Kai arriving. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the school, far more significant than before. Gu Kai, who had raised her hand to greet him, abruptly froze, visibly startled, her expression reflecting astonishment as she turned to gaze at the school. Chun Song's expression suddenly changed dramatically. There were definitely people within the school, and not just ordinary individuals. What was that just now? Gu Kai hurriedly ran to Chun Song's side, her voice tinged with fear as her gaze fixated on the pitch-black campus. In that moment, the once vibrant and cheerful school transformed into a place of eerie dread. "It's nothing. It must be a classroom door left ajar." Swayed by the wind, Chun Song said, forcing a light-hearted smile to reassure her. "Yes, let us hurry then." Gu Kai nodded slightly, still feeling apprehensive, her eyes occasionally darting back to the school. "All right, I'm famished. We must indulge in a hearty meal soon," Chun Song remarked with a grin, and the two turned to make their way toward the brightly lit street not far away. He preferred to avoid unnecessary meddling, for this unsettling feeling was all too familiar. During their previous encounter in the woods of the deserted island, he had been unable to detect the movements of the lurking wolves. Thus, standing outside the school gate, he could only hear the sounds of collisions within, devoid of any voices or breaths, clearly indicative of formidable individuals inside, perhaps even engaged in a chase or a scuffle. However, once the two departed, the school fell eerily silent, with no further sounds emanating from within. Minutes later, a man clad in black emerged from the teaching building, producing a walkie-talkie, and spoke in a low voice. Tianji, what is the situation? From the earlier assessment, it should not be him. A faint reply resonated from the walkie-talkie. The man in black frowned and remarked, however, I observed him from the upper floor with binoculars. His reaction to the noises was atypical. He exhibited no signs of panic. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, before a calm voice slowly responded. The records indicate that his skills are somewhat superior to those of ordinary students. He has trained in martial arts, so such a reaction is not unexpected. Nevertheless, for now, we must categorize him as a suspect. Investigate all aspects of his background and determine when and where he learned martial arts. Should we not continue the investigation on the other students? The man in black inquired. As of now, 3 individuals have been marked as suspects, and we must act swiftly. Regarding the other students, I will assign more personnel for their investigation. You are responsible for compiling the information on those 3 individuals and delivering it to me within 2 days. The voice on the walkie-talkie remained devoid of emotion. Understood, the man in black responded, switching off the device. He cast a fleeting glance toward the direction where Chun Song and Gu Kui had departed before turning away and leaving the school. At that moment, Chun Song was happily enjoying barbecue with Gu Kui, engaged in cheerful conversation, utterly oblivious to the fact that he was already being investigated, along with all the other students who had been categorized as subjects of inquiry. Chapter 75. Under surveillance during this barbecue, Chun Song dined in serene silence, undisturbed, as he engaged in lively conversation with Gu Kui. With each exchange, their understanding deepened, transforming their relationship from mere classmates to friends. What university are you planning to apply to next year? Gu Kui inquired as they neared the end of their meal. Chun Song shook his head, pondering, perhaps I will apply to Huhai University. It's closer to home. I might also consider the capital, but who knows what next year will bring. He had yet to clarify which university he would attend. Given his current capabilities, he could potentially gain admission to any institution nationwide. With so many options, it naturally weighed on him. Both Huhai University and Jingchang University were on par, and ultimately the decision rested solely on him. Yet, as he reflected on the uncertainties he had faced from his first to second year, a sigh escaped him. What if, at some point, he suddenly lost his spider-like abilities? Would he revert to his original self? Unbeknownst to Gu Kui, who was unaware of the myriad events that had transpired in Chun Song's life, she mistook his sigh for anxiety over choosing a school and lightly chuckled. There is no rush. You still have a year to think it over. You have no idea how many people envy your scores. And what about you? Have you decided on a university? Chun Song inquired with a smile. Well, I might study abroad, as per my parents' wishes. The mention of this made Gu Kui's expression noticeably dim. Chun Song stared at her in surprise, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. In truth, your parents have your best interests at heart. Given the current climate, if circumstances allow, studying abroad could be quite beneficial. I know, but I can't help feeling a bit reluctant, Gu Kui replied, gently shaking her head. It wasn't that she disapproved of her parents' decision. Rather, she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving. There's no need to rush. As you just said, you still have a year. Here, have some chicken wings, Chun Song said with a smile, offering her a skewer of grilled wings. He had ordered far too much food that evening. Gu Kui shot him an exasperated look. Eat your own food. I told you not to order so much. I really can't eat another bite.
Haha, no worries.
We can pack it up for a late-night snack. Chun Song laughed heartily, his intention solely to divert Gu Kui's thoughts from her worries. In the end, he did indeed take the leftover food home, ensuring Gu Kui reached her doorstep safely before making his way back alone. As for the happenings at school, he had no intention of returning to investigate. His instincts, honed by his spider sense, left him with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. However, the following 2 days unfolded peacefully, with no strange occurrences reported at school. Chun Song remained at home, engrossed in his studies and browsing the internet. On the third night, he planned to don his spider suit for a brief outing. Yet, as he passed by the window, a sudden instinct tightened at his back, as if he sensed someone lurking in the shadows, observing him. He concealed any hint of emotion, maintaining a composed demeanor, and halted his intended action of retrieving the spider suit. Instead, he casually strolled to the front door and ambled out of the hall. Is someone watching me from the opposite building? Could it be that I have been exposed? With a hint of unease and suspicion, Chun Song stepped out of the room, swiftly seeking refuge behind the wall as he turned into the adjacent restroom. Concealed within the restroom's window, he pulled apart the curtains just enough to create a barely perceptible gap, directing his gaze towards the opposite building. Following his earlier instinct, his eyes fixated on the rooftop of that building, where, through his extraordinary vision, he discerned an individual aiming a firearm directly at his room. A sniper rifle?
Chen Kong Y Nhang Sapi.
This was no ordinary observer. While surveillance could be conducted with binoculars or other means, this person wielded a sniper rifle, clearly intent on something sinister. At this moment, any remnants of hopefulness dissipated. He realized he was indeed being targeted, and his identity was under scrutiny. The reason for this suspicion likely traced back to the incident on the deserted island. Yet, he found himself uncertain about who had dispatched the sniper on the opposite rooftop. The most plausible suspect was the organization led by the Wolf Pack. He had previously warned them that if they were not foolish, they would not risk the lives of their family or friends. However, the extent of that organization's power was beyond his imagination. Next were the Su and Tang families. During their expedition to the island, Tang Yun had been captured, and Su Jingru had narrowly escaped abduction. Both families had maintained a remarkably low profile, even preventing police intervention. While they might be covertly searching for Tang Yun, they could also be employing skilled individuals to investigate Spider-Man. After all, compared to the Wolf Pack, an enigmatic figure who had appeared on the deserted island and fortuitously rescued Su Jingru would be easier to trace. Chun Song understood this well. Any astute individual would thoroughly investigate everyone present on the island that day, subsequently identifying and scrutinizing the suspects. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over Chen Kong. He recalled a few critical details he had overlooked, particularly the exposure of his martial arts skills. Despite never having attended a martial arts class, a diligent investigation would inevitably reveal inconsistencies. More importantly, he remembered the incident during his junior year when he had been bitten by a spider, leading to a fainting spell, which was documented in hospital records. Following that, his grades plummeted until a remarkable turnaround just before finals, coupled with a return to his usual appearance, all of which were glaring inconsistencies. He realized that if things continued down this path, he would inevitably fall into a passive position, potentially facing threats. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of his past being unearthed. Those pursuing him could easily deduce his identity. Even if they could not capture him, they might target his family. Frustration enveloped Chun Song. He was alone and under surveillance, making it challenging to take decisive action. His pursuers were not law enforcement, and they did not require concrete evidence. Merely a hint would suffice for them to label him as Spider-Man and act accordingly. In summary, Chun Song was in desperate need of assistance, seeking a trustworthy ally. However, trust must be mutual, which meant he would have to reveal his identity to that person. But whom could he choose? Su Jingru? The fatty? Gu Kui? Or perhaps Ji Shangnan? Chun Song found himself hesitating, swiftly dismissing Gu Ku from his thoughts. He was reluctant to drag Gu Ku into the depths of trouble, and he believed that this class monitor lacked the capability to assist him. As for Su Jingru, he considered her to be a trustworthy homeroom teacher. However, he was somewhat averse to revealing his true identity in her presence, particularly after the incident involving Li Fuan. The actions he had taken might provoke her disdain. Regarding Ji Shengnan, she could potentially be a good choice. She was loyal and principled, yet she also had a father who served as a police officer. Chen Song pondered the possibility that, in the future, he might find himself at odds with the law for the sake of some noble cause, leading Ji Shengnan to opt for legal repercussions. Although this was merely a possibility, he was unwilling to take such a risk or to foster an adversarial relationship with Ji Shengnan. Thus, he was left with no alternative but to consider the chubby boy. Chun Song's eyes flickered slightly as he murmured to himself, "My apologies for being so busy lately. I will make it up to everyone with 2 chapters each weekend. This is the first chapter, and there will be another one later, although it may be somewhat delayed. Chapter 76. Action is imperative as Chun Song pondered. A sudden, delicate sound pierced his thoughts, emanating from the rooftop across the way. The figure there once more parted the curtain slightly. The sniper rifle had been stowed away, and he seemed to have ceased his observation. Gradually, he rose and turned to depart. Chun squinted, catching only a glimpse of the man's tall and robust silhouette, but the features of his face remained obscured. Moments later, the individual emerged from the building, entered a small van, and drove away from the vicinity. Chun had no intention of pursuing him. Firstly, he was uncertain if the other party had arranged for additional surveillance. Secondly, even if he did follow, it was unlikely to yield any fruitful results unless he resorted to force to compel the individual to reveal his origins. However, such an approach would only heighten the danger. Consider this. Those who monitored other students remained unharmed, while the one observing him encountered trouble, which would effectively signal to the forces behind this that he was akin to Spider-Man, an outcome fraught with peril. If inquiries were to be made, it would be wiser to direct them towards those surveilling other students. Of course, these were merely conjectures on Chun's part. He could not ascertain how much information the other party possessed, nor could he be sure whether they were still monitoring other students. Yet, the immediate priority lay in erasing any records from a year prior at the hospital, ensuring that no one could discover the evidence of his spider bite. This task, ideally suited for him, now posed significant risk. Every action he took could plunge him into a chasm of peril, and he urgently needed to find an ally. With this thought in mind, Chun retrieved his phone, ensuring it had remained untampered with before dialing the number of Fatty. However, after an interminable wait, Fatty did not answer, leaving Chun wondering if he was preoccupied or simply did not hear the ringing. Reluctantly, he hung up, maintaining a composed demeanor as he returned to his room, feigning sleepiness. He yawned, closed the window, drew the curtains, and extinguished the room's light. Enveloped in darkness, his vision remained keen as he sat quietly on the bed, lost in contemplation. He did not wish to find himself in a passive position, yet he was already beginning to be ensnared. If he did not take action soon, he would inevitably be cornered, a fundamental awareness of danger that Chun still possessed. After once more attempting to reach Fatty without success, he finally resolved to act. Under the cover of darkness, he swiftly retrieved his spider suit from the bottom of the wardrobe, donned it, and then layered a tracksuit over it, tucking the spider mask and boots into his pockets. With a gentle leap, he affixed himself to the ceiling, positioning himself upside down. With his eyes shut, he attuned his senses to the myriad of sounds surrounding him. The night was deep, and most residents nearby had succumbed to slumber, rendering the atmosphere eerily tranquil. Maximizing his abilities, he discerned no suspicious sounds and cautiously opened his door, slipping into the kitchen. The kitchen window faced the external wall of the adjacent building, separated by a narrow, dark alleyway, an area too constricted to conceal anyone. Chun Song opened a narrow gap, carefully observing the empty alley before gradually crawling out. He then ascended, quietly making his way to the rooftop of the building across the street. Swiftly, he stripped off his athletic attire, revealing a black spider suit, and donned his hood and boots, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the night. He raced towards a nearby building, leaping gracefully, and landed against its wall, climbing upwards like a spider. This cycle continued as he distanced himself from home, launching himself off the high-rise and shooting a web towards another skyscraper. Tonight, he was more cautious and vigilant than ever, his senses alert to every direction as he glided through the city's heights. Eventually, he arrived safely at the hospital, landing on the rooftop. After confirming no one was around, he stealthily descended the stairwell. The hospital was quiet, with few using the elevators, let alone the dark, deserted stairwell. Chun Song navigated smoothly to the surgical department he once frequented, slipping quietly into an office as the nurses were distracted. He recalled the attending physician and, knowing the surgery department occupied only one floor, locating the office was not difficult. However, the challenge lay in sifting through a dense stack of documents to find his medical records. Additionally, he needed to erase the backup files from the computer. Surprisingly, things went remarkably well. The attending physician's computer was still on. Chun Song moved the mouse and easily located a folder labeled medical records. Referring to the time of his initial admission, he swiftly found his records and without hesitation, irretrievably deleted the file, ensuring that even the hard drive could not recover it. Following that, he began to rummage through a mountain of paper documents, relieved to discover that they were organized chronologically. After spending over 10 minutes, he finally found his medical record. Just as he was about to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office, followed by the sound of someone turning the door lock. Startled, Chun Song quickly leapt to the ceiling, pressing himself against it and slowly crawling into the corner. The door creaked open, revealing a doctor in a white coat who entered, speaking urgently into his phone. He shut the door behind him and said, "Lu Xiao, I found her. She is indeed in our hospital. Yes, it's nothing serious, just a slight fever, but she insists on being hospitalized and refuses to leave." "What? You want me to administer anesthesia?" The doctor lowered his voice but gasped in surprise at the request, then quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Lu Xiao, that's illegal. Besides, she is a top-tier celebrity now. If things go awry, what will I do?" "Ah, 1 million. Fine. I'll do my best. You can come in 20 minutes, yes? Room A35 on the 12th floor." At last, the doctor ended the call, standing in silence for a moment, taking a deep breath before turning and exiting the office. Wasn't A35 on the 12th floor just above? Chun Song, concealed within the ceiling, heard the doctor's words distinctly. He was currently on the 9th floor and was aware of the hospital's collusion with a man named Lu Xiao, seemingly plotting some nefarious scheme. However, he chose not to intervene. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly leave with the medical records and find a suitable place to incinerate them. He opened the office window and leaped out, pressing himself against the wall as he ascended towards the rooftop once more. Yet this time, his ascent was not as seamless as before. As he passed the exterior wall of the 12th floor, continuing his climb, a sliding window nearby was abruptly drawn open. A woman with long hair leaned out, her body tilting forward as if to admire the view. In that fleeting moment, she was less than 10 centimeters from Chun Song's position. Chapter 77. The superstar time seemed to halt at that moment as Chun Song stood frozen, facing the woman who was coldly gazing at the Spider-Man clad in black. Their eyes locked, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the woman finally reacted, opening her mouth to scream. "Silence!" Chun Song instinctively sprang into action, swiftly covering her mouth before she could utter a sound. The long-haired woman, still in shock, stared wide-eyed at Chun Song, her expression a mix of panic and fear, yet she managed to retain a semblance of composure. After a few moments, she subtly nodded, indicating that Chun Song could release her. She would not raise an alarm. Chun Song eased his grip, though he remained cautious, not fully trusting her assurances. However, he felt confident in his ability to silence her should she attempt to scream. Fortunately, the woman only took a few steps back, refraining from any outcry. Instead, she calmed down and fixed her gaze on Chun Song, inquiring in a low voice, "Which entertainment media do you represent? Why are you dressed like that and climbing so high?" Chun Song was taken aback, finally taking a moment to assess the woman before him. With her long hair cascading down, skin as smooth as jade, and a delicate, fair visage exuding a strong essence of classical Chinese beauty, she was undeniably stunning. This beauty was distinct from Su Jingru and the others. She possessed an enigmatic aura that was both elusive and captivating. Is she the popular star Lu Xiu? Chun Song suddenly recalled seeing her advertisements on various television channels and websites, astonished that he would encounter such a prominent figure in a hospital in Huhai City. "Rest assured, I am not a paparazzo, nor am I here for you. You may pretend you have never seen me," Chun Song briefly explained before turning to leave. However, Lu Xiu unexpectedly stepped forward, scrutinizing him with suspicion. "Wait, how long have you been here? Did you capture something illicit? Hand it over or I will call for help." "What?" Chun Song's brow furrowed beneath his mask, and he shook his head with impatience. "I told you, I am not here for you, nor have I taken any pictures of you." Yet Lu Xiu remained unmoved, her arms crossed over her prominently curvaceous chest, her gaze firmly locked on Chun Song as she assessed him. "Forget it. I understand the challenges of your profession. You took quite a risk to climb up here. Name your price. How much would it take for you to relinquish what you just captured? Chun Song, feeling exasperated, muttered something incomprehensible and prepared to walk away. Lu Xiu, sensing urgency, thought perhaps her offer had not piqued his interest. She had been changing clothes, and while nothing scandalous was revealed, the implications of such exposure could be detrimental, and she needed to prevent any potential fallout. Wait, how about 50,000? What do you say? She urged, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Upon hearing her offer, Chun Song paused and glanced at Lu Xiu with a perplexed expression. What is your hospital room number? He asked in a low voice. Lu Xiu's brows immediately furrowed. If this paparazzo could locate her window, surely he would know her room number as well. The inquiry posed was evidently a pretext to secure monetary gain. However, she felt a sense of relief as long as the paparazzo was content with the price. 50,000 yuan for a few photographs indeed seemed exorbitant, yet to her, it was worth the expenditure. Enough with the trivialities. I shall retrieve the money. Please do not leave, she stated with an air of indifference before turning towards the bed to grab her handbag. Chun Song's lips twitched as he reiterated, I will only say this once more. I have not taken your photograph, nor do I intend to extort you for money. If your room is A35, be cautious later. There is a doctor. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted his words. Lu Xiu paused, instinctively asking, Who is it? Miss Lu, I am Dr. Li from the surgical department, came the voice from outside the door, the very Dr. Chun Song had overheard speaking on the phone in the office on the 9th floor. Lu Xiu furrowed her brow, signaling Chun Song to find a place to hide, while also raising her wallet as if to indicate that the payment could wait. She then stepped towards the door and opened it without hesitation. Chun Song felt a wave of disbelief. This celebrity seemed rather thoughtless. It was the middle of the night. A male doctor was knocking at her door, and she did not even inquire about his purpose before opening it. As the door swung open, he had no choice but to retreat and press himself against the wall beside the window. He was reluctant to involve himself, wishing to simply leave, but given the circumstances he had stumbled upon, it felt morally questionable to abandon her. Miss Lu, I have prepared a few medications for you. You may take them shortly, and you should recover by tomorrow. Dr. Li's voice resonated. All right, thank you, Lu Xiu replied in a dispassionate tone, seemingly accepting the medications. Dr. Li continued, additionally, you will need an injection for the efficacy of the medication. Besides your cold, you also have a slight fever, and this injection will assist in rapidly reducing your temperature. The mention of an injection caused Lu Xiu to hesitate. Do not worry. It will merely be administered in your arm. If you are still concerned, I can have a nurse assist, Dr. Li assured her. No need. I feel fine. I will manage with the medications, Lu Xiu stated, already indicating her intent to dismiss him. That is not advisable, Miss Lu. As a patient, you must heed the doctor's advice. This injection is necessary, he insisted, closing the door behind him. What are you doing? Stop, Lu Xiu exclaimed, retreating in alarm. Chun Song, eavesdropping from outside, shook his head in exasperation. It was clear that Dr. Li intended to take action. He quietly climbed out of the window just in time to witness Lu Xiu grappling with Dr. Li. Ultimately, she was merely a frail woman, no match for the imposing figure of the doctor. As Lu Xiu's hands were restrained and the syringe approached her delicate arm, Chun Song flicked his wrist, releasing a strand of web that landed squarely in Dr. Li's eyes. A second strand was swiftly dispatched, adhering to the hand that held the syringe, and with a tug, he compelled the doctor to drive the syringe into his own body. Ah! Dr. Li gasped in shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He felt an uncontrollable sensation in his wrist, followed by a sharp pain coursing through his left arm, which soon rendered his mind heavy and his body numb. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Lu Xiu, still in a state of shock, was startled by the scene before her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed out the window at the enigmatic figure clad in a Spider-Man costume. Illuminated faintly by the moonlight, she overheard him on the phone with someone named Lu Xiao, stating an intention to sedate him. Chun Song shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, I've temporarily alleviated the danger for you. The rest is up to you. Do not mention my name to anyone. Thank you and farewell. With those words, He removed the webbing from Dr. Li and, in a sudden leap, pressed his palms against the wall, swiftly ascending towards the rooftop. Wait, Lu Xiu exclaimed, rushing to the window, only to witness the figure soar through the night sky. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped a shimmering strand of web and vanished into the darkness.
Spider-Man?
How? Is this even possible? She stood there, dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes wide open, murmuring softly to herself. I am moving to a new place today and am unsure how long it will take. I will try my best to post the second chapter tonight. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 78. The Art of Indirection. After deftly resolving the matter concerning Lu Xiu, Chun Song proceeded cautiously and vigilantly on his way home from the hospital, making every effort to conceal himself within the shadows. Ultimately, he managed to stealthily enter his abode through the kitchen window, unnoticed. Lying on his bed, Chun Song stared up at the pitch-black ceiling, his gaze flickering slightly. The incident with Lu Xiu did not weigh heavily on his mind. It was merely a matter of lending a hand. As for the celebrity status, he had never been particularly enamored with such notions, nor had he ever been an avid follower of fame. Upon encountering her, he felt no surge of excitement. Now that the hospital ordeal was behind him, it did not imply that the news could be sealed away entirely. Many were aware of his fainting spell, but aside from his parents, only Su Jingru knew of his spider bite. However, if those individuals were indeed dispatched by the Su family, there would have been no need for such convoluted surveillance. They could have directly taken action against him. Therefore, Chun Song could momentarily breathe easier. What lay ahead was the question of where he had acquired his skills. This, however, was not a daunting task. Martial arts could be learned through formal classes, clandestine tutelage, or even through self-study. He merely needed to create a convincing fa. Thus, the following day, Chun Song rose early, donned his athletic attire, and ventured out for a run. He disregarded the distant watchers trailing behind him, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as he jogged, even feigning a hint of fatigue. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a secluded area, retrieved his phone, and accessed an online martial arts tutorial video, diligently practicing the routines. He engaged in the exercises for over half an hour, and by the time he returned home to shower, the watchers remained steadfast in their vigil. From the rooftop of the building across, eyes were still fixed upon his room. The sniper rifle had been replaced with binoculars, which seemed a slight improvement, yet the situation remained concerning. In the afternoon, his phone rang, and the ever-animated Fatty finally returned his call. Dude, did you need something last night? You won't believe what happened. Fatty's voice echoed through the line as soon as Chun Song answered. Not particularly. I was hoping to invite you for a late-night snack, Chun Song replied, having decided against revealing his identity for the moment. Fatty, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I had no time for snacks last night. After that last mishap with Li Fuan, my dad finally hired a team of bodyguards for my protection. And guess what happened yesterday? We actually caught someone tailing me. This guy was not only skilled but also armed. Oh, Chun Song's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly masked his surprise and inquired nonchalantly, what happened next? Don't be so calm, bro. If you'd been there, you would have been startled too. Fortunately, the bodyguards my dad hired are no ordinary folks. They were reportedly former mercenaries. They swarmed the guy and apprehended him immediately, interrogating him overnight before sending him to the police today. Chun Song's eyelids flickered as he probed. Did they uncover anything? Why was he following you? Not much, really. He just thought I was wealthy and aimed to kidnap me for ransom from my dad. However, the bodyguards remarked that the individual in question possessed remarkable skills and was likely a mercenary. Despite their inquiries yielding little information, my father chose not to escalate the situation and decided to leave it to the police. The chubby fellow responded on the phone, well, as long as you're fine, just be cautious. Not every message you send is visible to me. Chun Song feigned ignorance, and his final remark was indeed for the chubby fellow's benefit. Unfazed, the chubby one replied, It's nothing. After all, we have Spider-Man in Huhai City. By the way, Song Gu, didn't you mention treating me to a late-night snack? How about we go out tonight? It's Lu Xiu's concert, and my father is one of the sponsors, so getting a few tickets won't be a problem. Lu Xiu? Chun Song was taken aback. It made sense that the celebrity would come to Huhai for a concert. One cannot deny that Liu Shiyu's popularity stems not only from her beauty but also from her acting prowess and her burgeoning music career. Truly a multifaceted talent. However, he found little interest in the concert, yet it seemed like an opportunity. All right, see you tonight. After they agreed on a time, the call ended, and Chun Song pieced together much of the situation. Many of his prior speculations became clear. The individual surveilling the chubby fellow was likely affiliated with those watching him. The chubby one had also become a subject of investigation, but it was unexpected that his father had arranged for a team of bodyguards. The individual fell into their grasp. Outnumbered as he was, it seemed the other party had underestimated the situation. This revelation eased some of Chun Song's worries. At least it appeared that the individuals under suspicion were not limited to him alone. The chubby fellow was also being scrutinized, indicating that the adversary's intelligence was rather scant and they were still in the process of investigation. Consequently, Chun Song gained further insight into the origins of these individuals, likely linked to the shadowy organization behind the remnant wolves. Only they would possess such acute instincts to track them down and pinpoint their group of students. It seemed the time had come to send a message to certain individuals. Chun Song reclined on his bed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the evening, Chun Song met the chubby fellow, only to discover that he had invited not just him, but a few classmates as well. Huang Cheng, Lu Yu, and Gu Ku also joined them. Upon their reunion, they exchanged pleasantries before delving into discussions about Liu Shiyu. Gu Ku had become somewhat familiar with Chun Song since their previous late-night outing, and they engaged in lively conversation as they made their way to the concert venue. However, Chun Song found himself somewhat distracted. His thoughts lingered on the observer tracking him. Throughout their journey, he noted that, aside from himself, no one else seemed to be under surveillance. Of course, the chubby fellow was an exception, being discreetly protected by 5 or 6 professional bodyguards, making it quite challenging for anyone to monitor him. Thus, Chun Song's purpose for attending was not to enjoy the concert but rather to leverage the protection surrounding the chubby fellow to orchestrate a counterstrike against the shadowy organization. While the term counterstrike may seem an exaggeration, it was certainly sufficient to rattle the nefarious individuals of the clandestine organization. With a faint smile on his face, Chun Song walked alongside the chubby fellow and the others into the Huhai First Sports Stadium, the venue for the concert. At this moment, the gymnasium had been transformed into a lavish stage, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic spectators. The tickets acquired by the portly fellow were quite extraordinary, affording him a prime location and the opportunity to venture backstage for a close encounter with Liu Shiyu. How marvelous! Thank you so much, my friend. I have admired Liu Shiyu for quite some time, and if fortune smiles upon us, I might even get a photograph and an autograph with her. Lu Yu expressed her excitement and lavished praise upon the portly fellow. He beamed with delight, waving his hands dismissively, saying, "Let us keep it low-key. It's no big deal. In truth, I too hold a fondness for Liu Shiyu, and I hope to secure her autograph as well." Gu Kui also displayed a rare glimmer of anticipation. Observing the reactions of his companions and the electrified audience, Chun Song absent-mindedly touched the tip of his nose, pondering that had he foreseen this excitement, he could have easily requested several autographed photos from Liu Shiyu during his stay at the hospital last night and sold them here for a handsome profit. Come. While the crowd is still manageable, let us wander backstage and see if we can catch a glimpse of Liu Shiyu. At that moment, the portly fellow called out, brandishing a few special tickets, and swaggered towards the backstage area. Second update delivered. Good night, everyone. Chapter 79. King Zhou. At this moment, the backstage was bustling with activity. Although it was Liu Shiyu's concert, her time in the industry had been relatively short, and her repertoire was limited. Thus, she had invited several renowned stars as special guests for this event. Chun Song, accompanied by the portly fellow and others, entered the backstage through a special passage, only to discover another entrance teeming with fans eager to catch a glimpse of their idol and obtain autographs. Security personnel were tirelessly working to manage the crowd. Among the throng, Chun Song spotted a familiar face, the young man who played guitar on the deserted island, Kai Tung. Clutching his guitar, he had initially been at the front but was gradually pushed back by the fervent fans behind him. His temperament, however, was not suited for confrontation, and he could only turn red in the face, feeling both angry and helpless as he was jostled aside. "Hey, do you still have tickets?" Chen Song asked, grasping the portly fellow's arm. The portly fellow waved the tickets in his hand, a look of curiosity on his face. "Yes, I have 2 left. What's up? Do you remember Kai Tang from class 7? The one who played guitar last time? Let him in, he's outside." Chun Song pointed towards the crowd. The portly fellow took a glance and chuckled. "No problem. I was just wondering who to give these tickets to." With that, he strode towards the entrance, raising his arm and shouting to the crowd, "Everyone, don't fight. I have an extra ticket here for backstage access. If you want it, raise your hand." Suddenly, the area fell silent, only to erupt into a frenzy of voices. "I want it. Me. That handsome guy. Quick. Give it to me. You're so handsome. Give me the ticket, and I'll introduce you to some beautiful girls. Oh my, I didn't know there were handsome guys among the chubby ones. Please, give the ticket to me. Get lost." The portly fellow retorted angrily. He then folded the ticket into a paper airplane and hurled it into the crowd. The ticket soared through the air, and all eyes followed its flight, causing the crowd to surge backward in a scramble. The portly fellow signaled to Kai Tang, urging him to come over, and then presented his ticket to a nearby staff member, who promptly opened the gate, allowing Kai Tang to enter swiftly. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Kai Tang found himself backstage. Upon seeing Chun Song and the others, he offered an awkward smile and said, "Thank you. What for? We're all classmates, right? So, are you here to see Lu Xiu?" The portly fellow said, slapping Kai Tang on the shoulder in a carefree manner. Kai Tang smiled and shook his head. "No, I came to find King Zhou for an autograph. I heard he was here too." "Wait, King Zhou is known for his piano skills. What's with you bringing a guitar?" Huang Chang exclaimed in astonishment. "Actually, he can play guitar too, though not many know it. I've always been fond of his music," Kai Tang explained leisurely. The portly fellow burst into laughter, glanced at Chun Song, and then turned back to Kai Tang, saying, "Liking his music is one thing, but our brother Tsong here sang King Zhou's Blue and White Porcelain in the car last time, and it was simply like the original. With a bit more practice, he might just surpass King Zhou." "Oh, is that true?" As soon as the chubby fellow finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly emanated from behind. Kai Tang, Guku, and the others stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the figure behind the chubby man. Chun Song also turned to look, his expression one of astonishment. It was none other than King Zhou. Kai Tang's face flushed with excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched his guitar. Upon hearing the name, the chubby man quickly turned around, his jaw dropping in astonishment. King Zhou had just arrived, accompanied by his bodyguards, preparing to head backstage for makeup and a costume change. Unexpectedly, as he passed by, he noticed a chubby young man boasting and, in a moment of playful whimsy, jokingly asked a question, only to find that the group was utterly taken aback, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, amidst this crowd, there was one individual who appeared remarkably composed. King Zhou's gaze landed on the unfazed Chun Song, and with a smile, he patted Chun Song on the shoulder, saying, Not bad at all. Hello there." Chun Song responded with a smile, sharing his admiration for King Zhou's music. During late-night study sessions, it was often King Zhou's serene and varied melodies that accompanied him. Thus, while he was delighted to meet the man in person, he did not react with the same fervor as Huang Chang and the others. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person. At that moment, the chubby fellow eagerly approached, donning a warm smile, exclaiming, "King Zhou, you're even more handsome in person than on television. I'm your biggest fan. You simply must sign my shirt later, or better yet, right now, sign my chest, and let us not forget my backside." King Zhou, amused by the chubby man's antics, feigned seriousness, saying, "No way. You just said someone sings better than me, and now I'm upset." The chubby man was taken aback and quickly shook his head, clarifying, No, you must have misheard. What I meant was that Brother Tsong could practice for hundreds of years and still not catch up to you. Look, yes, right here." With a complete lack of loyalty, the chubby man threw Chun Song under the bus, leaving Chun Song to offer a helpless smile, saying, "He loves to joke. Don't take it to heart." King Zhou, not genuinely bothered by the trivial matter, glanced curiously at Chun Kong listening to his voice, He noted a certain resemblance and nodded. All right, time is running short. Come to my dressing room later. I'll sign for you. Thank you, King Zhou. I love you, the chubby man exclaimed, overjoyed. King Zhou chuckled again, then cast a glance at Chun Song, suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. If there was time in the dressing room later, he would certainly like to hear this young man singing. If it turned out well, he might even invite him on stage to perform together, promising the audience an unexpected delight. Once King Zhou departed, Gu Ku and the others finally regained their composure, with Lu Yu expressing her immense regret, lamenting that she had been too nervous to speak to King Zhou. Kai Teng and the others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with disappointment. It's all right, there will be plenty of opportunities in the dressing room later. Now, we must go see the stunning Lu Xiu. I'm her biggest, most devoted fan, the chubby fellow reassured them. Weren't you just proclaiming yourself King Zhou's biggest fan? The group retorted in unison, their expressions rife with disdain. The portly individual, unperturbed and with a composed demeanor, remarked, "It's different. That is a superfan, while Lu Xiu, I'm an invincible superfan." TCH. Huang Cheng promptly raised his middle finger in response. The group then proceeded towards the backstage area, searching for Lu Xiu's dressing room. Meanwhile, Chun Song directed his attention to the rear, and to his astonishment, the individual who had been monitoring him had also entered, stealthily trailing behind. Such close pursuit would certainly prove advantageous. A faint, playful smile curled at the corners of Chun Song's lips. The bodyguards of the portly man belonged to another faction and had also entered the venue. However, they seemingly remained oblivious to the presence of the observer, maintaining their distance to protect the portly figure. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Song approached the portly man discreetly and, with utmost nonchalance, cautioned, "Listen carefully, remain calm and avoid turning around. It appears someone is indeed following you." A person clad in a white shirt, masquerading as a staff member. Chapter 80. An invitation to the stage. What? The rotund man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news, instinctively turning to look back. Chun Song swiftly placed his arm on his shoulder, feigning a casual conversation to successfully prevent him from glancing around. Lowering his voice to a level only the two could hear, he advised, "Silently inform your bodyguard to apprehend that individual while he's unaware. Also, ensure that your bodyguard does not disclose that we were the ones who discovered him, or we might face retaliation later." "All right, Brother Song, I'll follow your lead." The stout man nodded vigorously, pulling out his phone to send a text to his bodyguard. Moments later, Chun Song noticed that the stout man's bodyguards were stealthily approaching. The observer, initially oblivious, became aware of the situation only when one of the bodyguards pressed against his back, armed with either a knife or a gun. The observer contemplated resistance, but, upon seeing the other bodyguards closing in, he surrendered without a fight, allowing his hands to be bound as he was escorted away by two of the bodyguards. Soon after, the stout man's phone chimed with a message declaring that the crisis had been temporarily resolved. "Phew, Brother Song, it's done. Damn it, why are these people targeting me? I've always kept a low profile, and it's my father who possesses the wealth, not me. They should just go after him." The stout man lamented. Chun Song, mid-sip of water, nearly choked upon hearing this, staring incredulously at the stout man. Eventually, they located Lu Xiu's dressing room. Upon entering, they found her already dressed and made up, ready for her performance. A few young men and women were waiting for her autograph, and the stout man eagerly approached, grinning as he exclaimed, "Sister Lu, I'm your super loyal fan. You are 100 times more beautiful in person than on television." "Thank you." Lu Xiu, though not in the best of spirits, managed a polite smile while continuing to sign autographs for her fans. The stout man, sensing her demeanor, tactfully stepped back, scratching his nose as he remarked to Chun Song, "The goddess truly is a goddess. She is so aloof." Chun Song observed Lu Xiu with keen interest. After her makeup and in her performance attire, she resembled a dazzling star from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. Of course, their encounter the previous night at the hospital revealed a different kind of beauty. She had appeared more genuine and ethereal without makeup. However, Chun Song dared not speak loudly now. He had forgotten to mask his voice during their hospital encounter, conversing in his true tone. It would be disastrous if she recognized him here and drew attention. After a brief wait, It was time for Chun Song and his companions to sign autographs. The stout man and his friends eagerly surged forward, while Chun Song lingered at the back, contemplating their swift departure once the signatures were obtained. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the dressing room door. Lu Shiyu's assistant announced, "Please come in," and a handsome young man entered, the previously encountered Zhou Tianwang. He appeared nearly ready, though the performance time was not imminent, so he took the opportunity to greet Lu Shiyu. Upon entering, he paused slightly upon seeing Chun Song and his companions, then smiled. "Ah, so you are all here as well." Upon the arrival of the esteemed Zhou Tianwang, Lu Shiyu did not dare to be negligent. She promptly rose and smiled, saying, "Zhou Tianwang, I intended to wait until after signing autographs before seeking you out. What brings you here in person? No need to concern yourself with such trivialities." Zhou Tianwang replied, his gaze shifting towards the plump fellow, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Did you not request my autograph? Why have you come to Lu Shimi instead?" The plump fellow immediately found himself in a state of embarrassment. Managing only a smile as he explained, "Zhou Tianwang, I was merely concerned about disturbing you while you changed and prepared. I intended to approach you shortly. Well, actually, I came here to discuss something with you all. I just had an idea." Zhou Tianwang continued with a smile, sharing his notion of inviting fans to join him on stage. This was not only to seek Lu Shiyu's opinion but also to assess Chun Song's singing abilities. In the past, during his own concerts, he would orchestrate such engaging arrangements to enhance the audience's enjoyment and foster a sense of approachability. However, upon hearing this, the plump fellow and Gu Ku, among others, were left utterly astonished. Zhou Tianwang was considering having Chun Song perform alongside him. Lu Shiyu was equally taken aback. While she was aware of Zhou Tianwang's bold character, she did not anticipate such audacity in inviting an unfamiliar student to sing on stage. What if he faltered? Could become a source of ridicule. Fear not. We shall first listen to his singing prowess. This young fellow here has sung your blue and white porcelain quite impressively, Zhou Tianwang remarked, placing a hand on the plump fellow's shoulder, leaving him both flattered and exhilarated. Indeed, I'm not exaggerating. Ask our classmates. They've all heard Song Gu sing your song and say he sounds remarkably similar. The plump fellow insisted, feeling it was his duty to support Chun Song in this moment. If he were to succeed, he could very well become a star. Lu Shiyu nodded slightly in agreement. As long as they first assessed his talent before making any hasty decisions, it wouldn't be too reckless. If this rather handsome young man could truly sing well, it could indeed invigorate the atmosphere. Let us listen, then, she concluded, turning her gaze towards Chun Song. However, kept his lips tightly sealed, internally lamenting the predicament he found himself in. If he were to sing directly, perhaps Lu Shiyu would not discern his speaking voice, but the reality was that he did not wish to sing. Performing alongside Zhou Tianwang was a dream for many, but for him, it felt overly ostentatious. Given his current status, such attention could be detrimental. Wishing to decline yet unable to voice it, Chun Song could only shake his head and wave his hands, attempting to convey his reluctance. Yet, to the onlookers, this appeared as modesty or shyness. The plump fellow, with a sweeping gesture, boldly declared, "Song Gu, now is not the time for modesty. Go on, we believe in you." Chun Song nearly entertained the thought of giving the plump fellow a good thrashing. Just as he contemplated ways to extricate himself from this predicament, the plump fellow suddenly recalled something. He pulled out his phone and exclaimed, "Aha! We didn't capture the audio when he sang Blue and White Porcelain, but I did record him singing Leaving the Surface of the Earth. Although the style and vocal technique differ, it is still incredibly beautiful." Upon finishing his words, he pressed play on a brief video, and a gentle melody from a guitar resonated instantly. Zhou Tianwang and Lu Shiyu exchanged disappointed glances and shook their heads. The style of Zhou Tianwang's music starkly contrasted with that of Chun Song, making it difficult to ascertain the latter's true prowess based solely on this song. Moreover, the most pressing concern was Chun Song's reluctance to speak. Despite his usual vocal prowess, the pressure of the stage could very well hinder his performance. Perhaps it was best to abandon the plan altogether. He contemplated casting aside his watch, shedding his coat, discarding his backpack, and dismissing his anxieties, relinquishing the television and the computer. Just as Zhou Tianwang was about to shake his head and rescind the arrangement, the song emanating from his phone abruptly silenced his unvoiced thoughts. He gazed in astonishment at the screen. Lu Xiyu, who had been standing quietly beside him, slightly parted her lips, captivated by the enchanting melody. The dressing room fell into a sudden tranquility, the air filled solely with the recorded voice of Chun Song and the strumming of Kai Tang's guitar. Chapter 81. Acceptance at last. The recording on the chubby man's phone concluded, prompting both King Zhou and Lu Xiyu to nod slightly in acknowledgement. Overall, they discerned that Chun Song possessed a commendable vocal talent. Indeed, a raw gem that, with proper refinement, was destined to shine brightly in the future. However, based solely on this song, King Zhou found it challenging to ascertain Chun Song's potential for covering his songs. Intrigued, he turned to Chun Song and inquired, "What is your name?" At that moment, it was too late for Chun Song to make his escape. He had to honor King Zhou's presence. Lowering his voice slightly, he responded, "Chun Kong. No need to be anxious. I would like to hear you sing one of my songs, if that's all right." King Zhou believed Chun Song appeared somewhat nervous and offered words of reassurance. Chun Song couldn't help but smile ruefully at this, casting a glance at the silently observing Lu Xiyu, who seemed oblivious to the situation. He gave a slight nod in agreement. He proceeded to sing Blue and White Porcelain, not by choice but because the chubby man had instinctively played the song on his phone. Chun Song felt compelled to sing along, contemplating a swift exit once this was over. As he began, his slightly languid, clean, and gentle voice resonated within the confines of the makeup room, touching the hearts of everyone present. Even the staff and assistants gaped in astonishment. Lu Xiyu covered her mouth in disbelief, realizing she may have underestimated this handsome young man. Yet, the most astonished of all was undoubtedly King Zhou himself. This song had been one of his most heartfelt creations, infused with considerable emotion and effort. Now, someone was covering it not only with his essence but also with an emotional depth that resonated profoundly. Only someone with a true understanding of the song could reach such heights, a feat beyond mere vocal technique. As the final notes faded, the chubby man contentedly switched off his phone. He had borrowed Huang Cheng's device to successfully record Chun Song's performance in front of King Zhou and Lu Xiyu, an accomplishment that would undoubtedly fuel his bragging rights throughout the year once school resumed. "Well done. Your language skills must be exceptional," King Zhou remarked. Feeling a newfound admiration for Chun Kong. Speaking of achievements, Brother Tsong excels not only in language but also topped the city in the recent high school final exams, the chubby man declared proudly, as if he himself had received the accolade. Both King Zhou and Lu Xiyu were once again taken aback. This student had delivered an overwhelming impact this evening, rapidly approaching the status of a polymath. "All right, Chun Song, I formally invite you to join me on stage for a duet shortly. Will you?" King Zhou fixed his earnest gaze upon Chun Kong. This left Chun Song, who was contemplating an excuse to decline, momentarily flustered. How could such a monumental star graciously extend an invitation to an obscure student merely for a chance to perform together? Chun Song suddenly felt a surge of admiration for King Zhou. Despite being an Asian superstar, he was willing to set aside his pride and image, solely to bring joy and surprise to the audience whenever the opportunity arose. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Song ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, but I fear my singing may not be up to par, and I don't wish to embarrass myself. It was merely a concert without live broadcasting. Even if someone recorded it and uploaded it online, the impact would be limited." Given King Zhou's earnest invitation, Chun Song felt compelled to accept. He had always preferred to remain low-key, shrouded in anonymity, yet one could hardly imagine a celebrity embodying the persona of Spider-Man. This was akin to the notion of darkness beneath the lamp. When a car with its high beams approaches, we are often dazzled by the light, never truly seeing the shadows behind it. Of course, Chun Song was somewhat clouded in thought, unable to foresee the long-term implications. His decision to perform was purely out of respect for King Zhou. Meanwhile, the group of friends felt as if they were in a dream. They had come to the concert to catch a glimpse of the lofty stars, never anticipating such close proximity, and even Chun Song was invited to sing alongside them. The most envious among them was Kai Tang, a natural music lover who had always struggled to find opportunities. Now, with this chance to get closer to his idol, he felt immense satisfaction, albeit tinged with envy towards Chun Kong. Seeing Chun Song's acceptance, King Zhou beamed with delight, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and leading him to the dressing room for a rehearsal of the song they were to perform. Lu Xiyu had initially contemplated inviting Chun Song to share the stage with her, but upon realizing that the idea originated with King Zhou, she dismissed the thought, understanding that if she went first, it would render King Zhou's later performance lackluster in the eyes of the audience. As Chun Song and King Zhou emerged from Lu Xiyu's dressing room, a sigh of relief escaped Chun Song's lips. "King Zhou, may I ask a favor?" he inquired. "Oh, what is it?" King Zhou replied with a smile. "The one holding the guitar is my classmate, and he is also your fan. Perhaps he could join us on stage later? It would be a valuable learning experience for him," Chun Song suggested, wishing not only to offer Kai Tang an opportunity but also to diminish his own presence on stage. "The guitar? No problem at all. I'll have the band's instructor arrange it," King Zhou nodded, finding the request easy to accommodate. Soon after, Kai Tang was called out, and upon understanding the situation, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, grateful to Chun Song for making the request. "Let us hurry. We'll likely be improvising, and a few minor mistakes won't hurt. On the contrary, they might even excite the audience," King Zhou remarked. With that, Chun Song and Kai Tang followed him to the dressing room to begin a simple rehearsal. Meanwhile, after leaving Lu Xiyu's dressing room, the others hurried to their seats in the audience, eager to witness the duet between Chun Song and King Zhou, their phones already poised to record the moment. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the stage lights transformed in a spectacular display, followed by a dazzling array of fireworks. The music began to play, and the enchanting figure of Lu Xiyu gracefully ascended from below the stage, her voice resonating in the ears of every listener. This was her latest single for the year, and according to tradition, she would typically perform a few songs to warm up the crowd before introducing a special guest. However, today was different, for the illustrious superstar Zhou Kaizi was in attendance. With an impromptu idea from him, the production team and Lu Xiyu unanimously decided to have him appear in the second round. As the prelude of Zhou's blue and white porcelain echoed through the venue, the familiar sound of the piano instantly reignited the audience's fervor. It was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. No one could have anticipated Zhou's swift entrance. To my esteemed readers, I can only express my gratitude for your overwhelming support through generous tips and recommendations. Your enthusiasm has inspired me immensely, even as I grapple with a demanding workload that leaves me utterly exhausted upon returning home. Maintaining a daily update has proven quite challenging, and while I had intended to finish my writing early tonight in pursuit of rest, your encouraging votes and remarkable contributions have compelled me to persevere and pen an additional chapter. Thank you for your unwavering support.